Asking for money directly doesn't seem to be reliable either, and it's not good for China's reputation once word gets out that it's taking advantage of the opportunity to extort. Many hostile countries are staring at Huaxia, holding a magnifying glass to find Huaxia's problems and then making a big deal out of it. That's why negotiating demands have to be justified. I think two demands can be made. First, when our domestic enterprises did business in the three countries in the past, we were cheated by them and screwed over a lot of money. The amount of money added up is quite a lot, estimated to be 1 or 200 billion Chinese dollars. The money must be returned to us. If we can ask for it back successfully and use the money in the field of military industry, our military power will surely be greatly enhanced. Secondly, during the period when we first established our country, the three Arab countries took advantage of the fact that we were too weak, forcibly encroached on our Area 96. Back then, due to strategic problems, we simply could not afford to station troops for protection and had no choice but to give up. It's time to claim it today. Area 96 is so poorly strategically located. It has no resources and is barren. To return to this place would instead be a serious burden. In the future, San will still find all sorts of reasons to make trouble and ask for money, which will involve a lot of our resources and energy. In the early days of the founding of the country, it was also for this consideration that it was simply abandoned. It's just not cost-effective to put a lot of military money into the wasteland for the sake of it. The first chief nodded and said, "That's right, and I don't recommend claiming Area 96 either. And I also think that the ASEAN will not easily agree to give up the Area 96 today, and will quickly backtrack and disown it as soon as their warships have retreated. That way, we'll have to go head-to-head with the ASS. The West is itching to use the war to drain our national strength. Better think of another offer. Area 96 is barren, with a severe water shortage, extreme drought year-round, and no mineral resources whatsoever. It doesn't make any strategic sense to us. But I don't think we should just give up either. It could be proposed as a strategic buffer site with no access allowed to either country. This way, we have a very narrow strategic buffer with the three Arab countries, and the territories no longer border each other. If San tries to grab it later, we just need to strike it remotely. Anyway, there are no our troops stationed there, so feel free to bombard them." The Chief of General Staff said, "That's a really good offer. We don't want it and San is not allowed to have it as a strategic buffer. That would be easier for San to accept. What's more, San's presence in this area also consumes a lot of military spending every year. It might actually get them to agree. Let's do this. We have San's only carrier and top-of-the-line warships. It's a good reason to pay back the money and give up the land that was seized. Then we at the Ministry of Commerce will immediately tally the list and reply to the ASS early. No, the more they rush, the less we can rush. Let's hang them out for half a day and wait until evening to reply." The first chief said. Chapter 75. Little San, take it. The three countries requested a dialogue, but the Chinese officials simply did not care. The top officials who got the news were furious. "What? How dare you ignore us? Sanctions against China must be mobilized. What on earth are they trying to do? Are they trying to deliberately humiliate our three countries? Outrageous. To easily reach a settlement with the pretty country and leave us hanging? Unforgivable. Since China dares to do this, let's go to war. I just don't believe that China really dares to go to full-scale war with us. That's right, as long as we dare to fight with Huaxia, the Western countries will definitely all support us. All calm down. Now that our country is developing at full speed, how can we fight against a big country at will? If we go to war, the West won't really support us or even try to make money from us, treating us like little cuties, playing around and emptying us of all our possessions. It's obvious after this incident. The West simply won't treat us as true friends. The Minister of Intelligence of the three countries of the Arab world is very calm. People in intelligence know what's going on out there better. As arrogant as they acted, they didn't dare to go to war with Huaxia easily. The usual arrogance is also all pretense, nothing more than trying to gain more benefits from the West by dealing with Huaxia. That's right, you can't completely tear your face off and continue to contact Huaxia. It must be intentional for Huaxia to dare to do so, just to hang us out to dry so that we can put forward our conditions. And they're probably ready to go to war. If we go to war rashly, we're definitely going to lose out. Alas, it will have to do. The diplomats of the three kingdoms were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Inquiries for information were made through all channels, but the reply was that it was not clear. The live webcast is more the equivalent of a public execution of San. The whole world is laughing at the three kingdoms, and the image of the three kingdoms has simply become an international clown. Although they weren't portrayed very well before. I waited until late in the evening to get a response that I could receive it. The AS diplomat was overjoyed. In this case, the pressure on their navy is quite high. It was very worrying that they would not be able to carry it off, and if they did something impulsive, the situation would be unmanageable. After a day of hanging out, their tempers had been beaten down to the point where they didn't have the slightest bit of fire left in them. There was no longer the aggressive attitude of before. Sit at the negotiating table and be honest. Zhang Chong, China's gold medal diplomat, is still the head of negotiations. Almost laughed on the spot at the sight of the other man. Luckily, I've been professionally trained to tolerate it, no matter how funny it is. That's the specialty. Gee, I'm really sorry, there's just been so much going on lately. We just have too much work to take time out. So please understand. May I ask what it is that you, the three kingdoms, have sought to negotiate with us? Though trying to remain serious, the dejected expression just couldn't be completely hidden. The San diplomats could certainly see that Huaxia was deliberately hanging them out to dry. You can't fool a child into believing these pleasantries. But now that they were asking for Huaxia, they could only endure it with all their might. We, the three kingdoms, are here to participate in a joint military exercise with the Pretty Kingdom, and we have no conflict with Huaxia. But Huaxia controls all our warships. May I ask what the intention is? I hope that Huaxia will stop immediately and let our warships leave. Zhang Chong didn't even expect that after being hung out to dry for a day. San would still be dishonest and dare to fight back. Almost got angry on the spot. Still owes a knock. Is that so? As far as we know, the commander of the AS Navy said in an interview that he would show us a good time. To force our naval forces to get involved when we are fighting against the allied forces of the beautiful nation. And to defeat us to save the combined fleet of the Pretty Kingdom. Please explain what's going on here. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you military maneuvers, coming all the way near my Chinese territorial waters. In accordance with international practice, this is a serious provocation. If you consider it normal sailing, that's fine. Then please make an announcement to the world that any country can conduct military maneuvers in the area of the territorial waters of the ASS. Third, you said you were conducting joint military exercises with the Pretty Country, but they had already retreated long ago, and you rushed here alone. Our side can well consider this a provocation by the AS alone. Zhang Chong's three pieces of evidence were powerful and imposing. In one fell swoop, the only bottom line of the ASS was completely shattered. All that could be said was jaw-dropped and mumbled. This is all a misunderstanding. The San diplomats had their work cut out for them. He couldn't say to his face that the Pretty Country had ignored them and hadn't even notified them of the retreat. This is so humiliating. San has always claimed to be a world power and has been pitted against so-called friendly countries. I can't believe I'm saying this. May I ask exactly how we can let our fleet go? Just make your demands. The San diplomats know that they are not in a position of reason, and they are still at a disadvantage in the confrontation, and they are not in a position to negotiate with Huaxia at all. The corner of Zhang Chong's mouth hooked up into a smile, if anything. It's not easy to take down a mere San. That's the attitude that solves problems. Zhang Chong said with a straight face. We don't want to make any excessive demands either. Just hand over what has been illegally seized from us. This is a breakdown of the funds that have been forcibly penalized and withheld from our Chinese investments in the three countries of the Arab world. The money plus interest must be returned to us in China. Secondly, Area 96, which was forcibly occupied at the beginning of our nationhood, is to be surrendered. We in China don't want it either. As a strategic buffer zone, neither of us is allowed to enter. If there is a breach of the treaty, the other side can attack immediately without paying any price. Hearing Zhang Chong's request, the San diplomat was so angry that he jumped on the spot. Those fines are penalized for violating our laws. How can this be returned? Not to mention the fact that we are occupying our own territory, something that has been internationally recognized. It's too much of a bully for Huaxia to do this. Who the hell is bullying people? You can even change the law at will in order to take our business property. What multinational corporation hasn't suffered greatly in your country? Seizing our territory at the most difficult time in our early years of nationhood and just asking you to surrender it as a buffer war zone is already a big favor. Besides, I'm not consulting you and you don't get to decide. It's better to go back and ask your own top officials about this. That's the end of the negotiations for today. Zhang Chong did not give the other party the slightest bit of face at all and ended the negotiation in a domineering manner. A district diplomat has no decision-making power in a matter of this magnitude. Continuing to pull the wool over our eyes won't get us anywhere. It's useless except for wasting time. Seeing that they could not talk further, the San diplomats could only report China's demands, to show that they fought hard and pretended to be incredibly angry. Huaxia's attitude is too tough and doesn't give us any room to bargain at all. I think they are relying on their control of our warships to Leonize US. Chapter 76 Nuclear-Powered Warships. What? How dare they make demands? This is extortion from us. Why should we give them the territory that we, the three kingdoms, have seized by merit? Not even as a strategic buffer. Can't promise, big deal, we don't want the warships. We can rebuild new ones for so much money. The San official was on fire and furious, jumping on the spot. It's not realistic to not want the warships. How are we going to pick them up when we have so many soldiers up there? Besides, even if we were to rebuild the warships, 200 billion Chinese dollars wouldn't be enough. It's going to take a long time to build it. How will the safety of our waters be guaranteed during this time? It can't be whatever Huaxia says it is. Can it? Don't we let people cut the price? This is too much of a bully. It can't be helped. China is holding my entire naval elite hostage. We have no chance of resisting. Keep negotiating and let them make new demands. Surrendering the territory is not possible. 100 billion Chinese dollars can be returned. That's the bottom line. For the next negotiation, Huaxia didn't even bother with them. Either accede to the request and outright refuse to bargain. Just let their warships stay in the waters. Because of the inability to connect, many people are almost at the edge of psychological collapse. Officials of the ASS are also anxious and unable to obtain information on the situation of the Navy. The more you do, the more worried and anxious you get. After 3 days of hard resistance, the three kingdoms finally couldn't hold out any longer. According to their calculations, there wouldn't be enough food on board if they delayed too long. The return flight alone will take 10 days. It was only supposed to come to show its face and bully Huaxia in a fox-like manner. Increase their international influence. Now it's a bad thing that we've lost a lot of money and have become the laughingstock of the world. Holding a grudge against HWA even more. Humph, just agree to their terms for now and reoccupy Area 96 when the warships return home. Huaxia simply can't occupy there for a long period of time, which is why it is proposed to become a strategic buffer. There's nothing they can do as long as they forcefully occupy it. Even before the peace talks had begun, the three countries had already decided not to keep their word. A contract was signed next, and the AT retreated and gave up Area 96. Both sides signed the contract and the Chinese electronic reconnaissance ship retreated. Having just restored the communication facilities, the San Navy didn't even bother to contact the military headquarters and fled at full speed. It ran for a long time, and it was only when the San Ministry of Defense initiated contact that the call was made. Huaxia is too scary. Controlling all of our weapons. They can destroy all of our warships in an instant if they want to. Never make an enemy of Huaxia. We have no power to fight back at all. Watching the Navy commander get all scared out of his wits, the angry San Defense Minister was on fire. Look at what you're like. Shame on you for being scared like this before the war even started. They wouldn't dare attack you if they had the guts. What are you afraid of? You are ordered to return home at full speed immediately. By relying on the upgraded electronic reconnaissance ship to win 2 battles and 2 victories, China has not only recovered the Jiaoyu Islands, but has also completely drawn a line with the three kingdoms. With the strategic buffer, there is no longer any need to worry about arbitrary territorial incursions by the three countries. If they dare to enter the strategic buffer zone, they will directly open fire and bombard, and take out as many people as come without any responsibility. The first chief couldn't be happier about this. There are amazing rewards for being able to solve the current crisis. This time, the Central Theater of Operations has taken the credit. Commander-in-Chief Zhou Guohua and Chief of General Staff Zhou Jinlong, as well as the researchers at the Weapons Research Institute, are to be rewarded. Yes, it wouldn't be right not to reward them for such great feats, especially since we have the upgraded 815 electronic reconnaissance ship, which is a great threat to the enemy's naval forces. I believe that in a short time, no country's navy will dare to provoke us again. I really didn't realize that the central military region's R&D capabilities had reached such a high level. It's just around the corner for our Huaxia technology to take off. At the Central Military Region Weapons Research Institute, Zhou Jinlong called Lin Hai over. and Zhou Kuo received the news and followed along to join in the fun. Zhou Jinlong was immensely pleased and said to Lin Hai, "This time, you have made a great achievement for the country, and your superiors are going to make a commendation. I've given you first dibs. It's only because of your special status, in order to protect you as much as possible. These awards will be made privately. When you officially join the Arms Research Institute after graduation, it will be announced to the nation what you have done for the country. This is all what I should do. Grandpa Zhou's decision is also very much to my liking. I don't want to be too famous. Otherwise, if you go out in the future, you won't be able to shop in peace." Lin Hai said in a hurry. Well, not at all proud of having made so many accomplishments. This is really very rare. The future must be unlimited. Although this crisis has been resolved, next China will instead face even more violent suppression from the West. The electromagnetic cannon technology you're working on, as well as the available fusion technology, could play an important role. After a study, it was intended that the new battleships would be retrofitted and redesigned. All of the main battleships are all nuclear-powered. Secondly, the EM guns must be installed. Zhou Guohua spoke. Although Zhou Guohua's character usually appeared very serious, his attitude towards Lin Hai had now become much gentler. "It's no problem. Any technical difficulties, just let me know," Lin Hai said confidently. "Waiting for your words. From now on, including me, all the experts of the Weapons Research Institute are at your disposal," Zhou Jinlong immediately said. "It's not that much of a stretch. Just give me the relevant drawing information and I'll redesign the power system. Once the design drawings are made out, the tech's crew can build the power system from them," Lin Hai hurriedly explained. "Then, please, feel free to mention the cost of the technology that should be given to you, and get the funds on your card immediately. There's no rush. It's fine to pay me after it's finished," Lin Hai said with a smile. Now he himself is not what he used to be, especially after having such a big client as Camelot Nation. Making money has become easier. Lin Hai no longer wants to continue to earn the country's money. Might as well spend the cost to build more weapons and use them to protect the country. Just charge a token amount. The drawings are fine for you, but they have to be viewed at the Weapons Institute for reasons of confidentiality. This information is not to be circulated freely, Zhou Jinlong said. "Okay. I only have to read it once to memorize it." Lin Hai now possessed the ability to forget everything. "I'm also going to stay and help you, although I can't do anything useful. I can serve you tea and drip water, rub your shoulders or something." Zhou Kuo followed suit. "All right." The heavy responsibility of remodeling the new battleships falls on Lin Hai's shoulders, so you'll be responsible for taking good care of Lin Hai, Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. Chapter 77 Additional Military Expenditures. Seeing Lin Hai getting more and more attached to his granddaughter, Zhou Jinlong was a million times more pleased. Although Zhou Guohua didn't say much, he knew Lin Hai's importance to the country and his future was unlimited. "My daughter will never have to worry again when she finds such a wonderful boyfriend. Naturally, it won't stop the two from dating." Lin Hai began to stay and carefully study the drawings to design the fusion power system. In Lin Hai's opinion, all warships should use controlled fusion power drives. Not only is the cost low, but the range is exceptionally long. In the future, the Chinese Navy will not only be used for defense, but will also go out of the country and sail around the world on missions. You can only become a superpower if you have the ability to fight globally. The number 1 chief immediately approved the Central Military Region's merit list. It was a surprise to see credit given to Lin Hai. Lin Hai is still a college student, and surprisingly, he was the one who provided the technology to upgrade the electronic scout ship. This young man is really something. To say it's a genius would be an understatement. Yeah, I heard that he developed the J-50 stealth fighter for the Central Military Region, as well as a top-of-the-line drone, and even the Dragon Scale 1 tank was researched by him. It also provides the country with controlled fusion technology. In a short period of time, he has developed several top-notch weapons for the country. And now the Central Military Region has treated him like a treasure, the chief's secretary said with a smile. "Good. The Central Military Region attaches importance to this person, so there's no need for us to interfere too much. But such a person must be strictly protected and there must not be any security problems." "Yes. I'll convey the chief's message to pay more attention to the security aspect." That's when the finance minister came over, full of excitement. Reporting to Chief Number 1, "Good news. The troops of the 3 kingdoms stationed at number 96 have all withdrawn. The other 200 billion Chinese dollars have also been called. Does this money go directly into the treasury, or is it used for another purpose? The First Minister has obviously considered the relevant issues for a long time. Speaking up, he said, "If it weren't for the outstanding performance of the Central Military Region, we wouldn't have been able to recover this money. Therefore, I think this money should not go into the national treasury, but should be distributed to the war zones to upgrade their equipment." Yeah, after this military confrontation, our naval power is just too different. Not to mention that the overall combat power doesn't even compare to the navy of the small days compared to the pretty countries. It's time to step up the pace of building up our naval and air power anyway. In a real foreign battle, the Navy and Air Force would still have to be needed as the main means of attack. Even the Minister of Finance has seen the greatest weakness of the Chinese military. Do you think it's better to distribute the military expenses evenly, or give it to one military region? Number 1 chief asked. That goes without saying? If I were to make the decision, surely all of it would go to the Central Military Region. The Minister of Finance said without even thinking about it. The first chief smiled and asked, "Why is that?" It's very simple. The strongest part of our Chinese army is the land force, and the land forces in all the major war zones have unrivaled combat power. But the Air Force and the Navy, both of which are part of the shortfall. But the Central Military Region's weapons research and development has been incredibly productive, and they have developed advanced fighters, tanks, and are even going to convert new battleships to nuclear power drives. I think it would be better to give all the funds to the Central Theater so that they can produce more advanced weapons. Redistribute the weapons to other war zones. You can't beat the pretty country with the weapons produced just by increasing military spending for other war zones. Only give it to the Central Military Region to maximize its effectiveness. Not bad. Your strategic vision is quite okay. That's what I've been thinking about as well. But the other 4 theater commanders will have to do their jobs properly. Haha. The chief is overly concerned. If we put it in the past, all the major war zones would definitely be scrambling for our demilitary funding. No one would budge. But as far as I know, the performance of the Central Military Region this time has convinced the other 4 major war zones. And they are all very covetous of the new weapons developed in the Central Theater of Operations. Even they are planning to divert some of their military funds to order Dragon Scale 1 tanks from the Central Military Region. The Minister of Finance said with a smile, "It is important to realize that each of the 5 major war zones has a weapons research institute, and all of them are holding their breath to develop new weapons that can outperform the other war zones. This is because the higher the combat power ranking of the war zone, the more military expenses will be shared each year. So no one is willing to lag behind and are desperately trying to develop new weapons. But since the Central Military Region had Lin-Hai, weapons development had been growing by leaps and bounds. New weapons crushed the other 4 major military regions. In this case, relying on your own RD will always lag behind the Central Military Region, and buying new weapons directly from the Central Military Region is the best option. Alright, since there is no dispute, immediately allocate $200 billion of military spending to the Central Military Region. Make sure you get them up to speed on the production of new weapons. Whether it's new fighters or drones as well as Dragon-scale I-tanks and new battleships. Be sure to ramp up more production as soon as possible. There are not enough funds to continue the application. Our Chinese military power must accelerate to catch up with the pretty countries and even surpass them. I have a strong premonition that in the future, our Huaxia may have a strong conflict with the West. The Minister of Defense sniffed and his face had a very grave look on it. Yeah, we have to be ready to deal with it in advance to do that. The matter of the state releasing $200 billion of military spending quickly spread through the 5 major military regions. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua almost jumped for joy when they got the news. The country is so generous, with this amount of money, this year we'll be able to replace all the Central Military Region's fighter jets and Army and Navy weapons. All of them must use the most advanced weapons in order to fully outperform the pretty country. Zhou Guohua said excitedly. Yes, I didn't expect the country to be so generous. Then again, we've all followed Lin Hai's lead. Zhou Jinlong was happily 10 years younger. As he was talking, he received a request for a video call from the other 4 war zones. In the conference room, the commanders and general staffs of the 4 major military regions held a video conference through a large screen. I say, Lao Zhou, you guys have really made a fortune. How do you plan to spend $200 billion? You guys don't think that this $200 billion is all for your central war zone? Chief 1 has said that you're going to share some of the new weapons you've produced with us. We don't want much either, 100 J-50S, 200 Dragon-scale tanks, and 10 new battleships. That's enough weaponry. Good point. We'll just give weapons according to this list in the Western theater as well. Zhou Guohua nonchalantly spat back. You guys think beautifully. How can $200 billion produce so much equipment? We have to expand our production lines and continue to invest in research and development, which is all money. We, the Central Military Region, are going to keep $100 billion and split the remaining $100 billion among you. Chapter 78 Strength is Strength. What? You're splitting half of it in the Central Theater itself? That's a bit too much, isn't it? You take 1/3, and 2/3 of our 4 major military regions is more like it. Even if the Central War Zone builds production lines and has to invest in research and development, it's not like they're going to get more than $70 billion more, right? Humph, will you guys get it right first? This $200 billion is being recovered by our Central War region. Without us, you wouldn't get a penny. Besides, the new weapon is developed. Won't it continue to be invested in research and development in the future? Zhou Guohua said in a cold voice. Never give in to each other when it comes to competing for the interests of the military district. One sentence disliked the 4 major military commanders speechless. I'm afraid that even if they were to deploy their 4 military regions jointly, they wouldn't be able to take back the Jiaoyu Islands. Much less will San take out Area 96. Not to mention the compensation of $200 billion. Good, you guys have done your country a favor, so it's only right to give you more. But there has to be more advanced weapons distributed to us. That's right, when your Central Military Region is powerful, you have to pull your brother war regions along, right? The Central War Zone defends the capital, but our 4 war zones are the ones that guard the borders. And if we really have to fight, we're the first round on. Don't worry. It's all been divided up. 10 J-50 fighters for each military region, 20 Dragon Scale 1 tanks, 2 052D battleships, and 1 055 large drive. Zhou Guohua said. That's too little, at the very least double the number of airplanes and tanks. You can't eat too badly and try to make money off us? The 4 theater commanders remain extremely dissatisfied. If you're not satisfied, just take the money and produce your own weapons. Zhou Guohua said in a cold voice. Any idea how technologically advanced these new weapons are? It's all nuclear power, warplanes have a top speed of Mach 12, and tanks and warships have been retrofitted with electromagnetic guns. Fighting a dozen is perfectly fine. What's not to like? Really? That awesome. We'll see when it's delivered. If we can really achieve this performance, a smaller number is better. Hurry up and speed up production. Our military region's equipment is in dire need of upgrading. It was not possible to not agree to Zhou Guohua's request, who made it impossible for them to develop such an advanced weapon on their own. The warships of the pretty country retreated back. The Navy commander was immediately fired and replaced with a new Navy commander. Relevant experts understand the occurrence of military exercises and develop new technologies for targeted defense. Careless. The electronic reconnaissance ships of Huaxia are beyond imagination. It was we who underestimated the technological development of China and did not strengthen our anti-jamming capability in time. I didn't call you all here for research just to hear that. There's no way to defend against electronic jamming from the Chinese or not. The pretty defense minister said with a grimace. Of course, there's no problem. We can add 2 more defenses. First, improve the performance of anti-jamming equipment to increase the ability of anti-jamming while encrypting the signal. It basically disables the Huaxia jamming equipment completely. Second, add combat LAN equipment to completely block enemy jamming signals. With just a few minor improvements, the Huaxia jamming will be completely ineffective. The pretty country's electronics experts said with immense confidence. Then hurry up and do it. The upgrade must be completed in the shortest time possible. Well, it's got to be funded. How can we start without money? How much does it cost to remodel all the warships? Almost $10 billion. What did you say? The pretty Minister of Defense almost exploded on the spot, grimacing. Didn't you just say it was only a slight improvement? How can you possibly need so much money? Ahem. The technologist blushed, got careless, got too carried away, didn't fall apart. It's hard to come across a good opportunity to get rich. How can you easily miss it? You have to take advantage of the opportunity to Leonize more RD money to get it. Hastily explaining, the minister doesn't know, first of all, we have a large number of battleships, and all of them have a large amount of work to upgrade and require a lot of equipment. Secondly, although not a lot of changes are needed, they are high-tech products and it is normal for them to be expensive. Thirdly, we have to continue to invest in research for subsequent upgrades. Comparing the speed of upgrading electronic weapons in China is fast, Once we stagnate, we will soon fall behind. After saying that, he stole a glance at the expression on the other's face. Confirmation that he wasn't too angry was a little reassuring. The Minister of Defense had a cloudy expression on his face. The price is just too much over budget, but the situation is grim at the moment. Without upgrading, all battleships can't pose a threat to HWA. Coupled with the fact that the extortion of the Camel Kingdom has been very unsuccessful lately, the funds for military expenses are getting tighter and tighter. He also knew that the RD department was definitely asking for a high price, but as long as the funding was successfully allocated, he would certainly not be short of his share of the benefits. Tell you what, allocate $5 billion for now, and you'll start by upgrading the main battleships. When there is some relief in military spending, then the funding will continue. Okay, no problem. With this grant, we can get our work done. The experts are laughing all the way to the bank. There is so much money to be made in the military. And in their opinion, it was very easy to resist the Chinese electronic reconnaissance ships as long as they updated their equipment. They never dreamed that Lin Hai was the top technology beyond this era that he had gotten from the system. Their anti-jamming technology is completely useless. This matter can't just be left alone. You experts need to go to the TV stations more often and tell the whole world that we were too careless in this failure. There's no way Wasia is our opponent. I'll make arrangements for the press to interview you. Make sure to convince all the people that bleaching China is no match for us at all. Pretty Defense Minister said. No problem, it's all we should do. Pretty country officials are trying to salvage their rapidly declining international standing. Let many media outlets around the world invite military experts for interviews to excuse their military exercise failures. The setback suffered by this military exercise was mainly caused by our belittling Wasia and being too careless. After all, electronic jamming warfare is not supposed to be mainstream, and new weapons are being updated too quickly for jamming technology to be up to date. That's what allowed Wasia to exploit the situation. The host nodded his head repeatedly as he listened. Mr. Williams is a top electronic equipment expert, and what you say is very authoritative. What's the next step for our pretty country fleet? Our relevant experts have already begun upgrading the warship's equipment. The upgraded warships will no longer have to worry about being electronically jammed. Not only enhance the anti-interference ability, you can also cut all signal connections in times of danger and fight using warship equipment. Can be really no signal combat. Without an external signal, you can't jam it if you want to. Williams said condescendingly. The host was incredibly adoring. So, it seems that the threat of China is still very small to us. Ha ha ha, you're also too high on Huaxia. Many of their combat warships are too old. Even their main battleships displace a mere 3,000 tons. All we need is a fleet of carriers and we can easily take it down. They don't even dare to send out their warships during our military maneuvers. Because when you drive out, just compare it to a small fishing boat. So that's how it is. A lot of people have started bragging about how great the Chinese Navy is. They're just ignorant people. Chapter 79. The beautiful country is up to no good. That's for sure. Wars are fought on hard power, not on speculation. It's not just our own ships that are getting upgraded this time. You can also upgrade your allies' warships with anti-electronic jamming capabilities. The Chinese electronic reconnaissance ship will be completely ineffective. Great, our allies won't have to worry about being interfered with by the Chinese electronic transmission. Nice job by the pretty country's military. The full cost of RD must be passed on to other countries, and their allied nations are the first to be harvested. These allies have always regarded China as a formidable enemy. Seeing even the pretty country's navy take a beating worried them. Since the beautiful country has a way to resist electronic interference and is willing to share the technology, they are all touched. Immediately, he was willing to pay for the pretty country to help upgrade the weapons and equipment. I knew that our pretty country is the strongest. Some people are really speechless, always thinking how great Huaxia is, blindly worshipping. Ha ha ha. I've always thought that there's no way that Huaxia can be our opponent. If it's really so powerful, why aren't they a developed country? We have to thank Wasia for helping us improve our naval shortcomings, and our navy will be stronger in the future. That's right. The next confrontation, Huaxia will lose. Please hurry up and upgrade the warships for my stick country as well. We want to wipe out our former shame and defeat the Chinese fleet. The speeches of military experts have renewed the confidence of countless foreigners. The entire extranet was in a frenzy. Only those in the land of small days remain outraged. You guys are fine with it. But we lost the Jiaoyu Islands on our little day. Unacceptable. The Jiaoyu Islands belong to our little day. We must get them back. War should be waged on Huaxia immediately to let them know that our little country of days is not to be bullied. The San populace was not to be outdone. We can't give up Area 96. Why shouldn't China cede territory as a strategic buffer? Pretty Country and Little Day and Stick Country should be held responsible for this. If we hadn't been betrayed by you, we wouldn't have suffered such huge losses. Go to war, defeat Huaxia on the basis of strength, and take back all the territories. The Stick Country is watching the fun, gloating on the internet and extremely dejected. Isn't this just right? The Little Day and the Three Kingdoms have joined forces and attacked China together. We, the Kingdom of the Rods, can sit back and wait until the fight is almost over, then send out our troops to seize the Chinese territory. The people of the Stick Country get the hell out of here, and I'm sure I'll exterminate you before I hit Huaxia. Humph, let your horses come here, and if you dare to attack, you'll be destroyed. The fact that we in the Kingdom of the Stick haven't lost our islands means that we're stronger than your little day. Whenever netizens from these three countries get together, they are bound to dog eat dog and quarrel. The netizens of the BNA couldn't stand to watch and mocked. It's really laughable that 4 countries were easily defeated by Huaxia. I can't believe that they are still dead set on not recognizing the strength of Huaxia. If you dare to find trouble again, you will surely be made to pay a greater price. Supporting Huaxia, as soon as we make a move, we will definitely defeat the provoking country. The Camel Country's netizens were drooling with gluttony. China's new electronic reconnaissance ships are awesome. How much do they cost? We want 10 of them. Awesome. Camel Country is so rich. The Pretty Country has made a great deal of publicity but has not relaxed in secret. According to our analysis, the technology that can develop an electronic reconnaissance ship with such performance is not ordinary. Very powerful scientific experts must have appeared in Huaxia. A military expert said with an incredibly serious face. Our experts have studied it and found that it simply cannot be done to such a degree, and that it can only be defended. Find this man and find a way to turn him against the Pretty Country. As long as one is willing to join the Pretty Country, feel free to ask for anything. The president of the Pretty Country said. What if the curbing doesn't work? Many experts in Huaxia are very patriotic and cannot be bought off even if they are given more benefits. There are even some experts who prefer not to take the generous package we offer and return to their country to serve. What a headache. Humph. Is this not a bad idea? As long as it's someone who is a threat to us and can't join us, we'll get rid of them. This matter plus was given to our intelligence department. We have investigated and learned that the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship that appeared came from the Central Theater Weapons Research Institute. As long as we know the direction of the investigation, we can surely find it. The Minister of Intelligence of the Pretty Country said. The Central War Zone? This is the main war zone of Huaxia. The defenses inside are very tight. How do you plan to sneak in? The president of the Pretty Country frowned and lost his confidence. No problem, we've been working on the Central Theater. Their personnel are strong in their beliefs and difficult to turn. But a great weakness has recently been discovered. The Minister of Pretty Intelligence with an incredibly confident smile. Hurry up and don't waste time, the Pretty President urged. The Pretty Country's Minister of Intelligence said with a mysterious face. After our investigation, the commander of the Central Theater has a daughter. Been in and out of the military area a lot lately. She is also the biological granddaughter of the Dean of General Staff and Weapons Research of the Central Theater of Operations. If she is captured or turned, the most classified information can be obtained. That is indeed a good idea to consider. The Pretty President's eyes glowed. That's true. But can we really rely on a girl to make the other side soften? The Pretty Defense Minister frowned. Humph. They only have such a daughter-granddaughter. Just don't believe in giving up. Also, we found out that this girl has recently fallen in love. For men and women in hot love, the IQ is almost 0. Her boyfriend can be used as blackmail to help us steal secrets. That's a good idea. I agree. The Pretty Minister of Defense stopped objecting. Lin Hai and Zhou Qier were completely unaware that Pretty Country had already set their minds on themselves. Going to the military district every day to design drawings, the two were like glue. At first, Lin Hai was a little worried that Zhou Qier not going to school every day would affect her studies. However, Zhou Qier lit up the exam results with perfect scores in all subjects, making Lin Hai shut up immediately. Don't worry. I know it in my heart. If I don't go to class during the day and review at night, I can easily handle it. Zhou Qi said proudly. Lin Hai stuck out his thumb. Bull, but still a little puzzled. You have such good grades? Why don't you go to Qingbei University? It's close to home, Zhou Qi said with a sense of entitlement. Eh? Lin Hai was speechless. Qingbei University is also in the same city. How far away can it be? Lin Hai could even think of the desperation of the director of the enrollment office of Qingbei University at that time. Obviously, his grades are incredibly good, but he chose a university that is ranked quite a bit worse than Qingbei. I heard that the prototype of the sports car you designed has been produced. Can you get off work earlier today and let's go take a look? Chaco said. So soon? Of course we have to go and take a look. Lin Hai was also interested. Then I'll speed it up and have it done by 4 in the afternoon. Chapter 80, the first domestic luxury sports car. Lin Hai sped up his work efficiency, and by 3:30 he had finished all the work for the whole day. Headed to the Red Flag Depot with Choker. Zhou Zhenlong had also greeted him in advance, and Dong Feng promised to receive him personally. After he realized that the person who designed the Red Flag sports car was actually Lin Hai, he didn't dare to make any slights. Since Lin Hai could design a top-of-the-line sports car, he could naturally help design other models as well. In the future, all the Red Flag car factories will have to count on Lin Hai. If one could hug such a thigh, one would be absolutely invincible. The two of them arrived at the factory in a car, and Dong Feng had already come to wait with his men. Hello, Grandpa Dong. When they first met, Zhou Qi greeted them very politely. Hello, Mr. Dong. My name is Lin Hai. Well. Kagome is really getting prettier and prettier after not seeing her for a few months. Your Lin Hai old Zhou was praising you every time he called me. I heard that you designed all the Red Flag sports cars. It's really a big favor to our factory. Dong Feng greeted with a smile on his face. First time designing a sports car with little experience. Please provide more guidance where it's not enough. Don't be so modest. Just seeing the renderings shocked all of us at the top of the plant. Not to mention that after seeing the numbers, it all feels like they've been in the automotive industry for so many years and it's all just crap. Dong Feng cheerfully greeted the two men as they headed to the showroom workshop. Despite meeting for the first time, the conversation was particularly enjoyable. Arriving at the showroom where the car was stored, Zhou Qi's shocked little mouth opened into an O shape, and her beautiful big eyes opened round. It took a few seconds before I responded, My goodness, the actual car is even more beautiful than it was on the drawing board. Dong Feng is obviously very proud of this as well. Yes, after the first sample car was assembled, all the employees all celebrated like crazy. In all my time in the automotive industry, I've never seen such a cool sports car. I'm sure this car will be a hit. The demo car, numbered 1, is the one that should be given to you, ready to be driven away. Lin Hai walked over and circled the car. Only then did he inquire, What is the intended selling price of this car? Of course it should be sold at the same price as a sports car of the same class. The Red Flag brand is the pride of domestic automobile brands, so it can't be lower than foreign brands, right? Dong Feng said rightfully. Lin Hai gently shook his head. I'm afraid that a car of this level imported from abroad would have to be in the range of $3 to $10 million, with a large price difference depending on the brand. But our domestic sports cars are also sold at such an expensive price, which is simply sorry for the supportive consumers. After all, the assembly line produces them at a cost that doesn't even exceed $500,000. Even selling it for $1 million is double the profit. The words can't be said like that. Selling too cheap will make people feel that the brand is too cheap, but will reduce the value of the Red Flag brand. No, young people nowadays see the essence, completely different from the previous consumers' foreign vanity. What's more, foreign sports cars don't actually sell for that much. It's only after importing them into the country and adding all sorts of fees as well as tariffs that the price is raised 1 or 2 times. I suggest just selling it for $1 million or so to start and then telling all the consumers that the price is cheap because there are no tariffs. Also, this model is limited to 200 units per year and will not be overproduced. Lin Hai said, What? Only 200 units were sold, and even with a profit of $500,000 per car, it's only $100 million. It's so uneconomical to sell such a well-designed car for such a cheap price. Dong Feng couldn't understand Lin Hai's idea very well. Lin Hai, however, smiled and said, The car is sold plus various maintenance costs, another income. The key thing is that the price is cheap, and with such cool styling as well as great performance, I'm sure 200 cars will sell quickly. It causes starvation marketing in order to enhance the status of the red sports car brand in the minds of consumers. The front end has to be superb to get snapped up. By the time those who bought the car drove it, they found it to be an excellent value for the money, both in terms of comfort and also in terms of performance that far exceeded that of imported sports cars in the same class. This will give you a place in the sports car scene and a very high status. Consumers are like that. The less they can buy, the more they appreciate it. I'll design a few other sports cars for you once the sports car brand is established, to be a little less expensive and also more expensive. Subsequent models can be sold in unlimited quantities and make a good profit on sales. But in order for the rich to ever identify with the red sports car, there would have to be a few models that sell so tightly that they can't afford to buy them. It's the only way to stay on top of the luxury car scene. Lin Hai said with a very serious explanation. Anyone who knows the value of a multi-million-dollar sports car isn't worth that much on its own. The main thing is still to be able to bring about a face-saving effect. And they are able to distinguish themselves from ordinary people as a way to show the difference in their status. Dong Feng finally understood what Lin Hai meant. Snapped out of it. When they produced the prototype, they were just thinking about how to sell it at a high price and sell more copies. But it would be too quick to do that. Luxury sports car brands that lose their marketing can quickly fall off the map. Once it's made easily available to consumers, it's not worth it. Think of the many thresholds set by many foreign luxury car brands when selling. It's been trolled and criticized by many consumers, yet sales are still very hot. It's because these luxury cars make a statement. It makes rich people swoon. Dong Feng understood and held Lin Hai's hand tightly. Thank you so much. It's a good thing I didn't make a fatal mistake because of your warning. It should indeed be done the way you say, not just looking at profits but branding hype first. I'm just putting forward my own ideas, Lin Hai said with a smile. You are also too modest. This opinion is very important for the red car sports car brand. Take a look at the condition of the car, and if there are any deficiencies, feel free to bring them up and we'll do our best to correct them. Lin Hai is also nonchalant. After all, this is the technology he provided, hoping to become a world-renowned sports car brand. Every detail was examined in detail and many suggestions were made. Then again, after driving the car myself, I confirmed that there were no major problems. Only then did Lin Hai say in a serious tone, rich people are very picky, especially our first domestic luxury sports car, which will not only be reviewed in detail by consumers. Foreign automakers are more likely to see us as a formidable enemy and look for our shortcomings with a magnifying glass. So never be careless and make sure you get all the details right. Neither consumers nor competitors can find an excuse to attack. Dong Feng looked austere. You are right. We will immediately correct these suggestions made. It must be impeccable before mass production. Chapter 81. New cars blow up the street. Lin Hai was still very satisfied with Dong Feng's attitude. The biggest criticism of domestic cars is the lack of quality. Although the quality has improved by leaps and bounds through decades of development and progress. But those who have suffered before remain afraid to try again. After all, a car is a big-ticket item for most families. It's not unusual to buy them for at least several years, if not a decade. The demand for quality is high. The drawings and production process from the system exchange were fine in terms of performance and design. To be recognized by consumers, every detail needs to be strictly controlled in production. If this is still unable to produce sports cars of acceptable quality, Lin Hai will not continue to cooperate. After discussing the details, drive off. It was also licensed ahead of time due to the advance greeting. Just drive straight away. Even if you need a lottery to buy a car in the Empire, the whole license couldn't be easier for the Red Flag Factory. Besides, with Lin Hai's contribution and importance to the country, getting a license plate wasn't just a matter of words. The red cabriolet is available in comfort, sport, and performance modes. Even in comfort mode, the ride is very strong and pushes back. After all, not everyone can control this performance monster. Comfort mode takes good care of the majority of drivers. Wow, what a great ride this car is. The seats are so comfortable. Having ridden in my mom's sports car, the suspension is so stiff it's not as comfortable as a mid-size sedan. Zhou Kuo curiously kept surveying the interior of the car with great surprise. The first ride experience was amazing. That's because existing sports cars are designed for great driving performance. The suspension has to be tuned towards sport mode, even the seats. To put it bluntly, luxury sports cars are not very comfortable. Everything is in the service of athletic performance. And we have this car, 3 driving modes. It allows both the suspension and the seat to be adjusted according to the driving mode. Comfort mode, in particular, allows for a level of comfort on par with that of a business car. Lin Hai explained. So that's how it is. I want a sports car like that too. I don't like the black one though. I want the red one. Choco said. I would suggest the red and black duplex for more texture. I'll design the color scheme tonight and see if you like it. When you're happy with it, have Red Flag Garage customize it for you in that color. Lin Hai said with a smile. Zhou Kuo was overjoyed. Good. Then I'll hurry and give Grandpa Dong a call. Tell him to save one for me. Lin Hai drove the car, turning back 300% along the way. There's no shortage of luxury sports cars in the empire, but this one is just too bombastic looking. And the sound of the 8-cylinder engine is unbeatable. Everywhere you look, you watch in shock and wide-eyed wonder, rushing to take pictures with your cell phone. Came across a super handsome sports car. Which model is it? It's beautiful. It's really handsome. The aura is invincible. This car should at least start at $5 million. Families, an unrivaled luxury sports car has been found. Anyone who knows cars, see which one this is? Driving downtown, it was much more crowded. A lot of rich kids drive luxury sports cars out to blow up the streets. Was enjoying the envious glances of passers-by, and was bursting with vanity. A sudden cry of alarm was heard. Everyone's eyes all looked in other directions. These rich 20s are very puzzled. I don't even look at tens of millions of Aston Martins. What car can still steal my thunder? Very unconvincingly lower the top. Look over toward the back. The whole group was dumbfounded. The dark body is full of mystery. The cool, futuristic look slammed into his heart. At this moment, what Ferrari, Aston Martin, Lamborghini all stand aside. Your own car doesn't smell good at all anymore. Many girls have gathered around and want to add Lin Hai's WeChat. Sorry, got a girlfriend. Lin Hai was very helpless. This is outrageous. Those who don't know each other are all gathered around. How come I didn't know the girl was so proactive before? Zhou Kuo huffed and got jealous on the spot. What kind of people are these? They don't know how to be reserved at all. Can't you see I'm all the way on the passenger side? Man, what model you have here? How much did you pay for it? A rich kid finally couldn't help but come up and ask. Naturally, Lin Hai didn't feel good about missing the opportunity to help publicize the event. With a smile on his face, he said, Don't you know by looking at the logo? A domestic red flag sports car. Huh? A domestic car. The other man sniffed with disappointment. What's wrong with domestic cars? Where is it inferior to an imported car? Lin Hai asked. Oops, the domestic car heritage is not good, and the brand is not enough, not to mention the core technology. It's a pity that it's such a good shape. I kinda like it. Oh, what era is this? Still superstitious about foreign brands. What kind of car does your buddy drive? Lin Hai wasn't angry at all and still asked with a smile on his face. Lamborghini Poison, the other party replied, speaking with a look of immense pride. Want to compare? My car kills your poison in seconds. Ha, seconds to my car? This is my 6.5-liter V12 engine. Maximum horsepower is 750, and 100 kilometers acceleration is only 2.8 seconds. What makes your car better than mine? I'm afraid even the 3 big ones are bought. The rich second generation arrogantly mocked. Oh, I'm sorry. All the parts development of this car is done in-house. V8 6.0 engine, which develops up to 1,200 horsepower. Accelerates to 100 kilometers in 1.7 seconds. In addition, this car has variable cylinder technology. Normal urban fuel consumption does not exceed 8 liters. Especially if you floor it in place and blast the throttle, you don't have to worry about the engine blowing up at all. This vehicle's 3 driving modes combine comfort and performance, so you won't get tired on long runs. You don't seem to have any of those useful features in this car, do you? Does it hurt your back to drive longer and be tired? Lin Hai asked with a smirk. Lin Hai recounted some of the features that many people had never heard of, especially since this vehicle has more power than a main battle tank and is also more fuel efficient. It really stunned them. Rich kids aren't bad for money, but it's unbearable to run to the gas station all the time. Lin Hai let them experience their car again. Just feeling the comfy seats made me angry enough to call my car a piece of junk. Thoroughly overwhelmed by this red-hot sports car. Dude, how much did you pay for this car? Where can I get one? Sorry, it's not on sale yet, and the price is estimated to be no more than $2 million. But it shouldn't be too long before a new car is released. Just wait. Lin Hai said. How did you buy it without it being on sale? This is the first prototype, and for some reason I can mention the front end. Dude, I've got over $10 million in this customized Lamborghini Poison. How about trading it in with you? It's only a few thousand kilometers old, and it's no different than a new car. Che, it's a used car anyways. How about I offer $10 million to buy your car outright, netting you $8 million? Another rich kid just loves this red car too much. Not to mention how dignified it must be to drive it before it's even officially on sale. Not for sale. This is a Code 1 sports car. It has epical significance. I won't sell it even if I give any amount of money. Lin Hai immediately refused. Chapter 82. On the hot spot before it's even opened for sale. Once they heard about the car numbered 1, the rich kids got even more hot under the collar. Although they eat and drink all day long, they know a lot of things by ear. Just by looking at the shape of this sports car, it's sure to sell out as long as the price isn't particularly outrageous. If this is the rise of the red flag brand, the first car produced will be a huge collector's item. After a few decades or even 100 years, I'm afraid it could become priceless. $20 million to sell or not? The first domestic luxury brand, I didn't think I could actually stumble upon it. $30 million I collect. And then how about I send you this Ferrari sports car that I newly bought? We said you all save your money and don't sell for any amount of money. If you want to buy, go to consult the manufacturer. I can only tell you that the first batch of cars, only 200 places, want to buy, have to hurry. It's best to reserve them in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy them when they go on official sale. Lin Hai finished speaking and took Zhokir to get rid of the crowd and leave the scene. Many people still gather around to watch and refuse to leave. It's almost become a mini car show. A lot of people passing by are attracted to take a picture with the car and then send it to their friends. This car is so handsome. It's a shame it won't sell for 10 times the price. It really pisses me off. This new red flag logo blends perfectly with the styling. I didn't expect our national red flag sports car to be so handsome. With that look alone, it doesn't matter what performance quality is anymore, as long as it's not too bad. It's the first time I don't care if it's a national brand. Hurry up and get some advice. Place your order early. If you can't grab the number 1, you can grab an auspicious number A. Don't think that the quality of imported sports cars is good. In fact, it's so bad that it's not as good as national brands. A sports car is only a few thousand kilometers a lot, even if you drive it for a few years. How bad do you think the quality is when it can fail on such a short trip? I have to hurry up and place an order too. As long as the price doesn't exceed $5 million, the old man must buy one. This aura is simply unbeatable. What foreign imported sports car? Completely incomparable. I just tried sitting in it and it's so comfortable. This is the kind of sports car that really rich people need. Not just for FaceTime, the driving comfort is simply unbeatable. But it's not just the configuration that's high, the key performance is also strong as hell. It's said to run at 1.7 seconds to 100 kilometers, and there are very few cars that can match that. I wonder how the handling is? Those numbers feel totally fine even if you go running pro races. The car started to spread like wildfire in the car enthusiast circle and even attracted a lot of automotive self-publishers and official media to take pictures of it. Quickly hit the hot seat. The red flag car factory's phones have been ringing off the hook, with many people coming in to inquire and even to place orders on the spot. The red car sales are all over the place. What's going on here? The cars haven't even gone on sale yet, and production of the cars for sale hasn't even officially started. How did so many people find out? Hurry up and get the news to the leaders. Dongfeng was overjoyed after reading the news online. It hasn't cost anything to advertise. Just save a ton of money on advertising. Lin Hai is really great, designing a car that just goes out for a spin and it's on the hot seat. It sure looks like sales will be fine. 200 units will sell out quickly. The phone numbers for our inquiries are all over the place, so I think we'd better hurry up and send out an announcement. Currently, there are more than 200 customers who are interested in buying, and there are also people who want to bring up the front end of the car through their connections. Said he wanted to keep a good numbered car, even if he had to pay extra. The sales manager was tired and sweaty. There was a severe shortage of people to answer the phone, and everyone topped out. Where have so many people come for counseling before? The coldest departments have been busy. Well, that makes sense. Might as well put out an announcement to notify. Post up the renderings along with detailed interior pictures and detailed performance. At the same time, they were told that although the prototype had been produced, It was undergoing a full range of tests to refine the details further. It has to be as perfect as possible before it goes on sale officially. Okay, I'll get to the announcement right away, the sales manager said in a rush. If we don't make an announcement, I'm afraid that more and more people will be calling for advice. I never realized that there are so many rich people in the country who buy millions of dollars of cars without blinking an eye. Many automotive media journalists have already come to the plant wanting to shoot publicity. In the old days, it would have cost money to hire all these media outlets. Now uninvited and free to advertise. After all, being on a hot search and rubbing it in is traffic. Most of the country has congratulated the domestic sports cars. But there are also some foreign admirers. Domestic goods do well, they cannot see, only to disparage. Laughing to death, the quality of the red flag car is so poor. Actually dare to make $1 million sports car. Can sell it counts me as a loser. It is estimated that this kind of car is designed abroad, using all foreign parts. In fact, it is a foreign imported car plus the red flag car label. Domestic car companies are really enough to drift. Ordinary cars are not good, but still have the nerve to make sports cars. I'll see which wrongdoer will buy. Are you guys Chinese or not? Why can't you see any good in your country at all? All have been released announcements. The performance kills imported sports cars, and the entire car is all independent research and development, completely without the use of foreign parts and technology. Yes, some people only know how to kneel and lick foreign countries. This red flag car is really handsome. See, all very heartfelt. Dude with money is ready to place an order for it. Not more than $5 million immediately. Didn't you read the internet? Some people are willing to offer $30 million plus a Lamborghini sports car to trade for the #1 prototype. A lot of rich people are ready to place their orders. I bet this car will sell out in $3 million if it performs up to par. Don't even brag about it, it's just self-promotional marketing to look at it. It's the rich kids who can't look at domestic cars. I also think it's fake, the acting is just too fake. I hope that in the future, when they write the script, they will find a more professional scriptwriter. Holy, you guys really specialize in spraying for the sake of spraying. Don't you recognize the owner of the car in the video? That's Mr. Ling, one of the 4 young men of the Imperial City, worth hundreds of billions. People are not bad at all, they have dozens of sports cars at home. Tens of millions of dollars are just a drop in the bucket for people. Do you think this kind of person would help a car company to make boring commercials? Yes, some people don't know anything at all. Several famous rich kids in the car industry went to the scene specifically to watch. I'm told that the phones are ringing off the hook at the red car factory right now. It's definitely a no-brainer. Lin Haidu didn't even expect a car to start a furor at all. The cars parked in the parking lot are mobbed by many people and have simply become a Netflix hit. It's already hit #1 on the internet for hot searches. It's even alarmed a lot of car companies that are working on their own version of that car. Chapter 83. Lin Hai was shopping at the mall with Zhokir. Feel free to buy whatever you want. It's my treat, Lin Hai said as he patted his chest. Why don't we go check out the clothes first? Zhokir shook her head and said, I already have enough clothes. I don't need to buy any more. Lin Hai was puzzled. No way. Didn't the internet say that women never have enough clothes? That's for other women. I'm not that shallow. Just have a few sets that you like. Buying more than one is a waste. And Grandpa and Dad told me from a young age not to be too wasteful. Zhokir said seriously. Then what are we doing shopping? Lin Hai was confused. He was also in a relationship for the first time, all the strategies he had seen from the internet, and he didn't expect it to be completely ineffective against Zhokir. PFFT. Zhokir couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the somewhat confused Lin Hai. Come to shopping mainly to spend time, as long as the favorite people together, do not buy anything is also happy. Plus, the ones you read online are supposed to be for vain women. There may even be tutorials written specifically by fishing women to get men to buy them more stuff. It's even possible? That's for sure? How much would it cost to buy something every time we come out? Zhokir said, carefully glancing at Lin Hai. I actually really want you to give me a present this time. Lin Hai's spirit shook. No problem. Just say it. I'm really convinced. And I had to say it myself, of course I want a ring. To buy a pair, one for you and one for me. We've been together for so long. And you never think about things like that. Lin Hai slapped his forehead and finally reacted. No wonder Zhokir always stared at the jewelry store whenever the two were out together. I'm so mute that I never actually thought about it in that way. Look at my brain. Come on, let's go ring shopping. Buy the best diamond ring and pick the biggest size. Lin Hai took Zhou Qir's hand to find a jewelry store. Zhou Qir cried and laughed. Who said I like diamond rings? As long as it's a ring from you. Besides, diamonds are already synthetic and the proof value is very low. I'm not that stupid to be an ingrate. As long as it's something you like. Lin Hai realized more and more that Zhou Qir was very different from the other girls. The three views are very positive and you won't be brainwashed by some merchants to buy something that is useless. It's a triple blessing to find a girlfriend like that. Finding the jewelry store, Chloe had her eye on a pair of white gold rings. There are no jewelry settings, just circles made of white gold, simple and not tacky. Lin Hai glanced at the price tag, which totaled just over 4,000. That's too cheap, isn't it? Better pick a better one. I think it's fine. It's simple and stylish on the hand. And it's also white gold, which is much better than diamonds or something. It's great to wear this ring without it interfering with getting things done. Zhou Qir said seriously. All right then. Since you like it, let's buy it. Lin Hai agreed. Find the right size and pay for it. Lin Hai didn't realize that two people were following behind him and were quietly observing. A man and a woman dressed as a couple. This was actually a spy trained by the pretty country, specifically to deal with Lin Hai and Zhou Qir. The appearance is the same as the Chinese, but in fact, it is a person who immigrated to the pretty country from the country of the small days. In order to deal with Hua Xia, the pretty country's intelligence components have specialized in training them. The purpose this time was to find a chance to kidnap Lin Hai and Zhou Qir. That should be them all right. Find a place where no one is around and arrest them. The male spy said. It's not, is it? This is a mall. The female spy was very surprised, uncomprehending of his companion's approach. The most dangerous place is the safest place, where no one would expect to strike. Trick them into the Japanese restaurant out front and we'll strike. It was then transferred away in a large suitcase. Everything is so god-awful that it won't even be noticed. If we do this, our stronghold will be exposed. Just re-establishing new positions again, the higher-ups are pushing very hard. Said they want to catch them at all costs. All right then, let's follow your plan. I'll make the arrangements right away. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir continued shopping after buying the ring. Zhou Qir was in love with it and had been poking at it non-stop. He also compared it with Lin Hai's ring-wearing hand. See, I picked out a nice ring. Not bad. I like it too. Your vision is really top-notch. Lin Hai stretched out his thumb in praise. Wandering into a restaurant, waitresses in kimonos approached, warmly greeting. The two beauties and handsome men. It looks like a couple in love. We have a new couple set menu in the store. Why don't you try it? The ambience and dishes inside are perfect for couples. No need, we don't like small-time cooking. Zhou Qir pulled Lin Hai and was about to leave. Little life cuisine is expensive and unaffordable. A pure pitfall. Lin Hai also has no interest in small-time cooking. Who still eats small-time cuisine? My China is profound and varied. What's the point of eating this? You two are not aware that our event is to celebrate the country's successful recovery of the Jiaoyu Islands. All the couple's packages are all half-price and very affordable. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir glanced at each other in incomparable surprise when they heard this. Is this a little daytime cooking for you guys? The waitress nodded. Yes. Celebrating China's recovery of the Jiaoyu Islands? Yes, it is. Wouldn't poison the meal to get back at us, would you? Lin Hai immediately joked. Are you kidding me? A small day to celebrate the recovery of the Jiaoyu Islands by Wacha. Are you out of your mind? The other man smiled sarcastically. Of course that's impossible. We're a regular restaurant. Where is your boss from? You don't know. Our boss was born on the Jiaoyu Islands and has a deep affection for China. It is very happy for Huaxia to recover the Jiaoyu Islands. There's such a thing. That has to be supported. The other party's reasoning struck Lin Hai at once. Since we're all family now, of course we have to support it. Zhou Qir also instantly agreed. So that's how it is. Then we must support the boss's business. The two walked in and were given separate rooms. Ordered a couple's meal. Please wait. The food will be served soon. The waiter respectfully exited and closed the door. His face immediately became gloomy and icy. The male spy quickly appeared. Well, is it done? Humph, a small matter. Hurry up and serve them with ecstasy. After we get the men out of here, the others retreat in an hour. Great. Completing this mission will definitely give me a promotion. The male spy was excited. Chapter 84. Arrest. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir savored the small daytime cuisine quite deliciously. but it didn't take long for them to feel that something wasn't right. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Before Zhou Qier could finish her sentence, she slumped down on the table and huffed and puffed. Since Lin Hai's body had been remodeled, his physical quality had increased substantially, and his resistance to drugs was much stronger than the average person. Zhou Qier had already fainted before Lin Hai felt a little dizzy. Not good. There's something wrong with these things. Lin Hai was just about to call the police when he heard footsteps outside. Hurriedly, he leaned over the table and pretended to be mesmerized as well. If it's really poisonous, you have to catch the other person to get the antidote. When the door opened, the two spies were very pleased to see the fainting two men. Still too young after all, not at all alert. Since they are all mesmerized, take them away immediately. Give us a hand and hurry up and put them in the box. The words were followed by the sound of more footsteps approaching. Lin Hai heard that it was ecstasy, which was slightly reassuring. As long as it wasn't poisoned, it wasn't life-threatening. Lin Hai also wanted to know where these people came from and if there were others behind them. Catching them now would only alert the snakes. To do it, you have to get all these people in one place. Keep pretending to be unconscious. Being loaded into a suitcase by the other side. As the box was pulled, the drug in Lin Hai's body began to kick in. The eyelids became very heavy and wanted to sleep very much. At this time, the Super Guardian Watch detected Lin Hai's condition and began to emit current stimulation. It allowed Lin Hai to stay awake all the time. After a few moments, the current removed all the drugs. Lin Hai is back to his normal self. Lin Hai also felt a wave of fear at this moment. Fortunately, he was protected by the Super Guardian Watch. If you're not prepared at all, you're afraid you won't even be able to save your life. After walking for a while, it seemed to load itself into the car and drive quickly. Lin Hai also had no idea where it was taking him at all. However, since the Super Guardian Watch was there, even if the enemy was strong, Lin Hai was confident that he could easily defeat the opponent. After a long time, someone brought himself out of the car, and a moment later there was a light in front of him. Someone helped themselves out of the trunk. Then place yourself on a chair and tie your hands behind your back with a rope. Lin Hai didn't open his eyes just to prevent being noticed by the other party that he had woken up early. It could be clearly heard that Chukul was in the same situation as herself, also tied to the chair. An unpleasant odor drilled into his nostrils, and Lin Hai couldn't help but sneeze. Zhou Qier did the same, slowly coming to her senses. Lin Hai heard Zhou Qier's alarmed voice. "What place is this? Who are you people? Why did you kidnap us?" With that, Lin Hai opened his eyes and saw 7 people standing in front of him. One of the women was the waitress who greeted the dinner, and there was a man standing next to her. All the others have Western faces. Lin Hai was afraid that he would scare Zhou Qier, so he quickly calmed her down. "Qier, don't be afraid. I'm here. Are there any injuries anywhere?" "I'm fine. Who are these people? Why are they kidnapping us?" Lin Hai coldly looked at the other party. "Who the hell are you guys? What do you want? If you want money, you can take all the money we have with us and don't hurt us." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate properly, of course you won't be harmed. What exactly is your purpose? Hurry up and say it," Lin Hai said in a cold voice. A bearded middle-aged foreign man spoke. "It's simple. We're here for Zhou Qier. I've heard that you're the daughter of Zhou Guohua, commander of the Central Military Region, and likewise the biological granddaughter of Zhou Zhenlong, director of the Weapons Research Institute of the Central Military Region. You just need to do something for us and we'll let you go." Zhou Qier finally realized the identity of the other party and said coldly, "You are spies. Very clever, guessing our identity so quickly. It saves a lot of introduction trouble." The other party had a smug look on his face. Lin Hai looked at the waitress and her companion beside her and said in a cold voice, "The two of you actually became traitors to the foreigners and helped them steal national intelligence. Can you live with that on your conscience?" "Ha! You open your eyes? We're not from China, we're all from a small-time country. But now joined the beautiful nationality. Isn't it only natural to deal with you? Don't talk more nonsense to him." The man next to him immediately chided loudly. But Lin Hai had already easily lassoed out their identities. The bearded spy warned Lin Hai grimly, "I advise you that it's best if you don't pry into too many things. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be for you." "Humph, you spies. What despicable tactics. We're absolutely yielding and won't help you with any information." Zhou Qier was very determined. Looking at the other side, he threatened, "Better release us quickly. Both the army and the police will be desperately searching for us when we go missing." Once found, none of you will escape. Don't worry. The location here is very hidden. You Chinese police will never find it. The bearded man took out a dagger and put it on Lin Hai's neck. Zhou Qiu was startled and anxious. What are you doing? Don't hurt him. It's fine if you want to leave him unharmed. Just cooperate with us for one thing and we'll let you go when it's done. If he dares to play any tricks, then he will be killed at once. What the hell do you guys want? Zhou Qiu asked with great anger. It's simple. I want all the information on the Chinese electronic reconnaissance ship. You go to the Central Military Region's Weapons Research Institute and steal the information. He'll be let go as soon as he gets the information in his hands. Or you'll collect his body. The expression on Zhou Qiu's face was incomparably painful. With tears in her eyes as she looked towards Lin Hai, her heart was incomparably torn. If you want to save Lin Hai, you have to steal the state's secret information and give it to the enemy. Then China's electronic reconnaissance ships will be completely useless. If you don't do what they say, Lin Hai's life is in danger. Do you want to watch him die? As if she had used all her strength, Zhou Qiu finally made up her mind. Okay, I promise you guys, take your dagger away. If you dare to harm him, I will never give you the information. The bearded man had a smug look on his face. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Lin Hai finally realized all of the other party's purposes. And just now, he turned on the Guardian Watch function to develop his potential to the extreme, and used his keen sense of hearing to confirm that he wasn't hiding anyone else. The people in front of us are all the spies. Lin Hai smiled and said, It's a hell of a thing to believe you guys. Once we get the information, I'm afraid we'll be silenced immediately. And it will be faked as an accident scene. Chapter 85. Taking down spies. Hearing Lin Hai's words, the faces of all the spies were unusually ugly. That's indeed what they intended to do in the beginning. After all, Lin Hai and Zhou Qiu already knew their appearance and also their purpose. Once you set them free, the relevant departments in Huaxia will then re-upgrade the technology. Then the technical information they get will be much less useful. The best way to do this is to set up the scene of an accident and make it look like there was an accidental death. Young man, it's not good to be too smart. You'll lose your life early. The bearded man threatened conspiratorially. Well, since everything that needs to be understood has been understood, there's no point in continuing to waste time with you. Lin Hai easily broke the ropes tied around his wrists. The spies were taken aback, but quickly calmed down again. The bearded man chided the man who tied up Lin Hai. How can you be so careless in your work? You can't even tie a rope properly. He thought he hadn't tied it securely enough for it to break free. Lin Hai moved his wrists to make sure he was in peak physical condition. At the same time, without thinking, he used his body to block Zhou Qiu's face. Definitely can't let Zhou Qiu fall into the hands of the other party as a hostage. A strong spy didn't give Lin Hai a second thought. Walking straight forward, he grabbed at Lin Hai's neck. Lin Hai's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Just as the other party's hand was about to touch Lin Hai quickly grabbed his wrist with lightning speed. Quick, hard twist. Only a click was heard, and surprisingly, his arm joints were directly removed. The other side has also gone through rigorous training as spies. There was actually no grunt under the severe pain, but it also hurt and sweated. Lin Hai knows the situation is urgent and needs to control the position as quickly as possible. Use the electric shock function on the watch. The burly spy convulsed violently and was quickly electrocuted. It seemed to the others that the hands were just a blink of an eye, and their companions had been taken care of. Realized that the original role of the burly spy who stepped in was to be a punching bag. Even he was easily dealt with, the others were even less of a match for Lin Hai. You actually know Kung Fu? Lin Hai smiled faintly with confidence. Now that you know, surrender immediately, at least you can suffer less. The bearded spy, of course, refused to be caught, and spies don't do well when they are caught. Drawing a dagger, he barked out a low voice. Let's do it together and capture him alive. It doesn't matter if you hurt him, just don't kill him. The others drew their military daggers as well, the two spies from the small day country using katanas. Lin Hai, run away and leave me alone. Zhou Qiu shouted loudly, her heart racing. The other party was armed and felt that Lin Hai couldn't possibly be their opponent. If you get stabbed, you'll be seriously injured if not dead. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Lin Hai watched as everyone on the other side rushed over and clenched his fists violently. The watch sends out a fan of lightning toward the front. Instant hits for everyone. Even the most powerful person couldn't carry it under a powerful current strike. All of them fell to the ground shivering. Worried that one attack would not be effective, Lin Hai unleashed another electric shock. The spies could no longer support themselves and all fainted with their eyes rolled back in their heads. Even if he fainted, he was still on the ground and kept wincing and twitching. After Lin Hai confirmed that it was already safe, he then untied the tied rope for Zhou Qier. Zhou Qier looked at Lin Hai with incomparable surprise, her beautiful big eyes filled with admiration. Just now, Lin Hai was facing her and didn't see the lightning that was coming from the watch. Thought Lin Hai had some kind of special ability. Could it be that you have superpowers? I can actually manipulate lightning. Lin Hai held his hand out and explained, "This is my specially built guardian watch that can use electric shocks against thugs. First time using it, and I didn't expect the results to be surprisingly good. So that's what it was. I thought you were the one who sent out the lightning yourself. It gave me a big fright." Zhou Qier patted her high chest and sighed in relief. "It's so dangerous that the enemy has investigated you specifically to get information. I'll build you a super guardian watch later too. Not only can it be used to deal with bad guys, but it can also stimulate the body's potential and improve its physical quality." Lin Hai also had a moment of fear. Luckily, these spies wanted to use themselves to threaten Zhou Qier. It would be very difficult to find anyone if Zhou Qier was the only one taken. "Yeah, that's a really cool watch. People who don't know it think it's super-powered." Chukul was also very interested in the Super Guardian watch. Lin Hai tied all the spies all tightly with ropes and took all the weapons from them. "That's why I called to inform Zhou Guohua." Told the story briefly. Zhou Guohua is shocked when he hears that his daughter and Lin Hai have been kidnapped. One is his own daughter, and the other is the future pillar of the country. Neither of them can afford to make the slightest mistake. Hurry up and ask for the location and send soldiers over. Lin Hai came outside only to realize that he was actually in a deserted factory on the outskirts of the city. It's almost out of the imperial capital's reach. Very few people usually come to places like this. No wonder the spies were so confident, claiming that the police couldn't find such a place. Zhou Guohua arrived with his men a few moments later. There are not only soldiers from the army, but also criminal police from the Public Security Bureau. Even the National Security Department came. Take the spies all away. Then he asked Lin Hai in detail about what happened. A follow-up investigation and pursuit was immediately launched, knowing after all that that little daytime restaurant was the spies' contact point. The employees in there are definitely off the hook. None of the spies expected to be in the gutter so soon, and the restaurant staff had all been arrested before they could retreat. Everyone was confused when they were arrested and couldn't understand why the Chinese police came so quickly. "In the future, the two of you must never go out alone again. You must be followed and protected." Zhou Guohua looked very serious. "Especially you, Lin Hai. Do you realize how important you are to the country? And you absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. From now on, the State Security Bureau and the Military District jointly stick close to you for 24 hours of close protection." Zhou Jinlong was equally terrified afterward. If the enemy kidnapped Lin Hai, China's technological development would come to a screeching halt. Even if the enemy directly assassinated Lin Hai, the country suffered incalculable losses. Lin Hai smiled and said, "Just send someone to protect Ku-air. There's no need to protect me at all." The other party knew I was Kagom's boyfriend and threatened Kagom with my life to steal state secrets. They have no idea that I developed those things. Foreign spies would only target Cole, not me too much. If once there are too many people to protect me, it will attract the attention of those spies instead. Besides, I have the ability to protect myself. I'm not afraid of how many people are coming. Chapter 86. Guard Robot Dogs. The words are true, but it's also too risky. Why don't you move your whole family to live in the military compound? When you travel in the future, people will be assigned to closely protect the safety of your entire family. Zhou Jinlong said with a straight face. No, 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 never. Lin Hai hastily refused. If you are closely guarded, how can you do business abroad in the future? Selling more weapons externally is the only way to gain more tech points and trade more advanced technology from the system. In any case, Lin Hai had to make sure that he could move freely. My family still has a factory and a business to run. You can't do business if you send so many people to protect it. Don't worry, I can keep myself safe. These spies are not bad at all, but they were all easily solved by me. Lin Hai said, "Tell you what, since you don't want your life interfered with, I'll send some people to keep you safe in the shadows." Rest assured that they will have absolutely no impact on your life. You won't even feel the presence of these people. Zhou Guohua said thoughtfully. Since the foreign spies had already begun their operations, sooner or later, they might obtain Lin Hai's true identity. That would be a very dangerous thing to do. Zhou Guohua couldn't be completely at ease without implementing protective measures for Lin Hai. All right then, as long as it doesn't interfere with my normal life. Lin Hai finally agreed loosely. As long as it didn't affect his business and the secrets of the technology system didn't leak, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't object. After confirming that Zhou Qier was fine, Lin Hai then picked up the car and drove home. After the kidnapping, Lin Hai realizes the importance of keeping himself safe. Returned to the studio to immediately make worldwide purchases to create a full version of the Super Guardian watch. One had to be given to Cho Kuer to keep her safe. At the same time, Lin Hai intended to create a robot dog. Many companies have already launched robotic dog products, but only as a toy. The robot dog made by Lin Hai is a top-notch bodyguard. Can use many kinds of weapons and detects everything around that is dangerous to the owner. All-out efforts to keep the owner safe. The robot dog is the equivalent of an enlarged version of the Super Guardian watch, which can carry a larger controlled nuclear reactor due to its larger size. Many kinds of weapons can be built in. Even if the enemy sent a small army to capture Lin Hai, they would be able to easily eliminate them. Give the super machining platform the task of machining the Super Guardian watch after setting it up first. Lin Hai opened the technology system store. Find the guard robot dog. Redeeming guard robot dog technology requires 5,000 tech points and 30 million in universal purchase costs. Good lord, so expensive? Lin Hai sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the first time such an expensive product has been processed. Worldwide procurement costs are so expensive, I'm afraid that normal production must be at least a few billion or even tens of billions. If the host thinks it's too expensive, it can be functionally simplified, and the optimized guarding machine dog world procurement cost 5 million Chinese coins. No need. I'm going to make 2 guard robot dogs. Order placed successfully. Tech points and coins deducted successfully. Guard robot dogs begin processing. It seems like we still need to make more money before we can do that, Lin Hai said to himself. $60 million gone in an instant is still a bit heartbreaking. The drones produced for Camelot and Pakistan have all been shipped. The miniature tanks are also almost finished with production, so just ship them in batches. In addition to making guard robot dogs and Super Guardian watches, Lin Hai planned to produce a batch of simplified Super Guardian watches first. Let the experts at the Weapons Institute use it first, then let them research the technology and produce it themselves. Only after doing everything did Lin Hai go to bed and rest. The pretty country soon got the news that the spies had all been captured. Intelligence leaders are pissed as hell. What a bunch of losers, spending so many resources training them. Do you know what a huge price has been spent in order for them to infiltrate smoothly in China? I can't believe he couldn't even do such a simple task well, and expose the stronghold and all the spies who cooperated with him. Even if Huaxia releases them back, they won't be able to spare these guys. This is troublesome, and now Huaxia will surely protect the target person closely. Trying to strike again will be even more difficult to succeed. An official frowned. Keep striking out? How dare you think that? Now the Chinese State Security Department is searching for spies everywhere. Even quite a few spies from other countries who had hidden down were caught. If you send someone over at this point, you're definitely shooting yourself in the foot. You can't get the technology of the Chinese, you can never surpass their electronic strike capability. What's even more odious is that it's going to cost $10 billion just to upgrade the anti-jamming system. When will we earn back so much money for the military? The abominable camel country has dared to delay teasing us. Not only did it fail to buy our weapons, but it defeated the armed forces we had supported. If we don't teach Camelot a lesson, they will never be honest and obedient. According to our investigation, we have learned that the camel country seems to have gotten a batch of drones supported by Huaxia. That's why you can win on the battlefield. But I just can't figure out how to destroy the tank, the intelligence officer said. In any case, the armed forces must be made to attack immediately. Defeat the Camelot army and you can bomb one of their oil refineries. Camelot must be made to pay. Let them know what happens when they don't follow the orders of the pretty country. Yes, we'll immediately go contact the armed forces and provide them with another batch of advanced weapons. Pretty country has become extremely twisted inside after continuous losses. Take all your anger out on Camelot Nation. If you can't take care of China, you can't take care of your camel country? The armed forces received a large shipment of anti-aircraft weapons and once again launched a fierce attack on Camelot. The Camelot nation relies on miniature stealth tanks as well as drones to detect the movement of armed forces at the first opportunity. Prepare for combat immediately. This time Camelot is full of great confidence. There was no hint of panic. When the enemy invades the country, immediately send out drones to bomb the armed forces. Miniature stealth tanks also seek out enemy gathering places and their armored vehicles to destroy. At first it relied on air strike power to blow up dozens of enemies. But the other side then counterattacked as well. Several drones were shot down using defense missiles. After all, these drones are at the toy level and perform much worse than the military. But since it's cheap, even if you get shot down, you don't lose out. This is because the cost of launching an anti-aircraft missile is several times or even a dozen times that of a drone. Plus Camelot is so rich that even if all the drones were shot down, it wouldn't hurt. Drones also have positioning and counter-surveillance capabilities. After being shot down, you can figure out where the other side is launching from and send another drone to immediately track it down and kill the enemy outright. Both sides fought back and forth, with a large number of weapons being expended. Soon it was all a little too close to carry. Chapter 87 $10 billion Order. The armed forces had never seen a Camelot army with such a strong fighting force. Can't see their people at all, and the drones alone pose a huge threat to them. And armored vehicles and tanks are quickly destroyed as soon as they are driven to the front lines. They still don't know what weapon destroyed them. It's like seeing a ghost. The Camelot nation, with a large number of its drones consumed, is also starting to get a little weak. With drones and miniature tanks, they are invincible. Once the weapons are depleted, the soldiers simply do not dare to go to the front line. Even if they were forcibly sent to the front line, the enemy would only need one round of pounding and their defenses would collapse. This big battle was simply painful and enjoyable. The armed forces were depleted of a large number of weapons and troops without any casualties on their side. It would have been an unprecedented victory in the past. However, it was not expected that the armed forces would continue to attack even though they had been severely wounded. It's almost as if they don't want to die. The top brass of Camelot rushed to call an emergency meeting. This time the armed forces have launched an attack, and the pretty country must be behind it again. Retaliatory action against us because we don't buy weapons from pretty countries. It also supported them with a lot of anti-aircraft weapons. Yeah, the enemy has anti-aircraft weapons and our drones are consuming a lot. Once all the drones are consumed, if we keep fighting like this, we'd be at a disadvantage. All of the miniature tanks were also sent out, not only to destroy the enemy's armored vehicles and tanks, but also to blow them up even if they encountered a single enemy. I just can't believe that armed forces really can't be eliminated. Camelot's defense minister huffed. The weapons we bought from Huaxia do work well. Even if we are shot down, others have to pay several times more than us. But the stockpile of these weapons is too small. Once it's depleted, it's going to be a problem. What's there to worry about? Place an order with Huaxia right away. Continue to purchase in bulk. Especially drones, purchasing 20,000 in one fell swoop. The purchase of 5,000 microtanks also continued. Even if it's a hard-fought battle, the armed forces will all be exhausted. If the pretty country's army dares to sneak into the war, let them know how powerful the camel country is. Not only was the president of the camel country not worried, he was extremely excited. It was simply enjoyable to hear the battle reports from the front lines. The recent back-to-back victories had started to swell him up a bit. Though when they first acquired new weapons, they also inflicted heavy losses on the militants. But this time the enemy was well prepared, and the Camel Kingdom still withstood the attack and won a great victory. This shows that their army's combat power has been greatly improved. As long as the armed forces are completely defeated head on this time, no one in the Middle East will ever dare to underestimate the Camel State again. I support Mr. President's decision. The weapons sold to us by China are so cheap that we can afford to consume them even if we have to consume them with our enemies. But so many orders at once, and with great urgency. I'm afraid it can't be produced anytime soon. The finance minister frowned slightly. Looks like you still don't understand the strength of Huaxia. As long as we add enough fees to them, they can even build brand new production lines for us overnight. Just place your order, big deal, double the price. How much does 20,000 drones cost? It's only 10 billion Chinese dollars, which translates to over $1 billion in US dollars. What's this money worth? The Minister of Commerce of Camelot said with immense relief. Adding another 5,000 microtanks would only add a few hundred million more. That money doesn't buy much at all when used to buy weapons from pretty countries. The point is that weapons purchased from pretty countries aren't useful on the battlefield. The soldiers of their camel country were not able to exert their strength at all. Then these weapons are a pile of scrap metal to them. If all the enemies can be wiped out with these weapons, it's simply a great profit. Even if you can't use it all, you can save it for later. Our defense must have more than enough weapons on standby. That's right, this time the war started without realizing that our stockpile of weapons was too small. Large orders of drones and microtanks are needed. It is hoped that Huaxia will develop weapons with more advanced performance. We can buy more. We have a very urgent request for this shipment of weapons. How much do we give them for expediting? The head of the purchasing department inquired. It doesn't matter if it's a small purchase. The increased cost is up to them. But such a large shipment with a total value of over $2 billion is not a decision to be made lightly. The president of Camelot Nation thought for a little while and spoke. We can give them a 20% increase in the expedited fee, and if the other party still doesn't agree, then we'll increase it to 30% at most. It's nothing if it keeps our country safe. Once the enemy rushes in and destroys our refineries or pipelines, there's more than just a little bit of damage that's been done. Mr. President is so right. Keeping us safe is the most important thing. We'll contact Huaxia immediately. Lin Hai was suddenly woken up by a phone call while he was sleeping. Because sending a message, Lin Hai didn't see it. Phone contact information is left so that you can be contacted in case of emergency. Lin Hai immediately became energized when he saw that it was a call from Camelot Nation. This is the god of wealth, designated to send money. Lin Hai immediately hung up the phone and logged into his account. The other side is really online. Can I help you? Lin Hai quickly sent a message. Our hostile armed forces are launching a frenzied attack. Damn the pretty countrymen. They must have given the order. Lin Hai was happy in his heart when he saw the news. The more intense the fight, the better the business. But these thoughts should never be shown, and continued to send messages asking, how are the drones and tanks provided to you working? Are they working well? It works very well. Thank you so much for your support. This time we decided to buy another 20,000 drones as well as 5,000 microtanks. The provocations of the enemy have angered our Mr. President to strike back at them violently. Hopefully it will speed up production. Lin Hai was ecstatic in his heart, and in his mind he began to calculate how much this order would cost. Don't count it, it's a shock. But it's a super big order of over $10 billion. Lin Hai forced down the ecstasy in his heart and pretended to be very difficult to say, the previous orders haven't all been delivered. I'm afraid it's hard to make such a large order in a short period of time. The other party was really very anxious to see the message and said in a hurry, the enemy's attack is very fierce, and only the drones and miniature tanks that you have provided will be able to strike the enemy. This time we can add on to the cost. So please work harder and get the weapons produced as soon as possible no matter what. Chapter 88. If you can't do it, you'll have to pay more. We also want to provide your country with as much help as we can, but with such a large output, we really can't produce it in a short period of time. Even building a new production line takes time, and there's a lot of recruiting and training of workers. It's hard to accomplish in any short period of time. Lin Hai still pretended to be in a very difficult situation. Shouldn't our 20% increase be enough to build the production line as well as overtime costs? The other said immediately. Lin Hai sucked in a breath of cool air. It really was worthy of being a big dog, knowing Chinese technology very thoroughly. There's nothing you can't do if you're willing to add money. That's true. But purchasing raw materials and expanding production lines are all difficult problems. Can we add an additional 25%? Lin Hai's heart was thumping with excitement, easily earning billions more in pure profit. Can't be too greedy. See the good in the bad. Immediately replied. Since the money in place should not be too much of a problem, within 2 months to give you all the production out, and every day to you to ship. The other side was obviously very unhappy. The enemy's attacks were simply too fierce, and the lack of weapons was particularly insecure. If we can produce them all in a month, give you an additional 30%. The officer who procured the weapons was also very nervous after sending the message. Time is life to them. Who knows how frantic the armed forces' next attack will be. Either bow down to the pretty countries and buy a lot of their weapons. But to do so is simply to quench the thirst. It will continue to allow the militants to continue their attacks when the pretty country runs out of money. Camelot must have a sufficient number of drones and satellite tanks to see victory. If buying weapons in large quantities can wipe out all the enemies, you'll be able to do it once and for all. With no one available in the pretty country, it naturally cannot pose a threat to the camel country. Trying to make money out of Camelot and hitting Camelot all the time. This makes the camel country extremely unhappy with the pretty country. Make an all-out counterattack. The price that your excellency has offered is really something I can't refuse. It's better this way. The factory on our side will do its best and try to deliver all the goods within a month. If the time is exceeded, a 5% surcharge will be refunded. Do you think this will work? With such a large order, at least 100 million tech points could be gained. So many tech points are perfectly suited for building large-scale superprocessing plants. How many orders can be produced? Lin Hai wants to make all the money he can, but he can't let Camelot Nation think he's doing this on purpose. They have to be made to feel like they're giving it their all and putting their best foot forward to produce it on time. Everything is for their safety. You have to make the Camel Nation grateful to you even after you've made its money. I'm sure with Huaxia's production capacity it can be processed on time. Can we, the Camel Nation, defeat our enemies and save our country? It all depends on your weapons. Understood. All employees are called back to work today and will start shipping to you tomorrow. From now on, the daily shipments will increase dramatically, and even if we have to fight for our lives, we will deliver to you within a month. Lin Hai replied, "Thank you so much. I'll transfer the money to you immediately." In less than half a minute, $162 billion and $50 million arrived smoothly. Lin Hai looked at the balance of the account, only to feel his heart racing and shortness of breath, almost fainting with excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that the body had been transformed by the Super Guardian Watch, the physical quality had improved drastically. I'm afraid the average person would die of excitement if they suddenly made so much money. Lin Hai replied to the other party with the message, "The payment has been received. Wait to receive the goods." At the same time, he heard the sound of the technology system alerting him that he had gained 160 million technology points. Lin Hai exchanged 20 super processing platforms in one go based on the amount of orders. The materials will be fully purchased through outside procurement channels. Let the super machining platform start machining. Lin Hai intends to have all of them produced within a month, but the shipments will have to go from less to more. It's important to make the Camelot military feel like they're trying to boost production on their side. If you ship too much to begin with, you'll give the other party the false impression that the production capacity was already sufficient and you want to make more of their money. That would make Camelot feel at a disadvantage and cheated by itself. Determine the processing time and it will only take 25 days to fully produce. Lin Hai was then relieved to go back to sleep. With Lin Hai's promise, the camel country didn't have to worry about the lack of weapons. Put all the microtanks and drones all over the battlefield. Launch an onslaught against the enemy. The armed forces were soon dead and wounded, and most importantly found that their anti-aircraft weapons were inadequate. Starting to get beaten back, the soldier hid in a hidden spot, thinking it was foolproof. But the stealth tanks had already detected the men's presence through infrared scanning. Dash over and detonate the bomb, killing everyone altogether. A few hours of fierce fighting left the militants dead and wounded. After the anti-aircraft weapons ran out, it was even more impossible to counter the bombing of the camel country. Only a temporary retreat could be announced. You have to find pretty countries and replenish enough anti-aircraft weapons before launching an attack. This battle they fought very badly. Although they had stormed the borderline of the camel country, they hadn't even touched a single camel country soldier. Instead, their armies were killed and wounded, and they have only known being bombed by drones, not yet aware of the existence of miniature tanks. The commander of the Camelot Nation was also smart enough to have his men use miniature tanks against the enemy in such a way that they had to make sure that they blew everyone up altogether. They can't be allowed to pass the message back. The more unknown the weapon, the more lethal it is. By the next day, it was true that another 150 drones had been received, as well as 50 miniature tanks. Lin Hai also told them that the number of shipments would increase every day, which made them completely put down their hearts, become confident against armed forces. With the support of Huaxia, there is no longer any need to worry about being blackmailed by pretty countries. It's true that we still need to buy more advanced weapons from Huaxia in order to protect our security. That's right, without armed forces, pretty country can no longer sabotage our refineries. I think next time we'll have to contact Huaxia and see if we can get US air defense weapons. While we can defeat a hostile armed force, what if the pretty country secretly steps in and bombs us? While all the top brass of the Camel Kingdom were celebrating, Someone suddenly raised a serious question. Everyone froze on the spot. There was no longer the same giddy look as before, because they all know that Pretty Country is absolutely capable of such things, and after they bomb Camel Country they can put all the blame on hostile armed forces. Then come out of the woodwork with a false sense of sympathy. It's not like they've used this despicable practice once before. Chapter 89. Wanting Chinese Technology. It is indeed a possibility, we can't take it lightly. The Pretty Country can't extort us, and they're sure to come up with other ways to hit us again. I think that against the armed forces cannot fight too hard. If they eliminate all of them, the beautiful country must personally hand secretly support them. That's right, the military side must master the strength. Just beat the enemy back so that they don't dare to come back to attack again. The follow-up crackdown must be a little less severe. The president of the Camelot nation feels great shame at this moment and is very upset. The world is in the hands of the Pretty Countries and they are being slaughtered at will as if they were fat sheep. If Huaxia was strong, it would cooperate with them instead of using despicable means to suppress and extort them. Contact Huaxia again and see if you can provide us with some advanced air defense weapons. The Pretty Country is secretly dealing with us by doing nothing more than bombing our cities and oil refineries with supersonic missiles. As long as you can defend against these missiles, you don't have to fear retaliation from Pretty Countries. The big deal is to give up some benefits to Pretty Countries in other areas, but definitely can't afford to spend any more money on their weapons. That's a good proposal, Mr. President. We can buy cars or advanced electronics from Pretty Countries, even luxury goods. But all the weapons they sell are either obsolete secondhand or outdated technology. It's no use for us to buy it. We on the side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately negotiated with the Pretty Country for the purchase of some other useful commodities. Camelot is a rich and prosperous country and is still able to exist in safety. Nor can it be separated from the wisdom of their officials. Knowing that when it's time to keep your head down, it's time to bleed more. It's the only way not to be targeted by the Pretty Country. But they are equally not willing to be slaughtered by Pretty Countries all the time, and have been working hard to improve the country's military strength. The weapons provided by Huaxia gave them a glimpse of the light. Address the hostile forces first and protect the security of the nation. Then wait quietly for Huaxia to become strong, and then later, with the shelter of Huaxia, you don't have to worry about the retaliation of the Pretty Country. The armed forces were also rattled by the fierce counterattack. Never have I seen such a powerful army of the Camel Kingdom. It must be the advanced drones provided by Huaxia, which other countries simply can't produce. Damnable Huaxia, actually helping the Camel Country to influence our plans. Immediately notify the Pretty Country, which will allow them to provide additional air defense weapons. We wouldn't have been able to continue the attack without anti-aircraft weapons. The leaders of the armed forces are not stupid and will not make unnecessary sacrifices. If all of his men died on the battlefield, Pretty Country wouldn't give a damn about him anymore. The president of the Pretty Country got the news and was furious. All of them are losers. After spending so much money to support these armed forces, they can't even defeat such a weak Camel Country. What's the point of having them? It's no wonder that the armed forces aren't fighting as well as they should be, but the Camelot nation has gotten a bunch of very advanced drones. Without supersonic anti-aircraft missiles, it's impossible to shoot down. These drones fly very fast and drop bombs when targeted. Their men have suffered very heavy casualties. Didn't we support them with $300 million in air defense weapons last time? So many weapons and you can't deal with a drone. The president of the Pretty Country was incredulous. Mr. President is unaware that the Camelot country has a very high number of drones. One of our missiles is worth more than $500,000, even millions for the better ones. That doesn't buy much in the way of air defense weapons for $300 million. Good. Then provide them with an additional batch of protective weapons that must bombard Camel's refineries. If you can't even accomplish that, there's no point in existing. The president of the Pretty Country was furious. How is it that whenever there is anything involving China, they have a very bad time? Mr. President, the Camelot diplomats have asked to speak to us. They have volunteered to purchase many bulk commodities in large quantities. The total value is over $30 billion. While discussing how to deal with the Camel Kingdom, an official came to report. The top officials of the Pretty Country were puzzled. The Camel Nation refused to buy their weapons and won consecutive battles, putting all of Pretty Country's biggest killers out of commission. It's amazing that you take such a big advantage to actually come to the door to talk about business. Looking at the purchase list, it's all about daily necessities and medications. This made the president of the pretty country's face cloud over. Is Camelot so reluctant to buy our weapons? I see that the camel country is also officially softening up to us. They know very well that if they don't pay protection money to us, they will never have peace. Giving us a big order of $30 billion. Just trying to get Pretty Country to let them off the hook. Pretty Country's Minister of Commerce said. This large order is indeed tempting and just the thing to bridge the current funding gap. But if we don't go into the arms business, how are we going to explain it to the arms dealers? The Minister of Finance of the Pretty Country is a bit fretful. The big thing is to open up new battlefields and just keep stirring up conflicts. As long as there's a war, is there still a fear that weapons won't sell? The Minister of Defense sneered. Let's do it this way. First, sign a contract with Camelot Nation to get them to pay their bills. The money earned is to continue to be invested in the development of new weapons. Our biggest enemy in the future is definitely Wasia. To defeat them, you first have to develop more advanced weapons. However, even if the contract is signed, the armed forces cannot be allowed to retreat immediately. Doesn't that make us look like we're manipulating the armed forces? Let them continue to harass the Camel Kingdom on a small scale. They must be given enough of a sense of crisis. Pressure has to be put on Camelot to hand over samples of the drones. If we get a sample to study, we can find a way to restrain it. Using electronic jamming technology to render all their drones useless is much more effective than missiles. Our foreign ministry will put pressure on Camelot to hand over the drones. Camelot was threatened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Pretty Country and was in a very difficult situation. Pretty Country certainly won't rest until they hand over the drone samples. Tens of billions of dollars in orders still won't bring a brief moment of peace. If we hand over the drones, how will we explain it to Wasia? If the Pretty Country develops a way to restrain it, all the drones they spend a lot of money on will be junk too. The Pretty Country is really overbearing. Isn't this making us offend Huaxia? The president of the Camel Country was very angry. The Pretty Country Intelligence Service is a very powerful one, and there's no way for us to deny it. It's a move that's just too hard to turn down. Foreign Minister Camelot was very worried. They are caught in the middle of Pretty Country and Wasia very difficult. Chapter 90 Chicken. Why don't we take the initiative to inform Huaxia about this and see if they have any ways to deal with it? Pretty Country is going to walk away with drone samples to disassemble and study. You can have Wasia upgrade the back of the line. Wouldn't that be fine? One official suggested. I think that's a good idea. Huaxia's RD capability is very strong. Urgently give the drones a technological upgrade, so you won't be afraid of Pretty Countries stealing the technology. That's it. Notify Wasia immediately. Lin Hai had just finished sending the goods when he received a message from the other party. I'm very sorry that Pretty Country pressured us for samples of the drones. If we refuse their demands, we will be hit with full force. Lin Hai sneered in his heart when he saw the message. Pretty Country is really shameless. When they can't beat them, they start playing dirty tricks, trying to dismantle the drones to study the restrained technology. But how in heaven's name can it be that easy? Lin Hai had prepared for everything when he exported these devices. Not only do drones have anti-tampering devices, but the country they are sold to can only use them in a fixed area. This is to prevent weapons from being resold and straying to countries hostile to China. The drone will self-destruct as soon as it leaves the defined area. Lin Hai replied, "Don't worry. The drones can be handed over to Pretty Country though. But tell them in advance that this drone cannot be disassembled and is not allowed to leave your country for too great a distance. Otherwise, it will self-destruct. Otherwise, all the consequences are theirs to bear." I didn't realize that the tiny drone actually has such a high technical content. Then we are relieved. The Camel Country procurement official was very happy. The corner of Lin Hai's mouth hooked up slightly after sending the message, revealing a mocking smile. Little Pretty Country, taste the power of my drones. Camelot immediately replied to Pretty Country. It's fine to ask for samples of drones, but these drones have anti-disassembly devices as well as can only be used in fixed areas. Exceeding the area limits will activate the self-destruct device, and you will be responsible for all consequences. Pretty Country experts scoff at this. Don't scare us with those words. Just hand over the drone. No need for you to worry much. Even so, Camelot officials were warned several times about the risks of taking the drones with them. Prevent the Pretty Country from coming after them if something goes wrong. Can't be helped, that's the sad thing about small countries. They're doomed to be bullied by Pretty Countries. Pretty Country officials have a hard mouth, but they don't dare to be careless. Huaxia's drone technology leads the world, and even pretty countries can't initiate sanctions if they want to. Because Huaxia masters the core technology of drones, the performance of the drones they produce on their own is worlds apart compared to Huaxia. There are also concerns that drones can actually explode during transportation. But as a military weapons expert, there have long been ways to deal with this kind of problem. A box specifically built to isolate all signals. Lock the drone directly inside the case. Without the signal, there's no way to tell what location it is. This approach is almost tried and true. After letting it sit for an hour or so, it was confirmed that there were no problems. Load the airplane and return to pretty country. The next step was for an expert to disassemble and study the drone to find its weaknesses. At first, the plane was still in the territory of Camelot and there were no problems. The people of the pretty country spoke out in mockery. How dare the camel country try to scare us? Dream on. Maybe it's just that Wachovia is bragging about their technology, which doesn't really work at all. It's nothing more than a way to scare the camel country and show that they are highly skilled. The best thing about Huaxia is not their technology, but the ability to mass-produce all kinds of weapons at the cheapest prices. It's not that we can't deal with this kind of drone, it's just that the costs involved are simply too high. Such drones can only be easily dealt with if targeted electronic strike weapons are developed. Point taken. The plane quickly moved away from Camelot territory. The drone sounded a piercing alarm. Even if it had been in a sealed case, a slight sound could still be heard. The people on the plane were taken aback. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at the signal isolation box. The mind had panicked. What's going on? Why is the drone suddenly alarmed? It's not really going to explode, is it? The signal barrier is specially made and very strong. Even a bomb can stop it. It's probably a deliberate attempt to scare us. How can it be controlled without a signal? It must be a deliberate attempt to scare us. Don't care. Boom! The containment box exploded violently. Although it is a specially made case using titanium alloy, the defense is very strong. But the drones are nuclear energy batteries, and the explosions are extremely powerful. The entire plane was engulfed in flames as all the pretty countrymen stared in disbelief. The military base contact signal was cut off instantly. No matter how many times I call, I don't get a response. The contact person rushed to report to the leader. All that could be heard was the sound of a final terrified scream. The faces of the military's top brass were extremely ugly. Damn it! It must have been a deliberate move by China, not wanting us to get their drones. Why does it still blow itself up when it's already using containment boxes to isolate all signals? What exactly is the technology used? Why don't we just build a research base from Camelot and do the dismantling and research within their country, and there won't be any accidents like this? Did you not hear the warning from the camel country? This Chinese drone has anti-disassembly technology. It was thought to be to scare us. Now I'm afraid it's not as simple as we thought. Since Huaxia exports such weapons, it has already prepared all kinds of responses. There's no fear of having the technology stolen. What should I do? What else can we do? The best thing to do at the moment is to stop Huaxia from exporting drones to the outside world. Because what they are doing poses a huge threat to security around the world. That's all we can do for the time being. Hopefully our experts will be able to send out more capable jamming equipment. Drone weapons are just too much of a headache to defend against. There is no way to hide the fact that the plane disintegrated and exploded in mid-air. And the place where it exploded and crashed is still another country. Media reporters got wind of the story and immediately went on a rampage. Something this big is quickly becoming hot news around the world. Is it true that a military plane from a beautiful country has crashed in the Middle East? That's great news. The pretty country is finally getting its comeuppance for messing up the Middle East. Could it have been shot down by a missile launched by any country? Then this country will surely see another retaliation from the pretty country. I don't think so. The plane was said to be flying very high when it crashed, and no other country in the Middle East has such advanced missiles. So it's a matter of airplane malfunction? Then I can only offer my congratulations. Chapter 91. Submission of Superwatch Technology. Netizens in many countries hate the fact that pretty countries go around bombing other countries. Seeing the pretty country out of the accident are all giddy and celebrated enthusiastically. The netizens of the pretty country couldn't sit still and took to the internet to condemn it. Do you guys have any sympathy left? The plane has crashed, so many people have been killed and injured, and you're still celebrating. It's abominable. You can ignore it, but don't rub salt in people's wounds. With so many people dead, do you know how many families are heartbroken? Netizens didn't buy it at all and continued to mock it. Yo, now you know it hurts. How many wars have you beautiful countries caused in the Middle East? And how many families' happy lives have been destroyed? Sorry, there will be no sympathy for you murderous executioners. This is what you get for all the bad things you've done. I wish this kind of thing happened more often. Lin Hai drove to the Weapons Research Institute. The factories around the home have been bought and are being torn down and rebuilt, scaling up operations. Although Lin Hai's father didn't understand why he had to expand the site more than 10 times when business hadn't increased much, but Lin Hai directly transferred $1 billion to the company account. Lin Hai's father immediately withdrew his words of objection. Maisie to do business. So received a big order. That's great. It's really worthy of my son. We'll expand the plant by as much as you say. Seeing the scale of his factory expand, Lin Hai is very accomplished. Driving a sports car all the way around with a 100% turnaround rate. A lot of people are recognizing this as the new domestic sports car from Red Flag. The racy appearance and the roaring engine sound are mesmerizing. All had their cell phones out to take pictures. Arrive at the Weapons Institute soon. This time was different from the past. Lin Hai was followed by 2 robot dogs. The techs watching were amazed. Why are you starting to be interested in robot dogs? This robot dog moves quite nimbly. Did you design it yourself? Lin Hai smiled and said, make it to play with as a pet, and it can also help haul things. Once I heard it was a toy, I didn't care too much. After all, it's not a rare thing anymore. Zhou Qier was very interested and came over to watch curiously. It's so cute. Much better looking than the robot dogs on the market. Lin Hai smiled and said, one of these was made especially for you. From now on you'll wear it wherever you go. It'll keep you safe when it matters. Zhou Qier nodded her head seriously and promised, I will definitely bring the gift you gave me. By the way, this is the watch I designed for you. When you wear it, it will emit microcurrent to stimulate your body's potential and enhance your physical quality. It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but after wearing it for a long time, you won't feel anything. I'll send you the instructions for the robot dog and the Guardian watch on your cell phone. Just write them down and then just delete them. Whether it's a robot dog or a Super Guardian watch, it can be bound to its owner. The master has supreme command authority. Other people can also command the robot dog, but they need to be authorized by the owner to do so. And the authorization can be withdrawn at any time, which is very safe and convenient. As for the Super Guardian watch, it can only be used by one person. Others get it and can't manipulate it. Zhou Qier didn't expect this to be made so quickly, remembering Lin Hai's incomparably cool move yesterday when he used his super watch to defeat the spy. Zhou Qier was instantly interested. Take the manual and start studying it. It's a shock not to look into it. I didn't realize that the watch and the robot dog were so powerful and not a product of this era at all. It's hard to imagine what Lin Hai used to create it. If it could be used on a large scale, wouldn't China's military power become invincible? Lin Hai took out the simplified version of the super watch and distributed it to everyone. Explaining, he said, this is a simplified super watch, and the cost of mass production is predicted to be around $3 million. It can briefly boost the body's potential to enhance combat power and emit an electric shock function. Usually worn on the body, it can be used to transform the body. Once you wear it, it will give you your identities completely bound together through iris and collection of genetic tests. Only you can use it. No one else can manipulate it. Here's the instruction manual for you all to read. Lin Hai handed them the simple version of the manual along with it. Continuing, he said, this simplified version of the superwatch has a single defense ability and can only be used in the most urgent of times. The main effect is still the ability to stimulate potential and transform the body's qualities. You've made the sample so quickly. I'll bring it with me to try it out. The experts were very interested. In particular, Zhou Jinlong also wanted to know the functions of the Super Guardian watch. Putting the watch on feels crunchy and keeps putting a charge to stimulate the arm. At first it felt as if I was being shocked by weak electricity, but I quickly adapted to it. I can clearly feel that my spirit seems to be much better. Auditory and visual perception, all of which have been significantly improved. It really works. As I get older, I usually feel exhausted and can't get up the energy. Now it feels as if the whole world has become much brighter. It seems I'm not the only one who feels the same way. I thought it was an illusion, but since everyone says so, it must be working. Good stuff. Just the one function of being able to raise your spirits and increase your work efficiency is great. It's better to be able to be energized only when necessary. We can be substantially more efficient in our research and development. Not bad. Not bad. Everyone hurry up and bring them all. We have to hurry to produce such a good thing. Let the important army soldiers use it first as well. If it can improve their physical fitness to increase their combat power, it's worth spending even more money. Zhou Jinlong was pleasantly surprised by the results of using it. This has only been on for a short time and I can clearly feel the boost to my body. Of course, this is also largely due to the fact that they are older and their physical functions have declined drastically. It can be felt very keenly with a little recovery. Try not to take the watch off when you put it on. This metal material I use has antibacterial and anti-fouling properties. It's also very waterproof, so you can wear it directly in the water and wash it with no problem. Lin Hai said with a smile. I wouldn't take it off if I had something this good beating me to death. Yeah, I'd like to fight for a few more years in the workforce and contribute more to the country. I don't see any problem. This watch is really super effective. It's almost better than taking stimulants directly. Where are the drawings? We should build the production line as soon as possible. Mass production for the military. I've already manufactured the production drawings and process, so you guys study it, and if you don't understand it, you can ask me about it. Lin Hai took the USB flash drive out, handing it to Zhou Jinlong. Chapter 92, Submitting Super Watch Technology. Netizens in many countries hate the fact that pretty countries go around bombing other countries. Seeing the pretty country out of the accident are all giddy and celebrated enthusiastically. The netizens of the pretty country couldn't sit still and took to the internet to condemn it. Do you guys have any sympathy left? The plane has crashed. So many people have been killed and injured, and you're still celebrating. It's abominable. You can ignore it, but don't rub salt in people's wounds. With so many people dead, do you know how many families are heartbroken? Netizens didn't buy it at all and continued to mock. Yo, now you know it hurts. How many wars have you beautiful countries caused in the Middle East? And how many families' happy lives have been destroyed? Sorry. There will be no sympathy for you murderous executioners. This is what you get for all the bad things you've done. I wish this kind of thing happened more often. Lin Hai drove to the Weapons Research Institute. The factories around the home have been bought and are being torn down and rebuilt. Scaling up operations. Although Lin Hai's father didn't understand why he had to expand the site more than 10 times when business hadn't increased much, but Lin Hai directly transferred $1 billion to the company account. Lin Hai's father immediately withdrew his words of objection. Maisie to do business. So received a big order. Ah, that's great. It's really worthy of my son. We'll expand the plant by as much as you say. Seeing the scale of his factory expand, Lin Hai is very accomplished. Driving a sports car all the way around with a 100% turnaround rate. A lot of people are recognizing this as the new domestic sports car from Red Flag. The racy appearance and the roaring engine sound are mesmerizing. All had their cell phones out to take pictures. Arrive at the Weapons Institute soon. This time was different from the past. Lin Hai was followed by 2 robot dogs. The techs watching were amazed. Why are you starting to be interested in robot dogs? This robot dog moves quite nimbly. Did you design it yourself? Lin Hai smiled and said, make it to play with as a pet, and it can also help haul things. Once I heard it was a toy, I didn't care too much. After all, it's not a rare thing anymore. Zhou Kier was very interested and came over to watch curiously. It's so cute. Much better looking than the robot dogs on the market. Lin Hai smiled and said, one of these was made especially for you. From now on you'll wear it wherever you go. It'll keep you safe when it matters. Zhou Kier nodded her head seriously and promised, I will definitely bring the gift you gave me. By the way, this is the watch I designed for you. When you wear it, it will emit microcurrent to stimulate your body's potential and enhance your physical quality. It may be a little uncomfortable at first, but you won't feel it much after wearing it for a long time. I'll send you the instructions for the robot dog and the Guardian watch on your cell phone. Just write them down and then just delete them. Whether it's a robot dog or a Super Guardian watch, it can be bound to its owner. The master has supreme command authority. Other people can also command the robot dog, but they need to be authorized by the owner to do so. And the authorization can be withdrawn at any time, which is very safe and convenient. As for the Super Guardian watch, it can only be used by one person. Others get it and can't manipulate it. Zhou Kier didn't expect this to be made so quickly. Remembering Lin Hai's incomparably cool move yesterday, when he used his superwatch to defeat the spy. Zhou Qi was instantly interested. Take the manual and start studying it. It's a shock not to look into it. I didn't realize that the watch and the robot dog were so powerful and not at all a product of this era. It's hard to imagine what Lin Hai used to make it. If it could be used on a large scale, wouldn't China's military power become invincible? Lin Hai took out the simplified version of the superwatch and distributed it to everyone. Explaining, he said, "This is a simplified superwatch, and the cost of mass production is predicted to be around $3 million. It can briefly boost the body's potential to enhance combat power and emit an electric shock function. Usually worn on the body, it can be used to transform the body. Once you wear it, it will give you your identities completely bound together through iris and collection of genetic tests. Only you can use it. No one else can manipulate it. Here's the instruction manual for you all to read." Lin Hai handed them the simple version of the manual along with it. Continuing, he said, "This simplified version of the superwatch has a single defense ability and can only be used in the most urgent of times. The main effect is still the ability to stimulate potential and transform the body's qualities. You've made the sample so quickly. I'll bring it with me to try it out." The experts were very interested. In particular, Zhou Jinlong also wanted to know the functions of the Super Guardian watch. Putting the watch on feels crunchy and keeps putting a charge to stimulate the arm. At first it felt as if I was being shocked by weak electricity, but I quickly adapted to it. I can clearly feel that my spirit seems to be much better. Auditory and visual perception, all of which have been significantly improved. It really works. As I get older, I usually feel tired and can't get up the energy. Now it feels as if the whole world has become much brighter. It seems I'm not the only one who feels the same way. I thought it was an illusion, but since everyone says so, it must be working. Good stuff. Just the one function of being able to raise your spirits and increase your work efficiency is great. It's better to be able to be energized only when necessary. We can be substantially more efficient in our research and development. Not bad. Not bad. Everyone hurry up and bring them all. We have to hurry to produce such a good thing. Let the important army soldiers use it first as well. If it can improve their physical fitness to increase their combat power, it's worth spending even more money." Zhou Jinlong was pleasantly surprised by the results of using it. "This has only been on for a short time and I can clearly feel the boost to my body. Of course, this is also largely due to the fact that they are older and their physical functions have declined drastically. It can be felt very keenly with a little recovery. Try not to take the watch off when you put it on. This metal material I use has antibacterial and anti-fouling properties. It's also very waterproof, so you can wear it directly under water and wash it with no problem." Lin Hai said with a smile. "I wouldn't take it off if I had something this good beating me to death. Yeah, I'd like to fight for a few more years in the workforce and contribute more to the country. I don't see any problem. This watch is really super effective. It's almost better than taking stimulants directly. Where are the drawings? We should build the production line as soon as possible. Mass production for the military. I've already manufactured the production drawings and process, so you guys study it, and if you don't understand it, you can ask me about it." Lin Hai took the USB flash drive out, handing it to Zhou Jinlong. Chapter 93 Quantum Communications Technology. Hearing Lin Hai's words, not only did none of the students agree. Instead, they all looked at Lin Hai as if he were an idiot. "Do you have any common sense? How dare you talk about unmanned submarines? Submarines spend most of their time in deep water and often go on missions very far away. How do you fix the signaling communications alone? It's simply not practical to use unmanned control for all of them, even if it were possible to signal all the time. Once the enemy has deciphered the signal, they will know where our submarine is located. It would easily destroy our submarine. It's true that the concept of bionics has been around for a long time, but small submersibles can't carry too big a battery to swim too far. It's so whimsical, both technologically and in terms of materials, that it's not possible today." Facing the mockery of countless students, Zhou Qi was very helpless. Quietly, he tugged on Lin Hai's coat, telling him to keep a low profile. "Just say it briefly." As soon as they open their mouths, they are so shocking, so much like the technology of a science fiction movie, that the students simply can't take it in. Zhao Jinghe also felt that the idea proposed by Lin Hai was unrealistic. As a professor, though, he doesn't take lightly to discouraging his students' pie-in-the-sky ideas. Instead, students are often encouraged to be sure to think outside the box. Be bold in your conception of any technology. Just because it can't be done now doesn't mean that future technology can't do it. So it's still encouraging to say, the idea is good, but at the moment it doesn't look like it's going to be possible to break through these technologies anytime soon. One of them is that communication is so difficult, especially underwater where most signals are blocked. Without a signal to command, our submarine is naturally uncontrollable. There is even the possibility of self-destruction. Not only us, but Western countries have also studied in these areas. It's a beautiful imagination that simply can't be realized. Lin Hai is not convinced. This is because people are too conservative in their understanding of communication methods. There's a form of communication that's perfect for places where signals are isolated. Oh, tell me, what other communication methods are there that even I don't know about? Zhao Zhenghe asked suspiciously. Lin Hai's words aroused his keen interest. It doesn't matter if it's a real skill, or if it's a willful attempt to make a fool of yourself in front of the students. Zhao Zhenghe are willing to listen first to prevent misunderstanding. The students listening to the lecture, however, didn't want to spoil Lin Hai and whispered, laughing my ass off. This guy's been watching too many sci-fi movies, right? The mere suggestion of a so-called bionic submarine is extremely implausible, and I think it's just trying to make a name for itself. It can't be that you lost a bet, so I guess that's why you're saying that, right? Don't even look at what kind of occasion this is. Is Professor Zhao's class a place for jokes? If you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, I'll never let him go. Which class is he a student in? I'm going to complain to his counselor. What an ignoramus. Does he know what he's talking about? If we can research the technology to communicate in the deep sea, I think we can all win the Nobel Prize. If there really is that powerful technology, who cares about the Nobel Prize? You can just become a national academician. That's right. Such a powerful technology must be kept strictly confidential and must not be known to other countries. Facing the mockery of the students next to him, Lin Hai said nonchalantly, "Quantum communication technology. As long as this communication technology is used in a submarine, there is absolutely no need to worry about the signal being isolated. At the same time, this communication technology is so secretive that it cannot be cracked at the moment. Arguably the most secure communication technology. Not only can it be used in the military but later on in spaceflight and traveling to other planets, it's an essential communication technology." Che, I thought I wanted to talk about some awesome technology, but it turns out to be quantum communication technology. Who doesn't know about quantum communication, but it's just a concept, it's not a technology at all. It may not be realized even in another 100 years. Pretending to be in the wrong place is a pure waste of time. Such a student must be punished. The classroom is not the place for nonsense. This is the Defense Military Academy. Can you just joke around in class? Do you know how valuable Professor Zhao's time is? How hard it is to give us a class? Lin Hai did not even think of his own serious answer to the question. Kindly pointing out the direction of the research actually offended the public anger. Can understand them though. After all, the knowledge of the technology is far less than your own. Today there is no mastery of quantum communication technology. Not even the entrance to research has been mapped out yet. Just a beautiful concept. It's not unusual for students to not recognize their answers. What's more, they were worried about affecting Zhao Zhenghe's class time, and also to honor Professor Cho. Lin Hai naturally wouldn't take their accusations to heart. Zhao Zhenghe also did not get angry, still with a smile on his face, said, "The ideas you put forward are good, and the fact that they can't be realized now doesn't mean that they can't be realized in the future. But there's only so much hope to pin on your generation for breakthrough technology. I hope that you must study hard and strive to contribute to the country. Only when the country is strong will it not be bullied, and our citizens will be able to stand up straight anywhere. Also, this technology, if it really exists, should never be allowed to be broken through by other countries first. Once this technology is mastered, it means that science and technology and military technology will be improved by leaps and bounds. We will be at an extremely dangerous disadvantage on the battlefield. Well, next we move on to nuclear submarines." Lin Hai held up his hand, refusing to just end the conversation. "If you don't mention it now, wouldn't you be making it a fact that you answered the question purely for the sake of claptrap and making a fool of yourself in front of the public?" Zhao Zhenghe frowned, having already given this classmate a step down. "Why are you still grasping at straws? Classroom time is very valuable, and if we delay any longer, we won't be able to finish today's lesson. If this student doesn't have any important questions, let's listen to the lesson first. No, sensei, I've researched some formulas about quantum communication technology, and I think it's perfectly fine to realize quantum communication with the current conditions. Lin Hai said loudly. The country is making a big effort to build a navy, and submarines, especially nuclear submarines, are also a very important part of that. But the environment for soldiers in submarines is really bad. Often more than half a month is spent on missions in the dark, dim depths of the sea, even worse than prison. Especially when such a hostile environment also faces great dangers. In the event of an accident, it's basically a total loss. If we were to contribute quantum communication technology to enable unmanned nuclear submarines, naval soldiers no longer have to fight in dangerous environments, and the operational capabilities of submarines can be dramatically improved. Chapter 94. Could it be true? The students exploded at that. Who is this? Dare to be so arrogant. With you can research quantum communication. You wouldn't need to go to school if you were really that good. Just enter the National Academy of Science and Technology and be done with it. What a big mouth. I'd like to see what you're up to. It's here to make trouble, isn't it? The top foreign experts in quantum communication technology haven't even figured out the doorway yet. What guts? How dare you say such arrogant words? If you can't say anything useful, you must be dealt with severely. This student, you weren't kidding when you said you worked out the formula for quantum communication technology, were you? If you really can do that, you can come to the lecture and I'll just go to the lecture. Zhao Zhenghe flirted. He didn't believe Lin Hai's words in the slightest. Not looking down on Lin Hai, how many top scientists are working on it, never heard of a breakthrough. Lin Hai, can you really do it? Don't push yourself too hard. Why don't you apologize to Professor Zhao? He won't pursue it. Zhou Qi said carefully. Seeing that Lin Hai had already offended the public and was about to get off the stage. Zhou Qi was very worried about Lin Hai. It was supposed to be just to listen to the class. How did it get to this point? Lin Hai gave Zhou Qi a reassuring smile so that she didn't need to worry. It was only then that he said aloud, "Teacher, can I write the formula on the board so that the teacher can help me with mine? Is this guy crazy? Really doesn't see the coffin. Who does he think he is? How arrogant. At this point he still dares to play hard to get. Let's see what he can actually write." Disturbing the classroom is unforgivable and must be severely punished. Fine, you write out the formula. It's just as well that I want to see it. Zhao Zhenghe didn't directly reject Lin Hai's request. He had never seen such a confident expression on any student's face. Could it be that this student is really gifted? Can't he study a little doorway? Zhao Zhenghe suddenly wanted to see it too. If he is truly gifted, it will be a blessing for the country. Such talents must be focused on cultivation. If it's true that they were trying to make a spectacle of themselves and disrupt the class, as others have said, naturally they should be penalized as well. Lin Hai walked up to the podium with everyone watching. Grab a whiteboard marker and start writing. Various symbolic formulas are written that even many students have never seen before. All of them were confused. Originally, they had planned to wait for Lin Hai to write it out and expose him. I didn't realize that I couldn't read it at all. It is important to realize that those who can come to this large classroom are starting out as graduate students. The knowledge they have acquired is already quite profound. I can't believe I can't read it at all of a sudden they are not calm. What is this writing? Separate numbers and symbols I can understand, but together it's completely incomprehensible. Couldn't have been written haphazardly, could it? It's probably used to act like a bully, thinking that everyone can't read it and get away with it. Overthink it, we can't read it. Aren't there still Professor Cho's? I don't believe he can fool Professor Cho. That's right. If Professor Zhao can't even read it, it must have been written haphazardly. While the students were talking, Zhao Zhenghe's face changed drastically. The more you look at it, the more shocked you are. Although he didn't read it completely, he could see some of the way. Something to do with communications indeed. But then again, it's completely different from any existing communication method technology. Could this really be knowledge related to quantum communication? Zhao Zhenghe's heart thumped with excitement. The whole thing was getting more and more agitated. The more formulas he wrote, it was as if a whole new door had been opened to him. With years of research experience, Zhao Zhenghe endeavors to understand and absorb these formulas. It has been completely engrossing. Lin Hai quickly wrote half of the blackboard, flipped to the top and continued writing. The entire large classroom was originally filled with mockery, waiting to see the joke. But Lin Hai didn't seem to be bragging, as if he really did know a lot. What's worse is that none of them on the scene could read it. They can't say if these formulas are quantum communication related technology or not. It was only when Lin Hai changed the blackboard to write that Zhao Jinghe snapped out of it. While he wasn't entirely sure that these were really quantum communication technologies, they were indeed relevant formulas. These formulas he had also never seen, unheard of, and whether they could be useful would need to be verified by the relevant experts. But if these formulas are true, they're top state secrets. It must never be leaked. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Zhao Zhenghe immediately said loudly, "All of you. No one is allowed to record the formulas on the blackboard. All of you get out and stand outside and don't leave without my command. Put all of your cell phones in position and no outgoing calls. But anyone who doesn't do what's asked of them is immediately fired and investigated." Zhao Zhenghe shocked the entire room with these words. This kind of thing is only activated in the most urgent of times. Could it be that the formulas written by the students in front of us were actually true? Everyone was filled with shock and looked at each other in disbelief, feeling extremely unbelievable. But anyone who enters the National Defense University of Science and Technology is the equivalent of half a soldier. When they heard the order, they immediately put down their cell phones and walked out of the classroom in an orderly line. No one bothered to look at the board more than once the entire time. Zhao Zhenghe immediately made a phone call. The Defense Department should come to the 301 large classroom immediately. The more people the better. After saying that, he dialed another phone number. "Old Ma, you hurriedly put down the research on your hands to come here to the 301 large classroom. What is still experimenting? Hurry up. I'm telling you, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't come. Someone may have worked out the formula for quantum communication technology." "Who's kidding you? The formulas are right there on the board, and to be honest, I'm reading half of them. You're the expert on this, so hurry over and confirm it." Lin Hai was completely immersed in the formula at the moment, thanks to redeeming the quantum communication technology in the system. A steady stream of relevant knowledge is emerging. It's incredibly hard not to write it all out. Soon a group of soldiers outside rushed over and took control of the whole place. Zhao Zhenghe activated the highest security with the band, and everyone had to be rigorously investigated and dinged before they could leave. Zhou Qi was shocked and helpless, and a little bit in tears. How could I not have expected such a whole mess? With all the commotion, it must be that the formula Lin Hai had written really worked. And if he could break through the quantum communication technology, Lin Hai could definitely become a great national meritocracy. The country's information security technology will be far ahead of the rest of the world. Zhou Qi was both happy and a little worried at the moment. Her cell phone had to be turned in as well, and she couldn't even contact her grandfather to tell him what was happening over here. What a way to go about this. Chapter 95 Expert Confirmation. A few moments later, Madrun came trotting over in a windy manner. Although he has gone all gray, he is in unusually good spirits and is in robust health. Seeing the array of people in front of him, he truly believed that a student had written a formula for quantum communication technology. Walking quickly into the classroom, he asked loudly, "Where's the quantum formula?" "Void. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb him." Zhao Zhenghe pulled him to stand in front of the blackboard. Madrun's eyes snapped open. Isn't that what he's been dreaming of? He has been working in related fields since the time when the concept of quantum communication was introduced. Efforts were made to find patterns and attempts were made to work out the relevant calculations. But over the years, very little progress has been made. A perfect communication technology is right in front of you, but you can't use it to master it, so you can't say how hard it is. Quick! Give the manuscript paper. I want to hurry up and do some calculations. Madrun was trembling with excitement. Seeing these formulas already convinced a large part of him, he had to verify them based on his years of research. Zhao Zhenghe was prepared and handed over both paper and pen. Madrun began to do the math. Lin Hai finished writing on one blackboard and resumed writing on a new blackboard. It was as if everything outside had been all but forgotten. Madrun became more and more excited. That's right. This formula really works out. Gosh, what class is this student in? It's like a genius. The second formula validation is also fine. I didn't expect it's actually such a law. It's amazing. Quantum communication technology is really beyond our imagination. Old Ma, calm down. Don't get too excited. Be careful, your heart can't take it. Zhao Zhenghe watched from the side as his face turned red and his whole body trembled, and hurriedly persuaded him. It's already very old, and if you get too excited, it can really kill you. Lighten up. It's one of the greatest technologies ever devised by mankind. With this technology, we will lead the world in the field of communication for 100 years. It would be a Nobel Prize if the technology was published. Madran's voice was shaking as he spoke. After the reminder also realized what was happening to the body. Shivering, he said, "Old Zhao, you take out the quick-acting heart-saving pills in my left pocket. Hurry up. I'm really afraid I won't be able to hold on." Zhao Zhenghe was startled and hurriedly took out the medicine. Personally put it in his mouth and take it. Madrun is doing much better this way. A few deep breaths and the trembling lessened considerably. "I said, can you be more careful? You're so old and still so agitated when things go wrong." Zhao Zhenghe had a moment of fear and couldn't help but complain. "Ha ha ha, you're not an expert in this field after all. Not knowing what these formulas represent, if it were you, you'd be similar to me. I'd be willing to die even if I could see these formulas in this life. But you can't say that. It's the very formulas that make it all the more important for you to live well. Contribute to our quantum communication industry in China. You're right, with this information I won't die. I'm gonna have to do some research and straighten out the quantum communication device. By the way, what is this student's name? I want him to be my student. Just go straight to the PhD, you can cross over to the master's program." "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it as well." Zhao Zhenghe was also quite confused. It stands to reason that a student this good should be famous. As a professor, you will pay more attention to students who are capable of studying well. But there was no impression of Lin Hai at all, and it was very puzzling. "I'll just ask him when he's all done writing. I'm sure he won't say no when he becomes your student and goes straight to the doctorate." At this time, Zhou Jinlong was getting a little impatient waiting. "What's going on? One class doesn't take this long. Does it?" The assistant secretary was full of apologies. "Elder Zhou, wait a moment. I'll ask what's going on." Perhaps there was something else that delayed him. It's reasonable to say that Professor Cho wouldn't drag his class at will. "That's a pain in the ass." "No trouble," the assistant secretary said in a rush. Dialed a number and the whole thing froze. "What did you say? The classroom is on lockdown? What's happening? No? Confidential? What's going on here?" The assistant secretary hung up the phone in a daze. Apologetically, he said, "It seems like something big has happened over there in the classroom, and it's all been completely blocked off. And even the signal has been blocked, not allowing anyone in or out." Zhou Jinlong was extremely surprised. This is the National Defense University. What can go wrong? Could it be that something happened to Zhou Yongho? No, that can't be. If there's really a health problem, it should be sent to the hospital and wouldn't block off the classroom. Zhou Jinlong thought darkly in his heart. Suddenly I remembered that Lin Hai and my granddaughter were there too. If it's blocked, won't they all be unable to get out as well? Thinking about it, I hurriedly dialed the phone, and it showed that it could not be reached. "I'd better get over there. I'll go with you." The two of them headed to the classroom together, and just as they arrived on the floor, they saw a dense stand of students. Zhou Kur finally saw her grandfather come over. In a hurry, he shouted, "Grandpa, I'm here." As soon as they heard it was Zhou Jinlong, of course, the leaders of the security department immediately released him. Enthusiastically go up and say hello. "What brings you here, Elder Zhou?" "I came here to look for Professor Zhao, and I didn't expect such a big unexpected thing to happen. What the hell is going on here? And it's blocked off the entire floor." Zhou Jinlong was puzzled. "We were listening to the lecture fine, and somehow we got to talking about quantum communication technology. None of them believed what Lin Hai said, so Lin Hai wrote the formula on the blackboard and then let us all out. And keep what happened today in strictest confidence." Zhou Kur briefly explained the matter. Zhou Jinlong was pleasantly surprised. "Good guy. Only this kid Lin Hai can do it. Quantum communications technology is a top secret to any country, and it's normal to do that. Come on, let's go over there too." Zhou Jinlong doesn't care about this and wants to keep it strictly confidential from others. It's not necessary for him. Maybe in the future the production of quantum communication equipment will need to be carried out in the Research Institute of the Central Military Region. The security personnel naturally did not dare to stop Zhou Jinlong, especially knowing that Zhou Kur was his granddaughter. She was also immediately released. Together, they came to the classroom and saw that Lin Hai was still writing furiously on the blackboard. Zhao Zhenghe and Ma Dirun instead sat in the first row like students and watched attentively. The two men were red-faced and were recording something over and over. "I say, old Zhao and old Ma, what are you doing?" The two were very surprised to see Zhou Jinlong. "Old Zhou, why are you here too?" "Oh, why can't I come? I'm here specifically to find you and recommend a group of technicians for me." Good for you how you left the chief technical advisor of our weapons institute. I heard that I still need him to write some kind of quantum communication formula for you guys. Zhou Jinlong asked cheerfully. Chapter 96. Shocking all experts. What Lin Hai did today was too much for his face. It actually subdued the two great gods of the National Defense University of Science and Technology. They were invited to join the Arms Research Institute several times before. All were simply rejected, saying that it would be better to do research than to train more top talent for the country. Zhou Jinlong could be considered to have raised his eyebrows and recovered his face today. Deliberately, as soon as he opened his mouth, he raised his voice to the two men. What? This young man is from your military? Isn't he a student of the National Defense University of Science and Technology? Zhao Jinghe was surprised. Look at that, you're shameless. Can your National Defense University of Science and Technology produce such excellent students? I'm afraid even you yourselves haven't researched quantum communication technology so thoroughly. Zhou Jinlong skimmed his lips and said, Grandpas, Lin Hai is a classmate of mine who also moonlights as the Weaponry Research Institute's General Technical Advisor. Zhou Qir said in a playful voice. The two men stared in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful talent was actually one of Zhou Jinlong's people. Especially Ma Dirun mood is very lost. This time the students cannot be collected. You guys be honest, how much longer before I can take someone away? Zhou Jinlong couldn't be happier in his heart. And the two men's cluelessness made him burst with vanity. I don't know, at this rate I'm afraid I'm gonna have to write all about quantum communication technology. Gotta wait until he's done writing, never stop. It would be a great loss to the country if any details were forgotten. I don't know how much labor and money it will take to make up the technology. Zhao Jinghe said with a straight face. We are also in the process of putting each formula through its paces and have not found any errors so far. With these formulas, our country will soon be able to master quantum communication technology. Old Zhou, you're also someone who knows about technology. You should know what this means to the country and the military, right? Zhou Jinlong said with an incomparably cautious face. Of course I know. It means that our communications are absolutely safe and our weapons will never be interfered with. That's major strategic importance. Remotely operated drones, in particular, are going to be big killers on the battlefield. It was even possible to create a large number of combat robots and place them on the frontline battlefields. Our soldiers can minimize casualties massively by maneuvering at a distance. You're right, in the future wars we will have powerful killing weapons at our disposal. Even if our weapons technology is not as advanced as the pretty countries, we have a strong production capacity. A steady stream of remotely controlled weapons can be dropped. Consumption alone can wear the West down. Mad Run said cheerfully. What's more, Lin Hai also proposed unmanned nuclear submarines as well as bionic submarine weapons. At first I thought it was whimsical that we wouldn't have access to these technologies for at least a couple decades. I didn't think this kid would dare to hand-rub quantum communication technology in his face. It really shocked me. Zhao Jinghe couldn't help but get excited as soon as he said it. Zhou Jinlong's eyes glowed. An unmanned nuclear submarine? That's really a good proposal. It will allow submariners to never have to be crammed into a small confined space again. And it's also safer. And what's more, there's no need to think about living space for soldiers to move around. Our nuclear submarines can carry more weapons and their combat capability will increase dramatically. It's perfectly capable of being made into a small dive bomb just like a small drone. Small in size and not easy to spot. In large numbers, they can form a protective net. Any enemy underwater detection equipment lurking in will be able to detect it quickly. Well said. If we can realize this technology, the sea will definitely be firmly controlled by our Huaxia. The more the three men talked, the more excited they became. There is a lot of hope for the future development of the country's navy. The students outside were rigorously interrogated to find out how much of the formula they had seen, and they were told not to divulge even one conformity, one number to the public. And definitely don't tell anyone about anything that happened in class today. It's all top state secrets. Leaking a little is punishable as treason. In fact, it is impossible for students to memorize such complex formulas at once, so a while almost all have been forgotten. Only a few took notes as they went along, but the notebooks were all put away as well. As for previous class notes, you can only get a classmate to copy them. After interrogating them and documenting everything, that's when they were given back their cell phones and could leave. There was a lot of commotion about something so big happening. After all, it's very rare for a school to send out a large security detail to cordon off an entire floor. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Quite a few other students had gathered downstairs, puzzled. Is something wrong? What's the big deal? Could it be catching spies? I can't think of anything other than catching spies that would alarm all the security services. It doesn't feel quite like that. If you catch a spy, just grab the person and quickly to alert them. It's been so long. There's no way we haven't caught it yet. I did hear a legend once about a teacher who was discussing a problem with a student, suddenly inspired to work on a new technology that would increase the speed of missiles by a large margin. It was such a sight at the time that even the entire school building was completely blocked off. There are so many missile technologists coming. It took over a week of research before the alert was lifted. Is it going to be that much of a stretch? Couldn't we go somewhere else, such as a laboratory, to study it? What do you know? Sometimes technological breakthroughs are just sudden inspirations. The slightest interruption and it's all forgotten, never to be thought of again. So all distractions must be removed. Envious to death, if your guess is true, this student can just bail out of doctoral studies. That's what happened last time, and I was accepted on the spot by my advisor for my master's degree and PhD back to back. Who was so lucky? Envious quin purple hard. Don't take wild guesses. The students who came out have been put under a gag order. Your prying is stealing classified state information. Break it all up. That makes sense. Hurry up and withdraw. It's good to have a new technological breakthrough. Let's not pry. Sooner or later it will be revealed. It could be a year or 2 or years. Being able to speak about it as a contemporaneous student will put a face on it later. Several more top professors were seen rushing over, further validating the students' suspicions. And a school-wide gag order immediately followed. Nothing that happened today is to be divulged or discussed further. The onlookers left to disperse, all acting as if they knew nothing. With more experts in related fields on board, a scientific research team was quickly formed. Use this information to develop quantum communication devices. More than 2 hours passed before Lin Hai finally filled all the blackboards. Exhaled deeply. The arms were a little numb from holding them up for so long. Okay, here are all the formulas for quantum communication, so check them out, all of you. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Where are the people? Where did they all go? Lin Hai looked at the empty classroom. Not a single student left, and was dumbfounded. Chapter 97. The technicians want it all. Okay, your kid is doing great things without a word. Come to a class to get quantum communication technology out of the way. What else don't you know? Zhou Jinlong deliberately pretended to be angry and said, I was just mentioning the future direction of submarines. But none of them believed it. Then I'll just have to prove it with facts. Lin Hai said aggressively. Then you can talk about this in the institute. Such a big credit to the National Defense University. This research program will be theirs from now on. Zhou Jinlong huffed. He has been competing with several experts and professors at the school to see who has developed more technology. As a result, his own people let the other side pick up the slack. Ha, old Zhou, don't be angry. Count me as taking advantage of the situation today and treating you to dinner. Say whatever you want to eat, and the wine must be mutai. What else is there to eat so you can study such an important subject? But the public signature of the research project must be Lin Hai. Zhou Jinlong wasn't really angry. It's still going to be about the big picture when it counts. Okay. Then when we are free, we experts will treat together to say thank you. By the way, aren't you looking for me this time? What's the matter? Finally getting down to business, Zhang Jinlong said with a straight face. The institute has recently embarked on some new projects, and there is a serious lack of technicians. How many soon-to-be graduating electronics and mechanical majors do you have here? As long as it's qualified, we want it all. Zhao Zhenghe was shocked at his words. The employment situation is getting tougher and tougher now, and even good schools are worried about bad jobs. After all, top schools have to save face, and you can't just think about employment, you have to have a good organization. The Military Weapons Institute couldn't be a better place to get a job for the National Defense Technology University. A lot of effort goes into competing for places every year. It's too much to say all of them. Really? Can we use so many people? Of course. Do I have to joke with you? As many as you want, even 1,000 is fine. Ooh, that's a double whammy today. The employment director is going to be so happy now. Why don't you guys work on that, and I'll go make arrangements for the employment test. Zhao Zhenghe is not an expert in quantum communications, and there's no point in leaving the research behind. It's better to get down to business first. In addition, even if Zhou Jinlong didn't say anything, He knew that asking for so many people must be for a very important research project. Not a moment to lose. Pull the list of all the masters and PhDs that will be graduating, along with the need for their usual test scores. Even the delayed graduates took advantage of the situation. And continue to learn the hammer and study while you get to the unit. Zhou Jinlong just took a look and waved his hand. Take them all. There are no bad students who can get into the National University of Defense Technology. Some students are delayed in graduating not because of poor performance. Some may not have completed their research projects. Zhou Jinlong was not worried at all. He would just cultivate it later. All of them, are you guys really that short of people? I heard that we're going to build a new type of naval battleship. It's not like we're going to use so many research and development personnel. You're not from the military district. You can't tell me the details. These programs have to be kept secret. Come on, let's pretend I didn't ask. But if the announcement of the quantum communication breakthrough is made, this year's enrollment results of the National University of Defense Technology NUDT are estimated to be able to mention again. If you need more people for our D in the future, we can apply to the higher-ups for expansion. Right, hurry up with the expansion, undergraduate master's degree and doctorate, all of which are in great demand. Zhou Jinlong didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Hell knows how many new technologies Lin Hai can develop in the future. Building production lines for manufacturing requires a large number of scientific and technical personnel. And even if Lin Hai gave all the ready-made technology, if you want to produce it, you need to analyze the technology and eat through it. There will be a huge talent gap at the Weapons Institute in the future. Understood. Proceed with the expansion immediately. Zhou Jinlong finished his explanation and took Lin Hai and Zhou Qir back. On the way, he seriously asked, Lin Hai, there are no outsiders here. Tell me if quantum communication technology is really feasible? How long will it take to get this communication technology into military use? Those formulas I wrote are already at the core of all quantum communication technology. As long as you can eat through it, it's only 2 or 3 months if you're fast, and you'll be able to make a prototype of a quantum communication device. It won't affect our weapons development progress. And when the equipment is produced, all weapons can be replaced. There are no barriers to use. In the future, we will be able to use our fighter jets, drone warships, submarines, and even missiles. No more worrying about getting electronically disturbed. Lin Hai replied. Then you hurry up and develop small bionic submersibles. We want to mass produce them. We've been recovering the Diaoyu Islands, and the little old country has become more and more restless, regularly entering our sea range in warships to provoke. Reconnaissance planes broke in every other day to reconnoiter. We can't let them be so arrogant. Dare to invade our territorial waters and airspace. Just send J-50 fighters to shoot them down directly. Lin Hai was very upset. His little life really owed him a beating. Our country has already taken a big advantage, and going to war would be very unfavorable to us. The most important thing now is to stabilize and enhance the sense of belonging of the people of the Diaoyu Islands. If we ever go to war, the whole of hope will be behind the little day country consuming with us. The inhabitants of the Diaoyu Islands, once caught in the crossfire of war, would consider it worse to have been recovered. This gives the West something to write about. We will still be in a crisis of division again. Zhou Jinlong explained. I see. Grandpa Zhou say what we should do now? Zhou Jinlong was very satisfied with Lin Hai's performance. He was not in a hurry when it came to things and had a calm character. Didn't you say in Professor Cho's class that in the future the Navy was going to develop a replica submersible, or even make it a self-destructing model? I'm thinking of secretly blowing up the Little Day's warship if I can make a sample soon. They naturally can't accuse us without evidence. Make sense? I'll rush off to research it as soon as possible and make it sooner. Got to make the little life pay. Lin Hai was immediately interested, and as long as he could strike a small day, he was immediately excited. Don't we have electronic scout ships that can interfere? Wouldn't it be enough to trap their battleships? Zhou Qir asked in disbelief. The enemy is not that stupid. Dare to send out warships naturally prepared. Not only was the anti-jamming equipment upgraded, but all weapons controls were converted to manual priority mode. We can now jam the other side's radar systems, but we can no longer control their warship weapons. What's more, operating offshore doesn't require much in the way of satellites, and there's no fear of losing your bearings at sea. Zhou Jinlong explained. So that's how it is. It seems like it's not an easy task to defeat Little Day and the West. Ha ha ha, that's not true. We can't just start a war in China. We have to focus on development. When all of our new warships are launched, we can naturally deter the small days from making any more rash moves. Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. Chapter 98. A Little Life of Hubris. I also agree that our country is in a phase of rapid development and it is not appropriate to go to war now. If you give another 2 years to prepare, the Navy, Air Force, and Land Forces will get enough development, and the weapons will be renewed at the end of the time. It's the best time to shine. At that point, if any other country dares to go against us, there will only be death. Lin Hai said in a cold voice. The small days were too arrogant, and after eating a dumb loss, naturally they didn't dare to act rashly again. Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. But didn't they say before that signals couldn't be transmitted at the deep sea? Zhou Qir was still puzzled. Who says we have to have bionic submarines operating at depth? Lin Hai explained. It's only necessary to swim within 20 meters, and it's perfectly fine to swim even near the horizontal plane. Knowing in advance the direction of travel of the Little Day's warships, the bionic submarine is dropped in advance. All parts of this submarine are explosives except for the control equipment and the power system. Catch up with the enemy adsorbed to the bottom of the ship and detonate when they are far from our waters. So that's it, that's a good solution indeed. Also, it would be better to be in a position where the enemy warships are storing fuel so that the bombing is more effective. Zhou Jinlong spoke with a cold aura emanating from his eyes. It's no problem. As long as we can know the location of the stored fuel, we can manipulate the precise adsorption. Lin Hai said. Then let's hurry, we can't let them be so arrogant. These days the Little Days get more and more cocky. With the support of the pretty country, take the lead in helping their warships complete their anti-jamming equipment upgrades. Confidence swells more and more. Started blatantly claiming that Huaxia had seized their Jiaoyu Islands, clamoring to get them back by force. Warships have been sent into the territorial waters of the Jiaoyu Islands several times. In the beginning, it was just close to provoke. Seeing that the Chinese Navy did not react, too much boldness is getting bigger and bigger, beginning to enter the territorial waters of China. At the same time, the Western media began to give them a boost of publicity. Huaxia used force to force the small day country to cede the Jiaoyu Islands area, which is forced by force and cannot be counted. Huaxia should surrender the Jiaoyu Islands and return them to the little old country. Support the little old country to take back the Jiaoyu Islands by force. Much of the media drives people abroad started to publicize the issue of belonging to the Jiaoyu Islands and portrayed Huaxia as the aggressor. Chinese netizens immediately disliked the past. For countries came to the joint military exercise and failed to provoke, and fled in disgrace. And it was unanimously agreed to return our Jiaoyu Islands. You signed a contract and didn't honor it. You don't keep your promises. It seems the only way to get them to keep their word is by force. Oh, let's just beat the crap out of the Three Kingdoms fleet with one ship. If you want to pick a fight with me, just let me have it. This time out, you can bring the small days into the picture. That's right, small time, don't think you have a pretty country behind you. Feel free to put your horse to the test. Little day for master to die. Dare to move martial arts, try to see. New hatred and old hatred together. The small-time webmaster was not happy to think that it would work again. Huaxia, don't be complacent. Isn't it just electronic jamming? We suffered a loss before because we just weren't prepared. Now that the anti-jamming equipment has been upgraded, your electronic scout ships are completely useless. Our little country of days has the #1 navy in Asia, and we can defeat you even in a single fight. I'll give you a final warning. Withdraw from the Jiaoyu Islands immediately or be recovered by force. Humph, who's afraid of anyone? Bringing along pretty country is no match for us. Don't you dare try to use force. Our Yamato warships have entered the waters of the Jiaoyu Islands several times. Where are yours? To this day, I'm afraid to go out. Huh? I think Huaxia is weak-minded, right? Netizens from other countries also began to pay attention to the conflict between Little Day and Huaxia. There was a lot of hot air. The Little Days are back to provoking Huaxia. That's funny. Hurry up and fight. Let's see who's better. What else is there to say? In a single fight, it's definitely Huaxia that's the best. But Little Day is in alliance with the pretty country. And if there's really a war, the pretty country definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Huaxia against the small days is actually fighting against the whole West. Last time, it was clear that pretty country and Little Day failed to provoke. I didn't expect it to be disowned so quickly. That's why you should never trust the West, much less the small days. They never keep their promises. Heartbreaking for Huaxia. So many countries around are hooligans. There is no way to negotiate. The major military regions are very irritated by the provocation of the small days. The little day warships are provoking again, so you have to send warships to fight back. Why don't we take the electronic scout ship over there and teach them a lesson first? Since they dared to send out their warships, they naturally have a way to deal with it, and the electronic reconnaissance ship jamming effect is far less effective than before. Without the certainty of victory, you can't just send out your warships to meet the battle. Can't you see that every time a warship from a small-time country comes to provoke, the airplanes at the military bases of pretty countries are ready to take off? In the event of firing, I'm afraid the pretty country will enter the war immediately. The stick country will surely take advantage of the situation as well. The san at the back is also stupid, we will be attacked from the back. The war is not afraid, but how can the economy grow in this way? Zhou Guohua is holding a military conference. Seeing Zhou Jinlong's few people return. After briefly describing the situation today, he said, "Chief of the General Staff, what do you think is the best way to respond?" Zhou Jinlong waved his hand and said, "Dismiss all of them, leaving only the Navy above military rank." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on here? In the past, when a military conference was held to lay out military combat tasks, the minimum division-level cadres of the Navy, Army, and Air Force had to stay behind for a meeting to discuss the situation. Sometimes even regimental officers are meant to stay. This time there was actually no negotiation, and the Army Air Force actually stayed out of it. Don't we even have to discuss and just make a decision? If it's really a war, at least the Air Force has to be involved. The crowd was puzzled, but since Zhou Zhenlong had already given the order, they could only obey. Looking at the remaining admirals, Zhou Zhenlong said, "Lin Hai and I have already finalized the combat method. This time it's to give notice. Also report our battle plan and ask for approval from our superiors." Would it be a violation of procedure to decide on a battle plan without going through the military? Zhou Guohua was surprised. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Listen to me first, our approach teaches both the Lesser Days Kingdom, and it won't leave any hidden dangers. Guaranteed possible. Tell me, what's the plan? It's like this. Lin Hai proposed to develop a bionic mini-submersible. Small unmanned submarines carrying explosives disguised as fish in the sea. When the enemy comes back to provoke, blow up the enemy warships. When the time comes, say it's a defect in their battleships and it has nothing to do with us. As long as the little days can't find evidence, there's nothing we can do about it. The solution is indeed a good one, but the little day is just too arrogant, provoking our side continuously. The people can't wait for the strong demand for a counterattack. When will the new weapon be developed? Will it be in time? Zhou Guohua asked. Chapter 99, The Provocation of a Small Day. It's not really very technical. I've made related dive toys before and many of the parts are common. Plus it's a one-time thing as long as it's up to snuff. I have fully mastered the core technology and will make 5 for you tomorrow. Of course, I can only make the submersible, you guys just prepare the explosives. Lin Hai said. High explosives are so easy to fix, it's not even a problem. Just go ahead and do it. And I'll have him credit your card for the funds needed. If these devices could bomb 5 enemy ships, they could indeed hit the small-time Navy hard. Zhou Guohua thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. How about $1 million for an unmanned submersible? Lin Hai asked. No problem. $1 million to blow up an enemy warship is simply not too cost-effective. Zhou Jinlong simply agreed. After explaining the details, Lin Hai went home and started processing the diving equipment. It may seem simple, but it actually contains a very high level of technology. The first thing that must be included is a nuclear power cell to ensure that it has sufficient range. It also has to have excellent stealth. It won't be detected by the other side's radar. There's plenty of room for explosives, excellent control and speed of swimming underwater. One of these requirements is missing, but that was nothing to Lin Hai. Technology system exchange production technology, consume 100 technology points. Then turn on the worldwide purchasing function, and the total purchase cost overhead is $200,000. After purchasing the material, it is given to the super platform for processing. After Lin Hai confirmed the processing time, it could be processed in one night. Took another look at the sales platform and there were no new customers submitting orders. That's before you go to bed and rest. The Central Military Region submits combat missions to its superiors. The first chief read it and praised it. This is a good approach. I didn't realize that the Central Military Region's research and development capabilities were actually so strong. Targeted weapons can be developed against the enemy with great speed. What else is there to say when there is such a good response? All departments be prepared to cooperate. With the affirmative support of the higher-ups, the military acted immediately. Even withdrew all the ships around the Diaoyu Islands, all of them back to the harbor. By the next day, the warships of the small day country were once again on the move. 5 main battleships and 10 auxiliary battleships were deployed at once. The sound was extremely loud, and it rushed straight toward the territorial waters of the Diaoyu Islands. There are also a lot of media reporters filming and transmitting to the internet. It immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens. The little day country is so bold that it really dares to invade the territorial waters of Huaxia. Now that the pressure is on the Chinese side, how the hell will they respond? Send a warship to intercept it, or leave it alone? If Huaxia does not make countermeasures, it will make the small day country even more arrogant. Maybe they really dare to move and seize the fishing islands by force. The small-time nationals were thrilled and became more and more arrogant. See? This is the main fleet of our little country of days, unrivaled in Asia. In possession of defenses, Huaxia's electronic reconnaissance ships can play no role. Last time we let Huaxia take advantage of us, we won't suffer the same loss twice. We have to retake the Diaoyu Islands. Where are our electronic reconnaissance ships? Hurry up and send them out. The warships of the little day country have arrived in our territorial waters. Why is there no response at all? It really pisses me off. Last time there was a secret weapon to give the enemy a kick in the pants. Send out the electronic scout ship to use it again. The little day countries have been harassing our territorial waters several times. It's perfectly fine to send in troops to deter them. We must keep our Diaoyu Islands safe, or more countries will look down on us. That's right, if you can't give the enemy a strong retaliation for their provocations, it will only make them more arrogant. The navy of the land of small days got the better of it. Because they were assured by an expert from the pretty country that the upgraded ships would no longer be electronically jammed. Huaxia's killer app will be completely useless. It makes them incredibly bloated. Plus, the pretty country has troops in their garrison ready to go to war at any time. As long as Huaxia dares to use force, they will also immediately join the war. And it was the entire Western Alliance that promised to support the little day. As long as we can stall Huaxia, we can keep depleting Huaxia's strength. And the small day countries can get a steady stream of weapons support. With such a huge advantage, little day even had the urge to go to war directly with Huaxia. But their top brass aren't stupid and have been testing the strength of Huaxia. A surprise attack to seize the entire Diaoyu Islands would only be launched if there was sufficient certainty. This time, a large number of warships were deployed to test the bottom line of Huaxia as well as its naval strength. If Huaxia doesn't have the courage to go to full-scale war, they have no more scruples. Wouldn't hesitate to launch a surprise attack. The coastline of the islands can be clearly seen by entering the open sea of the Diaoyu Islands. The navy that lived a small life stood on deck and watched. Huaxia actually didn't even send out a single ship. It seems like they are very afraid of starting a conflict with us. It has long been known that the naval power of China is very weak. If they could really outwit us, they would have taken the Diaoyu Islands by force long ago. Losing control of the Diaoyu Islands is all the fault of pretty country. If they hadn't been unprepared in advance, they wouldn't have been able to get control of the warships by Huaxia. The pretty country has been the world's hegemon for too long, and it's not like any country dares to confront them. They are so backward in this realization. We're just using the pretty country right now. If we knew the true strength of Huaxia, we could launch an all-out attack on Huaxia. If we can capture the entire territory of China, then we will be the most powerful nation in the world. At that point, pretty country will no longer be a match for us. Yanxi, someday our little country of days will be able to realize the co-prosperity of Greater East Asia, with enough strength and territory to defeat all the Western countries as well. The whole world can be in the hands of our little country of days. One by one, the navies of the land of small days dreamed beautiful dreams. Sailed a warship around the Diaoyu Islands at a very close distance. Without any stopping them, they laughed and took off. Such a practice is a great insult and provocation to China. The netizens were all furious with anger. What the hell is our navy doing? If we don't return fire on the little day, they're going to attack for real next time, I'm afraid. The most annoying thing is to strongly condemn the enemy after the fact, and the enemy's provocation should be returned in the face. Look at you all. You are getting hot-headed again. We have to trust the decision of the state to make the best option program. Definitely not going to watch the little day country stay arrogant. Chapter 100, do it. Kill the main ship. I really can't understand why we haven't fought back after provoking us so much. Is there any other means of confrontation? All of our warships are not present, and it is impossible to rely on them against the small day countries. Also, our 815 electronic reconnaissance ship is on a mission in the South China Sea region. It's impossible to get here in a short time. I can't really imagine what else there is to do against the warships of the small-time countries. Everyone calm down, the small day country has the support of the pretty country. Their navy is very strong. If we really go to war with them hard, we won't be able to take any advantage. Not to mention that there are other countries looking around. They also have pretty country behind them. This is a time when we must try to avoid war and not fall for the enemy's tricks. Let's preserve the fruits of victory first, and deploy more missiles and heavy artillery weapons on the islands. The little day country must not be allowed to have its way and take the island away by force. Maybe our country is just waiting for the small-time country to launch an attack on the island. After all, it's our army that's strong. The smaller day countries had a somewhat stronger navy. As long as they dare to land on the island, they can be taught a hard lesson. That makes sense. Maybe it really is possible. Fighting the enemy by preserving the island at minimal cost is our optimal choice at this time. Although your analysis makes perfect sense, I still can't swallow this. The little day country is just too arrogant. I wish I could teach them a hard lesson. Have faith in the wisdom of our leaders, since we can take back the Jiaoyu Islands without bloodshed. It would never be easy to lose. I couldn't stand the humiliation and should have given them a violent return blow from the beginning. Let the little days feel fearful of our Huaxia and dare not provoke us again. Foreign netizens were also very shocked and incredulous at China's reaction. Is it true that China is helpless against the navies of the little old days? It just watched them flaunt away after provoking them? Last time, I thought that China had become powerful when it repelled the pretty country's triple alliance. I didn't expect to react like this in the face of their provocation. It's so disappointing. Huaxia has always been like this. It will not fight back unless it is bullied beyond endurance. As a big country, this is not good at all. It will make many small countries mistakenly think that they can bully Huaxia. China has never lost a battle since the founding of the country, so don't think that China is easy to bully. Any country that dares to provoke China will eventually pay an unbearable price. We in the PDA believe in the strength of Huaxia, and the small-time country can't bounce back for long. Waiting for Huaxia to really strike will surely make them suffer a heavy blow. Our Scion nation also supports Huaxia, which is absolutely invincible. The internet has been in an uproar, with most of the netizens scoffing at the official Chinese response. The previous shock from the electronic reconnaissance ship has made other netizens feel that the deterrent effect has been lost. The reason why the small day country dares to come to provoke? Surely it has found a way to counteract electronic jamming. Even the commander of the army of the pretty country stationed in the country of the little days. Both have been keeping an eye on the Jiaoyu Islands. They even sent out reconnaissance planes to see what was happening on the scene. Of course, their goal is to find evidence that China started it. Then international condemnation of China for being the first to use military force, which would give them a reason to deal with China. However, they saw that Huaxia had already returned to the harbor even with its fishing boats, obviously making every effort to avoid a conflict with the small day country. They've never done a troop surge since China recovered the Jiaoyu Islands. It shows that Huaxia wants to go cold turkey and doesn't want to irritate the smaller day countries. Even when the navy of a small day country is so provocative, Huaxia tries its best to avoid war and doesn't want to start a dispute at all. It also shows that the Chinese military is not confident in its own strength. Maybe we can find an opportunity for the little day country to attack and take back the Jiaoyu Islands in one fell swoop. We, the pretty country, took the opportunity to intervene, uniting the navies of all the allied nations to stand in the way, leaving Huaxia with no way to launch a counterattack. In this way, the Jiaoyu Islands are still in the hands of the small-time country. As long as there are territorial disputes, Huaxia and the small day countries can never befriend each other. The small day country can only rely on us to fight against Huaxia as well. The commander is right, this is a very subtle approach indeed. Huaxia was played by the commander and could only engage in mutual attrition. Get me in touch with the first item of the little day country. I want to negotiate with him. Hurry up and study the option of a strong attack on the Jiaoyu Islands. Can't let these two countries calm down. Yes. I'll contact the other side right away. As they were talking, the warships of the small time country had already moved away from the territorial waters of the Diaoyu Islands. In order to demonstrate to Huaxia, even the return flights are formed into combat formations, arrogantly. Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua, as well as the top generals of the Central Military Region, were all watching the big screen in the command room at the moment. You can see the details of the warships of the small day country. The voyage should be about done here. The navy of the little day country has been getting its way for so long. It's time to recognize the truth. Zhou Jinlong said faintly. Zhou Guohua gave the order with an expressionless face. Activate the self-detonation device and blow up the main battleship of Little Day. Yes. The soldier in charge of the controls immediately pressed the detonation button. Boom, boom, boom. The warships of the smaller day state which were sailing suddenly exploded. The warship was engulfed by a fire snake, and the soldiers on it had no time to escape, sinking rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soldiers from other warships from the small day country were still gleefully celebrating the success of their provocation. Since the warships were already relatively close together, the airwaves from the huge explosion caused the other warships to sway violently. Many of the soldiers of the Little Day who had been having a good time on deck were lifted into the sea. The entire fleet was in a panic. Can't figure out what's going on. The captain reacted after 10 seconds or so, bellowing, "Attack! Move to battle stations immediately. Baka Yalu, how dare you attack our Little Day country fleet? Find them and finish them off." The surviving navy quickly moved into combat. But their radar, no matter how much they checked, found no sign of the enemy. Even the use of ultrasound on the seabed did not reveal the presence of a submarine. This left the navy of the small day country in a state of confusion. The only 5 main battleships were all sunk, and they lost at least more than half of their naval power. The warships that survived were far less combat capable, either too small in displacement or too old. All of the navy of the small day country, which had been so happy, was silent. Simply can't walk away from a blow. Chapter 101. Don't try to falsely accuse Huaxia. The bottom line is that their warships were sunk, and they don't even know what kind of hit they took or who launched the attack. But for a small day in a place like this, whenever an attack is suffered, it is surely Huaxia who strikes. They immediately contacted the Department of Defense in the small days. Emergency, emergency, we're under attack by the Wachovia. All 5 main battleships, including the Yamato, were sunk. Request for backup. Request for backup. The top leaders of the small day country were taken aback when they received the news. They had been monitoring Huaxia with all their might, so it was reasonable that they could not have been unaware of Huaxia launching an attack. What kind of attack did you suffer? Was it a missile or a torpedo? A question that confused the captain, because they didn't know exactly what had hit them. Only a few loud bangs could be heard as the 5 battleships were engulfed in flames and sank to the bottom of the sea. They didn't even have a moment to react. I don't know. We didn't see anything clearly. Neither ultrasound nor radar picked up any sign of Chinese warships or submarines. This is terrible. It could be that Huaxia has developed a brand new weapon. Baka Yalu. The Secretary of Defense was furious with anger. Not only were they keeping an eye on all of China's armies all the time, but even the military bases of the pretty countries stationed in their countries were also keeping an eye on China all the time. There was no detection of any action by China to launch an attack, not even the conditions for launching an attack. If you want to accuse Huaxia, you have to have evidence. The officers who were there, surprisingly, said they didn't know anything about it. How could he not be angry? If Huaxia was really that strong, they could take out their warships silently. Wouldn't that make Huaxia more powerful than pretty country? What's the point of having a fight with Huaxia? Just surrender directly to China. Such a Chinese military force is definitely number 1 in the world. But who else could it be if it wasn't China that sank our warships in a sneak attack? The only other country besides China that has the ability to do so is the Manhwa Kingdom. But the Manhwa Kingdom won't get involved at all. The captain commander of the surviving warship was also very aggrieved by the scolding. We can't say that our warship automatically exploded and sank, can we? A statement that made the defense minister of the country of the Little Day's history's heart skip a beat. Self-doubt is starting to set in as well. If China didn't attack, could it really be their own problem? Is there something fatally wrong with their main warships? Keep in mind that the main battleships are newly built and use state-of-the-art technology. Having just been in the service for a few years, the training would have been relatively short. Is it possible that there are hidden dangers in warships that have not yet been discovered? This provocation of the Chinese 5 warships sank together. If it is under attack, it is impossible not to know it all. Take down the coordinates and return to full speed immediately. This matter must be investigated. The news simply can't be muffled. After all, there are a lot of reporters who are also watching this side of things. If you can't get on a warship, take another boat and shoot from a distance, or you can remote control a drone and go for a closer shot. Because the land of small days is so confident, it simply won't expel journalists and self-promoters who are filming. This is a big loss. News of the ship exploding and catching fire was the first to reach the internet and immediately shocked the world. You can't even cover it if you want to. My God! What's this about the warships of the Little Days land? Why did it suddenly explode? Such a fate is purely deserved. Who made them too bad to keep messing with Huaxia? This is their retribution. Could it be that Huaxia used a secret weapon to destroy the warships of the small day country? This is too powerful. Didn't even see how it was attacked. I said, are you out of your mind? So many directions are being filmed. If there is an attack, surely you can be the first to notice. Did you see any missiles or torpedoes coming? Don't falsely accuse Huaxia. Okay? If Huaxia didn't do it, the quality of the warships of the small day country is too poor. Still underway, it exploded and sank of its own accord. Ha ha ha. It's what they deserve. It was so much fun. It was a great day. The small-time country's warships exploded on their own, so it's only fair to celebrate. Called all my friends tonight, got to have a few more drinks. Don't falsely blame Huaxia when something like this happens. Everyone's eyes are open. The whole world was watching their warships, which were not attacked at all. I'm a warship enthusiast, and from the video it looks like the first explosion was in the fuel tank area. There should have been a malfunction in the place where their warships stored their fuel tanks that set off the battleships. Plus, with all the weapons on the battleship, an explosion of fuel could easily set off the weapons. All 5 main battleships exploded. It's definitely the quality of the small day battleships that didn't work. Don't try to go and wrongfully discredit Huaxia. Holy! All of China's warships have all stayed out of port to avoid the conflict. Even their fishing boats are docked in the harbor and not allowed out. If this is then blamed on Huaxia, it's too unconscionable, isn't it? You also underestimate the moral underpinnings of the West and the small day countries. They will never admit that it was their mistake, and will definitely try to do everything they can to blame it on Huaxia. The commanders and high-ranking officials of the major military regions who watched the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. Before that, they were full of indignation and had repeatedly asked for a war to go to the Diaoyu Islands to expel the navy of the Little Day country. Even going so far as to go to war with the Little Days Kingdom, I didn't expect to see the main warships of the Little Days Kingdom already all sunk before they could even make a move. All of them all in shocked disbelief. It stands to reason that the quality of warships produced by the small-time countries could not have been so poor. But the facts were right in front of us, and theirs did suddenly explode. Plus, all the military districts have received orders not to send out warships to attack the small day countries. And never think it was the Chinese military that did it. Besides, it's simply impossible to defeat the warships of a small day country without deploying submarines and warships. This has left the top generals of all the major military districts very puzzled. Could it be that the quality of the warships of the country of the lesser days is so poor? It's only been in service for a year or two, and it exploded automatically within a few voyages. Anyway, I don't think it was a submarine that did it, and the electronics in the land of lesser days aren't bad. There's a torpedo attack that can certainly be detected without any reaction to the destruction of 5 warships in a row. That's true if we really have such a powerful weapon in Huaxia. The pretty country wouldn't dare to come to our territorial waters and be arrogant. Haha, no matter what, this is good news. Doesn't the Little Day country believe in the God of Heaven? Maybe they thought this was them being punished by the God of Heaven for doing too many bad things. That's right, the automatic sinking of the warships of the Lesser Days Kingdom is indeed good news for us. At least their remaining naval forces don't dare to continue provoking us. Huaxia. Chapter 102 Dismissal of Responsibility. Upon hearing these news, the small-time nationals feel that the sky has fallen. They have always looked down on the Bangkoks and the 3 kingdoms, both claiming to be the #1 navy in the Asia-Pacific region. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that their most powerful new main battleship, which had just recently been commissioned, would automatically explode and sink. It would have been better if it had taken a hit. At the very least, we would have known what weapon destroyed it. Later on, more advanced defense weapons can be targeted and developed against it. If it's a missile weapon used by China, they can still ask for support from the pretty country to sell them stronger warships. But it had sunk without seeing any attack at all. It can only mean that their warships are of such poor quality that they are having problems of their own. The whole world is staring. Shame on you. All countries already know the unreliable quality of warships from the small-time countries. It will automatically explode before it's official. A major battleship like this one serves a navy of at least 1,000 men. 5 warships exploded and sank at the same time without a single person escaping. Wouldn't that mean that they had lost at least 5,000 of their elite navy? After all, the soldiers who could be selected to be on the latest battleships were surely the best of the best. This accident with the warship hit the small days pretty hard. At least their naval power is not as strong as advertised. Accountability must be pursued, and everything from the design department to the construction plant must be investigated. Wasn't it a deliberate attempt to leave a hidden danger for the warships? Maybe the warship explosion was a spy sent by China to deliberately sabotage us. How is this possible? Our warship technology is absolutely top-notch in the world. It's definitely something that Huaxia used to destroy our warships. Huaxia's behavior was unusual. We were so provocative, and yet they withdrew all their warships and fishing boats. It's like they already knew something was going to happen to our warship. It must have been Huaxia's secret hand that blew up our warship. This matter must be put in the hands of Huaxia, and we request the pretty country to send its navy quickly to protect our safety. Also, the UN should step in and condemn the Chinese attack, compensate us for all damages, and return the Jiaoyu Islands. It makes sense to me that the more Wachovia tries to take itself off the hook, the more it shows that something is wrong. Seeing the small days of netizens collectively breaking their defenses, Huaxia's netizens were simply happier than New Year's Eve. It's true that it's still our Chinese leaders who have the foresight to know that once something goes wrong, they'll be blackmailed by the little day. We didn't even send out a single fishing boat, and you're trying to falsely accuse us of this. Little days are shameless. I wish it was our navy that had stepped in and wiped them out. That's true, always holding back makes it feel just too stifling. A direct and dry strike to wipe out the small days will also deter some other restless small countries. It would be great if we, Huaxia, could really take out the warships of the small day country silently. Unfortunately, it's simply a figment of our fond imagination, and there shouldn't be any weapons that can do that at the moment. Either way, it's a good day and must be celebrated. Netizens around the world watched in disbelief. The strength of the little day country doesn't seem to be as impressive as the rumors on the internet. It's funny, they used to laugh at the fact that the planes of the ASS always crashed. Seems like the little old country didn't build a lot of warships. Ha ha ha. Their strength should all be bragged about. There isn't much danger at all. Aside from the land of small days, it's the land of pretty that's the most pissed off. It took a lot of effort to get the little days to have the courage to go head-to-head against HWA. I didn't realize that after only a few days of fooling around, even the main fleet had already been completely scrapped. The little days are so unbearable. All of them are crap. Was it a bad decision for us to support the small days and the stick countries to hold back Huaxia? Such a stupid country is no match for Huaxia when it comes to actually doing things, except for its tough talk. We can't admit our defeat no matter what, or it's just too humiliating. Make sure to put all the blame on Huaxia. It seems that this is the only way to go. At least we in pretty country can't fight against Huaxia ourselves. A little day country can still be useful. The commander of the pretty country garrison negotiated with the little country of days. Mobilizing the media and some experts began to find all kinds of reasons to target Huaxia on the side. It's a secret weapon developed in China, a ship that uses submarines to attack. What Huaxia has done is really too much. The navy of the small day country is merely using the right of free navigation. Instead, Huaxia destroyed the warship of a small-time country, which is strongly condemned and for which Huaxia must be held accountable. The navy of the small day country suffered at least more than 5,000 casualties, and this is too much for China to do. Huaxia is just too dangerous to start a war in the Asia-Pacific region. We pretty countries can't just sit back and do nothing. We must sanction Huaxia. We can't let them be so arrogant. A spokesman for Wachovia was the first to refute the news. The accusations made by pretty countries and certain Western countries and small day countries against our Huaxia are baseless. None of our submarines were in those waters when the Little Days Kingdom warship sank. And all the submarines are in the dockyard for overhaul and have not been out at all. May I ask how I can sink the warships of the Little Days Kingdom? Our warships and even fishing boats are in the harbor and never go out. Please, those Western countries and small day countries have to respect the fact that the quality of their own warships is too poor and don't put the blame on other countries. If you don't improve on it, there is a chance that the same thing will happen to warships built in the future. Also based on the main battleship technology released by the lesser days nation, the pretty nation state-of-the-art ultrasonic reconnaissance system is used. If a torpedo or submarine is approaching, you can be the first to be able to detect it. How can you do that when all 5 ships have been sunk and your navy hasn't reacted? May I ask, a navy as strong as the pretty countries, can you do this? To prove even more convincing, submarines and warships were also filmed, either undergoing overhaul or docked in the harbor. There isn't a single warship or submarine out there on a mission. The evidence laid out by the Chinese spokesman shut the pretty countries and the small day countries up completely. All of their smears are speculation with no evidence whatsoever. Wachovia laid out the most convincing evidence to prove who was really lying. The last reason stated at the same time made the pretty countries military furious but unable to say anything, because they simply couldn't destroy the other side's warships without realizing it either. If they had this technology, they would have destroyed all the warships of all the hostile countries and become the sole naval hegemony. Chapter 103, Dog Eat Dog Again. Huaxia came up with strong evidence, once again making netizens all over the world completely abuzz. The shameless face of the West and the small days is so disgusting to the core. The quality of their own warships is so poor that they are actually falsely blaming Huaxia. Fortunately, China did the right thing. Not only did they not send any warships forward to confront them, even the submarines are all under overhaul. Otherwise, it's really hard to tell. Western countries led by pretty countries are originally rogue countries, so how can you reason with them? The only way that works is to use force to defeat them completely. I support Huaxia this time. Huaxia, as a big country, never takes the initiative to attack its enemies. Instead, like the little days and the stick countries are not very strong. Because of the support of the pretty country, it dares to show its teeth to Huaxia. Sooner or later, they'll all be taught a lesson. It's really soothing to see such a result. The little days country didn't trouble other countries much, and this is God's retribution for them. May God destroy the country of the pretty and the country of the small days, so that there will be peace throughout the world. The leaders of the 3 countries of the Arakanese state were infuriated. It was waiting for the small day country to go to war with China and hold back most of the Chinese army. Then they launch an attack from the rear to snatch Area 96 back. Even the army is ready to go, but unfortunately the little Japanese country is not up to the task. Before Huaxia even made a move, their warships were already ruined. Seeing this situation, San doesn't dare to go to war with China alone. Even the most arrogant of mouths have a sense of self-awareness. Every time they confront China, they can't get any advantage. If they pissed off Huaxia alone, they might even wipe out their country. But the anger in his heart still had to be vented. Even their officials are mocking the small days online. Small days navy but too garbage. Want to fight against Huaxia, still have to be our AS navy. The warships of the small-time countries would explode on their own without being hit. It seems that the previous bragging about how strong it was nothing more than that. The strongest naval power in Asia is still our A3, bar none. The little country of the past is angry as hell. It's okay to be taunted by other countries, but the District of San also dares to taunt them. It's really a strange shame. Little Daily News immediately launched a counterattack, with both sides cursing each other. All the armies of the 3 kingdoms are circuses, and they have the nerve to compare themselves to our little country of days. Dare you bring your warships over for a proper fight? It won't take more than an hour to wipe out all of A's navy. Netizens from other countries are watching the fun and even arching their fires. Your 2 countries are just half-assed. One warship sinks of its own accord. The other has missiles flying around and airplanes crashing every other day. There is a word in China called crouching dragon, and phoenix, which used to be a positive term, has now become a derogatory term. I think that's a really good word to describe San and the land of small days. To be honest, if it really comes to war, I think the little day country is still stronger. The AC is okay at being funny. They're really not very good at fighting. How dare you look down on us, the 3 kingdoms? You will definitely not be spared. The top leaders of the central military region saw the online mess. The land of small days has simply become the laughingstock of the world. One by one, they could no longer hold back, and all of them were overjoyed. Zhou Guohua said with a serious look on his face, "Be happy in the command room, but once you go out of this door you absolutely can't mention half a word again. Understood? As long as we don't publicize the news, The small day country will definitely think that their warships are not of good quality. The weapons Lin Hai researched are really powerful. I think they should be mass-produced, especially arranged in offshore areas. The only threat to us now from the small day country is the submarine. I'm worried they'll send a submarine to sneak up on our warships. Retaliation against us. An officer spoke up. That makes sense. This is something that has to be guarded against. Not only the small-time countries but also the pretty countries often sneak in to reconnoiter in our coastal waters. Never let them get away with it. Recent events have been very coincidental. The tanks of the Three Kingdoms were destroyed for no apparent reason, and now it's the turn of the warships of the lesser days. It fools everyone else but not the top intel guys. They're sure to pick up on the clues and find out what's wrong. The land of small days was originally known for its rigor, and their industry was very well developed. The 5 warships that were developed and scrapped together will surely be suspicious. Zhou Jinlong said with a cold snort. It's just so that they suspect and can't find any evidence, so that we can have respect for our wasia. There's a saying that the more unknown a weapon is, the more shocking it is. Besides, the spot picked for the explosion was exactly where the water was deepest. Trying to salvage the wreck for investigation with today's technology is very difficult. Even if they were to salvage the sunken warship at all costs, I'm afraid it would cost a lot. It's simply not possible to do it in a short time, and I'm afraid it would cost many times more than building a warship. Makes sense as long as we are given enough time to wait until our brand new warships are built. At least dealing with the little life became much easier. The electromagnetic cannon warship coupled with the nuclear power system is definitely the most advanced warship in the world. Zhou Guohua was filled with powerful confidence. The technology Lin Hai provided was so advanced that it was an eye-opener for him, the commander-in-chief of the military region. Yes, having solved the threat of the small days, next we go all out to build new types of warships as well as the Dragon-scale I-tanks. The J-50 fighter has also begun to go into production for another year or two. Even I find it unimaginable how far our Huaxia's military power can grow. Zhou Jinlong was incomparably emotional. Yes, Lin Hai is truly a genius. Lin Hai is out on a date with Zhou Qir. Sneezed violently several times. Who is this talking about me behind my back? I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Chukul reached out and pointed to the news that was broadcasting the sinking of a warship in the land of lesser days. Covering her mouth, she snickered and said quietly, "Needless to say, it must be Grandpa and Dad who are praising you. You're so awesome for taking care of the little day country so easily. You see so many people watching this news. It's all happy as can be. Hee. It's about time for these little day countries to settle down a bit. Who let them be so rampant that they dared to mess with our Huaxia?" Lin Hai laughed heartily. Taking care of the main navy of the Little Days Kingdom by himself, the navy of the Little Days Kingdom could not be revitalized for at least a couple of years. Yeah, what a relief. Let's celebrate today too, Zhou Qir said happily. Chapter 104, Arrogant Rich Kid. Yes, it's time to celebrate. Just tell me what you want to eat. Lin Hai was also in a good mood today, and all requests were fulfilled. Let's go eat hot pot then. It's been a long time since I've eaten hot pot, Zhou Qir suggested. Okay, let's go eat hot pot then. Lin Hai immediately agreed. The two were strolling around with 2 robot dogs behind them. The turnaround rate on the road is literally 100%. Though it's not uncommon to see shopping robotic dogs in big cities. But now the robot dog products made by the technology company are really too rough, and they are very different from this one of Lin Hai. The tech dog Lin Hai made was a design drawing given by the system, and it was very technological. And with great flexibility of movement, the program runs more to the owner's liking. The commands given are executed accurately. The cute techie look alone kills all tech dog products on the market. Wow, those 2 robot dogs are really too good looking. Which company made that product? I would also like to purchase a robot dog like this. Take a picture of it and check it out online. These 2 robot dogs shouldn't be cheap. Did Rough Grain come out with another new product? I do think it looks like a product of Long Wei. The other companies are using foreign code. If it's reasonably priced indeed you can buy one, it feels quite interesting. Listening to the murmurs of the people around her, Zhou Qir's vanity was greatly satisfied. Because this was Lin Hai's gift to her, not only did it look good, but it also had a lot of features. The bottom line is that the robot dog can also keep her safe. Zhou Qir happily held Lin Hai's arm in an incredibly happy mood. Suddenly they were stopped in their tracks. A rich young man covered in designer labels with a multi-million-dollar watch on his wrist. All over, it looked super rich. There was also an arm around an alluringly dressed beauty, dressed very coolly. But the face is so heavily made up that you can't even look at it closely. Lin Hai frowned and didn't follow the other party for a while. Pulling Zhokir, he intended to go around. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to discuss with you. The rich second-generation face was full of triumph. Nostrils were almost tilted up to the sky, not even looking at people. What do I have to discuss with you? Lin Hai nonchalantly said in a cold voice. It was only then that the second generation of the rich man realized that Zhokir was surprisingly so pretty, and his two eyes stared straight at her. I don't know what bad ideas are going through my head. Zhokir hated this kind of person the most. It was extremely disgusting. Hey, pretty girl, you're so pretty. How about going with my brother? I definitely won't treat you badly. Brother Lu, what are you doing? How do you have me still looking for other women? The enchanting woman beside her was immediately displeased and looked at Zhokir with hostile eyes. Get the hell out of here. This kind of trash really affects the mood of shopping. Zhokir didn't even bother to look at him and nonchalantly scolded back. Lin Hai didn't have any good feelings towards such a person, but also did not want to hit people in public, pulling Zhokir ready to leave. With a holler, for more people blocked in front of them, surrounding Lin Hai and Zhokir. The rich second generation was full of condescension. My girlfriend can see your robot dog. Make a price. I'm too lazy to get another one. This robot dog is specially customized and not for sale. Besides, you don't deserve it. Lin Hai disliked it unceremoniously. Hee hee. It seems like you don't know the strength of this young master. Who doesn't know who this young master is in the imperial capital? Seeing as you're wearing a couple $100 worth of cheap stuff, this robot dog isn't worth much. Tell you what, I'll give you $100,000 to sell it to me. That's enough money to buy several robot dogs. Lu Xiao with him waste what words, buy his things is to give him face, see his poor look, but also pretend to have a backbone. Such a pauper can't even come into contact with a high-level person like Lu Xiao. It's not unusual to not recognize them. The gangster henchman next to him made a point of kissing his ass. It's close to doing an open robbery. Richie was so comfortable being patted on the back that he was so proud, he almost had his nostrils pointed at the sky. Do you hear me? It's your life's fortune to have Xiao Lu personally buy your stuff. Spend more money on random outings than you'll ever earn in your lives. The heavily made-up woman had a smug look on her face as she taunted to her face. Lin Hai, you really do understand why you were pulled out. It turned out to be the woman of the second-generation rich man who had taken a fancy to his robot dog and even wanted to buy it by force directly. Simply almost laughed at the exasperation. Even if you're rich, you can't be so arrogant. And the vision is so poor that for $100,000 you want to buy a robot dog of your own design. With the technological content of the robot dog, it may not be possible to develop it even at a cost of $100 billion. Not only arrogant but also quite ignorant. Kagome, you say it's strange now. What kind of psychopaths are being released? If you're mentally ill, you should go to the hospital. How come there isn't even a caretaker? Casually running around on the streets. Lin Hai said with a playful smile on his face. Zhokir's reaction speed was also extremely fast, immediately knowing that Lin Hai was flirting with the other party. He also nodded seriously. That's right. Maybe his family is too poor to afford a hospital. It's such a shame that both are mentally unbalanced. The heavily made-up woman was pissed off to death, practically like a shrew. Who are you calling a psychopath? Daring to talk about Lu Xiao like that, you simply don't want to live, right? The rich second generation obviously didn't expect that someone would give him such a lack of face, and his face became gloomy. Don't give your face. I bought your robot dog to give you face. Lin Hai continued to ask Zhokir. These two psychopaths seem to be about to hit someone. Can't we just defend ourselves? Zhokir replied seriously. Although mentally ill people are not criminally liable for hitting others, but we are also capable of self-defense when we are wronged. Then I'm relieved. Lin Hai pretended to let out a deep sigh of relief. The contempt of the two men completely angered the rich kid. The face became incredibly distorted. The key was to make him lose face in front of a woman and lose face completely. Not completely out of his mind, though. I'll give you one last chance to sell the robot dog to me for $300,000. The extra money is enough to earn you years of paychecks. Really unseen turd one. $300,000 also want to buy my machine dog. This amount of money can't even buy a piece of paint. Lin Hai said in a cold voice. Don't be too greedy. Giving you $1 million is enough. I'm telling you I'm just rich. But I'm not just to be extorted. I advise you to take it as it comes. Take the money and get the hell out of here. The heavily made-up woman's eyes reddened when she heard about the $1 million. Honey, this robot dog is worth $1 million somewhere. Might as well give me the money and I'll go buy a new one. Chapter 105. Zhou Kuer shows her skills. That's no good. No one can refute my face. I have to buy these 2 robot dogs today. No one can persuade me. The rich kid's stubbornness also came up, and he had to get his face back. I said you are a rustic and uneducated, but you still don't believe me. Do you know the real price of this robot dog? Forget about $1 million. You can't even afford the screws on a robot dog. If you can shell out $10 billion, I'll consider selling it to you at a discount. Lin Hai looked at the other party with contempt. The rich second generation was immediately furious. TMD, how dare you amuse my old man? I think you are really tired of living. The bodyguards behind them are all gangsters. All of them looked like they were ready to try. He was used to being arrogant after the rich second generation, and he also wanted to perform in front of the rich second generation and give them more money in the future. What's the point of wasting words with him? Let me teach him a lesson so I can ask for a good price. It seems to me that this thing is not worth $20,000 or $30,000 at most. Why don't you go grab it for $1 million? Okay, over to you guys. Teach this guy a lesson. Just don't kill him. Richie agreed instantly. The concentrated and colorful woman looked at Lin Hai and Zhou Kuer with a face full of hatred. She was especially jealous that Zhou Kuer was pretty and had attracted Lu Xiao's attention. From the beginning, Lu Xiao's eyes never moved from Zhou Kuer. Shouting loudly, he said, "Teach them a hard lesson. And don't let that woman go either." Zhou Kuer was very angry and said loudly, "No one can do anything. Let me clean them up." With the Super Guardian watch given by Lin Hai, Zhou Kuer had recently felt her physical strength increase drastically. And he even sparred with Lin Hai on how to fight using the Super Guardian watch when he had the time. Finally, I found a chance to actually fight for real. Not only was Zhou Kuer not scared, but she became somewhat excited. This was meant for the neighborhood security personnel. Prevent them from bothering to do it themselves. Be careful. Don't ever get hurt. Lin Hai admonished, taking 2 steps back to make room. Lin Hai was also very confident in Zhou Kuer's improvement over this period of time. It's still okay to deal with a few hoodlums. Richie, however, found it inexplicable that just 2 people don't even make a move. Make it look like there are bodyguards around. But when he saw that Zhou Kuer was actually going to make a move, he was immediately spermatic. And thinking about taking advantage of the situation. Immediately shouted, "Wait guys, don't fall for such a pretty girl. I'll just deal with it out of my hand." Saying this without any good intentions at all, he reached out and grabbed towards Zhou Kuer. Zhou Kuer snorted coldly as the other party's movements were as slow as a snail's, grabbing his wrists and twisting them as hard as he could. He followed up with a kick to the other man's ass. Zhou Kuer's power had increased substantially after she had stimulated her potential. It actually kicked the rich kid out 2 or 3 meters and knocked his mouth to the ground. Knocked out several incisors due to the hard tile floor. A mouth full of blood ran down the floor. Lie down on the ground and whimper. This, give me a hard time on her. Knocked out several incisors and his speech became slurred. The heavily made-up woman saw that the Golden Master was injured and thought it was her chance to perform. Like a shrew, she pounced on Zhou Kuer, her mouth still shouting loudly, "Dare to harm Lu Xiao? I won't be able to spare you today." Zhou Kuer was full of contempt and slammed a roundhouse kick. Kicked the heavily made-up woman right out of the room. A few gangster bodyguards finally saw that Zhou Kuer's hands were not ordinary, especially since their Gold Master was so badly beaten that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his job. It didn't matter if Zhou Kuer was a woman or not. A swarm of people rushed up. Zhou Kuer's figure was incredibly flexible, weaving through the crowd like a butterfly. The other guy couldn't even grab the corner of his shirt. Zhou Kuer struck out extremely fast, crackling and blinking as she knocked the 4 punks to the ground. Especially since Zhou Kuer had come out to shop today and specifically wore high heels. Simply a sharp weapon. There were a lot of people gathered around to see what was going on. Seeing that Zhou Kuer looked beautiful and had such a good body, the onlookers were simply dumbfounded. A fierce cheer erupted and there were loud shouts of approval. "That's a really handsome body." One person knocked down several hooligans. "Bastard rich kid really deserves to be beaten. Thinking that he has a few stinking dollars and just bullies people. Finally, he has been taught a lesson. Beating these people up so badly, they won't be arrested by the police. Someone had actually started to worry for Zhou Qiu. Don't be ridiculous. All of us onlookers can help testify. These are the ones who started the trouble, and they started it. This beautiful woman was only acting in self-defense. How could she have been arrested? That's right. Can't watch such a pretty beauty suffer. Isn't this one who was beaten up young Liu? He's a very famous playboy in the imperial capital. Change girlfriends around a lot. Wild as hell. I recognized it too, what a scumbag. I've heard that he's wrecked a lot of good girls, and in the end, he relied on threats to drop money to set things right. It's outrageous that people like this can't even be cleaned up easily by the law. That's why it's absolutely unacceptable to watch a beautiful woman being retaliated against by someone like that. We all helped testify that it was proper self-defense. Zhou Qiu was also very touched in her heart when she heard the voices of the surrounding discussion. There really are more good people in this world. Although Zhou Qiu didn't care about the retaliation of the rich second generation, if she really dared to do so, she was definitely seeking death herself. But Chukul still expressed her gratitude to the people around her. Thank you everyone. Such a scum can't be spoiled. And if he dares to bully others, he has to be taught a hard lesson. Good point. Good people shouldn't be afraid of these bad people. You guys get out of here. A guy like that takes a loss and might call for more beaters. Likewise, there are those who are very worried that such rich and powerful people are very bad to be messed with. Richie had risen from the ground, and when he saw that his men had been knocked down, his entire body froze. He had never been the one to bully others. He had never suffered such a big loss. Not to mention the fact that after being beaten up and having several teeth knocked out, even if they were implanted with dentures, they certainly wouldn't be as good as the originals. And there were so many people to see it, the shame was simply enormous. It nearly blew his lungs out. Dare to hit me, you guys are dead. If you have the guts, don't go. See if I don't kill you today, he said, pulling out his phone and dialing it to call more people over. Lin Hai refused with a smile at the kind words of the people next to him. It's a curse to keep guys like that around. It's a good time to take this opportunity to settle this once and for all. The bigger things got, the better, and he and Zhou Qiu had the entire military region behind them. Even if the other party is rich, they're just ants. Fine. I'd like to see how much more capable you are, and what kind of people you can find to deal with me, just let me have it. Lin Hai said in a cold voice. The people who were protecting Zhou Qiu in the neighborhood had quietly approached over. Chapter 106. The police can't arrest you even if they come. The people protecting Lin Hai and Zhou Qiu were not only the special forces of the army but also the security personnel of the National Security Department. The orders they received, as long as someone threatened the safety of Lin Hai and Zhou Qiu, have the authority to shoot each other down directly. No matter what the status of the other person is, they are treated equally. The transformation of Lin Hai's body potential had almost reached 100%, and his bodily functions had been greatly improved. It's amazing how you can feel the actions of security personnel. I was surprised a million times myself. The men were very slight in their movements and footsteps, not suited and wearing sunglasses like in the movie. They were very ordinary looking and dressed like ordinary people. However, Lin Hai was able to feel from their breathing that it was very different from ordinary people breathing long and strong. It was possible to sense that these people were quite strong physically. Lin Hai was pleasantly surprised at his superb perception ability, which was another level higher than before. If the Super Guardian Watch was allowed to continue to stimulate its potential, there was no telling how far the body could be elevated. Knowing that there was someone around to protect him, Lin Hai was even more relieved. Zhou Qiu was excited as she easily defeated several people. Hugging Lin Hai's arm, she jumped and jumped happily. How was my performance just now? Doesn't that have to count as a master? Lin Hai smiled and praised. Nice job. Hands off. Totally gets full marks. It's still good that you taught me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to strike. Zhou Qiu was overjoyed to receive Lin Hai's approval. A few moments later, dozens of people arrived in great numbers. When you see the rich kids one by one, you call out to Brother Liu. Richie had an instant boost. Pointing at Lin Hai, he screamed, "Teach him a hard lesson for me." A group of people rushed towards Lin Hai and Zhou Qiu without saying a word. The special forces who were protecting them from the side quickly stepped in, reaching out with crisp, clean hands and knocking all of them to the ground in a matter of moments. The onlookers watched in disbelief, couldn't figure out who these people were and why they were suddenly striking. Each one was strong and powerful, but they looked like nothing more than ordinary people. How come they all came out to help without saying hello? Well done. The road is a good place to teach these punks a lesson. Some people reacted, their blood boiling with excitement, clapping their hands. That's right, if everyone worked together, these little rascals and gangsters wouldn't dare to oppress ordinary people. Some people were even so overexcited that they wanted to rush forward and kick it twice. Richie was once again dumbfounded. So many people were brought in and all of them were beaten down. And there's no telling what the identity of the person who took the shot was. What's going on today? Why is it all weird? Injuring so many people, calling the police to arrest them all. Leave it to the police and see what they do. The heavily made-up woman screamed again. No sooner had the words been spoken than the commotion that occurred attracted the police. Someone called the police and said there was a fight going on here. Where are the fighters? The second generation of the rich man saw the leader's eyes glistening, and he was immediately wicked. They're the ones who moved and injured all my friends. Hurry up and arrest them. The leading captain was obviously very familiar with the rich kid. It was very surprising to see him covered in blood. Isn't this Mr. Liu? How did he get beaten up like this? Don't worry. As long as we're around, none of the beaters will escape. After saying that, he asked his men to come over and handcuff Lin Hai. They must not be spared. Punish them seriously, the heavily made-up woman shouted. Lin Hai, of course, refused to be caught with his hands, directly slapping away the other party's hand and said in a cold voice, "You didn't even understand the situation before you came to arrest people. That's not very appropriate, is it? The matter is perfectly clear. You have broken the law by injuring someone, and the police have the right to arrest you. Who said we broke the law? It was clearly these people who started the fight. We were acting in self-defense," Zhou Qi said loudly, to actually be questioned to his face. The police captain's face was very ugly. On the spot, he angrily rebuked, "Is it self-defense to the police station? Take everyone away." The onlookers were very angry and could not accept such enforcement. Anyone can tell that this police captain has a great relationship with the rich kid. It is clearly unfair to deal with it in this way, letting the hoodlums go, but arresting the victims and even handcuffing them, obviously as criminals. The onlookers just couldn't look away. There have been accusations of unfair law enforcement. Those of us who were present can testify that it was this rich young man who tried to forcefully buy people's things, and he had to beat them up when they didn't want to sell. These were the men he had called in to fight. How can they catch the good guys when they're the murderers? Can't you convince people with this kind of enforcement? If you can't do it fairly, we're going to complain about you. That's right, why arrest the good guys and favor the bad guys? We want exposure. Zhou Qi was just too cute, especially since her kung fu was still so good, and she had gained a large number of fans in a short period of time. Seeing that they were going to be taken to the police station, everyone was outraged. Even the police captain didn't expect such a huge reaction from the crowd of onlookers. It wouldn't do him half as much good if it did come to light that he was deliberately taking sides and making a big deal out of it. Hastily changing his words, he said, "Please feel free to rest assured that our law enforcement is absolutely fair and impartial. After all, when you injure someone, you must bring them back for investigation. If you don't have to take responsibility, you will naturally let people go. We don't believe any of that. Why handcuff the victim when it's been said that the other guy started it? Those people are all injured, so naturally they don't have to worry about escaping. And all of them will all be taken away, don't worry about that. Please do not interfere with our law enforcement." The police captain wanted to solve the problem as quickly as possible and told his men to quickly handcuff Lin Hai and Zhou Qi. The protecting state security officers were incredibly angry at the situation. They certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Lin Hai and Zhou Qi be taken away. Walked forward and stopped the police officer. Brightening his work card, he looked at the other party and said in a deep voice, "You have no right to take away these two people. They haven't done anything illegal either. Just deal with the others. What do you do? How dare you interfere with police law enforcement?" A small police officer didn't even notice the ID. He just saw that the other person was wearing very ordinary clothes. Thought it was someone who wanted a fight. Had even pulled out the handcuffs to cuff the man as well. But the police captain was taken aback. He recognized it as a National Security Department ID. What is the identity of the man in front of you that all the national security officers are protecting? This is a kick in the teeth. Instantly a cold sweat covered his forehead and he shivered a little as he spoke. Since he was very close to the rich kid, law enforcement was clearly biased. If this matter goes to the public, he will not be able to do his job as a captain, and it is not certain that he will even have to take off his uniform. It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone is treated equally. Since their status is special, of course they don't have to go to the police station to ask anyone. Take all the others and punish them as you should, but you'll be notified of the investigation afterwards. To be a police officer and enforce the law like this is a disgrace to the law enforcement community. The police captain's face paled at the words. Even the National Security Department is involved, so they're not going to be able to get to the bottom of him. Such a person needs to be disposed of quickly, or else he will harm more people. Zhou Kur huffed. Luckily, I have a special status and someone to protect me. What if it had been someone else? Wouldn't the good guys suffer from the obvious favoritism to the bad guys? Don't worry. Since we've met such a person, we definitely won't let him go, the captain of the National Security Department said softly. After taking care of things, their people quickly left the scene. What they had to do was not only to protect Lin Hai and Zhou Qir, but also try to be as unobtrusive as possible. The rich kid and the woman beside him were completely confused. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? We're the victims. We're good friends. Why are we arresting our own? Shut the up. Don't think you're victims if you get beat up. It depends on what you've done. The others were acting in self-defense, and they're going to arrest you all the same. The police captain simply hated the rich kid and couldn't even keep his position in order to help him. I wish I could punch him to death. Furious, he took all of them and imprisoned them for severe interrogation. Hopefully, he'll be able to take the credit for his crimes and at least keep his status as a police officer. Chapter 107: A Small Day's Despicable Scheme. Lin Hai and Zhou Qir gathered themselves and found a nice hot pot restaurant. Not only do you get to eat fondue here, you also get to watch TV, and it's full of news about the sinking of warships in the small days. Huaxia has almost reached the point of national celebration. Almost everyone else eating was also talking about something related, each one clapping their hands with glee. At this point, Little Life and Pretty Country are pissed off enough. The top leaders of both armies are holding a meeting to study the sinking of the warship. They found that the water was very deep at the site where the warship sank. It really can't be salvaged with the current capabilities. I'm afraid it's not that easy to investigate why the warship exploded and sank. Even if the warships were salvaged at all costs, the cost involved would be too much for them to bear. It's an abomination, and I absolutely cannot believe that it's the quality of our warships that's at fault. So many coincidences all adding up to no coincidence at all. It must be Huaxia's secret tricks. The official of the small day gnashed his teeth in anger. It's fine for you to say that it was Huaxia who made the move to blow up the warships, but you'll have to come up with evidence to do so. It's simply impossible to accuse Huaxia internationally without evidence, the Pretty Country official said grimly. It's so strange that even at the moment we were attacked, no Chinese warship missiles or submarines were detected. Are they really capable of attacking our warships silently? Military experts in the land of small days are puzzled. It simply doesn't seem doable at the moment. With the strength of our current warships, an ordinary torpedo would not be able to destroy them. The only way to destroy a warship in one fell swoop is to attack accurately at the location of the fuel tanks. But with our radar and ultrasonic detection, the other side silently was able to fire torpedoes to accurately hit the warships. And all of them also hit where the gas tank is, which is impossible to do. At least all the weapons in our Pretty Country can't do that, the military expert from the Pretty Country said in a deep voice. All of their experts had conducted countless simulation exercises and simply couldn't do it. Even Pretty Country couldn't do this thing, and they also thought it was impossible for Huaxia to do it. So what do? Are we just going to be willing to take the loss? Think our warships were automatically destroyed because of malfunctioning problems. The small-time officer was very upset. Of course this won't work. Even if we can't find any evidence, we have to think that it's done by Huaxia. Something has to be done about it, the commander of the Pretty Country's garrison said in a deep voice. His eyes swept around the crowd and continued to speak. I just received an order from the Ministry of Defense, requesting us to deal with Huaxia with all our might. The next step in our approach to targeting Huaxia is to utilize submarines, as well as a variety of underwater detection equipment. Investigate the territorial waters of China clearly. Also, it is possible to monitor the location of the Chinese submarine. If it's really a warship sunk by Chinese hands, then there's only one possibility. They are attacking from underwater. The officers of the small day country were overjoyed to hear that the Pretty Country was willing to go to bat for them. That's the way it should be. Our enemy will always be Huaxia. Even the woolly bear nation has to be put back. The economic and technological development of Huaxia is just too fast. We must take care of Huaxia first, then deal with the woolly bear country. Next, I announce the follow-up to our mission, to gather all of our submarines and head out to explore the waters of China, and concentrate our two countries to produce more detection sonar equipment, as soon as possible to map out the topography of all the coastal waters of China. Secondly, the presence of Chinese submarines can be detected using sonar. With enough detection equipment, the whereabouts of the Chinese submarine can be kept in the palm of your hand. As long as they could get hold of all the Chinese naval power, it would be much easier to deal with them again. Even if Huaxia strikes your warships with the same method again in the future, we can still detect it in advance. This solution does work, so let's do it. Our little country of days immediately gathered all the submarines to go to the sea near China. As for the production of sonar equipment is even easier. Remodel the relevant factories and produce as much as you want. The officer of small days said excitedly. One more thing, if you want to take back the Diaoyu Islands, you simply can't do it right now with military armed forces alone. After all, your naval strength has been weakened by most, and you're even less of a match for the Chinese Navy. But it doesn't make life easier for HWA. You can mobilize the fishermen and go storm the Diaoyu Islands. Huaxia must consider international influence and absolutely dare not shoot and use force against fishermen. Even if they catch us, we can take advantage of the opportunity to discredit Huaxia through international public opinion. It leaves China exhausted and there is nothing to be done about it. When the new battleships are built, then we'll just use force to take the Diaoyu Islands back. The commander of the pretty country garrison said with a wicked grin on his face. Officials in the land of small days were simply delighted to hear it. They don't care if people die in the conflict. The point is that if we can take back the Diaoyu Islands, we will be willing to bear any price. Although the island is not very big, it is surrounded by a vast area of territorial waters. That's the greatest treasure of all. And there's a great deal of strategic significance. Because the Diaoyu Islands are not too far away from the small day country, Huaxia can place a large number of artillery on the islands, being able to fight right into the territory of the land of lesser days. Even the waters within the range of the cannons, the warships of the small day country did not dare to approach. I am afraid that using a warship to provoke will end up like before, and I don't know when it will sink into the sea. But the use of fishermen is a different story. They can storm the islands with impunity, and a large number of fishing boats go fishing in the territorial waters of the Diaoyu Islands. There's nothing at all that Huaxia can do about it. The island garrison alone couldn't stop that many people. If they used warships to expel them, they could even gather all the fishermen's forces and surround the Chinese warships on the sea. Once Wachovia catches someone, the Western media will surely make a big deal out of it and start demonizing Huaxia internationally. If someone is killed or injured, the international public opinion will be even more unfavorable to Huaxia. Once the world's hatred of China is aroused, products produced in China will be boycotted, which will be a huge blow to China's economy. This approach is very cheeky, but it's perfect for small day countries. Because they are an island nation, the fishing industry is very well developed. The fishermen will surely attack the Diaoyu Islands against all odds if they are given certain subsidies and appealed to. The bigger things get, the more they can involve the enormous energies of HWA. It's so true that the pretty country thinks of so many ways to do things. This is a brilliant idea. We'll mobilize all the fishermen as soon as we get back. All fishing boats, big and small, should stop fishing and head for the Diaoyu Islands. Let them know that the nationals of the land of small days are not to be trifled with. You must return our Diaoyu Islands if you want peace and quiet. Officials in the land of lesser days are literally going crazy with joy. Chapter 108 Chinese fishermen out in force. After discussing the details of dealing with Huaxia, the officials of the country of the lesser days went back and immediately began to make arrangements. Call back all the submarines that are out on the prowl and get the arsenal to start producing sonar detection equipment. Organize the fishermen in preparation for a siege of the Diaoyu Islands. With the support and encouragement of the government, the nationals of the land of small days are in an emotional state, calling for the retaking of the Diaoyu Islands even with flesh and blood. Over 100,000 ships set off in great numbers for the waters of the Diaoyu Islands. Smaller day countries and Western media followed suit, reporting along the way. They are all about letting the world know what the people of the small day country do. At the same time begin to publicize the fact that the Diaoyu Islands belong to the small days and were taken away from China. It is hoped that in this way it will be able to gain the support of people all over the world. Netizens all over the world watched and quickly attracted a large number of people who were eating. The little day country is also too crazy. So many fishermen have organized themselves to take the Jiaoyu Islands. This is not going to be easy for Wasia to cope with. These are ordinary civilians, we can't bombard them with warships, can we? Although China has marine police vessels, how many fishing boats can be stopped at once? It's really not easy to deal with these fishermen when they take all the piers first and then board the island. So many fishermen are estimated to add up to more than 1 million, if they do rush to the island. I'm afraid that the Jiaoyu Islands will be back under the control of the little day country. It was such a shocking scene. I didn't realize the small-time nationals were so united. No wonder they were once the second most powerful country in the world. Their cohesion is just too strong. Now let's see how Huaxia should respond. It's too hard to fight and impossible to block. The populace of the small day country is literally on the verge of boiling over, with the madness gene in their blood completely awakened. It was even felt that the Jiaoyu Islands would be able to be taken back just by virtue of the many fishermen. Ha ha ha, see? That's the power of the folk in our little day country. If China dares to destroy our warships, let's see if they dare to destroy our fishing boats. If we dare to drown one of us, our little country of days will definitely not let you Huaxia off the hook. It was so exciting to watch so many fishermen. I wanted to get on a fishing boat and fight alongside them. The Jiaoyu Islands belong to our little country of days and must be taken from China. Huaxia people tremble. Our small day country invincible war invincible. No one is our opponent. The Chinese people were furious when they saw the news about it. The little day country is really despicable. Their navy is no match for Huaxia. So they started to play dirty tricks and mobilize the fishermen to attack towards us, Huaxia. I don't believe that the people of the little day are so united that they dare to launch an attack on us in China. If there wasn't a government of the little day's land behind this that was organizing it, I'd eat all those fishing boats clean. With unrest of this magnitude, someone must be organizing it. In terms of the number of fishing boats, we in China are not less than the countries of the small days. Brothers, follow me and charge. All that can sail the oceans set out. Never let the little day country have its way. That's right, the country has managed to recover the Jiaoyu Islands with great difficulty, and should never lose them again. Who is afraid of who? It's just as well that new scores and old scores are settled together, and I'm going over there to beat the out of the little life. Charge, 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 let's see whether the small day country is stronger or we, the Chinese people, are stronger. Big deal, I don't want my boat anymore and ram the mother. Though the small day country is very vocal, the fishermen of China are no match for them. Especially the fishermen in the northern waters, without saying a word, called up their manpower and set off directly in their boats. Vast numbers of people traveled to the Jiaoyu Islands for protection. The fishermen in the southern waters were too far away, but they too were quick to organize and follow close behind. Everyone knows that this battle can only be won and not lost. The military is not at liberty to step in. Once shots are fired towards the fishermen of the small day country, they will immediately take advantage of the opportunity to do something about it. But when the populations of the two countries go to war, it's a brawl. At most, mediate privately to resolve the issue. The netizens of Huaxia watched the news, and all of them were boiling with blood, helping to cheer online. Our fishermen are really good. Let's all charge together. We must defeat all of the fishermen from the small day country. Dude, go ahead and help me out with a few more punches too. Unfortunately, we don't fish for a living inland either. Otherwise, I would have had to board a ship and follow along on the expedition anyhow. I think we can all set up an account and donate to these fishermen. If someone is injured or there is damage to a fishing boat, let's all donate money to help them with treatment and repairs. Never let the country's warriors suffer. That's a good idea. Everyone contributes together to set up an assistance fund. Why don't we just reimburse all of them for all of their oil as well? That's no problem. I'll donate all my paychecks for the month, just as long as I can a few more brats. The Chinese fishing boats formed a long dragon, sailing swiftly across the waters in an extremely spectacular manner. The momentum is huge, more so than the fleet of fishing boats in the land of small days. Countless journalists were out in force, even filming in helicopters. The related news quickly became an international hit and has literally shocked the world. The capture of the Jiaoyu Islands in the small days has raised a lot of eyebrows. All of them have been lamenting that Huaxia is afraid that it can't cope this time. Maybe the Jiaoyu Islands will really be taken back by the fishermen of the little old country. But it did not occur to me that the Chinese fishermen were also so united and reacted so quickly. Countless fishing boats set out just as soon as the news went out. Wow! Is the island fight going to end up with fishermen from both countries grabbing the belonging? It's amazing that both sides have so many fishing boats. This strength is simply several times larger than the naval forces of many countries. Isn't it? It was spectacular. I wonder what it would be like for the populations of these two countries to go to war at sea. It will definitely make history and go down in history forever. Who do you guys think will win in the end? Will it be the little country of the past, or will it be Huaxia? I'm so excited to see this. I can't wait to be able to travel to the site to watch. Such a scene is simply more spectacular than any Hollywood blockbuster. For your safety, it's best to stay home and watch it via live stream. When we arrive at the scene, we might get thought to be from the pretty country and get brutally beaten up by the Chinese fishermen. Go Huaxia. Make sure you beat the little day country. I believe you are the strongest. That's right. This time I'm going to stand on the side of Huaxia. The little day nation is very evil and has killed countless civilians in previous wars. It has the audacity to encroach on the islands of China. The current Huaxia is incomparably powerful, and the small day country is no longer a rival at all. Chapter 109 Lin Hai's Countermeasures. Lin Hai and Zhou Qi were still eating outside, the two of them talking sweetly. Suddenly, I saw the news broadcast on TV that countless fishermen had set out to fight against the small-time country. Lin Hai and Zhou Qi, who saw the news, were incomparably angry. It's a bold thing to say about the little day country that won't stop for a moment. I can't believe I came up with such a bad idea to try to seize the Diaoyu Islands. They're trying to disgust us in China. Lin Hai clenched his teeth in anger, really wanting to curse. So many fishermen have gone out to protect the country's Diaoyu Islands. They are so brave. But once so many people erupted into a conflict, a lot of people would surely be killed or injured. Shouldn't our warships be mobilized immediately? We must stop this battle. Zhou Qi was furious and very worried in her heart. What a wonderful populace this is, setting off immediately without even thinking about it, for the sake of the country's territorial integrity, regardless of the dangers of life and death. The more this time of year our warships are even more unavailable. I think that's the trap set by the little old country once our warships are out. The fishermen of the small day country swarmed the warship, surrounding it and trapping it at sea. If we hurt the fishermen by crashing straight through them, our Chinese reputation in the international arena will be completely ruined. After all, there are tons of moral whores around the world who don't give a about the cause of things. They'll just blame others. Not to mention the fact that the media in Western countries are eager to take advantage of the situation to discredit China. All in all, deploying warships against fishermen from the little old country just doesn't work. If they force their way onto the warships to sabotage them, we'll just have to eat our words. Also, the number of marine police ships is just too small to be of much use to send there. What should we do then? We can't watch our fishermen get injured or even killed. Zhou Qi was anxious. Just by watching the news, the ships heading for the Diaoyu Islands are so densely packed that you can't even count them. I'm afraid it could add up to millions. The damage caused by such a large number of people in the event of a violent clash is unimaginable. The small days could care less about their own nationals but not the wasps. Lin Hai's face was incomparably grave. You're absolutely right. The conflict must not be allowed to happen. But then we have to stop the fishermen from the little old country from storming the Diaoyu Islands. The plans of the small-time country should never be allowed to succeed. I really don't know how such a poisonous ploy was thought up. It simply doesn't take the lives of the people of one's own country seriously. What should we do then? Think of something quickly. Zhou Qi held Lin Hai's hand tightly. Lin Hai pondered slightly. I'm afraid there's only one way to stop the fishermen of the little day country at this time. What's the solution? Let's hear it. If it works, let's go to my dad and grandpa. Get the army to cooperate with us. Lin Hai smiled and comforted. Don't be anxious, since you've already thought of a way. The rest will be easy. I have just made it very clear that no warships should ever be deployed. It has to be done privately. Zhou Qi listened with a confused face. How can I not understand it all? What in the world is this going to take? It still takes hours for the fishermen of the small country of days to set out to the Diaoyu Islands. Modify our robot dog to be able to maneuver underwater. Go destroy their fishing boats. Whenever a fishing boat takes on water or loses power, they are stranded at sea. Though the two robot dogs couldn't destroy all of the fishing boats of the small day country in a short period of time. But whenever a fishing boat breaks down, or is about to sink. The other ships must surely have had to stop to aid their own. I think that's a good idea. Let's hurry up then. How long will it take to modify the robot dog? Can we make it in time? No problem. Hurry up and follow me home. You drive. I still have details to tell Grandpa Zhou. No problem. Zhou Qiu hurriedly agreed. Lin Hai immediately dialed Zhou Jinlong's number. It's Lin Hai. Why are you suddenly calling at this hour? I'm with Kagome right now, and I saw on the news that the Little Day country sent out a large number of fishing boats to try and seize the Jiaoyu Islands. Yes, and our military is also discussing what to do. This is a really tough move by the Little Daylight Kingdom. Even if we have the greatest power, we can't utilize it. Nor should our fishermen be allowed to step into danger. Zhou Jinlong was only very helpless. Apparently, they also find it 1,000,000 times more difficult. The small day country has no regard for the deaths of its own nationals, but China has to do it for the sake of international influence and cannot hurt the other side. If millions of small days really boarded the island and lived down there, the Jiaoyu Islands would really be untenable, I'm afraid. Re-entering the strife, attribution is never torn. That's what I'm calling about. If the military doesn't have a good countermeasure, can you try my method? Lin Hai said. Zhou Jinlong was thrilled to hear it. It was almost as if someone sent a pillow just as he was about to doze off. This call from Lin Hai could be a timely rain for him. I really wasn't wrong about you, and it's up to you to solve difficult problems. Originally, we discussed having soldiers pretend to be fishermen to stop the other side. This approach is still not perfect. Here's the thing, didn't I make 2 robot dogs? It was originally intended to be guards. But the robot dog has a lot of features. Not only can they dive, but they can also launch attacks underwater. I'm going to send these 2 robot dogs to the waters where the small-time fishermen pass through and destroy all their fishing boat power. As long as their fishing boats can't sail, naturally they won't pose a threat to us. This solution is indeed good, but is the robot dog destructive? The small day country sent more than 100,000 fishing boats alone, big ones and even more small ones. Even if they barely destroy a few hundred ships, it won't have much effect on them. Zhou Jinlong was still a bit worried. Don't worry about it, Grandpa Zhou. These 2 special mechanical dogs are very strong. I was designed and built specifically to military standards. Also, I saw all the fishing boats from the small day country sailing in a neat line. By destroying the front and outer ships first, their ships might even crash together. It didn't take a robot dog to sabotage their ship. First, stop the speed of the fishing boats from the small day country. I'll grab another batch of miniature diving equipment and convert the bomb into a sabotage device. Keep dropping over and destroying all the fishing boats in the small days. It should be in time. Well, since there is such a good way to act at once, I'll immediately notify the Marine Police side to go ahead and maintain order. Let all our fishing boats stop in the territorial sea area. If we can stop all of the fishing boats of the Little Day country outside of our territorial waters, we will be able to successfully resolve this crisis. Zhou Jinlong said with incomparable excitement. Chapter 110, Modified Robot Dog. The military just needs to get their drones ready and use the one I have to drop them there. Drones are smaller and more stealthy, and won't attract the attention of the enemy. Wait for my good news, Lin Hai said. No problem. I'll set it up. Zhou Jinlong hung up the phone extremely happy. Speaking to the top generals who were meeting, he said, our previous plan can be cancelled. Now there's a better way to deal with it. Lin Hai's robotic dogs can destroy the fishing boats of the Lesser Kingdom so that they can't reach the waters of the Jiaoyu Islands at all. Zhou Jinlong finished speaking. All the people were pleasantly surprised. Zhou Guohua, in particular, let out a deep sigh of relief. As the commander-in-chief of the military region, he needed to bear all the pressure, and would even become the sinner of China if he couldn't stop the Little Day country from seizing the Jiaoyu Islands. Such a consequence would be difficult to bear even for a strong-willed soldier like him. Lin Hai is really good, finding a way to deal with it so quickly. He'll have to be rewarded properly when this is settled. That's true. It's definitely a great credit to the country to be able to solve the current crisis. The army also began to change its previous deployment and began to fully cooperate with Lin Hai's plan. The drone made by Lin Hai can travel at supersonic speeds and will soon be able to deliver the robot dog to its designated location. At the same time, all the marine police ships were dispatched to go forward to maintain order, and the fishermen must not be allowed to clash with the small days. Lin Hai's side returned home and didn't avoid Zhou Qiu, straight to his secret workshop. Zhou Qiu was shocked with incredulity when she saw the super processing platform at work. Oh my God! What kind of equipment is this? Does it just work itself out without any supervision at all? That's right. This is a super machining platform that I designed and developed, and this platform has very high machining precision and a high degree of intelligence. Just enter some data and information to process it yourself. And the machined products are very accurate. I finally realize how you can make top-of-the-line fighters so easily. It is indeed awesome to have such an awesome machining tool. We'll talk about this kind of thing later. Let's just hurry up and modify the robot dog. Lin Hai immediately exchanged the modification technology and ordered the two super processing platforms to begin their modifications. There is even a special expedited fee added to speed things up. Zhou Qier curiously looked at the miniature tanks as well as drones produced by the processing platform. Is this the toy you're exporting? Isn't it a bit too much of a shame to use such cutting-edge equipment for toys? But these toys are indeed very delicately and meticulously made, so they must not be cheap, right? Lin Hai didn't want Zhou Qier to know that he was selling arms to the outside world. I had to explain, these exquisite toys are not cheap, and the customer's requirements are very high, extremely demanding in terms of performance, and only a dirt-cheap country like Camelot can afford it. How much does one toy like this cost? Zhou Qier didn't think much about it, just asked casually. $500,000 apiece, and the other party has to cover the transportation costs. Zhou Qier's hands trembled when she heard the price, and she almost dropped it on the floor in fear. My goodness, are you sure this is a toy and not a real tank? $500,000 Chinese dollars can buy a luxury car. The camel country's tycoons are spending too much money, aren't they? Their consumerism is truly mind-boggling. Yes, people have money and think completely differently from us ordinary people. They never ask for the price of the things they buy, they don't ask for the best but the most expensive, or else they simply can't show off their tycoon status. And they are very brash in their business, and the money comes in quickly, never late. That's great. It's certainly good to make foreign money. As long as they're willing to buy it, the more expensive the better. Zhou Qier didn't think much about it. As long as Lin Hai could make money, she was happy. And neither the tanks nor the drones are fitted with bombs. They do look like toys. Even a professional couldn't tell it was a weapon. At best, I think the performance is good enough for military use, but when I see the plastic casing, I don't even think in military terms. Because all Chinese people have a unified view that since the performance of toys is so good, the military ones will definitely be better. Within half an hour of the two men chatting, the robot dog had been remodeled. Lin Hai tested the performance of the robot dog and gave a few commands. After the modification, the robot dog swims faster underwater and can also use laser cutting underwater with the addition of some sharp cutting saw blades. Specialized in destroying the fishing boats of the little old country. After confirming the results of the remodeling, Lin Hai was confident. You take these two robot dogs to the military area, the program I have set up, and control all the permissions of the robot dogs. You go command the robot dogs to destroy the enemy ships, and I'll stay behind to process more submersibles. Since the little day dares to come, we have to destroy all of their fishing boats. Lin Hai said. Zhou Qier nodded seriously. Leave it to me, although don't worry about it. I will definitely safely deliver the robot dog to the military area. Lin Hai placed his hand on Zhou Qier's shoulder and looked at Zhou Qier's delicate face. It's up to you if you can control the robot dog to stop the fishing boats of the small day country. Because besides me, you're the only one who can control a robot dog. Well, I know I'm definitely not going to let you down. Zhou Qier left with the robot dog. Lin Hai also didn't need to worry about Zhou Qier's safety, even without the protection of the army and the National Security Department. With the two robot dogs with them, even if the pretty country sent Terminators to come, they could definitely keep Zhou Qier safe. When Zhou Qier left, Lin Hai immediately purchased materials through outside procurement while exchanging remodeling techniques in the technology system, producing new submersibles as fast as possible. This submersible not only releases cutting lasers underwater, but also comes with sabotage tools. By controlling it or handing it over to the AI to manipulate, you are able to automatically destroy it by simply specifying the target of the attack. There are also search missions in deeper seawater areas. Lin Hai intended to produce a batch more and place them in the various seas. If a submarine from a pretty country sneaks through, it will be able to be the first to detect and even attack the enemy. To clear the country of all dangers altogether. Zhou Qier drove the sports car extremely fast, and it didn't take long to arrive at the military area. Zhou Guohua and Zhou Jinlong had been waiting for a long time along with the high-ranking officers. Seeing Zhou Qier come alone, Zhou Guohua hurriedly inquired, "Where's the robot dog? Why isn't Lin Hai here?" The robot dog has been brought in, the modifications have been completed, and it can be sent now. Lin Hai still has to make more submersibles. I'll just stay behind and maneuver the robot dog. Zhou Qir replied. Chapter 111. Two birds with one stone. You? Can you do it? Zhou Guohua couldn't help but be a little skeptical. His own daughter had a very soft look to her, and it always felt unrealistic to let her maneuver a robot dog to deal with more than 100,000 fishing boats by herself. Zhou Qir was instantly unhappy, pouting and said, Lin Hai has specifically trained me. Controlling the robot dog has been very skilled. And if Lin Hai believes me, what's there to doubt? Zhou Jinlong was very pleased and said happily, since Lin Hai gave the task of manipulating the robot dog to Kuer, of course we have to trust her. Don't delay any longer. Send the machine into the field immediately. What do we do next? How do we maneuver the robot dog? Zhou Qir took out the controller and said, You can control it with this controller? Let's go to the command room. We still need to connect to the big screen to watch. Okay. We're going to the conference room. The group came into the conference room and Zhou Qir connected the wireless signal. Start trying to control the robot dog. Soon the view from above was visible through the robot dog's camera. It's already connected, so when we send the robot dog over, we can immediately join the battle. Zhou Qir said happily. Good to have. I thought this was a toy you guys made, but I didn't realize there was so much more to it. Lin Hai has brought us another great surprise. Zhou Jinlong was overwhelmed with emotion. Since the robotic dog is so good at moving on the ground as well as fighting in the water. This is simply the best weapon to replace a warrior. I think we should ask Lin Hai for a full set of technology, and we'll have to mass produce it as well. Zhou Guohua said. That's no problem, but then again all of the equipment made by Lin Hai performs very well and is very expensive, too technical for us to even produce. It's always best to ask ahead of time if there is a simplified version of the machine dog technology. After all, we have to equip the entire army in large quantities, and we also need to consider the cost-effectiveness before doing so. Zhou Jinlong said. That makes sense. Let's ask Lin Hai when we get back. This kind of high-end product is just enough to produce some in small batches. You really have to consider the cost of construction when you actually use it on the battlefield. Zhou Guohua couldn't agree more. Zhou Qir had also learned some information about the robot dog and explained. Grandpa is absolutely right. The cost of this robot dog is very expensive. Lin Hai said that even assembly line mass production prices can reach tens of billions. It's only because Lin Hai's processing equipment is so advanced that it can reduce costs. Since it's better to equip the whole army or produce a simplified version of the robot dog. What did you say? Lin Hai even has advanced processing equipment? Is it more advanced than the equipment in our institute? Zhou Jinlong was very surprised. The major weapons research institutes and academies, the machine tools and equipment used are the top of the domestic technology. There are even some advanced machine tools purchased from abroad at high prices. Zhou Qir had been to Lin Hai's family's factory and must have seen the processing equipment with her own eyes. But what makes everyone feel very puzzled is that even the state can't buy more advanced machine tools. How on earth did Lin Hai get them? Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua both looked at each other. More and more, he thought that there must be a very powerful person behind Lin Hai. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such advanced equipment. After all, Lin Hai was still so young. Even if he had started learning from his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to grasp so much knowledge, right? As if Lin Hai is omnipotent, no matter what the country needs can be built within the first time. Such a horrible R&D capability, they would never have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But since Lin Hai wasn't willing to talk about it, there was no need for them to dig deeper. It is enough if these people can serve their country. Not to mention that even their military region and national security department couldn't investigate the person behind Lin Hai. This reinforces the fact that the man was very good at hiding and was in a very safe position. Nor do you have to worry about being persecuted by foreign spies. The main reason why we can't match up with the pretty countries in the field of military industry is that our advanced machine tools are far less accurate than theirs. Since Lin Hai's machine tools and machining equipment are so advanced, can you make a batch for us? Zhou Jinlong tried to ask carefully. I don't know about that. I've seen that Lin Hai's processing equipment is simply like inside a science fiction movie. I don't think the build cost is cheap for sure. I'll ask Lin Hai about it next time I see him. Chukul replied. Although the robot dog has been anchored to the drone, there are many functional controls that are not affected. Chukul is familiarizing herself with the newly added features and can use them to their fullest strength when she arrives on the scene. Zhou Jinlong was very happy to hear that. If we can obtain the same advanced and sophisticated machine tools as abroad, the domestic industry will once again enjoy great development. Not only is the military-industrial complex growing faster and producing more advanced weapons, even the industrial products produced by companies can be fully comparable to those abroad. You must talk to Lin Hai about this matter, and it's best to be able to transfer our relevant technology. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. After all, even mid-range CNC machining centers imported from abroad are very expensive. We could save a lot of money if we had access to production technology and made our own machines. Then you can really fight against foreign countries in the field of military industry. Zhou Jinlong carefully admonished. I'll make a note of it. Lin Hai also wants to make our country strong. He will never skimp on technology that is useful to the country. Chukul replied, watching his granddaughter's relationship with Lin Hai getting better and better. When the two of them were the right age, they were expected to get married. To have such an excellent granddaughter-in-law, Zhou Jinlong's mood couldn't be happier. Zhou Guohua had the same idea. It didn't take long for the big screen to see the cluster of fishing boats in the distance through the robot dog's camera. Densely packed and superbly sailed across the ocean. Faced with so many fishing boats, that would take a lot of effort even if military ships were sent to try to sink them all. Zhou Guohua gritted his teeth in anger. The small day country has really put in blood in order to seize the Jiaoyu Islands. Even the small offshore fishing boats surprisingly brought it over. Even if it doesn't have enough range and is towed by other large boats. I reckon they've got fishing boats out all over the country. Isn't it better? We'll settle for as many as come. Destroying all of their fishing boats would take quite a long time even to repair. Without the fishing boats of the small days country to salvage and catch fish, it would leave time for the fish of the ocean to flourish. Likewise, our Chinese fishing boats can get a better harvest when they go out to catch fish. Zhou Jinlong said with a smile. I really didn't think of that, but it's a double whammy. Kagome, don't show any mercy when you do it later. Destroy as many of their fishing boats' power systems as possible, so that they can't repair them at all in a short period of time. Zhou Guohua was so happy that he slapped his thighs. Chapter 112 Interception of Fishing Vessels. Zhou Qir immediately agreed. Don't worry, I will never show any mercy. Lin Hai said that these aren't any good guys. Especially the whaling ships of the Little Days country are particularly abominable. To sink all these ships of theirs. Make it impossible to hunt whales in the land of small days for a short time. Chukul was very angry at what the Little Day country had done. It was ready for an all-out attack. That's right, the Little Day countries hunt whales and dolphins everywhere for profit. With the pretty country behind them, it's simply lawless. Hunted many large wild animals to the brink of extinction. In the past, we were too weak to stop such things. Since we have so many advanced weapons, we can't leave them alone later. As soon as you find a large fishing vessel from a small day country, just give it a direct destruction. The more Zhou Jinlong thought about it, the angrier he became. It's a good thing, our satellites can monitor the movements of the whaling ships of the Little Days Kingdom at all times. Using drones to drop weapons directly over them, destroying their fishing boats unnoticed is a breeze. The more Zhou Guohua said, the happier he became. It seems that the failure rate of fishing boats in the country of small days will be higher and higher in the future. We, Huaxia, can take the opportunity to grab the market of the small day country. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that dealing with the Little Day country would actually result in a windfall. It's really delightful. Yes, Lin Hai is truly a blessing to us. Ever since he joined the military region, everything we do has become incredibly smooth. Chatting away, the drone has arrived at the front of the line of fishing boats. Due to the very small size, it will not be noticed at all. It didn't matter if they were spotted. After all, a drone that's small in size would surely be considered a journalist's tool for photographing fishing boats. No one will even care. Throwing the two robotic dogs into the sea, the drone quickly raised its altitude and hid inside the clouds to prevent detection. When the robot dog's mission is complete, the drone will bring the robot dog back. The robot dog was originally curled up and immediately unfolded its limbs as it entered the ocean. The robot dog moves extremely fast in the water and is not at all weaker than a swordfish. Charge towards the fishing boats of the Little Days land. The fishermen of the small day country were incredibly arrogant at the moment, and there were even people drinking wine and telling stories about how they would deal with the Chinese garrison after arriving at the location. This time I must be at the front of the line, with so much media attention, to show the whole world how brave the old man is. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that the defending troops of Huaxia have been frightened by now. We have so many people that together we have surpassed the armies of many countries. When the Chinese garrison sees so many people, I'm afraid they won't even be able to hold their guns. Everyone listen up. If the Chinese Marine Police and warships sail over, we'll immediately sail our fishing boats to surround them and stare them to death in the ocean. I just can't believe that their warships and Marine Police vessels would dare to ram our fishing boats. If someone gets run over, Huaxia will become the executioner and be reviled by the whole world. That's right, the Chinese army wouldn't dare to make a move against civilians even if they were more powerful. We are bound to be victorious on this outing. But I've heard that the fishermen from Huaxia have also rushed over. I'm going to fight 10 of them one by one, so that the fishermen from Huaxia will know that our little country of days has to be powerful. The fishermen in the land of small days are having a field day. One of the boats leading the way at the front suddenly lost power and came to a quick stop. Immediately after the second, third ship, successive ones have lost momentum, but the ship behind them had no idea and was still going full speed ahead. So the ocean, not like land, say breaks. Besides, even if you turn the corner, there are all the other fishing boats alongside, so there's not much room at all. Everyone didn't react as many fishing boats crashed together with a bang. The fishermen who stood on it were thrown to the ground, and many even fell into the sea. Bakayalu, what's going on with the ships in front of us? Why have they stopped? Isn't this going to get people killed? Curses and screams mingled. The more backward boats finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly slowed down, calling out to alert the others. The whole flotilla became disorganized. More fishing boats lost power and didn't respond no matter how they started them. This has shocked and angered small-time fishermen. It was only then that they realized that the sea they were now staying in was the area where the warship had sunk before. It's almost the same distance from the land of lesser days and the Diaoyu Islands. Once you lose power in a place like this, even getting supplies is very difficult. Hurry up and check what's going on. Why are so many ships breaking down? Absolutely no time should be wasted by stopping here. Leave enough men on the faulty ships to make repairs, and continue on with the other ships. Definitely not to be defeated by the slightest setback. We're going to go ahead and take the Diaoyu Islands. Under the direction of some of the men, the boats began to move in an orderly fashion. Make enough room for the other boats to move on. But the ship hadn't moved very far when the power failed again. The engine stopped working without warning. It boggles the mind of fishermen in the land of small days. Some even dove into the water to try to see if something was attacking their fishing boat. Zhou Qir is very skillful in control. The moment someone enters the water, immediately let the robot dog hide. Due to the already small size of the robot dog, it is impossible to be detected. Seeing the super-fast efficiency of the robot dog, Zhou Jinlong was in an excited mood. These two robot dogs are really something. Destroying a ship doesn't even take 2 seconds. This is an excellent underwater weapon. Wouldn't it be a breeze if it was used against another country's warships? Yeah, the robot dog Lin Hai made is definitely a top-notch weapon. But those mini-subs are much more lethal, and the only downside is that they're disposable gear. But it is relatively inexpensive and can be used on a large scale. Fighting underwater, I think it's better to have an imitation micro-submersible. Zhou Guohua said with a smile on his face. As more and more of the smaller day fishing boats were destroyed, the entire fleet came to a near standstill. Good ships are stuck in the middle and can't get out, and broken ships are hard to repair in the ocean. It makes small-time fishermen furious. What the hell is going on? Usually it's used for fishing and it's obviously fine. But this has only traveled a short distance and it's malfunctioning. Something's not right. Even if it's normal for a few boats to break down occasionally, it's outrageous for a large number of fishing boats to break down en masse this time. You guys don't know, this is the place where the warships sank. Our ships have all malfunctioned one after another just after arriving. Could there really be ghosts here? Some of the timid ones have been so frightened that they have begun to beat a retreat. Chapter 113. Ghosts? Most of the little days are very arrogant, but they don't exclude the presence of the timid. Besides the reason why they dared to come in their fishing boats to seize the Diaoyu Islands. It's mostly the government officials of the small-time country that tell them they can get high subsidies. And they have so many people that the Chinese army would never dare to move against them. You can also earn great returns while staying safe. Whether or not they succeed in occupying the Diaoyu Islands, they will be the warriors and heroes of their little country of days. Fame and fortune without any risk, of course no one will refuse. But things are different now. This journey is just about halfway through and there are numerous problems. Even their ship is stuck on the waters. Coupled with the various legends, some people are starting to beat their hearts. This sea is not evil, is it? The last time a warship sank here, it was not found to be under any attack. They had the same problem again with their fishing boats. Is this the gods punishing them? Or this area is haunted to destroy their ships and eat everyone? The more timid you are, the more frightened and overwhelmed you are. Why don't we retreat while we still can? I always think something will happen. Yes, even warships have sunk here. Our fishing boats can't afford it anymore. The leader was pissed as hell. They couldn't just take credit for this. If you are scared to return before you reach the Diaoyu Islands, wouldn't that be the laughingstock of the world? Even if you start a conflict, even if you end up losing, you will be treated as a man of blood. Immediately, he cursed. You bastard cowards, we have so many people. What is there to be afraid of? Even if a ghost comes, it will be scared away by us. It's just some malfunction. Just hurry up and repair it. There are repairmen on board anyway. The rest of you keep going, we have to storm the Diaoyu Islands. The island must be taken back. Those who really don't want to stay, hook up their boats to the other numbered ships and haul them right through. Someone led the way to encourage morale, which finally stabilized the fishermen's mood once again. Most people don't want to stay and hook up to another boat to haul it around and save a lot of gas, so why not? But they soon realized that they had just hooked the boat up to the tow and the lead boat had likewise broken down. There were even a few boats that were found to be leaking at the bottom, not a big gap, but a very dangerous thing. Hurry up and find something to plug the hole with a loud shout. The flotilla became more and more disorganized and had stopped moving forward completely. Zhou Qier maneuvered the two robot dogs and stopped the fisherman of the Little Days land by herself. Watching Zhou Jinlong and Zhou Guohua marveled. I didn't realize that what seemed to be normally soft and tender was not at all subtle when it mattered. At this moment, he also completely let go of his heart. It shows that the fishing boats of the small-time countries can never reach the Diaoyu Islands. The Chinese fishing boats that have rushed to the waters of the Diaoyu Islands have formed a long line of defense. They were not allowed to travel to the high seas to confront the fishermen of the small-time country under the arrangement of the marine police. If the enemy really dares to enter the country's territorial waters, it's not too late to do something to stop it. Huaxia must prevail in reasoning and must never leave any leverage for the enemy country. More and more fishing boats are arriving, and all of them are eagerly awaiting their turn, intending to teach each other a hard lesson when the fishing boats of the small days arrived. Some people even got a little impatient waiting. With a crowbar in his hand, he looked out over the ocean's distance. He muttered, "What's going on here?" Counting the time, the fishermen from the Little Day country are about to arrive. How come we haven't seen a single fishing boat up to this point? It's not as if the people in the land of small days did their work with a lot of thunder and got scared off in the middle of the day, is it? That's strange. Did the fishermen of the land of small days get lost? With all that press coverage, even if you're weak-minded, you have to come hard to make a scene. Wouldn't you be the laughing stock of the world if you didn't dare to come over? All the fishermen felt very strange. It's so hard to find opportunities where you can clean up your little life and still pay almost nothing. But none of the fishermen who caused trouble in the land of small days came. Everyone's mood was incredibly disappointed. Let's be more patient. Everyone rest well to build up more strength, and eat quickly if you're hungry. The fishermen of the land of small days will surely come. Everyone was cheering each other on, pumping their fists and getting ready for the big game. Journalists from almost every country in the world are heading this way to witness the world's biggest popular clash. The number of people watching the live news broadcasts has surpassed several 100 million, even more influential than the Olympics World Cup. But no matter how much we waited, we never saw the fishing boats from the land of small days. It was a long time before anyone realized on the news that something was wrong. Hurry up and watch the news. The fishing boat from the land of lesser days is malfunctioning halfway across the country. Many of the fishing boats have lost power, and because there are so many boats squeezed together, they won't be able to get out for a short time. Because there were a lot of reporters following the filming on the small day countryside as well. The first report was made after realizing that something was not right. At first it was just a handful of fishing boats that were malfunctioning, but as more and more of them had their engines cut out. Almost all the fishing boats from all the small day countries are stranded at sea. Can't move forward or backward. Pissed off fishermen in the land of small days wowed. They had no idea what was really going on. Just know that it must not be normal for so many fishing boats to break down. But then they didn't find out why the fishing boat's engine was ruined. There are even some fishing boats that have a lot of leaks. Scared some people until they were pale and trembling. The more superstitious you are at this time of year, the more you start to ramble on. It was thought that there really existed evil spirits in these waters, taking revenge on them because of all the bad things they had done in their little life. When the fishermen and netizens in China saw the news, all of them looked at each other. This is so outrageous, isn't it? It's really something evil. It's not easy to destroy so many fishing boats. Could it be that our Chinese military made a move? How else could their fishing boats have been destroyed? No way. Didn't the reporter say that? A lot of fishermen from small day countries dive down to observe the situation. There's nothing to be found at all. Besides, how much equipment would have to be dispatched to destroy so many fishing boats? Anyone who dives into the water is sure to find it. Yeah, it was outrageous. It really felt like a paranormal event was happening. It was creepy. Last time, it was also in these waters that the warships of the Little Days Kingdom sank. There can't really be a ghost of injustice in this world, can there? Ha ha ha. What are you afraid of? Even if there really are ghosts, they're good ghosts, after all. They only deal with the ships of the Little Days Kingdom, and I've never heard of any other country's ships passing through there having malfunctions. That's exactly right. It's karma for all the years of evil Little Day has gotten. Chapter 114. A Little Life Ruined in Reputation. It's disappointing that I've gone to all that trouble to get here, only to be told that I'm not coming on my little day. Yeah. It's not like you can usually do anything about the Little Days, so it's hard to find an opportunity to get stirred up again. I'd like to thump the Little Days. It's their luck the boat broke down. Alright, let's not get angry. Let's wait a little longer. If the fishermen from the Little Day country really can't come, we can return to the ship without any problems. But then again, as long as we can keep our territorial islands, it's better than anything. That is so true. We also came over to protect the Diaoyu Islands and the surrounding waters. As long as it serves its purpose. Hee. The fate of the country is really still on our side. No matter how much the Little Day nation struggles and makes trouble, it's still us, Huaxia, who will win in the end. Not only the fishermen of China are very disappointed. Even the netizens around the world who watch the news are very annoyed. What the hell is going on in the land of small days? Rushing over in a fury, only to stop halfway. Are all your fishing boats of such poor quality? The fishermen of the little country of days are so black-hearted that they not only hunt whales but also dolphins. It is the only country in the world that catches and kills these two species of marine life. This is what they get for doing too much evil. What I hate the most is the country of the Little Days. This country is particularly black-hearted. Seeing the killing of whales and large numbers of dolphins every year is incredibly distressing to me. It is resolute not to let the small-time country win. The Diaoyu Islands were originally the territory of China, which was snatched away by the small-time country decades ago. It's only right that Huaxia retake the island. It's so interesting that so many fishing boats in the small country of days all broke down and stayed on the waters and couldn't even walk. Let's see how they're going to end up this time. The Little Days have really become a joke. Where are all their fishing boats made? We must try to avoid it. You can't buy a boat from this company in the future. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if it broke down while traveling on the sea. It is said that there is craftsmanship in the small days, and that the quality of their industry is very good, and in my opinion it is not so. If the quality of the ships built for ourselves is so poor, the ones exported to the outside world are surely no better. It's really scary, a massive breakdown at a critical time. In my opinion, you can't buy a car from the country of small days. Maybe sometime the engine is destroyed while driving. I'll turn around and sell my car from the land of small days, or I'll switch to another country's brand. While all the people were talking, more and more fishing boats were breaking down in the land of small days. And still from the outside to the inside. It won't be long before all the fishing boats are stuck at sea. Many unbelieving fishermen from the land of small days have jumped into the water to see what's going on. Zhou Jinlong could see very clearly from the big screen. Underwater has the camera view of a robot dog. There are also drones in the air to film, so every move of the small-time fishermen can be seen very clearly. Zhou Jinlong was afraid that the robot dog would be discovered by the other party, and reminded, "Be sure to be more careful, and pay attention to concealment not to be discovered by the other party when you do it." Zhou Qi replied confidently, "Don't worry, the robot dog has the ability to be invisible. You can change the color of your body depending on the environment, and it's hard to be noticed underwater even from a very close distance. Zhou Jinlong was very surprised when he heard this, not expecting that even this function had been added. Lin Hai brought it with him every time he came. It was just treated as a normal toy. Who would have thought it was such a powerful weapon? This must be using the Dragon Scale tank stealth ability, right? This kind of technology is indeed awesome. Especially underwater where visibility is already poor, stealth performance will be even more impressive. This type of underwater weapon must be mass-produced and especially placed in all important sea areas. With this equipment monitoring the waters, there's no longer any need to worry about enemy submarines sneaking in. Zhou Guohua was also very excited at the moment. The current crisis was solved with hardly a single effort. What had been a small day with a huge advantage was now a complete laughingstock. The winds of comments on the internet have changed a lot. They are all saying that Huaxia's luck is good, and the small days have become the laughingstock of the world. Even the small-time shipbuilding industry is no longer believed in. I didn't realize that dealing with them would actually be a surprise. Just wait until you've destroyed all the fishing boats in the small day country, and then notify our fishermen to return in an orderly fashion. Yeah, as long as the fishermen of the little day country don't make a scene, there's no threat to the Jiaoyu Islands. Chukul maneuvered for hours on end, finally destroying all the engines of the fishing boats in the small days. It also made a lot of big holes in some of the whaling ships as well as ocean-going fishing vessels. Even if the small day crew had tried desperately to fix it, they couldn't fix it in the face of such a large hole. The seawater blended in quickly and the impact was tremendous. Nothing can be plugged, much less repaired. The ship is sinking slowly. The frightened crew ran out quickly. They had to escape to another ship before it sank completely. The larger the fishing boat, the faster it sinks. After the small fishing boat lost power, there were no other malfunctions. What was happening right in front of their eyes completely freaked out the fishermen of the small country of days. Some were even so scared that they cried on the spot. What the hell is going on here? Have we really angered the gods of heaven and are coming to punish us? Hurry up and call the government, get us back, and never storm the Jiaoyu Islands again. It's just not cost-effective to make that kind of money, and you might even have to take your life in the process. Hurry up and get them to send a warship to meet and protect us. And then there are the little days of angry rage, blaming everything on HWA. It must be Huaxia's doing. We must make Huaxia compensate us for our losses. If it drowns an innocent people, Wachovia must all be held responsible for it. It is really cruel for China to do this, and we want to strongly protest to China. They went so far as to want to kill all of our fishermen without even caring about the lives and deaths of the general public. To let the whole world know that China is massacring the civilian population of our little country of days. Huaxia is definitely the most evil country in the world. See those incredibly excited small-time fishermen through the media lens. Netizens around the world are simply utterly speechless. The small days are too disgusting. People in China didn't even put up a fight. They actually said that the ships were all screwed up by HWA. I'm really sympathizing with Huaxia a bit now. They will only go around falsely accusing Huaxia. Fortunately, the Huaxia army did not come out. Otherwise, Huaxia will really have to talk about it. With so many ships malfunctioning, if it really was Huaxia who did the damage, surely they could have filmed it, right? There was no evidence of sabotage found at all. Okay? Chapter 1. First time for a vixen. The younger brother doesn't look like much, but he plays pretty sick. It's not up to your sister to decide how big it is. But it's the first time I've seen one as big as your sister's. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Su Antian's handsome face did not hide the excited joy in his eyes. He was in a small, dimly lit hutong, and a demonic woman was bound all over her body with red cotton rope the thickness of her little finger, held against the wall by it. A large hand was poking hard at its full breasts, squeezing and distorting. Su Antian's heart thumped and his whole body trembled. He had waited for this day for a full 18 years. He's been in this world for 18 years and just finished his college entrance exams yesterday. On the first day he came to this world, he awakened the demon chopper system. But, for 18 whole years, he froze without seeing a single demon. He asked female classmates and teachers he knew well, and they all thought he was joking. They've never even seen a demon. They've never even heard of them. There's no information about any demons on the internet either. This is a world that is similar to the Dragon Kingdom in the previous world. If he wasn't handsome enough, those female classmates would definitely think he was out of his mind. At one point, Shen wanted to scrap his number and retrain. But fortunately, the yellow sky was not to be missed, and after 3,862 consecutive days of perseverance in walking at night, on the night when he had just turned 18 years old, he met the sister in front of him within the neighborhood alley. He was incomparably certain that the enchanting-looking young lady in front of him, who was not at all small where she should be big, was the demon he was looking for, because that 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind, for the first time in 18 years, moved. A change appeared. How could he not be excited about this? How can you not be excited? He couldn't wait to immediately put the demon in front of him. On the spot. Does brother like it? The corner of Humei's mouth hooked into a smile, and she licked her red lips, feeling the restless chi and blood in the teenager's body, her heart delighted. His heart. It must be very delicious, she said mentally. She's eaten the hearts of many men, but only the unbloomed boys are the most delicious. Love it. I love it so much, Xiantian replied excitedly. His heart was pounding with excitement. Come on then. Sister can't wait. I just don't know if brother can do it. Humei's eyes traveled downwards, looking towards Su Antian's lower body. Okay, definitely. I've been practicing this sword for 18 years. It's definitely sharp enough to keep my sister flying with pleasure, Xiantian replied. In the next second, he reached down to his waist. The chowder. A little cold light flashed. A long sword that was nearly a meter long and glittering with silver light was then pulled out by him. Without saying a word, he chopped towards the woman's neck. He wasn't lying. This demon-slaying sword was in his hands the moment the system appeared. When he was in the orphanage, he was not strong enough to pick up this sword, so he practiced with a small wooden sword for 18 years. When he went to high school, he even enrolled in the school's ancient swordsmanship club and practiced swords every day. Right now, although this was the first time he had ever made a sword strike, he had practiced this sword countless times. There's absolutely no way to cut it off. You, why do you carry a sword with you? Who the hell are you? Humei was alarmed. How could she not expect that this plain and ordinary teenager in front of her would be able to recognize her identity and directly make a move against her? Was expecting a tasty little puppy. But now, it's clearly a brutal little wolfhound. Xiantian simply ignored the fox demon, and the movements of his hands were even 3 times faster. Who knew what tricks the demon in front of him had? So he naturally had to do his best. Today, say anything to cut down the goblin in front of you. 18 years of sword practice, and today I finally have a use for it. Brother, you're really hard-hearted. Humei suppressed the fear in her heart and spoke leisurely. Although the young man's striking movement was fast, but there was not much force, and he himself could see at a glance that he simply did not have any cultivation in his body. Trying to kill her with just a broken sword was ridiculous. All he had to do was to break the long rope on his body and lift his hand to gut him through the chest. When that happens, the teenager's heart will still be his own. It's just a bit of a shame that you can't scoop out the heart when the teenager is at the height of his excitement. It would be a bit of a bad taste. That's why she'll fulfill the teenager's special request for a bundle cosplay, just to keep the teenager satisfied and aroused so she could enjoy the best food. Seeing that the long sword was about to cut on her neck, she exerted force in her hand and was about to break away from the red cotton rope. You want to tie her up with this crap rope? Don't you know that all demons are powerful? Ha! After she exerted her force, she was surprised to find that the red rope did not break, and the strength of the binding on her hand seemed to be even greater. Is it just me? Humei muttered. Pushing again, the red rope on her body became even more taut, almost breaking her bones. How is this possible? What kind of rope is this? Humei screamed in fear. Xiantian wanted to laugh, having prepared himself before he did it. That red rope wasn't just any rope. It was a demon binding rope. As long as it was bound by it, the power in the demon would be suppressed, and the more it struggled, the greater the suppression power of the demon binding rope would be. In the next second, thick, pitch-black fur burrowed out of her pretty face, and the skin on the outside shattered, revealing the face of a fox demon underneath. Without thinking, it opened its mouth and turned its head to bite at the sword blade. Pest! But it's still slow. Su Antian's sword chopped at the side of Humei's neck first. The blade entered his throat and severed half of his neck. A large amount of blood burst out from the wound. Spray splattered everywhere, some of it even splashing onto Xuantian's face. Shenton didn't care. He grinned, showing his white teeth. Sister, sorry, my first time. Not skillful. Next time for sure. He kills me and smiles at me. It's the devil. Hu Mei's heart went crazy. Roar. The sharp pain in her neck made her struggle even more violently, hissing out. The demon-binding cord on Hu Mei's body tightened even more. Click. With a crunching sound, her thigh was directly leaved broken. The legs underneath him suddenly lost their balance and fell towards the side, hitting the ground hard. Calling Nima, disturbing the people in the middle of the night. Shantian was a little angry. With a snort, he pulled the demon-slaying sword out and chopped away for a second time. Don't kill me. I'm from the Green Fox Ridge. You won't live long if you kill me. Hu Mei begged for mercy. She doesn't want to die here. Pest. Su Antian's sword chopped down. Hu Mei's neck was severed, and the fox head directly spun and rolled out. A large amount of blood stained the ground. Su Antian put away his sword and pulled out his ears. Green Fox Ridge? Never heard of it. Even if Jesus from heaven came today, the fox demon would not be able to live. Shantian said so. Jesus came and he chopped away. He cuts down whoever stops him from killing demons. And just moments after the fox demon died, a wisp of clear chi flew out from within its corpse and entered Xuantian's mind. Chapter 2 Aura Revival? It's not even pretending. Su Antian realized that the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind had undergone a slight change. 8 trigrams demon refining furnace shape is very ancient and simple. The overall appearance of gold color, the body of the furnace is engraved with 8 trigrams pattern. The original furnace body was empty, but now among them was the appearance of a fox demon. The bottom of the furnace is surrounded by blue flames burning out of thin air. The fox demon's figure was painfully twisted and was continuing to become illusory. After a few breaths, it completely disappeared into the furnace. Refining wild fox demon essence spirit, rewarding 1 perfect enlightenment pill. Enlightenment pill? Shantian was surprised. Only a golden elixir emerged within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Perfect enlightenment pill. Taking it will open all 365 orifices in your body, and you will enter the enlightenment realm. Xuantian's mind moved, and the enlightenment pill inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in his hands. I can finally practice. There was an incomparable excitement in his eyes. On the day the system appeared, he obtained the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the demon beheading sword, the demon binding rope, and a scripture, the Killing Sutra. This scripture, however, requires the opening of the orifices in the body at the beginning of cultivation. He had been unable to find a way to open the orifices. Now with this enlightenment pill, he could finally cultivate. Looking at the bodies on the ground, he lifted his demon-slaying sword and slashed the shattered corpses a few times again. The broken body was then thrown into the trash. With that done, he walked out of the alleyway and was about to head towards his house. Although he was orphaned, his strange father left him a building. Boom! But at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently and erupted with a loud noise. Boo! In mid-air, a flower pot smashed down, followed by bacon and coat hangings. No way! An earthquake! Shantian hastily dodged in a flash, dodging a triangular cradle that fell from the sky. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Why didn't my apple alert me? Run, there's a real earthquake. The lights in my house are falling down. We haven't had an earthquake in Hacienda for decades. What's going on today? At the entrance to the stairs, a cacophony of noise rang out as the neighborhood scrambled to rush out from it. Some didn't even have time to get dressed, showing off his white ass. Rumble. Just then, the ground trembled again and moved even more. The frightened crowd rushed away from the downstairs and ran towards the neighborhood square. Look, how the sky has split. Is the world ending? The end of the world. Good thing I stocked up on millions of supplies ahead of time. What is that, a tower? The crowd was attracted by the vision in the sky and made shocked outbursts at the sky. Shantian raised his head to look, only to see a huge vertical crack appear in the originally pitch-black sky. Within the crack, a large amount of golden light surfaced, and the dark sky was reflected in a golden color. A golden staircase emerged below, extending deeper towards the crack, and a huge golden tower could be seen looming at the end. Boo! With a crunching sound, a window in a nearby building was smashed through, and a slender figure rushed out, spreading its wings and rushing towards the crack high in the sky. Shen Chuiwe. Shantian recognized that figure at a glance. That's the schoolgirl of their Hacienda 1 high school. It was agreed that they were all ordinary people. Now that the sky is falling, you've grown wings and can fly. That wasn't all. In addition to Shinchuiwe, there were more than a dozen other things with unrecognizable figures further away that similarly rushed into midair. Some had swords on the soles of their feet, and some were clearly not humanoid. More like demons, like the big snake with wings. 18 years. 18 years and not a single demon shows up. Now it was good. Not only did the demons come out, but the cultivators also appeared. A vision from the heavens. One of you is a winged man with a winged man and a royal sword with a royal sword. And a left foot on a right foot. You're not even pretending, are you? Xiantian clenched his fists and hated his teeth. Further away, there were more figures rushing towards the golden steps. The fastest had even stepped onto that golden ladder. However, the moment it had just stepped on it, the golden ladder actually directly disappeared. Immediately after that, the golden giant tower disappeared after it, and the sky once again returned to darkness, leaving behind the many neighborhood residents who were already completely dumbfounded in place. Hey, what's the point of you guys being anxious? You didn't get anything, did you? Xuantian's heart was much smoother. Those heavenly beings and demons are still going around, like a fly on the wall. What was that giant golden tower just now? I have the urge to kneel down. What's the situation? Has the aura revived? How can anyone fly? Damn it, all of you said that you don't know how to cultivate immortality. And now that the sky is falling with a strange image, one of you is imperializing your swords and flying in the sky. Let us ordinary people live. A boy about Xuantian's age held back his red face and shouted. Xiantian gave it a nod in his heart. Brother, you are so right. But I've got hang-ups. And if they're not pretending, then I'm not pretending either. He mentally spat, then took a step towards the upstairs and made it back to the house without incident. He nearly sprinted into his bedroom. He couldn't wait to throw the enlightenment pill into his mouth. A stream of heat surged down his throat and into his abdomen, then spread in a circle around his abdomen and toward his limbs and head. Click! A crunching sound came from within him. One of the orifices at his Dantian location was flushed open, followed by a second and a third. A series of sounds rang out within him one after another. In just a few moments of effort, dozens of orifices were opened. Xiantian had the feeling of his body's shackles being broken open, experiencing an unprecedented level of unimpeded pleasure. His perception also became sharper as some colorful points of light appeared around him. The Killing Sutra, which he had long since memorized backwards, automatically operated, and the surrounding points of light were attracted and drilled towards his body, eventually converging within his orifices. This went on for nearly an hour before finally stopping. At this moment, all 365 orifices in his body were opened, and there were 43 orifices filled with aura. Second level of the opening realm. Xuantian took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. It is recorded in the Killing Scripture that the realms of Qi refiners are divided into the Kaiyuan realm, the Lianqin realm, and the Chenjun realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 weights. He's kind of just getting started now. After 18 years, I've finally taken this step. Xuantian raised his hand and slammed the bed heavily. Boo! With a loud bang, the entire bedpan broke right off. So much power! He was a little surprised. Feeling horribly strong right now. It's just that I'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. He picked up his cell phone, intending to look online for information about the giant golden tower he had just seen. Tap on a certain sound and the first hit is the golden giant tower. It's a full 800+ million hotness. Title: Shocked, wondrous golden giant towers appeared all over Daxia country, suspected to be the legendary 9-layer demon tower. Chapter 3: We control, we house, we protect. 9-layer demon tower? Xiantian raised his eyebrows. Tap the hotspot for a more detailed description. After reading for over an hour, he figured out the general idea based on the information he had converged on. About 100 years ago, some occult archaeologists found mysterious skeletons in the Kunlun Mountains and discovered the 9-layer demon pagoda within the Kunlun Mountains. It is said that many mysterious creatures are imprisoned inside. But these are speculations of some internet bloggers. There was no official statement. Suddenly, a message popped up on Xuantian's cell phone at everyone. It was a message from within the graduation group of the 3rd class of their senior year in Hacienda 1. The messages from the group are undisturbed and he usually doesn't read them. The only people at all can be administrators who are teachers. What could be going on at this hour? Holding his curiosity, he clicked on the message. There are 2 of them. The first one is a link. 2025. Bureau 749 Spring Open Enrollment Bulletin. Bureau 749? Xuantian's heart fluttered as he clicked on the link. We control, we protect, we shelter. Hello students. We are State Department 749, mainly responsible for the conservation of the world's rare species, the control of dangerous species, and the sheltering of extremely dangerous species. This is our first open enrollment for the community at Bureau 749. Interested students are requested to report to 443 Champs-Élysées Street, Zhongbei District, at noon tomorrow. You need to bring your student ID card. This enrollment is open to 1,000 students while supplies last. This rare species is talking about mysterious creatures like demons, Xiantian muttered. The name of Bureau 749 was not unfamiliar to him. The former was often hooked up with all sorts of mysterious things and had a strong mystical coloring. Now it's actually open enrollment. Xiantian thought of many things in a flash. This was the first time Bureau 749 had open enrollment, so there was a good chance it had something to do with the nightly vision of the Golden Tower. After all, there is too much coincidence between the two. But this was good. It saved him from having to go around looking for a demon to kill. If you join the 749th Bureau, are you afraid you won't find a demon? Bureau 749 is a professional when it comes to dealing with mysterious creatures. Sign up at Bureau 749 tomorrow. He made a quick decision in his mind. Exiting the link, Xiantian looked to the second message. Please reply to receive it when you see it. If you do not receive it, your teacher will contact you by phone. The teacher is still good. After Xiantian returned to received, he rolled the thin quilt on the bed, directly went downstairs to take a taxi, and rushed towards Champs-Élysées Street. You'll be sleeping on the floor anyway, so it's just as well to go to the Champs-Élysées. It's also possible to sign up early. He wouldn't dare underestimate the diligence of the Daxia people. If he really waited until 12 o'clock tomorrow to get there, he probably wouldn't be able to get in if he wanted to. When Xiantian arrived at 443 Champs-Élysées Street, there were actually already a dozen people lying in front of the door. But these guys didn't look like high school students at all. They were at least in their 20s and 30s. Hearing the commotion, they all looked towards Xiantian together. Yo, you're a scalper at such a young age? Rich figure. A young man with dyed yellow hair looked at Su Antian with a playful expression. Su Antian frowned. Were these scalpers so well informed? I can't believe I came over early to stand in line for someone. That's for sure. Does making money even matter in terms of age? Xiantian nodded his head. There was no telling the truth about his status as a student. Brothers interesting, inquire. How much does your employer pay? Yellow hair came closer and asked. 100,000. Xiantian blurted out. Then he didn't care if the man believed him or not. He spread the quilt on the floor and fell back to sleep. 100,000? So much. No, I'll raise the price too. Surprised, Yellow Hair picked up his cell phone and started drumming. The next day, Xiantian was awakened by one after another noisy sounds. By the time he got up, there was a full house behind him. Looked at the time, 11:30. It was close to noon. When he turned back and looked in front of him, he was frowning. Originally, there were only a dozen or so scalawags in front of him. But now, each of those scalpers had 4 or 5 high school students standing around them. This time, he was directly squeezed into the 50 or 60th place. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly took large strides towards the front. Straight to the front of the line, standing in first place. Hey brother, there are rules, you can't cut in line. Behind him, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a robust beard opened his mouth, a hint of displeasure in his tone. If he upsets the clients around him, he won't get paid. I'll talk about your mom's rules. Xiantian spoke faintly without looking back. Yo-ho, you're not very old, but your temper is quite foul. The bearded man rolled up his sleeves and grabbed towards Su Antian's shoulders. It was just a little brat, he could easily subdue him. Get the hell off to the side. His broad palms rested on Xuantian's shoulders, trying to pluck him away towards one side. But Xuantian's body didn't move a muscle. You-hoo! I still don't believe it. Just as he was about to add strength, Xiantian suddenly turned back and gave him a direct punch in the abdomen. Get out! Boo! A muffled sound. A big man of 1 meter 8 was directly knocked out 7 or 8 meters by his punch. Collapsed on the ground like a prawn, curled up and never got up again. The mouth kept spitting yellow water outward. Behind him, the few scalawags were white with fear, not daring to breathe. Murder! One little girl shrieked out. Shut up! Xiantian spoke viciously. He couldn't care less about others, and it was definitely not okay to stick his nose in his queue. The group cuts in line who spoils him rotten. A few more will come out in a while, and he'll have to be ranked 100 away. What is the power of cultivation for? To defend your interests, of course. If you don't use it at this time, do you still go up and reason with the scalper? If scalpers were reasonable people, they wouldn't have organized themselves into groups to cut in line. That little girl immediately covered her mouth and held her face red, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't want to fly out too. She's so small. She could be punched through the head with one punch. Thinking of this, she became even more afraid, lowering her head and not daring to look at Shinton. Chief, do you need to go down and take care of it? That bull looks like he's not badly hurt. The little guy hit too hard. It should have already opened the orifices. Upstairs, a man in a black jacket spoke. That little guy came to the line at 3 o'clock, and it's natural to be upset when someone cuts in line. Is it even understandable for young people to be a little bloodthirsty? Don't be so rigid. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a big belly opened his mouth with a smile. Understood, Chief. Director, yesterday's Golden Giant Tower vision. Was it really the 9-layer demon tower? The black jacket man couldn't help but inquire. Yesterday's vision of him was too amazing. I'm not sure, no exact news has come over from the General Directorate, but after that Golden Giant Tower appeared, some of the places we monitored, the aura became even more dense, and this change is still going on. The middle-aged man with a big belly shook his head. Times are about to change. The black-jacketed man's face was grave. As the aura becomes thicker, both humans and demons will be able to cultivate more easily. More uncontrollable other factors will also emerge. All right, it's not our turn to care about these things for now. It's about time. Let the following begin. The middle-aged man waved his hand to signal. Yes, Chief. The black-jacketed man nodded and walked downstairs. Can't get your teammates together for Chapter 4? Candidates outside who have come to take the 749th Bureau's enrollment test line up to enter, and all other unrelated people stay away. The doors of 443 Champs Élysées opened, and from them emerged a team of staff dressed in black mountain suits. With their organization, order was quickly restored off the field. Shantian was the first to walk into the building. In front of him was something like a security channel with a security gate. At a gesture from a nearby staff member, he stepped inside. Drops. The security gate buzzed loudly. The staff member glanced at Shantian and pointed to the right. Little handsome, you go over there. Shantian nodded and traveled to a room at the end of the corridor, knocking on the door and entering. Hello, student. Please show your student ID. The staff inside spoke politely, with a professional smile on their faces. After Shantian handed over his student ID, the staff member tapped away on the computer for a while. A moment later, he spoke. There is no problem with your personal information. You are officially admitted. Please come here tomorrow for the enrollment placement ceremony. Also, please scan the app on the window. The account number is your ID number. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID, and it has information about the specific arrangements for the placement ceremony. Xiantian? It's over so soon? Straight off the bat? Can I ask why I was accepted? Oh, the security gate at the entrance can test whether you have opened your orifices, and students who have opened their orifices can be admitted directly as long as they have a clean life. Oh, thanks. Shantian understood. He pulled out his phone, scanned the code to download the app, and walked away. By the time he walked out of the building, there was still a huge line out the door. That yellow cow that had fallen to the ground was nowhere to be found at this time. Shantian didn't care. He wasn't afraid even if he was approached by an FBI officer. Just now, it was Huang Yo who made the first move, and he was only defending himself anyhow. Ha! Suddenly, his gaze froze. I saw a familiar face in the queue. Shen Chuiwe. Last night. It was she who had wings and flew in the sky. I didn't expect her to come to the registration as well. Shantian muttered, not having any thoughts of going forward to greet her. He and Shen Chuiwe had met a few times and knew each other, but it's really not familiar. He found a breakfast place nearby and drank hot soy milk while tapping the 749 app he had just downloaded to check it out. Just after logging in, several pop-up alerts appeared. 749 National University Profile. 749 Enrollment Instructions. 749 Subclass Examination Process Notice. 749 National University Regulations. Shantian tapped to view it. 749 National University was established in 1948 to train people in the occult, to study occult events in the world, and to conserve and study rare species in the world. 749 National University provides food and housing, regular bonuses, and cultivation resources. 749 Subclass Examination Process. Examination location of the northern suburb of Ha City, Wolfsbane Ridge. Examination time, January 5, 2025 at 8 a.m. Examination requirements for a group of 4. The candidates can form their own team in advance, but also can be on-site team. Please bring all the personal belongings. A moment later, Shen Tian put away his cell phone and roughly figured out the assessment process. He returned home and began to pack his things for an early morning departure. The assessment is not in the city and requires traveling to the outskirts of the city. The good thing was that he already lived in the suburbs, and it would only take an hour or so to get there. The next day, Shen Tian took his luggage and took a taxi to the examination location. After checking in, walk into the assessment site. He hadn't come early, but there didn't seem to be a lot of people here, just under 100. These candidates gathered together and gossiped in low voices. Did you see that giant golden tower the day before yesterday? The internet said it was the legendary 9-layer demon tower. I don't know, but this open enrollment for the 749th National University is probably related to that vision. No matter what, this is a chance for us casual cultivators to join the organization. As long as we enter the 749th University, it will be easier to cultivate in the future. Quickly look over there, that's Shinchuiwe. It's said that she's a half-demon. Her realm has already reached the 3rd level of the Enlightened Yuan realm, and she has some sort of special ability of her own. The man beside him who carries a sword is from the Hermit Sect Royal Sword Sect. His strength is also very strong. He once forcefully killed a donkey-headed wolf of 2 levels of enlightenment. Holy man, how do you know so much? Who are you? Me? I'm Jiang Wu, nicknamed Bao Dajian, from the Misty Hidden Sect. If a brother wants to buy information on anyone in the future, just look for me. The little fat man, Jiang Wu, smiled and opened his mouth. Shen Tian stood still as the candidates around him chatted in a variety of ways. He did hear a lot of useful information. What made him a little surprised was that Shinchuiwe was actually a half-demon. No wonder it was able to grow wings and fly when it was in the Kaiyuan realm. This open enrollment of Bureau 749 allowed him to see another mysterious side of this world. And even the Hermit clan appeared. What Misty Hidden Sect and Royal Sword Sect? He had never even heard of them. There is no telling how many more of these types of people are among those students in front of us. It's even possible that all of them are such established people. After all, ordinary people didn't have the opportunity to obtain the means to cultivate, and only some special Taoist lineages could cultivate. He wouldn't have been able to get the hang of it without the system. Moreover, it was now almost time for the examination, but the number of students present clearly did not match the number of enrollment, which was simply less than 1,000. 100 at the most. Where did the remaining students go? Shen Tian frowned, puzzled in his heart. What's the handsome man's name? Which clan? Looking a bit strange. Right at this moment, a little fat man came up next to Su Antian and opened his mouth with a smile. It was none other than Jiang Wu of the Misty Hidden Sect. Su Antian, there is no clan. Su Antian returned, and immediately asked, do you know where the other enrolled students went? You're asking the right person. As far as I know, these people who are here today are all hidden clans, Qi practitioner family descendants or half-demons who came down from the mountains. All of them are already enlightened, and none of them are weak. As for the other students, they are all ordinary people with cultivation talent who have to go to enlightenment first, so naturally they can't compare with us. This message is considered a gift to you, Brother Su, so let's make friends. We'll all be classmates in the future. Jiang Wu replied with a smile. By the way, I see that Brother Su came alone, so I'll remind you to hurry up and find a team. You won't have a chance in a while. After saying that, it's self-conscious and walked towards the other team. Shen Tian pondered. According to what Jiang Wu had said, the students in front of him almost all had backgrounds and were likely to know each other, and finding teammates was definitely the first thing to do was to look for the ones they were familiar with. He didn't have a single acquaintance here, and really didn't have much of an advantage. He looked around and realized that the students around him were basically 4 together. Only 3 groups are understaffed. Shen Tian walked up to one of the teams and took the initiative to inquire, hello, do you need a teammate? Classmate. We already have teammates on their way here. The The person who answered had a smile on his face as he politely refused Shantian. Shantian nodded slightly, then went to the next team and continued his inquiry. You can ask the other teams, class. Our team is full too. The students are a bit faceless. We have acquaintances to work with. Sorry. All three teams turned him down. The situation was pretty much what he expected. Not far away, Shin Chuiwe noticed the movement over here and frowned slightly upon seeing Shantian. Apparently, he recognized Shantian. As an alumna, she had every intention of helping, but the players around her were all set in advance, and it wasn't a good idea to let anyone leave on short notice. After contemplating in place, she took a step in front of Shantian. Hello, Mr. Su. Shin Chuiwe greeted. Su Antian looked sideways at Shin Chuiwe in confusion, not knowing what it was that he had approached him about. Bucktooth rat demons are usually several of them at the same time. It's too dangerous for you to enter the Wolf-Tooth Ridge alone. You can follow me around and I can protect you. Of course, the teeth of the bucktooth rat demons you kill can be left behind by yourself. Shin Chuiwe spoke her thoughts out. Previously, during the several encounters in the school, she had not felt the cultivator's aura on Su Antian's body, and thought that he should have cultivated only recently, and his cultivation would not be very high. Schoolgirl Shen isn't bad. Su Antian secretly nodded his head. But how else could one kill demons by following its lead? Besides, would he, a man, hide behind a woman? Chuyu, this isn't appropriate, is it? Bringing him along. A drag that no one wants will slow down our speed of killing demons. The sword-carrying teenager from the Imperial Sword Sect spoke softly. Kendo. He's my alumnus. Shin Chuiwe frowned. I'm just being honest. Wastes should stay where wastes should stay. Jian Yu was unimpressed. When he finished speaking, his eyes gave Shantian a scornful look. He was going for number one and didn't want anyone to slow him down. Besides, what can one do with a nameless person who says a few words about him? Then background, he was a disciple of the Royal Sword Sect. Compared to his strength, he had already reached the third level of the Kai Yuan realm. But right at that moment, Shantian took a step in front of him. A punch to its stomach. Boo! There was a loud bang. Jian Yu's body flew straight out. Boom! His body hit the ground hard, splattering a large amount of dust. Before he could get up, Shantian had already come before him once again. Raising his hand, he blasted out again. This time, he targeted its mouth. This guy's mouth stinks. Come up here and call yourself a drag? A loser or something. At home, no one cares if you have a foul mouth. That's because your parents spoil you. But this is society. It's natural for someone to educate you if you have a foul mouth. Boom! Su Antian punched his face, knocking out 3 or 4 of his teeth on the spot, his mouth full of blood. Watch your mouth next time, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Shantian got up and left straight away. Lying on the ground, Jian Yu was dumbfounded. He didn't say anything. How come he got a beating? The most important thing was how the other party was so fast. Are you all right? Shin Chuiwe and her 2 teammates walked over and helped Jian Yu up. It doesn't seem. Dry is I didn't have time to pull between. Otherwise he's not my opponent. Sword Emperor felt the gazes of the surrounding deviants and shook his head with an ugly face. All my strength is in my sword. His speech was slurred due to his swollen mouth. Shin Chuiwe looked at Su Antian's back with surprise in her eyes. It was a sneak attack, but it wasn't something the average person could do. Shantian still has some strength. However, its sudden move to injure Jian Wu, who was after all her teammate, she couldn't afford to continue defending Su Antian. Chapter 5 Outlaw Excitement Fist. Hiss, this teenager is quite strong. 2 punches and he's put Sword Royal down. What's so strong about it? Didn't you hear what Jian Yu said? If he puts out his sword, that kid is no match. Being able to make Jian Wu unable to pull out his sword is strength in itself. Che! What Royal Sword Sect? The strength is just like that. The commotion here attracted a lot of whispered comments from the eating public. Jian Wu's face was suffocating red. He stood up and looked at the teacher on the stands in front of him, pointing at Su Antian and opening his mouth to complain. Teacher, just now he hit me. He hit his classmates for no reason. Such a person doesn't deserve to join the 749 university. In the stands, Wang He, wearing a black jacket, had a bit of a headache. How come it's this brat Su Antian every time? He remembered that the last time he was on Champs-Élysées, it was also Shantian. Recalling what the director had said at the time, he spoke. You're all young people. It's normal for young people to be a bit bloodthirsty. Don't be catty about everything. It's almost time. Now I'll announce the test. Introduce yourself. My name is Wang He. I'm the examiner of this class separation ceremony. Next, I'll announce the contents of the test. Behind me is Wolf's Tooth Ridge. This is one of Bureau 749's sheltering places, in which a large number of buck-toothed rat demons live. Your task is to kill these buck-toothed rat demons and collect the 2 incisors of the rat demons. I'll be dividing the classes based on the number of incisors you end up collecting. The final class assignments will determine the teaching resources you will be able to allocate later. So get as many portmanteaus as you can. For your safety, this test requires a team of 4, and the number of incisors is ultimately divided equally among the 4. Remember to live within your means and don't be a hero. The test ends at 5 p.m. Now, for those who have not formed a team, you have 3 minutes to form a team. The placement test will officially begin after 3 minutes. When Wang He's words fell, not many people moved at all, because they've all formed teams. Jian Yu's face was ugly. He didn't think that 749's teachers didn't care about this. Since teacher doesn't care, that's fine. He drew his sword from his back and walked towards Shen Tian. Just now, he didn't expect Su Antian to dare to make a move and was careless, which was why he didn't dodge. Now that he was prepared and had drawn his sword as well, his strength had at least doubled. Shen Tian couldn't possibly be his opponent. Look, Jian Yu is angry and wants to sword chop Su Antian. He wouldn't dare, would he? You can't kill people in public anymore. Who knows? This is going to be a good one. Nearby students looked over, waiting for a good show. Shen Tian heard the commotion and turned back. This kid is still not convinced? Want to kill me? Shen Tian pressed his palm on his waist. It's a loud bang. Drawing out his demon-slaying sword, he took large strides towards Sword Royal to meet him. He doesn't spoil anyone. This sword in his hand, which he had been practicing since birth, didn't fear anyone's. It can both decapitate demons and kill people. Wang He frowned at the 2 Shen Tian. He moved his feet and disappeared directly from the stands. When he reappeared, he had already come between the 2. Its hand swung and struck the side of the swords, changing the direction of all the swords of Xuantian's 2 men. The sword in Jian Yu's hand even flew straight out. The aura on Wang He's body erupted as he angrily shouted, "Both of you stop, or else get out of 749 University." Su Antian's arm was numb, but the demon-slaying sword was still held in his hand. He coldly glanced at Jian Yu and reinserted the demon-slaying sword back into the waist of his pants. With Wang He around, he couldn't kill Jian Yu, so he didn't waste any time. To kill someone, you don't need to put a hard word in ahead of time. Just find an opportunity to do it. Jian Yu's face was unsightly as he felt that Wang He was deliberately targeting him. Why else did he not strike down Xuantian's sword? But that was something he didn't dare accuse in public. He picked up his sword and walked to the side, while in his mind he was looking for an opportunity to teach Su Antian a lesson within the Wolfsbane Ridge. Wang He's face slowed down a little and he rejoined the stands. He had just used the same amount of force, but that Shen Tian hadn't lost his sword. This caused some surprise in his mind. In contrast, it seemed that Shen Tian was stronger. He was surprised by the thought that popped into his mind, followed by a slight shake of the head to shake it out of his mind. He had read Su Antian's profile, and other than knowing a bit of ancient sword art, he couldn't see anything special. As for Sword Royal, he cultivated the Royal Sword Sex technique, the Royal Sword Heart Sutra, and his talent and strength were both very strong. Having just lost his sword, it was most likely due to being injured by Shen Tian in advance. "Hello. My name is Tong Jingshu. Can I be your teammate?" A soft woman's voice came from behind Shen Tian. He turned his head to look at the snowy white before him. Holy, it's huge. Standing in front of him, Tong Jingshu was about 1.7 meters in height, with long black hair hanging down to his waist, wearing black thin framed glasses, but his face was somewhat like that of a high-cooled imperial lady, with light and thin lips. The top half of his body is a white shirt, plus a black casual suit jacket. The bottom half of his body is a black JK, and his feet are covered in black knee-high socks and beanies, and he's cradling a black tablet in his hand. This dress looks like a nerdy nerd, but that's not even the point. The point is it's too big. The top 3 buttons of that white shirt were loose. The whole aha gesture. He was worried that the rabbit would jump out on its own. In addition, Tong Yuchu seems to be somewhat different from normal people. The pupils of his eyes are actually red. He had seen the gold and blue ones, but not really the red ones. Looking at Tong Jingshu's panting appearance, it seemed that he had rushed here. "Classmate, Can you stop looking at me like that? Tong Jingshu's cheeks blushed slightly, blocking the tablet to her chest and clenching her legs a bit. The man in front of me was handsome, but I didn't realize that he was also a lowlife. I said yesta. Don't get me wrong. Xiantian averted his gaze in embarrassment, his heart pounding. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, what is your strength? I've just cultivated and only opened 3 orifices, but the half-demon bloodline in my body has awakened, so I do have one ability. Tong Jingshu's face turned even redder. What kind of ability is it? Xiantian came to be interested. He had seen Shinchu's ability and thought that all the abilities of half-demons should be good, and he was still considered to have picked up a leak. Tong Jingshu looked around and suddenly her mouth came to Su Antian's ear and whispered, I'm a chimera half-demon, and my ability is to make my enemies more hyper. What unbelievable ability. Outlaw excitement fist. Xiantian was eager for Tong Jingshu to perform it on him right now. Let him experience what it's like first. In addition, I can also cast it on my teammates, but I've just awakened. I haven't tried the exact power yet, and my teacher at school said that if I can utilize this ability well, it's still not bad either. Tong Jingshu continued. Not bad. You can try it on me in a while. My body is strong. I should be able to withstand it. Xiantian nodded his head. His heart was very much looking forward to it. It's a chimera. What about the Western demon? He looked behind Tong Jingshu and was a little disappointed to find no demon tail. Okay. Time's up. All students now, enter Wolfsbane Ridge. Wang He spoke loudly after glancing at his watch. As the words fell, the 20-odd teams that had been prepared long ago all rushed towards the interior of the Wolf's Tooth Ridge. All of them wanted to hunt the bucktooth rat demon first. All of those teams were full teams of 4, with only the 2 remaining ones, Su Antian and Tong Jingshu, forming a team. Even if Xiantian didn't want to team up with Tong Jingshu, he had no choice. It's a good thing that it's the team members who share the teeth equally, but it doesn't hurt. Su Antian also wanted to hurry up, but Tong Jingshu dribbled and ran with a bit too much burden. It really doesn't run fast. Jingshu, how about I carry you on my back? Xiantian proposed. He's in a hurry to kill the demon. Okay. Tong Jingshu agreed with a somewhat unnatural body. Su Antian went forward, directly carrying Tong Jingshu behind his back as he rushed towards Wolfsbane Ridge. Tong Jingshu subconsciously hugged Su Antian's neck and pressed against his back. It was spring and he was only wearing a thin shirt. That warm touch almost made Xiantian salute on the spot. His heart beat faster, bringing more power. The speed of the feet was also faster. Such a powerful effect before even casting the ability. If I cast it, I dare not think of the results. Xiantian turned a little worried. He was afraid that if Tong Jingshu exerted his abilities on himself, he wouldn't be able to hold his own before he could do anything about it. The outskirts of the Wolf's Tooth Ridge were fairly flat, and some of the strongest teams quickly burrowed into the forest, dispersing and disappearing. But the deeper you go, the more trees and debris there are, and the road under your feet becomes rugged and you can't go fast enough. Xiantian did the same as he put Tong Jingshu down. Immediately after that, he put his hand down his pants. As Tong Jingshu watched Su Antian's movements, she subconsciously shielded the flatbed in front of her chest, thinking, what is he doing with his right hand in his pants? She's not a little girl who doesn't know anything. It was in the middle of nowhere, and the teams around it were going nowhere. If Su Antian has bad intentions for her, she can't exert her ability. At her puzzled, worried gaze, Xiantian pulled out a sword from the waist of his pants. Silver sword. It was a meter long. Be careful. There are traces of rat demons here. Su Antian pointed to a deep hole not far away and uttered a reminder. Both the demon-slaying sword and the demon-binding rope he could have placed inside the small golden tower, but in order to not attract attention when he took them out, he usually hid the demon-slaying sword inside his pants leg. Chapter 6. Killing the bucktooth rat demon and obtaining the spirit-enhancing elixir. Chief, things are all set. Emergency responders have arrived at their assigned location. Wang He stood behind a middle-aged man with a big belly and opened his mouth to report. Good work. The movements of the bucktooth rat king should also be closely monitored, so that it can't be allowed to come out and injure those trainees. Zhang Herong exhorted. The bucktooth rat king had the strength of the 5th level of the enlightened realm, and those students couldn't deal with it, the gap was too great. Moreover, they chose Wolf's Tooth Ridge this time because they also wanted to use it to weaken the number of bucktooth rat demons on the mountain. Bucktooth rat kings can self-propagate, and laying pups is almost as good as laying dumplings. Keep it up and Wolfsbane will be gutted. If it wasn't for the fact that the buck-toothed rat demons still had some research value, he would have wanted to ask his superiors for instructions to exterminate most of these rat demons, leaving only a few in cages for shelter. Don't worry, Director. The bucktooth rat king is locked deep in the cave and is guarded. There won't be any accidents. Wang He replied. Well, have a seat. Which of these students do you favor? Zhang Herong pointed at the screen in front of him and asked with a smile. In front of him, there was a huge screen which was divided into hundreds of small screens, in which some things within the Wolfsbane Ridge were being broadcasted. From the information we've gathered so far, Shen Chua's realm is the highest, with the 4th level of the Enlightened Realm, and coupled with her half-demon bloodline power, her actual strength will only be even higher, and she's most likely to get first place. Wang He pondered for a split second and replied seriously. In addition, the strength of the Royal Sword Sex Jian Yu, the Misty Hidden Sex Jiang Wu, the Open Mountain Sex Lin Shan, the Duan family's Duan Tian, and the Hong family's Hong Wu are all quite good, so they should be able to obtain a good ranking as well. Well, what do you think of Shen Tian? Zhang Herong nodded and suddenly asked. Su Antian? It's only in the 2nd level of the Kai Yuan realm. If he continues to act so ostentatiously, he will encounter setbacks sooner or later. In his opinion, Su Antian's average strength still liked to cause trouble, and sooner or later he was going to suffer a big loss. It doesn't have to be all bad for young people to encounter some setbacks and suffer some hardships. Zhang Herong looked towards the screen, and there, Su Antian had just pulled the demon-slaying sword out of his pants. On the other hand, Tong Jingshu realized that she had misunderstood Su Antian. Somewhat embarrassed, he lowered his head. You hide behind me. Let's go in and take a look, Su Antian barked, taking the lead towards the cave. The cave was damp and dark, with dark green moss underfoot. Sewage also oozes out from within the moss when your feet step on it. Tong Jingshu looked at her feet in disgust, and finally clenched her teeth and followed. Borrowing the faint light cast in through the cracks in the mountain walls, Shen Tian carefully moved forward and quickly went deeper. Rumble. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately afterward, a huge rat demon that was the size of a wild boar and covered in gray bristles looked like a small car as it rushed towards Shen Tian. Its eyes were so tiny they were barely visible, and a pair of huge slatterns took up its entire rat face. Squeak! The buck-toothed rat demon screamed strangely and rushed towards Shen Tian. Tong Jingshu's body trembled with great fear, tightly covering her mouth to prevent her from making a sound that would affect Su Antian. Good timing! Xuantian's face showed excitement. The only 2 words in his mind were killing demons. Boo! The buck-toothed rat demon's hind limbs exerted force, and its huge body rose up in the cavern, pouncing towards Su Antian, its huge slate teeth biting at Su Antian's neck. Xuantian's eyes were fixed on its movements. In the moment of proximity, he moved. Both knees violently crouched down, and the whole person lay backward to avoid the rat demon's attack. At the same time, he struck out his sword. Thumbs up! A sound of a sword entering flesh and cutting through blood came out. The entirety of the demon-slaying sword didn't enter the jaws of the buck-toothed rat demon, piercing through the top of the skull. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound as Shen Tian deftly dodged towards the side. Avoid getting drenched all over. When he was an ordinary man, he was able to sever the neck of a wild fox spirit while holding a demon-slaying sword. Now that he was enlightened, his power gained a huge boost. A sword piercing through a rat demon's head was nothing more than normal. The rat demon twitched on the ground for a few times before becoming completely motionless. A wisp of clear chi flew out from the rat demon and shot into Xuantian's brow. Within the Bagua demon refining furnace within his mind, the figure of a rat demon emerged. And then it faded sharply and disappeared, refining the bucktooth rat demon essence, rewarding 1 spirit enhancement elixir. Spirit enhancing pill. Taking it can greatly increase the spiritual chi in the body, assist in filling the orifices, and accelerate the progress of cultivation. Classmate Su, you're awesome. Tong Jingshu looked at the corpse on the ground and spoke out in surprise. She had thought that Shen Tian was as little powerful as she was. Why else would Shen Tian not have a team wanting it? But now it seems to be something else entirely. Shen Tian was strong. At least, she thought it was strong. Jingshu, help me keep watch. I'm going to rest for a while. Su Antian sat down on the ground and swallowed the spirit enhancement pill he had just obtained into his abdomen. He needs to get stronger. The moment the spirit enhancing pill entered his belly, A large amount of spiritual chi surged out from it. Shen revolved the Killing Sutra, unifying these auras and directing them towards the empty orifices. The Kaiyuan realm was originally a watery endeavor that required a lot of time to absorb aura and stuff the orifices full. But now, the spirit enhancement pill provided him with a large amount of Reiki. He only needed to guide these auras and fill them into the orifices. So the breakthrough was extremely fast. Boo! Boom, boom, boom. The orifices in his body were filled one after another. He ended up opening 25 orifices before the spirit-enhancing pill's medicinal power ran out. Now that he had opened 68 orifices, he was one step closer to the third level of the enlightened Yuan realm. Getting up from his original position, Shen raised his demon chopper sword and hacked off the incisors of the buck-toothed rat demon. But this buck-toothed rat demon's teeth were really a bit big. It's hard to put down your pants pockets. After some thought, he took off his top shirt and made it into a pouch after tying a knot at the neck position. Su Antian threw the incisor in and handed the cloth bag to Tong Jingshu. Here, take it. It's inconvenient to put my hands on me. Tong Jingshu stared blankly at Su Antian's chest and abdomen, only coming back to her senses when she heard the voice. Realizing what she had done, she blushed a little and took the cloth bag. But Xuantian's abs and pecs were really very well proportioned and just the right size. I looked at you and you looked at me. Now we're even. Shen Tian laughed, then muttered, but I'm looking through my clothes, so I seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Regardless of Tong Jingshu's reaction, he turned around and continued walking towards the cave. As he continued to go deeper, Shen Tian realized that this rat hole was out of this world large and had many branches. It's easy to get lost. Rumble. At that moment, a sudden sound came from the rat hole on his side. Is it finally here? Xuantian's eyes glowed. With his sword in hand, he stood still and waited for the bucktooth rat demon to charge. As the sound approached, he saw a man run out of the cave. Run, brother. There are 4 rat demons behind us. You're no match. The teenager wore a yellow short-sleeved big pants, revealing lumps of muscles bulging and looking strong. But at this time its appearance is very wretched. One hand shrugged, seems to be arm bone broken. He was carrying another short-haired teenager on his back. They had just fought with those rat demons, and only he and the companion on his back escaped from the 4 people. The other 2 were directly seriously injured and unconscious, and were saved by the instructors that the school had arranged in advance in the cave, and lost their qualifications for class placement. 4. Su Antian gripped the demon-slaying sword tightly, stomped his foot on the ground, and rushed out. The body brushed against the young man in yellow, taking the initiative to meet the rat demon behind them. Oh my god! Are you that brave, brother? You're not afraid to die. Hanggu stopped in his tracks, shocked. The 4 of them were no match for each other, and the other party had gone up alone. Chapter 7. 4 in a row and you say they're strong? Brother Wu don't care about him. Although he can't be a match for those rat demons, he can buy us time. Let's seize the moment and leave quickly. The short-haired teenager on Hong Wu's back spoke in an urgent voice. And with the instructor, he won't die. Hongwu hesitated on his feet. He didn't think that was a very good idea. Brother Wu, dead friends don't die of poverty. Hurry up and go. We can't be eliminated here. Hong Wu thought to himself that it was true, and besides, he had already reminded Shen Tian. He instantly turned around and tried to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that Shen Tian had already rushed to the rat demon. Only Su Antian dodged sideways, avoiding the bucktooth rat demon's pounce while the silver sword in his hand fiercely chopped out. Pust! A sound of blood and flesh tearing came out. The head of the leading rat demon broke off from the neck, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Its huge body, due to inertia, slammed hard against the cave wall, shaking the entire cave. Behind this group of rat demons, a man in black stopped his sprinting steps. He had wanted to go forward to rescue Su Antian, but now it seemed like there was no need. To have such resilience at such a young age is not bad. The man in black commented. Boo! Shen Tian crossed his demon-slaying sword and blocked the other bucktooth rat demon. In a moment of stalemate, he raised his foot and kicked it violently in the jaw. The boar-sized buck-toothed rat demon's body was kicked off the ground and his limbs left the ground. Su Antian shortened his body, and the demon's slashing sword sliced through the rat demon's lower neck while arriving in front of the third rat demon. The buck-toothed rat demon's forelimbs were unusually thick, with sharp claws that looked like steel. The moment it was swung, cutting into the rock wall was a huge scratch that showed its sharpness. Too slow. Xuantian's feet didn't stop, but instead, he was still a few points faster. The blade cut into the rat's paw. Thumbs up. The sharp rat claws were chopped off flush the moment they touched the demon-slaying sword. Z. Squeak. The buck-toothed rat demon howled in pain. Xiantian took the opportunity to pierce his head with a sword. While drawing his sword, he had already reached the last buck-toothed rat demon. This buck-toothed rat demon was obviously afraid and turned around to run. But it was too big to turn immediately. Xiantian took advantage of the opportunity to open him up with a sword. Along with the blood gushing out, there was also a large amount of internal organs and blood. The buck-toothed rat demon struggled on the ground for a few moments before completely stopping moving. 18 seconds, consecutively slaying 3 first-level of Kaiyuan and 1 second-level of Kaiyuan buck-toothed rat demons. Your strength is not bad. The sword is not bad either. Behind the buck-toothed rat demon, the man in black spoke softly. With his eyesight, he naturally saw that the demon-slaying sword in Xuantian's hand was extraordinary, very sharp and tough. Xiantian glanced at it, his gaze resting on the 749 marking on its chest. After nodding slightly towards it, he raised his sword and chopped off the bucktooth rat demon's teeth to collect them, and turned around to return. "Classmate Su, are you all right?" Tong Jingshu chased after him from behind and asked with concern. "It's fine, take these." Su Antian tossed the collected incisors to Tong Jingshu. Tong Jingshu took it in a panic and put the incisor inside the cloth bag. Looking at Xuantian's broad and robust back, his heart thumped. Xuantian's movements just now to kill the demon were too handsome. It's clean and crisp, without a hint of excess movement, like those protagonists she had seen in anime. Hongwu hadn't left at this point, and he was attracted by Su Antian's sharp movements when he killed the first buck-toothed rat demon. When he saw Su Antian walk over, he squeezed out a smile on his face. "Brother, you're strong." "It's not that I'm strong, it's that they're too weak," Xiantian said indifferently. The smile on Hongwu's face was reduced to embarrassment. "Those rat demons are weak, so aren't they even weaker?" But the facts were there, and he couldn't say anything more. Just gratefully said, "Just now, thanks for your brother's help. I'm Hongwu of the Hong family. This is my younger brother Hong Yuan. When the class separation ceremony is over, our brothers will treat you to a drink." "Hee. That's not necessary. Take out the teeth you have on you." Xiantian laughed lightly. He didn't recognize the two men in front of him at all, much less want anything to do with them. Hongwu's expression was stunned as he looked at Xiantian in confusion. "I saved your asses. It's only reasonable that you pay something, right? Or I'll get it myself, just the same," Xiantian faintly said. He had just heard the words of Hong Yuan on Hongwu's back, who wanted him to block the rat demon. And what's with the dead friends? It's expecting him to die. "Who are you to rob us? The instructor is right there. Try your hand?" Hong Yuan was anxious when he heard that Su Antian wanted the incisors they had collected. That's something they had a hard time acquiring. "Yeah, just try it," Xiantian grinned. Before, Wang He hadn't said that he wouldn't allow students to fight amongst themselves. It doesn't say it's not allowed, so it is. As the words fell, Xiantian threw out a fist. Boo! With a muffled sound, Hongwu blocked Su Antian's punch at the crucial moment. However, his body was slammed out by a huge force and hit the cave wall before coming to a stop. "Su Antian, you really dare to make a move? My Hong family will remember you." Hong Yuan spoke angrily. Hongwu fought back with difficulty, blood vaguely seeping out of his mouth. He suffered internal injuries. He was tempted to tell this brother of his to shut up. His brother cursed, and he was the one who got beat up. "Oh, you better remember me." Su Antian's feet moved, his body charging forward, arriving in front of Hongwu, about to strike again. "Stop!" Hongwu called a halt in time and quickly unhooked a bag from his waist and threw it to Xiantian. "It's all here." Su Antian, however, didn't pick it up, but continued to strike, slapping Hong Yuan in the face. Snap! A crisp ringing sound came out. Hong Yuan's mouth soared with blood, and his face swelled up high like a steamed bun. "Remember me?" Xiantian asked with a smile. Hong Yuan's face showed fear. He didn't expect Su Antian to really dare to make a move. And it's amazing that the instructor is just there watching. Regardless, Su Antian, our brothers concede. Do as you wish and we'll meet again in the future, Hongwu said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, but I like to take desperate measures." Xiantian shook his head and raised his foot to kick Hongwu in the abdomen. Boom. Hongwu was kicked off again. Pest! Blood spurted out of Hongwu's mouth, and veins showed on his forehead. He was also a genius, and now he was being humiliated like this. But the situation was stronger than the man, and he had to bow down. Seeing that Su Antian was about to make a move, his eyelids jumped and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother Su, our brothers admit their guilt. Let us go. Shen stopped in his tracks. This is still considered a begging attitude. As long as he's strong enough, bad people will turn good in his presence. He glanced at the duo and turned to leave. There was no way he could actually beat the duo to death. After all, the instructor was right behind him. It would be a mistake to get kicked out of the 749th for this. Be gentle next time. We won't be able to deliver if you're killed or maimed. The man in black opened his mouth to remind Su Antian as he passed by. Also, there's a buck-toothed rat king deep in the belly of the mountain. Don't go too deep. It'll be dangerous. Shen grinned. Thank you, instructor, for reminding me. A buck-toothed rat king? I wonder what the reward will be after refining it. Xuantian's heart moved. Chapter 8. Adversary Ability. Natural-born entrapment agent. Shun Chuyue's team has already killed 9 buck-toothed rat demons and is currently in first place. Misty Hidden Sect Jiangwu is not bad either. The various hidden weapons and organs in this kid's hands are very powerful. He's also killed 7 rat demons. Lin Shan of the Open Mountain Sect and Duan Tian of the Duan clan have also gained something. Another 13 students have lost their battle power and been eliminated. Huh? Shen Tian? He killed 5 rat demons too. Wang He looked at the images on the monitor and reported one by one. But he seems to be relying on the sharpness of the longsword in his hand. Otherwise, it would be hard to manage to kill a rat demon with one sword. Wang He had a sharp gaze and thought he saw the key, frowning immediately afterward. But there seems to be something wrong with his personality? How come he's always clashing with his classmates? What he saw was the very image of Shen Tian beating up the 2 Hongwu brothers. Director, should we send someone to warn Su Antian? I'm afraid he'll end up making a big mess. Wang He reminded. There are provisions in the school rules that conflicts between classmates need to be resolved on their own. But they cannot be maimed or killed. And if there are irreconcilable conflicts, they can even go to the rooftop for a duel. Zhang Herong glanced at Wang He. That kid seems to be greatly grinning. In fact, his hands are measured. That Hongwu 2 brothers are only skin wounds. Seemingly miserable. In fact, it does not matter. What the director said. Wang He bowed his head, realizing his own problem. 4th level of the Kai Yuan realm. Shen Tian stood up from his original position, feeling the growing strength within his body with great delight. He had just eaten all of the spirit-enhancing pills that he had obtained from killing the rat demon again. At this time, there were already 138 orifices in the body filled with spiritual qi. Click! A soft thud emanated from Xuantian's feet. A piece of gravel was easily stepped on by him. The surge of power prevented him from adapting immediately, and he needed time to familiarize himself with it. Classmate Su, do we still need to continue deeper? Tong Jingshu softly inquired. After seeing Xuantian's strength, she decided to hug this thigh. But before that, I want to try your abilities. Shen Tian nodded. He was now at the 4th level of the Enlightened Realm, so he should be able to withstand Tong Jingshu's ability. The odds are that there will be no accidents. Therefore, he wanted to see the exact effect of Tong Jingshu's ability. Good. Tong Jingshu nodded. She also wanted to prove her usefulness and didn't want to be a vase. I'm going to start. Tong Jingshu gave a serious reminder. In the next second, her red pupils changed and widened a lot. Boom! Su Antian's brain roared, and his mind went blank as Tong Jingshu's figure surfaced in his mind. His entire body's qi and blood was out of control, and a large amount of qi and blood accelerated in his body as if it was storming. Body temperature climbed rapidly, and his skin turned as red as blood. Shen Tian instantly dinged hot. The body lunged at Tong Jingshu uncontrollably. At the critical moment, Shen Tian erupted with amazing will and controlled his behavior. But you could tell by the look on his face that he was resisting very reluctantly. Shen Tian was a little surprised in his heart. Tong Jingshu's ability seems to be related to the spirit. Despite his strength, he was still hit. There is a desperate need to vent at this time. Otherwise, a blood vessel is likely to burst. Follow me, Shen Tian nearly hissed. He stomped his feet, and the stone slabs under his feet appeared to shatter like a spiderweb. Boo! The body used the force to rush sharply into the depths of the cave. "Wait for me!" Tong Jingshu called out behind her, but with her speed, it was hard to keep up. Had to fight to run with the ball. Behind Su Antian, Tong Jingshu's voice grew farther and farther away. In front of him, several buck-toothed rat demons appeared. His eyes glowed red and he charged with his sword. Pest! With a soft sound, the buck-toothed rat demon's head flew straight out. At this time, he was already too much stronger than the buck-toothed rat demons, and these rat demons could not block a single move from him. At this moment, another rat demon pounced. Su Antian didn't dodge. His left hand clenched his fist and blasted out. Boo! A muffled sound. The fist slammed hard into the rat demon's face. Click! The rat demon's face bone caved in, and his forward body flew backwards at a faster speed. It directly toppled the other rat demon behind it. Without waiting for them to react, Shen-Tian had already rushed in front of him with his sword. Poof, 2 swords. Send off these 2 rat brothers. Shen-Tian body power to get catharsis, comfortable a lot, sanity temporarily return has been able to suppress the power of agitation. A moment later, the power in his body completely calmed down. He felt no discomfort other than some tearing pain in his muscles. Just now, my strength has at least doubled. Shen-Tian thought back to his outburst just now and secretly summarized. Although Tong Jingshu's ability had side effects, as long as it could be resisted, the increase in strength gained was still great. That's right. Jingshu's ability is also effective against demons. Xuantian's eyes lit up as an idea came to his mind. Isn't Tong Jingshu a natural-born entrapment agent? Maybe he could fish out the Rat King deep in the cave and kill it? He was very greedy for that Rat King. He returns to look for Tong Jingshu and quickly meets the panting Tong Jingshu. Probably because the exercise was too strenuous, Tong Jingshu was sweating. Sweat ran down his cheeks and neck, soaking his shirt. The dampened shirt clung to the skin. Wakey wakey. Su Antian's fire, which had just been suppressed, suddenly had a tendency to raise its head again. Jingshu, I have an idea. He opened his mouth to divert his attention. He voiced his thoughts about wanting to kill the Rat King. I'll listen to you. Tong Jingshu directly agreed. Xuantian's thigh. She was determined to hug it. Leaving Shen-Tian, she would soon be eliminated in this cave. All right, just listen to me in a moment. Come up first. Shen-Tian nodded and turned his back. He wanted to get to the Rat King sooner before the instructor behind him caught up, in case the instructor intervenes and crosses the line. Aha! Tong Jingshu came up on her own as soon as she could. His arms were wrapped around Xuantian's neck, and his palms were naturally draped over Xuantian's chest. So hard. Tong Jingshu was surprised. Su Antian's pectoral muscles were hard as hell. One could imagine how much power was contained underneath. Also, it feels good in the hand. Hey, don't move around and touch it, or I'll touch you back, Shen-Tian warned. Between the lifting of his feet, he was already rushing towards the depths of the cave. Tong Jingshu blushed in shame. What could she do? Did she just like physically fit boys? A breeze came from his ears, and the scene in front of Shen-Tian suddenly became wider. He jerked to a halt. In front of him, a huge deep pit appeared, and within the pit, there was a huge rat demon. The rat demon was about the size of an adult elephant, bloated and looking all fat. Most of the body is covered in gray bristles, with only one dorsal strip being pure white. At this time, it was sleeping on its lower back, with occasional snoring sounds. Xuantian's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the huge iron chain around the Rat King's neck. Shizushu, cast ability. Target the Rat King below. Shen-Tian commanded in a low voice. Tong Jingshu did as he was told, and his pupils rapidly changed. Student, this is not an examination area. Please leave now. Right at this moment, a black-robed, bearded man leapt up from the pit below and came before Shen-Tian. Warning. Good day, instructor. We'll leave right away. Shen-Tian smiled and turned around. Below, the buck-toothed mouse king's small scarlet eyes widened, and his body rose violently from the ground. After glancing towards the top, the huge body exerted itself and lunged towards the outside of the pit. Boo! Just as it lunged into mid-air, the massive chains tensed up as a result, pulling it back down to the bottom of the pit. Z! Squeak! The buck-toothed Rat King made 2 strange cries and didn't give up, continuing to charge towards the outside. The man with the beard frowned. How could the Rat King suddenly storm out when he was doing fine? Not being able to think carefully, he leapt towards the bottom of the pit, intending to control the Rat King first. Boo! At that exact moment, the huge chain was actually tensed directly, and the Rat King leaped out from the bottom of the pit and drilled towards the hole. How is that possible? The bearded man uttered in shock. That chain was forged with special materials, and it was impossible for the Rat King of the 5th level of the Kai Yuan realm to break it open. Not good. We have to stop the Rat King. He reacted and hurriedly chased towards the Rat King while calling for backup over the intercom. Chapter 9. The killing scripture shows its might. A sword opens the spirit of heaven. Useful. Sensing the movement behind him, Xuantian's mouth curled into a smile. Looking at the Rat King that was sprinting towards him, not only did he not retreat, but he even stopped in his tracks. He licked the corners of his mouth. Jing Shu! Give me more! Tong Jing Shu got off Su Antian's back and cast her ability on Su Antian as well. At once, Xuantian's entire body boiled. The power skyrocketed. You stay away! After he admonished Tong Jing Shu, he carried his sword and went on. The Killing Sutra was running at full power, and his body radiated a faint arcane light as a result. The arcane light was so faint that it was impossible to see it without looking closely. The arcane light flowed and surged through his hand, then to the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Life-slaying beheading, Xiantian droned out in a deep voice in his heart. Immediately after that, he struck his sword. Above the tip of the sword, slender arcane light shot out. In an instant, he came to the Rat King. Pest! With a soft sound, the arcane light directly lifted off half of the Rat King's inspiration, revealing the white speckled brain underneath. Blood spilled out, staining the Rat King's eyes red. A sharp pain that drove it crazy. Its huge body used its inertia to swing its giant claws and grab at Xiantian. Xiantian crossed his sword to parry. Boo! Xiantian was blown away by the tremendous force. The body hit the cave wall hard. A trace of blood spilled from his mouth, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Holding the sword in one hand, he charged again. He exerted force under his feet and his body leaped up, avoiding the Rat King's tearing bite, and his left hand borrowed force from the position of his shoulder and came to the slit on the Rat King's forehead that had been decapitated by the decapitation in a smooth manner. The demon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed down violently. Pest! The brain without the protection of the skull was directly churned by the demon chopper sword. The Rat King's claws that had grabbed at Xiantian fell powerlessly, followed by its massive corpse. Boom! The body hit the ground and twitched a few times before going completely still. Xiantian landed on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The heart was beating like a drum. The moment the Rat King died, a wisp of clear chi flew out from within its corpse and entered Xuantian's brow. At the same time, the figure of the Rat King emerged within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. It seemed to still have sanity and was hissing silently. However, after the flames ignited at the bottom of the furnace, his figure began to fade rapidly and eventually disappeared, refining the essence of the mutant bucktooth Rat King, rewarding 1 perfect orifice expansion pill. Perfect orifice expansion pill. Taking it can expand the orifices of the body by 10 times. The Rat King had just fallen, and the bearded man rushed closer. He looked at the corpse of the Rat King on the ground, and his heart was filled with vibrations. Just now, the Rat King's huge body blocked his vision, and he didn't see what happened at all. The recorder on his chest didn't register either. But looking through the results in front of him, it wasn't hard to realize that it was the teenager in front of him who had participated in the class separation ceremony that had killed the Rat King. Whose family's son is this, to be so strong? He was amazed in his heart and used the recorder to record the scene in front of him and transmit it back to the control center. He had the strength of the 6th level of the enlightened realm, but even so, there was no certainty that he could kill the Rat King so quickly. Besides, it's the Rat King who's gone berserk. Luckily, it didn't cause too much of an accident. His heart palpitated. If the Rat King had injured the other students, the consequences would be unimaginable. Along with that, there was an extra trace of gratitude in his gaze toward Su Antian. What? The Rat King was killed. Wang He looked at the surveillance screen in shock, his voice changed. The Mouse King was fine. How could he suddenly storm out? And it was Xiantian who killed the Rat King. Wang He couldn't figure out how a newcomer at the 2nd level of the enlightened realm could do it. Even if the sword it held in its hand was sharp, it couldn't have done it. Moreover, was it too much of a coincidence that the Rat King stormed out just as Xiantian appeared beside the giant pit? Director, I suspect that this matter is related to Su Antian. Wang He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Things are indeed a bit fortuitous. After the class separation ceremony, inquire about it." Zhang Herong nodded. With the talent Su Antian has shown, he'll have a great deal of development in the future, so pay attention to the manner and method of questioning. Don't bring out the same tricks you used in Bureau 749. He had a bit of a headache. The death of the Rat King was not a trivial matter. It would require a lot of reports to be written to the top. He looked at Wang He. "You submit a full detailed report to me afterward." "Okay, Director." Wang He responded with a bitter face. He can fight, but he can't write reports. It was more painful than killing him. He's already thinking about who he's going to get down there to write for him. "Are you all right?" The bearded man came to Shen Tian and asked. "Instructor, I'm in unprecedentedly good shape." Shen Tian grinned. This buck-toothed Rat King turned out to be a mutant species, providing him with a new elixir. At this moment, his heart couldn't be happier. Killing demons is cool. It's been a straight-up blast to kill demons. Seeing that Shen Tian was truly fine, the bearded man was also relieved. What is going on? Right at this moment, a slender silhouette flew from behind Shen Tian. It was none other than Shin Chuyu, who had heard the commotion and rushed over. It gathered its wings behind it and looked at the corpse of the Rat King on the ground in surprise. "The Rat King rioted, but it has been killed." The bearded man spoke. Shin Chuyu didn't think much about it and just assumed that the instructor in front of her had killed the Rat King. After all, that Rat King's size was there, his strength must not be weak. With Su Antian's strength that hadn't been enlightened for long, it was impossible for him to kill the Rat King. It's not easy to survive, and it's probably because the instructor was nearby that he was able to come to the rescue in time. "Su Antian, are you all right?" Shin Chuyu looked towards Su Antian, who was sitting on the ground to the side, and softly inquired. "Humph, what could he be up to? Not alive and well." Before Su Antian could reply, Ain and Yang came from behind Shin Chuyu. Sword Miku, who was holding a sword, and Shin Chuyu's other two teammates stepped forward. "The giant rat in front of us was killed by the instructor. He was probably scared silly. Ha ha ha." Jian Yu scoffed out. He had wanted to meet Su Antian within the cave and teach him a good lesson. But he didn't expect that before he could do anything. Shen Tian seemed to be unable to do so. Shen Tian got up and took a step towards Jian Yu. The indifferent gaze caused Jian Yu's heart to tremble without reason. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back. But when he thought that there were so many people around him, he felt ashamed and furiously stood on his feet. The sword pointed at Su Antian. "Having said 2 words of truth, what, you're still not happy to hear it? Just as well. I'll teach you a lesson today. Let you realize the gap between us. Let you understand what a gap is like a rift in the sky. Jian Yu, put down your sword. Su Antian is my alumnus. Give me face." Shin Chuyu dodged and stopped between the two, persuading. "Don't want a confrontation between them. Chuyu, get out of the way. I must teach Su Antian a lesson today. It's useless for anyone to say anything," Jian Yu said in a cold voice. He was just going to take this breath out of his chest today. He cultivated the Royal Sword Heart Sutra, and the most taboo thing was a dusty sword heart. Now, he had to clear the floating dust that was Shen Tian in order to brighten the heart of the sword and make it clear. Or else you'll have to live under Xuantian's shadow for the rest of your life. Chapter 10 Sword Heartbroken, Sword Royal Wet. "Get out of the way. Let us settle this ourselves." Su Antian stood in front of Shin Chuyu, holding his sword in his right hand and pushing him away towards the side with his left hand. Shin Chuyu's face changed. Xuantian's power was surprisingly large. She was actually pushed right out of the way. Although she didn't use her full strength, she was able to find some clues as well as unusual things from it. Su Antian's strength seemed to be stronger than Jian Yu's. "You're finally standing up like a man." A smile appeared on Jian Yu's face as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Su Antian. Tong Jingshu looked at Jian Wu's confident eyes and was somewhat unable to bear to continue watching. Shen Tian was even able to decimate a Rat King that big. Kenshiro would only be defeated faster and drier. The end is destined to be extremely miserable. One sword. All it takes to defeat you is one sword. Jian Yu stretched out a finger. Then, with a flick of his right wrist, his sword danced out 3 beautiful sword blossoms in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards Shen Tian.
Flashy.
Su Antian stabbed out with his sword, like a fierce beast intruding into the flowers. Trample the flowers and completely tear them apart. Ding! The saber in Jian Yu's hand was violently thrown out. Su Antian's sword went unabated, stabbing at Jian Yu's throat. Stop! The bearded instructor took a few steps out, trying to stop Su Antian's sword. Originally, he was watching the show. Who would have thought that Shen Tian would come for real? He couldn't let Jian Wu die in front of his eyes. This is too big a responsibility. Pest! However, Su Antian's sword was even faster and had already stabbed into Jian Yu's throat. Feeling the stinging pain on his throat, Jian Yu's pupils widened. A warmth appeared on his pants, but the imagined weakness did not surface. Am I not dead? Jian Yu's heart was thumping, and his entire body was scared to death. Shen Tian put away his sword and walked past Jian Yu in style. Such a big man, why is he still spitting water anywhere? So much like a wild dog on the side of the road. Let's go, Shizushu. Oh! Tong Jingshu withdrew his gaze and followed Su Antian as he left. I thought to myself, who are you hot for but to mess with Shen? There's really no bitter hard feelings. The bearded man stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Antian's sword stabbed into Jian Yu's throat, but merely cut through the flesh and blood, not laying down a deadly blow. At the same time, he was also a bit shocked that with his strength at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, he couldn't even stop Su Antian's sword. Could Xuantian's true strength be even stronger than him? Can a newcomer really do this? He glanced at the corpse of the Rat King behind him and thought there was a strong possibility. Click! Jian Wu clearly heard something break in his heart. That was the sword heart he had honed over 18 years. Shen Tian. Jian Yu went completely insane. He had made a huge fool of himself in front of everyone, making him no longer have the face to face the elders of his division. Hate to stick my head inside my pants. Quiet. Su Antian and you are not on the same level of strength. He was even able to kill the Rat King. It's only natural that you're not an opponent. The bearded instructor frowned and bellowed. What? Jian Yu was stunned. Turns out that the Rat King was killed by Shen Tian. The anger in his heart dispersed completely. He turned his head to look at Xuantian's back, only to feel so close and so far away. Is this the rift? He mumbled something like he was lost in thought. Su Antian killed the Rat King. Shen Chua's heart was shocked. It was something she hadn't thought of in any way. Su Antian has just been enlightened for not long. Why is he so strong? Immediately afterward, doubt rose in his mind. It only felt that Shen Tian, the alumnus, was full of mystery. In the control center, Wang He rubbed his brow with a headache. In a low voice, he said, the sword royalty has been dealt a bit of a blow, and it's possible that it will fall flat on its face. If the Imperial Sword Sect's side pursues, who the hell is the Imperial Sword Sect to be in charge of my 749? Frowned Zhang Herong. A Qi refiner sect is just a sect, really treating themselves like a dish. Tell them the truth over there. Tell them in no uncertain terms that there is only one rule in Hacienda, and it's the rule of the 749. Come and try if you don't obey. Zhang Herong was very strong. Yes, director. Seeing Zhang Herong angry, Wang He hurriedly nodded his head. Zhang Bureau can sit in this position, relying on more than the fat on his body. His true strength was still unclear to him. Shen Tian left the depths of the cave and found a relatively safe place to take the 3 spirit-enhancing pills he had just obtained. The aura in his body skyrocketed as one after another of his orifices was filled with aura. By the time the effect of the spirit-enhancing pill wore off, there were already 208 orifices in his body that were filled with spiritual qi. His realm also smoothly came to the 6th level of the opening realm. Phew! He slowly exhaled, only to feel his body's strength grow by a large margin. Right? There's also the perfect orifice expansion pill. Shen Tian thought of the perfect orifice expansion pill he had just obtained. The perfect orifice expansion pill can expand the orifices around the body tenfold. And the bigger the orifice, the more aura it can hold and the more power it gains. In other words, as long as he took the perfect orifice expansion pill, it was basically impossible for anyone to be stronger than him under the same realm. In addition, the Kaiyuan realm was the first level of cultivation for qi refiners, and the beginning of laying down the foundation roots. The thicker the foundation laid in this realm, the more benefits it would have for later cultivation. The only downside was that he would need more aura when he broke through the realm. The breakthrough will be slower as a result. Realms and whatnot are nothing but vanity. It's only real when strength becomes stronger, Shen Tian murmured in his heart. Moreover, for him, with the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace refining demons and providing all kinds of pills, it would be impossible for him to cultivate at a slower speed. Except there are no demons to kill. He raised his hand and dropped the perfect orifice expansion pill into his mouth. Rumble. In an instant, the medicinal power exploded inside his body. A tingling in power ran from the soles of his feet all the way up to heavenly inspiration. It was soothing to his spirit. At the same time, the 365 orifices in his body rapidly grew larger under the medicinal power. Twice, 10 times. When the medicinal power finally disappeared, the orifices had expanded by a full 10 times. If the previous orifices were just small puddles, they were now pools of water. However, due to the expansion of the orifices, the aura within some of his orifices could no longer fill the orifices. Shen Tian had no choice but to run the Killing Sutra, mobilizing the spiritual energy within his orifices to fill some of them. The aura-filled orifices in his body shrunk. As a result, only 21 remain. The realm had directly fallen to the first level of the Kai Yuan realm. His strength, however, has increased as a result. It was even stronger than when he was at the 6th level of the opening realm. Anyone who thinks of me as an ordinary first-level chi refiner of the Kai Yuan realm will definitely have to eat a boring loss. Su Antian's mouth curled into a smile. Tong Jingshu, who was on the side, stared at Su Antian, very curious about what Su Antian was eating. Mr. Su, what are you eating? Ordinary sugar ball. I'm almost recovered. There's still quite a bit of time left. Let's continue hunting the buck-tooth rat demon. Shen Tian got up and casually replied. It was naturally impossible for him to inform Tong Jingshu of his secret. His dead dad came alive to ask him in person, and he wouldn't tell him about the system. Chapter 11. The end of the classification ceremony. Undisputed number 1. The placement test ended promptly at 5 p.m. Shen Tian carried a huge cloth bag and walked out from Wolfsbane Ridge. At this time, quite a few students had already gathered in front of the stands. They all came down from Wolfsbane Ridge first. In the crowd, Shin Shuiyue looked at the large bag behind Su Antian's back and frowned slightly. Given the size of that bag, the number of incisors in it can't be small. She likely can't compete. Moreover, they were divided among 4 people, and there were only 2 people on Xuantian's side. Beside him, Jian Yu hung his head low, the remaining light from the corner of his eye glancing at Su Antian before quickly moving away again. Subconsciously, he touched his neck. There was a clear look of fear in the bottom of his eyes. As soon as he saw Shen Tian, he felt a stinging pain in his throat. It was as if Su Antian's sword had once again stabbed into his throat. Time's up. The placement test is over. Now count the harvest of each group. From the stands, Wang He announced loudly. Soon enough, other instructors came to Su Antian and took away the bag from him. A few moments later, the count was complete. Wang He announced loudly. First place in this placement test, Su Antian and Tong Jingshu. Each of them will be rewarded with 2,000 points, an excellent spirit-lifting pill, free access to the library borrowing qualifications, and assigned the class White Tiger class. Second, Shin Chuiyue, Jianwu, White Dragon, and Zhang He, each rewarded with 1,000 points, an ordinary spirit ascension elixir, eligibility to enter and exit the library 3 times a month for free, and assigned the class Vermilion Bird class. Third, Jiang Wu, Heilong, Sun Daoxian, and Zhang Xin. Each of them will be rewarded with 500 points, an ordinary spirit ascension elixir, eligibility for free access to the library once a month, and assignment to the class Xuanwu class. Fourth, Forest Hill. Fifth, Segment Days. 20th, Hanggu, Hongyuan, Honghe, Hongjiang. Points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources you need for your training. It can be viewed on the 749 app mall. Hearing the results of the examination, Shen Tian wasn't the least bit surprised. After he killed the Rat King, in the time that followed, he killed at least a dozen more rat demons. It's impossible for anyone to kill more than him. In addition, after killing these rat demons, he obtained a dozen more spirit-enhancing pills. After taking it, the realm returned to the 2nd level of the enlightened realm. Besides Su Antian, Tong Jingshu was thrilled. She had just made a breakthrough and her strength was close to nothing, so she was supposed to come over and go through the motions. I didn't expect to be carried away by my powerful teammates and take a straight first place. Happiness comes so suddenly. Shin Chuiyue frowned slightly when she heard the results. She was well prepared this time, had gotten strong help ahead of time, and had thought it was foolproof. I didn't expect to end up with a penis. Cut off by Shen Tian. The most valuable resource was taken by Xiantian. It doesn't matter. As long as you join 749 University, you'll have many opportunities to obtain better cultivation resources in the future, Shin Chuiwe murmured. She's used to looking forward, and the past doesn't reoccur. Hong Yuan hid in the crowd, his eyes staring sinisterly at Su Antian's back. If it wasn't for Xiantian, it would be impossible for their brothers to get a hangman's finish. The resources are even less available at all. Yuan Di, Su Antian is not an ordinary chi refiner. His talent is frighteningly strong. Don't continue to provoke him back there. Don't cause trouble for my Hong family. Hong Wu voiced a reminder. He had been completely convinced. Brother Wu, could it be that this matter is just forgotten? Hong Yuan was a bit unwilling. What else can you do if it doesn't count? Pointing to the elders of the family to stand up for us? This is in 749, not our Hong family. Besides, with the elders' character, they will only blame the two of us for being useless. The skills are not practiced. Hong Wu said in a deep voice. What's done is done. Gotta admit it. If you can't do it with the skill, double your practice. Being a whiny doesn't cut it. Hong Yuan didn't say anything. He knew that his big brother was right. He just couldn't swallow that. He's just not happy about it. Originally, they would have gotten at least a top 5 finish. Now bring your personal belongings and follow the instructors to the school. Above Wang, he continued to speak. One by one, the students beside Xiantian got into their cars and left. He and Tong Jingshu were left alone. You guys ride in a car with me. Wang he came to them and ordered. Su Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu, and the two of them got into Wang He's car together, a black off-roader. There was also a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting in the front of the car. Wang he sat in the driver's seat and started the car and drove down the road. After driving some distance, he glanced sideways at Su Antian. Student Su, we saw the entire process of you killing the Rat King, and would like to hear you explain why the Rat King suddenly rioted? Instructor Wang, the reason for the Rat King's riot is actually related to me. I have a special ability that I'm currently unable to put away, resulting in disturbing the Rat King. Tong Jingshu grabbed the first reply. Su Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu in surprise and chose to remain silent. What ability is so powerful? Cast it out for me to see. Wang he was a bit disbelieving. A chi alchemist of the 1st level of the opening realm could affect a Rat King of the 6th level of the opening realm? This is not good, right? Tong Jingshu was a little hesitant. You're afraid of hurting me? Oh, don't worry. Feel free to show your abilities. Wang he smiled confidently. Little girl, there's no need to be afraid. Your ability may be impressive, but it's impossible to hurt us. Zhang Herong in the co-pilot seat spoke with a smile. That's fine. Tong Jingshu agreed. I thought to myself that it was right. The instructor's strength was there after all. I'm going to start, she warned. In the next second, the pupils changed and looked at Wang He. Buzz. The moment he locked eyes with Tong Jingshu, Wang He's brain roared and his chi and blood ran up and down. There seemed to be several beautiful women scratching their heads in front of them. Vision is blurred as a result. No! Wang He reacted as he realized something was wrong. Forcibly running the gong method, he pressed down the restless chi and blood in his body, but a certain part remains firm. It forced him to continue driving in an odd position. A look of embarrassment filled his face. He was careless and fell for Tong Jingshu's trick. Stop! Wang He took a deep breath. Tong Jingshu's ability was truly bizarre, and even he, a strong person of the Lien Pulse realm, would be caught off guard. He roughly understood why the Rat King was rioting. It makes sense if you look at it that way. Student Su, when you saw the Rat King rip off his chains and charge towards you, why didn't you run? After all, with your Enlightenment Realm 2nd level, it's hard to be a match for the Rat King. Wang He continued to ask. Behind me is Jingshu. If I back off, she'll probably die. I, Xiantian, will not abandon my teammates. Besides, I'm strong enough to be confident that I can kill the Rat King. Xiantian replied indifferently. Wang He was stunned. Are all young people so angry nowadays? What kind of talk is that? Am I strong enough? Think you can kill the Rat King, so you're on it. Ha ha ha. Good. Young people are confident and bloodthirsty. Zhang Ronghai laughed. Young and foolish he had been. He saw a reflection of himself when he was young in Xiantian. Chapter 12. Deep Underground. 749 National University's True Face. The matter of Schwantian's too was so easily revealed. During the casual conversation on the road, Shantian was also informed of the identity of the middle-aged man in the passenger seat. Zhang Ronghai, director of the HAC 749 Bureau and first president of the HAC 749 National University. Su Antian and the two of them were very surprised, not realizing that such a big figure would look so amiable. It wasn't serious at all, and there was a lot of joking and laughing between them along the way. And it's very understanding of how their young people think. Headmaster, the giant golden tower that appeared 2 days ago. Do you know what it is? Tong Jingshu inquired curiously. We're investigating that too, and it's inconclusive at the moment. However, when that giant golden tower appeared, there were riots of varying degrees in our holding places across the country, creatures held within the institute. There was even a creature housed within the institute that ran out, causing quite a bit of trouble. Zhang Ronghai replied softly. Shantian was surprised in his heart. The day the golden giant tower appeared was not a peaceful one. He inquired suspiciously, Uncle Zhang, why would Bureau 749 suddenly establish a university and openly recruit students to join? There weren't many chances to be alone with such a big shot, so of course he had to seize the opportunity to get closer. It was also directly called Uncle Zhang. After the appearance of the golden giant tower, many changes have occurred, one of the most important of which is that the auras around the world have become more dense. In the past, the aura was so thin that only a handful of Qi alchemists were able to cultivate their accomplishments, and they could only do so in special places. But now that the aura is getting thicker, the generally gifted Qi alchemists also have the opportunity to cultivate. Of course, it also includes some other creatures. Times are about to change. This is the time that belongs to you. Take advantage of it. Zhang Ronghai was quite a bit tongue-in-cheek. There's an undertone of elders teaching in there. Shantian nodded, roughly understanding what was going on. Half a day later, the convoy drove into a large mountain tunnel. By the time the convoy emerged from the tunnel again, the scene before them had changed dramatically. Shantian looked around through the car window. On either side of the driveway stood raised metal platforms with huge naval cannons that could only be seen on warships, like a steel behemoth. And directly in front of them, at the end of the driveway, were 3 towering blackened metal gates. Above the metal doors, platforms were built with the same huge ship's cannons. It looks like an ancient gatehouse. The convoy entered through one of the smaller metal gates and came inside the belly of the mountain. A staff member in 749 garb then came forward to check and verify the identity. And he led Shantian and his group to continue walking towards the inside. Traveling to an elevator, they boarded it. Staff presses down 25 floors. Shantian looked at the total number of elevator floors and found that there were 39 floors underground. Such a huge amount of work made him secretly shocked at 749's energy. Not bad for a national-level department. A few moments later, the elevator stopped. The elevator doors opened to a silver-white metal walkway in front of them. They were guided by staff through the metal walkways. Occasionally closed metal gates can be seen in the passageway. Through the transparent window next to it, huge unknown instruments could be seen placed inside, with researchers doing experiments inside. Occasionally, strange creatures can be seen shut behind metal gates. Shantian saw a basketball-sized, mountain chicken-like creature. Its whole body feathers were ablaze with flames. Very divine. Curious, Shantian asked the staff member beside him. He was told that this was a red phasian, a bird demon that could control fire and had a fairly mild character. Captured by 749 to use as research. Shantian withdrew his greedy gaze. He was tempted to cut the red phasian down, but there's too many people around, and there's surveillance, so it's not a good idea. Soon, their teams separated and entered different passages. You two are students of the White Tiger class, and your study area is in the White Tiger district. The staff member opened his mouth to explain, and gave Shantian too to explain some of the precautions here. Eventually, they were brought under a metal dome. Below the dome was a square, on which a dozen figures could be seen sparring. And on the other side of the square was a row of metal rooms. This is your dormitory. You'll be living here for the time being. This is also the place with the densest aura in the entire White Tiger region. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. The staff brought the duo to one of the rooms. Of course, it's not set in stone if another student takes a fancy to your room. It's up for grabs. The dormitory can still be robbed? Tong Jingshu frowned. Oh, this is also a way for 749 to incentivize you. to prevent any students from taking up resources without thinking about it. The staff explained. Shen nodded, feeling that it was reasonable. Their dormitory was quite spacious and had all the amenities inside. In addition to this, there are 4 separate bedrooms. Only there were only 2 of them and they couldn't use that many. You guys will stay here for now, and other colleagues will send you the rewards gained from the placement test later. In addition, the subsequent relevant arrangements have all been synchronized to your phones. The staff member reminded and left. Shen chose a room at random, put his luggage inside, and made up his bedding. Immediately afterward, he went to the bathroom, intending to wash the dirt off his body. He was now dirty from the day's drilling at Wolfsbane. After taking 5 minutes to clean himself up, he put on some loose shorts and lay down on the couch, picking up his phone and tapping on the 749 app to check some new notifications on it. Shen quickly skimmed through it, digesting its contents. The place where they are located is called the 749th Bureau Longshan Research Institute. Some of the space was expropriated by the 749th National University to serve as a temporary campus for HAC. The teachers in charge of teaching them are also official employees of Bureau 749. In addition, they have a status as interns at Bureau 749 in addition to their status as students. They can take on less dangerous tasks or go out with other regular employees to act as handymen, to earn some points. Points, on the other hand, can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Within the university, points were required to enter the library to view merit books or secret arts. Even to eat, you need points. That is to say, to get better and enjoy better resources here, you need a lot of points. The other way to get points, besides doing quests, is to get good grades and show enough talent in the various university assessment programs, which will also be rewarded. Similar scholarships. For example, he, the first in his subclass, received 2,000 points. Also, it doesn't cost him points to enter or leave the library. It's all brought on by the talent he's shown. Hiss! Suddenly, Shen sucked in a breath of cool air and looked toward the bathroom door. There, Tong Jingshu had just finished washing up. The water droplets on her head hadn't been completely blown dry yet, and was casually draped over her shoulders. It's wearing a light lavender nightgown, revealing a large expanse of snowy white. A pair of legs were white and slender, like fine porcelain. In the moment of arranging his hair, his hands are back and his upper body is slightly tilted back. Gulp! Shen swallowed hard. The scene in front of me was truly torturous. Makes him kind of not want to be a man anymore, want to be an animal. Chapter 13 Extreme Spirit Rising Pill, 3rd level of the Kai Yuan realm. Feeling Su Antian's undisguised gaze, Tong Jingshu's heart was like a deer in headlights. With his head down, he fled back to the bedroom. When he came out again a few moments later, he had changed into a bare half-sleeve and shorts. But with Tong Jingshu's body, the small bear was also propped up into a big bear. Shen inwardly blurted out a pity. I hate that I didn't just look at it more. Tong Jingshu sat down next to Su Antian. The scent of a young girl's body mixed with the smell of shampoo rushing into Su Antian's nostrils. It made his mind drift a bit. Classmate Su, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, there's no way I could have gotten first place. Tong Jingshu looked seriously at Su Antian. She has a clear perception of herself. There's no need to thank me, you contributed as well. Shen waved his hand. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Tong Jingshu's face. She really didn't put in much effort. No matter what, thank you. The points I have on hand, you can take them all if you need them. Tong Jingshu gritted her teeth and spoke. Shen raised an eyebrow. 2,000 points is not a small amount of money. It is very exchangeable for a lot of cultivation resources. Tong Jingshu actually wanted to give it to herself? He shook his head. Just keep it for yourself. I'm not in the habit of robbing my teammates yet. This kind of thing, there's no need to talk about it later. He was moved, but he had his own principles for doing things. Treat the enemy with fear, disability, and death. Treat your friends with mutual help. Tong Jingshu took the initiative to lie when Wang He inquired about the Rat King's riot, and he was watching. Tong Jingshu lied and took a big risk. If they are recognized, they will probably not be able to remain at 749 University. Although Tong Jingshu was almost as strong, he had no problems as a person. Just as Tong Jingshu was about to say something else, there was a knock at the door. Shen got up and opened the door. Hello, students. Here are the awards you received on the placement test, as well as your student cards. Please take them. Outside the door, the staff handed Shen 4 items. 2 white student cards with his and Tong Jingshu's pictures and names on them. The rest are 2 porcelain vases. Okay. He nodded, taking his things inside. The student ID was casually tossed on the coffee table by him. He then sat on the sofa and opened the porcelain bottle, pouring out a green-colored elixir from it. A burst of medicinal fragrance emanated from it. Is this the extreme spirit rising pill? Xuantian's eyes brightened slightly. He opened the 749 mall and found the introduction inside. Extreme spirit rising pill. This pill contains a large amount of spiritual energy and is very gentle. 1 pill can be worth a year of cultivation. At the same time, it can purify the body's spiritual energy, making it more pure, suitable for taking in the realm of enlightenment. Redemption points, 2,000. So expensive. Shantian skimmed his lips. In other words, he's made a fortune this time. Without hesitation, he directly threw the extreme spirit rising pill into his mouth. Sit down on the couch and just start practicing. The spirit ascension pill melted in his mouth and turned into a hot stream that surged into his abdomen. The instant the life-slaying sutra operated, a strand of pure aura quickly appeared within Xuantian's meridians. He knew that this was the medicinal power of the spirit rising pill starting to work. Immediately, he guided these auras to fill the orifices. At the same time, outside of his body, the aura in the air was also tugged. It began to converge towards him. His body was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the aura around him. In an instant, the orifices in the body were filled. This feeling of rapid increase in strength made him feel incomparably happy. Hate to yell out. Tong Jingshu, who was on the side, didn't disturb Shantian when he saw him enter a state of cultivation. Carefully picking up the other jade bottle, he returned to the room. She also had to work hard on her training. Don't want to be a drag all the time. Early the next morning, Shantian awoke from his cultivation state. Under the effect of the spirit ascension pill, the orifices in his body once again filled up to 36. Now he had 98 orifices filled with aura. The realm had reached the 3rd level of the enlightened realm. He was very pleased with that. One must know that his orifices were 10 times the size of an ordinary person's. Being able to fill up 36 of them, the effect of this spirit rising pill was already really good. I wonder how strong I am now. Shantian clenched his fists and muttered. At this point, he was tempted to try someone. Boo! Just then, Tong Jingshu's room was pushed open from the inside. Its face was full of joy as it rushed out from it. The moment she saw Su Antian, she violently pounced on him. Like a wombat, the 2 long legs coiled around Xuantian's waist. Happily, he said, I've broken through to the 6th level of the enlightened realm. Her strength has increased tremendously. The first to share their joy with Shantian. Su Antian was stunned and gently dragged Tong Jingshu's ass. Complimented. Oh, Jingshu is very good. He could feel Tong Jingshu's delight from the bottom of his heart. As a teammate, it's natural to be happy for them. It's whether the pose is too ambiguous. Fortunately, Tong Jingshu also quickly realized this. Her cheeks blushed with shame as she scrambled off Shantian. Nah, I'm sorry, I just got so excited. It's fine. The hand feels quite good. Shantian shifted his gaze downward and half-joked. Tong Jingshu's face turned even redder. Suddenly, a hint of cunning passed through her eyes. Bowing his head, he said, If the captain likes it, he'll let you touch it again. Shantian. He didn't hear right. Pest. Tong Jingshu laughed out violently as she looked at Su Antian's frothing appearance. Laughing and bunny hopping, Su Antian, who realized that he had been tricked, was somewhat annoyed. Originally thought Tong Jingshu was a nerdy good girl. Who would have thought that it has such a naughty side? Fine, dare to tease me. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Shantian was determined to retaliate back. Stop, I was wrong. We have an early class in a little while, so we need to hurry up and get cleaned up, then go get a breakfast. Otherwise it'll be too late. Tong Jingshu hurriedly begged for mercy. She just felt that there was something inexplicably cute about the way Shantian had just looked. After saying that, he rushed back to his room as if he was running away. Shantian had no choice but to give up, but had already kept this matter in his heart. Intend to find an opportunity to get back. The two quickly shuffled out of the dormitory and outside. Follow the directions on the road and make it to the cafeteria without any problems. They were a little late, and the cafeteria was already full of people. Food in the cafeteria is divided into two main categories, one being meals made from common ingredients. The other category was dishes cooked with various rare ingredients that were suitable for qi refiners. The former is free and the latter requires points to purchase. Let's go over there and try what the qi refiners eat. Shen Tian opened his mouth. They had enough points on hand for the time being, not that they needed to intentionally save them. The two men went to the window and got in line. When it was their turn, Shen Tian asked for a bowl of spirit rice, a spicy diced chicken stir fried with buzzard bird meat, and a bowl of 100 spirit turtle soup. Total cost 10 points. The two of them carried their dinner plates, found a random spot, and ate straight away. The spirit rice was soft and sticky, the vulture meat was smooth and tender, and the lark's turtle soup was fresh and flavorful. The whole thing tasted good. Most importantly, all of these things belonged to spiritual materials. Just after eating it for a short while, Shen Tian felt that the aura in his body had grown by a small amount. These things are very beneficial to cultivation when taken for a long period of time. Suddenly, Shen Tian noticed several gazes cast in the distance. He frowned at it. Turned out to be an acquaintance. Chapter 14. Sword Madness? Don't be crazy in front of me. It was Shen Chuiyue and Jian Yao's group of 4. In addition to that, there were several other unfamiliar faces. They had a clear goal, heading straight for Shen Tian. You're Su Antian? I heard that you bullied my senior brother at the placement test. A man with a fair face and a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth spoke in an indifferent tone. Shen Tian glanced at the man and then at Jian Yu behind him. Jian Yu's gaze averted and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Shen Tian. It pulled on the man's top and persuaded him in a low voice. Senior brother, why don't we just forget about it? Su Antian is very strong. Sword Madness frowned slightly and sighed softly inwardly. His master's brother had been hit so hard that his sword's heart was shattered. Seeing Shen Tian, he could no longer muster any courage. He was even advised to leave. Today, he had to teach Su Antian a lesson, so that Jian Yu would realize that Su Antian wasn't that powerful and help him remake his sword heart. Otherwise Jian Yu would have to live under Su Antian's shadow for the rest of his life. How strong can he be? Look carefully and watch how I'll chop him up later. Sword Madness slapped away Jian Yu's hand and said indifferently, Jian Maniac, have a word. Su Antian didn't do it on purpose at that time. It was really Jian Yu who provoked him first. Shen Chuiyue couldn't help but open her mouth, although she knew Shen Tian was not simple. But Sword Madness has been a member of Bureau 749 for a year. Although still a trainee investigator, he has been on several missions and has extensive field experience. It was far from being comparable to the Sword Emperor. Sword Frenzy had come over this time because he wanted to stand up for Jian Yu. Chuyuki, you don't have to persuade me. This matter has nothing to do with you. Sword Frenzy opened his mouth to interrupt. He had investigated Xuantian's background before coming here. Just an orphan with no background. It was only by luck of opening the orifices that I was able to come to 749. How strong could Shen Tian be in such a short period of time? He was now an 8th level enlightened realm powerhouse. There was no way Su Antian could be his opponent. Shen Chuyue's face turned a bit ugly as she gave Su and Angel a wink to leave, but Shen Tian didn't even look at her, still eating the food in front of him. We don't want to cause trouble, so please get out of the way. Tong Jingshu got up and stopped in front of Sword Frenzy. What are you? Get lost. Jian Maniac raised his hand and slapped Tong Jingshu. Ever since the day he practiced his sword, women were like red powdered skeletons in front of him. In the words of his master's father, there is no woman in his heart, and drawing the sword is naturally divine. Women, it only affects how fast they can draw their swords. As a result, he's never been soft when it comes to beating up women. Tong Jingshu's gaze changed. In the next second, her crimson pupils shifted as she looked towards Sword Frenzy. The moment he locked eyes with Tong Jingshu, Jian Maniac's brain buzzed. There was a flurry of qi and blood in his body. Half-demon. Jian Maniac's heart was alarmed, and he immediately revolved the Royal Sword Heart Sutra to suppress the agitated qi and blood in his body. But it's not enough. He spoke in a deep voice as his palm continued to press down. But Tong Jingshu had already taken this opportunity to dodge ahead. Sword Frenzy's strike naturally fell short. A bit of skill, to be able to dodge my unusual strike. Sword Madness spoke faintly. Behind Jian Maniac, a hint of surprise appeared in Shen Chuiyue's eyes. If she remembered correctly, Tong Jingshu's previous cultivation level was very low. After not seeing him for a day, his strength had unexpectedly increased so much. It should be the effect of the extreme spirit rising pill, she guessed in her heart. She felt sorry for herself at the thought. Originally, the extreme spirit rising pill should have been hers. Look, isn't that sword frenzy? Who's he picking on? I don't know. Those two faces look unfamiliar. They should be newcomers. That's the #1 freshman in Ha City, Su Antian and Tong Jingshu. They beat up Jian Yu in the placement test, causing his sword heart to shatter. And Jian Maniac is standing up for his fellow disciples. Who are you? Know so much. He. Misty Hidden Sect Jiangwu, nicknamed Bao Bao. If you need any gossip in the future, just look for me. The little fatty, Jiangwu, smiled and opened his mouth. To think that Sword Frenzy would even go and bully a newcomer. Go over and take a look. There was no lack of people around who liked to watch and came over. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Jian Maniac frowned. Have you been reduced to such a state now, Sword Frenzy? Coming over to bully the newcomers? Out of the crowd, a young yellow-haired man dressed in baseball attire mockingly opened his mouth. Zhang Qianxiu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't come over and mess with me. Jian Maniac's gaze snapped. Zhang Qianxiu was his rival and had fought each other a few times and formed a bond. It was a deliberate attempt to eyeball him. You who? What's wrong with me messing with you? You don't want to fight? Zhang Qianxiu raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. This is going to be great to see two veteran trainee investigators battle it out. Zhang Qianxiu has heard that he came from within the Great Hingan Mountains and seems to have an immortal in his body. Fairy. Which fairy? I've seen it once. It seems to be the Yellow Immortal. Hiss. Yellow Immortal. I don't have time to tangle with you today. If you want to fight, wait for me to finish dealing with the matter at hand. Sword Madness spoke out, not wanting to pay attention to Zhang Qianxiu. However, Zhang Qianxiu clearly didn't want to let go of this opportunity to give Sword Madness an eyeful. With a smile on his face, he laughed softly and opened his mouth. Hey, I don't favor it. What can you do to me? Looking at Zhang Qianxiu's indebted face, Jian Maniac's brows gradually furrowed. He reached his hand behind his back and eased the sword out. Pointing at Zhang Qianxiu from afar, since you're looking for a fight yourself, come on. Senior brother, it's not going to count. Let's go. Jian Yu looked at this big scene in front of him with some concern. Shut up. This isn't just about you, it's also about the division. You just go to the side and watch. Jian Maniac's gaze was stern, and he was very angry as he looked at Jian Yu's nestled appearance. Canoe didn't dare to talk back and walked to the corner with his head down. Seeing Sword Maniac's movements, the smile on Zhang Qianxiu's face disappeared. Then he removed his long sword from his waist. For a while, the atmosphere in the air turned austere. The two seemed as if they would strike at any moment. But just then, Shen finished the meal in front of him. He wiped his mouth and rose from his position. Coming in front of Zhang Qianxiu, he flicked his long blade away. Dude, first come, first served. Zhang Qianxiu was stunned, followed by a smile at the corner of his mouth. Things seem to have gotten interesting. Are all the newcomers nowadays so crazy? Where did he come to the bottom that he actually dared to face Sword Madness? Suin finished speaking and turned to look at Sword Frenzy. He then slowly pulled out the demon-slaying sword from within the waist of his pants. He had just made a breakthrough and was worried that there was no one to test his sword, so Sword Maniac sent himself to the door. Sword Frenzy himself sent his face up. If he didn't fight, wouldn't he let Sword Frenzy perform for so long for nothing? Is this newcomer so fierce? How dare he challenge Sword Maniac? I don't know the heights of heaven. Sword Maniac has high seniority amongst the trainee investigators and is very strong. It's about to be converted. That newcomer will die a horrible death. Che, what's the use of being old? Bastard has lived a long time and is even more senior. Strength aside, this newcomer has a lot of courage. I'll join you. Tong Jingshu stepped forward and stood to Su Antian's side. Just a barking wild dog on the side of the road. I'm enough on my own. Shen spoke softly. He then raised his hand and gently pushed Tong Jingshu's shoulder to push him away. No, buddy. What did I hear? He called Sword Madness a wild dog. I'll go. Why do I think he's even madder than Sword Maniac? Are all newcomers so brave nowadays? It's over. I guess Sword Frenzy will lay his hands on us later. Su Antian's words fell, and the crowd instantly exploded. Chapter 15: A Sword Chopping Sword Madness, Xuantian's Strength. You're crazy, but in front of me, You don't have the qualifications to be crazy. Sword Frenzy's voice was indifferent. Catch this sword of mine and I'll let you go. In the next second, his body's aura skyrocketed, and the long sword in his hand erupted with a ravaging aura. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword flashed with a cold light, instantly arriving in front of Shen. Ding! Shen raised his sword, instantly blocking the long sword and crumbling it away. Is it that weak? Shen was surprised. He thought how powerful Sword Maniac was. Aside from being a bit of a mouthy maniac, he's not very strong. It seems to be only strong on the outside. The moment he bounced off the long sword, he flipped his wrist and chopped at Sword Frenzy. Gen Maniac's face turned grave. I didn't expect my attack to be easily blocked. However, his reaction was equally swift, and his long sword danced out several phantom shadows, bringing Su Antian's sword away and off course. Ding! Ding ding ding! The swords of the two collided one after another in midair, chopping out sparks. The more Sword Madness fought, the more he was shocked that Su Antian's strength was this strong, and it seemed to be familiar with power, striking out more and more swiftly. It made him feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Boo! A soft thud. He stepped back, shattering the table behind him. What did I see? Sword Frenzy is being forced back. That newcomer even said that Sword Frenzy was weak. How many swords are there now for the promised one? It's not that Sword Frenzy wants to keep fighting. I guess it's because Shen doesn't want to let him go. It can't be? Could it be that Su Antian still wants to defeat Sword Maniac? The crowd around them grew larger and larger. There were more murmurs. He's gotten even stronger. Shen Chua's gaze was complicated. With the strength Su Antian was displaying now, she didn't think she was a match. Thinking that she had just tried to persuade Su Antian to leave, a hint of self-deprecation appeared at the corner of her mouth. So fierce. Zhang Chenqiu stared at Su Antian, a yellow light flashing under his eyes. He's in a higher realm and has higher eyes. In his line of sight, Shen Tian had been pressing Sword Frenzy from the very beginning. Very strong. Boom! A muffled sound. Gen Maniac's body flew straight out. It crashed into a metal pillar inside the cafeteria before coming to a stop. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. You have some strength. You actually injured me. Sword Frenzy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't bark. Use it if you can. I'm in a hurry. Su Antian interrupted Sword Frenzy. He's got an early class to get to. Being late for the first class of the school year is a big no-no. You'll be treated like a bad student by the teacher. Sword Frenzy's breath stagnated and he almost spat out blood again. You seek death, he said in a cold voice. He took a deep breath, and a trace of scarlet aura surfaced on his body. The chi and the long sword pulled each other. It was followed by a fierce chop. This is Sword Frenzy's famous trick, the frenzied sword rolling remnant clouds. It's extremely powerful. It is rumored that he once used this move to kill a great demon of the 8th level of the Enlightened Realm. I've seen this sword skill in the library before. It needs to be tempered with killing chi. With such a thick killing chi, Sword Frenzy should have practiced it to the fullest. Can Shen Tian block it? Some of the surrounding eaters recognized Sword Frenzy's stance. This move of Sword Frenzy covered a huge area and was impervious to the wind, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Shen Tian didn't try to hide either. He revolved the Killing Sutra and a faint arcane light rose from his body. Shen light flowed rapidly on the surface of his body and converged on the demon-slaying sword. As Shen Tian swung his sword, a white sword light cut out. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sword light in the sky dissipated. Sword Maniac's body flew out violently, and while still in midair, he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood. The breath on his body dropped rapidly. The color of his face turned as white as paper. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he did lose. Lost to a newcomer. Boom! His body hit the ground hard. Pest! Once again, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Senior brother, are you all right? I told you, Su Antian is strong. Jian Yu ran to Sword Frenzy's side and helped him up. Sword Madness managed to suppress his injuries with great difficulty. And when he heard Jian Yu's words, his face turned red as he held it in. Blood gushed out of his mouth again. He was pissed off. Without absolute strength, don't bare your teeth and bark in front of me. Su Antian glanced at Sword Frenzy and said indifferently, next time you want to challenge me, just go straight to the rooftop. If you have the courage, go to the rooftop. That's a life and death battle. This newcomer is so crazy. Someone made a shocked noise. When you go up to the rooftop, only one person can come down alive. Only if there is an irreconcilable conflict between the two of them would they choose to go to the rooftop. Sword Frenzy gritted his teeth and bowed his head. He was wild but not stupid. If he goes up to the rooftop, he must be the one to die. Brother's strength is good. Add a friend and I'll ask you to join me on a mission in the future. Zhang Qianxiu stepped forward and took the initiative to add Su Antian's friend. Hearing the quest, Xuantian's eyes lit up and he agreed to buddy up. Most of 749's missions have to do with mysterious creatures. He would love to go out and kill a few. Brother, add me too. I'm Misty Hidden Sect Jiang Wu. We've met before. The little fat man Jiang Wu smilingly stepped forward to add friends as well. Shen Tian had an impression of him and added a friend as well. Then someone else came up to friend them, including several pretty girls. One of them even whispered that she liked him and wanted to prepare him for pregnancy. Shen Tian was truly shocked and almost dropped his jaw. It was good that those people were stopped by Tong Jingshu. On the pretext of being in a hurry for morning classes, he pulled Shen Tian to run out of the cafeteria and quickly returned towards the White Tiger district. Inside the cafeteria, Sword Madness braced himself to leave. But just as it got up, a staff member approached it. Holding a long list of small bills in his hand, he spoke. You intentionally damaged the cafeteria's utensils. You need to pay for them at the price. Sword Frenzy's eyes widened. The injuries that had been suppressed with great difficulty almost erupted again. He took a beating, and he had to pay for things. Is there any justice? But by the looks of the staff in front of him, there was no way he was going to leave without paying. In the end, I had to endure the pain and pay for it with points, which made me leave without any problems. Sword Frenzy, in the future, you'd better not be crazy. It's easy to get beaten up. Zhang Qianxiu was even more detrimental. And the moment he walked out from beside Sword Maniac, he didn't forget to drop a stone. After saying that, with his chin held high, he didn't even look at Sword Madness and directly left. Sword Frenzy gritted his teeth, itching to hack Zhang Qianxiu to death. But now that he was severely injured, there was no way he could be a match for Zhang Qianxiu. One can only take the insults. Senior brother, let's go. Don't mess with Su Antian in the future. We're not from the same world as him. Jian Yu whispered. He had just discovered with surprise that after Sword Frenzy had been defeated, his shattered sword heart had automatically recovered a bit. He somewhat realized that it wasn't that he was weak, but that Shen Tian was too strong. Can't you see that your brother is no match for you? Still crushed. Rubbish, no ambition at all. Looking at his senior brother's wimpy appearance, Sword Madness became even more angry. Didn't you never fight either? Jian Yu muttered mentally, a little disgruntled. He had said that he wouldn't let Sword Maniac find trouble with Shen Tian. The other side is biased. Now that you lost the fight, you're blaming him. He was also aggravated. Chapter 16 Tang Dagger Tang Ya. Competition in the Xianling Cultivation Room. Xuantian's two managed to reach the martial arts plaza under the dome before the morning classes began. This is where the morning classes are held. By now, there were more than 20 young boys and girls here. They stood together, sizing each other up and making small talk. Shen Tian too stood in the corner, waiting quietly for the teacher. 8 o'clock, time's up. At the edge of the martial arts arena, a red-clothed figure flashed by. When it stopped, it was already standing in front of the crowd. Hello, students. I am your practical combat teacher, Tang Ya. Today, I'm in charge of teaching you some basic combat skills. Shen Tian looked toward the front, only to see an ancient beauty wearing a red horse-face dress with long pitch-black hair draped over her shoulders, holding a Tang sword, her hands encircled in front of her body as she faintly opened her mouth. Hello, Mr. Tang. Below, numerous students greeted politely. Well, I for one don't like to be long-winded, so I'm pretty straightforward in the way I teach. Now, you guys line up and take a shot at me. I'll test your actual combat strength, Tang Ya commanded. Also, in order to avoid anyone saying that I'm bullying the small with the big, I'll suppress my cultivation and fight against you at the same realm. Among you, the one who is the strongest in actual combat, I will personally award 500 points, and give him or her one chance to train within the Xian Spirit Cultivation Room. Xianling Cultivation Room? What is that? A teenager inquired curiously. Xianling Cultivation Room, the aura inside has been compressed and has been nearly liquefied. It can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, So as long as your techniques are strong enough and you absorb the aura fast enough, you will be able to rapidly raise your realm. Tangya explained. So awesome. I'll go first. As Tangya's words fell, a teenager immediately stepped out from his spot. An incomparable excitement flashed in its eyes. Zhang Hao, 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The teenager spoke, gripping the long sword in his hand. Do it, Tangya faintly said. Teacher, be careful. Zhang Hao warned and then directly launched his sword. The long knife slashed down from above, bringing up a burst of air-breaking sounds. Tangya's face was expressionless, and at the moment the long blade was about to strike, her feet moved lightly. The long knife chopped down against the tip of her nose. Zhang Hao flicked his wrist and chopped again with his horizontal sword. Boo! Tangya lifted the sheath of her knife and stepped forward, getting in close. It slammed into Zhang Hao's wrist. Zhang Hao was in pain, and his long knife immediately flew out of his hand. You can't even hold your dinner? Too weak. Tangya shook her head. Next. Zhang Hao covered his wrist and held his tongue a bit. Step aside and pick up the long knife. He knew he was probably no match for Mr. Tang. But before Mr. Tang could make a move, he was defeated. That's a bit too big of a gap, kind of a blow to his confidence. Zhang He, 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Please instruct me, teacher. Soon, the next student takes the stage. This one was a bit stronger, but it only lasted for 2 breaths before falling. Received an average rating. One student after another took the stage, but none of them were Tang Ye's opponents. The strongest one had only lasted 5 moves in Tang Ye's hands. Xiantian was at the back of the group, quietly watching. This student, are you also from the White Tiger class? Su Antian greeted the teenager in front of him and inquired curiously. As far as he knew, it seemed that he and Tong Jingshu were the only ones in the White Tiger class. Where did these teenagers in front of me come from? Of course, why else would it be here? The teenager nodded. I'm from Qi City. What city are you from? Ha! Xiantian understood somewhat. The White Tiger class includes not only students from Hacienda, but also students from other cities in the Black Province who have come over. Oh, so it's a local. I'll have the chance to take me to Harbin City in the future. I've heard that Ha City has a rich nightlife. The teenager whispered. Hee hee. Well said. Xiantian gave a light, perfunctory laugh. What does he know about nightlife? His nightlife is all about finding and killing demons. Soon it was time for Junior. Not surprisingly, the teenager also lost. Cheer up, brother. Mr. Tang is too strong. It's considered impressive if you can hold on for 2 breaths. The teenager didn't forget to encourage Xiantian. Brother, I'll do my best. Xiantian nodded his head. Drawing the demon chopper from the waist of his pants, he stepped forward. Su Antian, 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. The strength is so weak. Tangya frowned. Have you not taken the extreme spirit rising pill yet? Eat up. It's probably because my talent isn't very good, Xiantian explained. How dare he be disliked for being too weak? Strange. Tangya was puzzled in her heart. It was reasonable to say that even if her talent was inferior, she should be able to reach at least the 5th level of the enlightened Yuan realm. The Xiantian realm in front of him was indeed a bit low. The other students around them were also a bit confused. They were all geniuses of their respective cities, and they had also obtained the extreme spirit rising pill. Right now, most of them were at the 6th or 7th level of the enlightened realm. Moreover, those within the White Tiger class were all geniuses. How could their talent be worse? Could it be that Xiantian had gotten lucky? The students present each speculated in their own minds. But obviously, they can't guess why. Teacher, I'm going to strike. So be careful, Xiantian said seriously. Ha ha ha, he even told the teacher to be careful? Be careful of what? What do you know? He's telling the teacher to be careful not to hurt him. Dude, you do get it. The package. What else could it be? You guys don't think he can beat a teacher, do you? The students around him did not look favorably on Xiantian. The main reason was that none of the 20 or so students in front of them were Tang Ye's opponents. Couldn't even last 5 breaths in its hands. Not to mention beat. They naturally thought from the bottom of their hearts that Su Antian couldn't do it either, and couldn't do it to defeat Tang Ye. Hee hee. I've already suppressed my realm to the 3rd level of the enlightened Yuan realm, so do it. Tang Ye laughed lightly, the Xiantian in front of her, and he was decent enough to warn her to be careful? It's really some cute. Xuantian's gaze slightly condensed, facing his teacher. He intended to use his full strength. With a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword immediately slashed out horizontally. Tanya didn't put Su Antian in her eyes at all. A student, how powerful could he be? However, the moment Su Antian struck his sword, she realized something was wrong. Quick! It's too fast. Her face turned grave as she raised her tang sword to parry. Boo! A muffled sound. Her body was actually directly shaken out. Tanya flipped in midair and landed firmly on the ground. Her gaze toward Su Antian had changed. You're really in the third level of the enlightened Yuan realm. She was shocked. Xuantian's sword moves were mediocre, but his power was too great. It directly blew her away. Of course, Shen grinned. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward and bullied his way up. Tanya frowned slightly, followed by the sheathing of her tang sword. With a snort, the speed was extremely fast as it met Shen. The surrounding students looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? Su Antian actually forced Mr. Tang to use his sword. Is he that strong? Oh my god. Brother. I admit that I looked away just now, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please accept my knee. Chapter 17 Winning. Tang Ya's reminder. Ding. Ding ding ding. The Tang blade and the demon-slaying sword collided quickly in midair. The people around them could only see the remnants. Boo! Just then, the roiling sword shadows dissipated. Tang Ya's body once again flew backwards. The breath on its body was slightly disorganized. He landed on the ground and gasped for breath several times before settling down. I lost. She looked toward Shen and spoke faintly. Just now, she had utilized a power that exceeded the third level of the Kai Yuan realm. Otherwise, it would have been injured by now. Instead of a tie, the Shen in front of her surprised her. He actually beat Mr. Tang for real. It's awesome. Defeating a teacher on the first day of school. Shen is going to be famous. No dude. Do you guys really believe that he's in the third level of the enlightened realm? Did he deliberately conceal his realm in order to get the reward? Some students reacted and began to question Xuantian's true realm. After all, they had all fought with Tanya. Tanya's strength was not something they could achieve at this stage. Hearing the questioning of the surrounding students, Tanya frowned slightly. Student Su, do you mind if I check your cultivation? Danya inquired. Yes, Shen nodded. His cultivation level was that of the third level of the Kai Yuan realm. There was nothing he couldn't check. Tanya stepped forward and probed a hand on Xuantian's shoulder. A wisp of qi drilled into Xuantian's body and turned around in his body. Tanya's face was shocked. There was no mistaking that Suan was in the third level of the Kai Yuan realm. But the orifice is too big. The talent is scary good. No wonder after taking the Spirit Rising pill, he was still only at the third level of the enlightened realm. With an orifice that big, it naturally required more aura. This kid had average sword skills, yet he was able to crush her. It's totally a one-trick pony. With this kind of strength, what kind of sword technique is useless? Teacher, keep my secret for me. Shen winked. Danya took a deep breath and nodded. Su Antian is indeed only at the third level of the Kaiyuan realm. What? He's really only in the third level of the enlightened realm. The crowd exploded, but this was Tang Ya's personal test. It was impossible to lie to them. Maybe Shen is just superior in swordplay. After all, it's only a same realm competition. Yes, Su Antian should have no talent, but he has some attainments in swordsmanship, and that's how he was able to defeat Teacher Tang in the same realm. Some big smart guy thinks he's come up with the key. Tang Ya glared at those two. There was no problem with one's own blade technique. What was problematic was Xuantian's strength being too strong. But she had promised Shen Tian to keep the secret, and she couldn't refute it. Therefore, in the next practical class, she drilled the two talkative teenagers hard. Took until noon for the course to end. Tang Ya left Shen Tian alone. First, he transferred 500 points to Xuantian's account. Then another blue card was handed over. This is a one-time cultivation card for the Xianling cultivation room. You take it. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Well, you're very good. I look forward to you growing up quickly and becoming one of us. Tang Ya nodded. Teacher, can I ask about your true strength? Shen Tian was curious. Third degree of the Lien Pulse realm. 2-star official investigator. Tang Ya replied. So powerful. Shen Tian was surprised. A hint of a smile appeared on Tang Ya's face, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. The hint of displeasure in his heart from being defeated by Shen Tian dissipated. Oh, work hard. You have a chance to catch up with me. Also, just to remind you, the cultivation opportunities in the Xianling cultivation room are very precious. So before entering, it's best to prepare a heart-clearing pill to aid in your cultivation. I see, thank you, teacher. Teacher, if you're going on a mission later, if there's anything you can use me for, just ask. I don't want points. Pure errands are fine. Su Antian took the opportunity to state his purpose. He wants to go out and kill demons. His purpose for entering 749 was to kill demons. A day without killing a demon was unbearable for him. Will think of you when I get the chance. Danya pursed her lips. Immediately afterward, he left Shen with a dashing back to leave. Shen smiled, found Tong Jingshu who was waiting for him at the intersection, and came to the cafeteria to eat together. Those damaged tables and chairs in the cafeteria in the morning have been replaced with new ones. It doesn't look much different than it did in the morning. 749, even the cafeteria is so efficient. Shen lamented. During the process, he opened the 749 app and looked at the price of the Clear Heart pill. Excellent Clear Mind pill. Taking this pill can briefly and dramatically increase one's senses, with a chance to bring oneself into a state of celestial unity, greatly accelerating one's speed of cultivation. Redemption points, 3,000. 3,000? So expensive. Shen frowned. He only had 2,480 points on hand, is still over 500 short of purchasing points. This amount of points, if he were to ask Tong Jingshu, it's definitely going to be lent to him. But Shen hesitated for a split second before opening his mouth. Tong Jingshu also needs to cultivate. 500 points isn't a lot. Just find a way to earn some on your own. After eating, the two returned to the dormitory, intending to take a short lunch break. But no sooner had I entered the house than a stranger came to the door. Shen looked at the four people at the door, a little puzzled. You guys have something to do? We want your quarters, you give them up. Among the four, a blue-haired teenager spoke faintly. Here to rob the dormitory? Shen was surprised in his heart. He'd just lived in the house for 2 days when he was challenged at the door. Hearing the commotion, Tong Jingshu appeared in the doorway, looking at the four people in the doorway, frowning and speaking. You are not our opponents. Leave, lest you hurt the friendship of your classmates. She had seen the men in her morning class, all students in the White Tiger class. Humph, where did you get your confidence? One of you is at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm, and one of you is at the 3rd level of the Enlightened Realm. Such strength doesn't deserve to occupy such a good dormitory. The blue-haired teenager snorted coldly. To tell you the truth, 2 of us have reached the 7th level of the Enlightened Realm. The remaining 2 are also at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm. You guys really want to fight? Tong Jingshu frowned. Sure. You guys aren't afraid, are you? It's fine if you're afraid. Give up your dormitory and we won't come after you. The blue-haired teenager nodded heavily. It was for this that they had come, so naturally they could not retreat from the battlefield. In the morning class, they had seen Su Antian's strength and agreed that Su Antian's cultivation realm of the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm was very low. Even if the sword technique was powerful, they could completely crush it with their realm. There was no way Shen would have a chance to resist. As students of the same White Tiger class, they were stronger, so of course they had to occupy the best dormitory. Jingshu, since these students are so enthusiastic, what reason do we have to refuse? And it seems that this kind of thing is also allowed. Su Antian walked out of the dormitory and came outside, speaking with a smile. But before we fight, can we add a wager to the fight? If I lose, not only will I give you the dormitory, but I will also give you an additional 2,000 contribution points. If you guys lose, give me 2,000 contribution points as well. Well, Shen grinned. It's over. These few people are going to be finished. Tong Jingshu saw Su Antian's expression and mourned for these few people for 3 seconds. Knowing that Shen was going to pit the other side. Chapter 18, I'm talking about you all together. Haha, good. We agree. The blue-haired teenager agreed in one breath, and straight away he couldn't help but burst out laughing. They just wanted to come and grab a dormitory, but they didn't want any surprises. 2,000 points. That's not a lot of money. Enough to last them a while. Wait, there's just 2 of you, are we fighting in a group or solo? Just then, one of the blue-haired teenager's female teammates opened her mouth. I can do anything, Shen faintly said. At this time on the square in front of the dormitory, there were still a dozen teenage boys training. Hearing the commotion here, they looked over, showing the expression of a melon eater. Come on, brothers. We're in for a treat. Go over there. Soon, near Xuantian's dormitory, a dozen or so melon-eating spectators gathered. Not far away, Danya and another girl with short white hair heard the commotion and stopped in their tracks. Aya, are those your students over there? It seems like something interesting happened. A hint of interest appeared on by Yushi's white doll face. Tanya looked towards the crowd and saw Su Antian at a glance. This kid got into trouble? She wondered in her mind. Aya, come on, let's go over and take a look. Before she could even think about it in detail, Bayushi beside her had already pulled her over. This is to rob the dormitory? I recognize that blue-haired teenager. He's from Qing City. His name is Sun Lanyue. Their team is very strong. 2 of them are at the 7th level of the Kai Yuan realm. Then isn't Su Antian bound to lose? There are only 2 of them, not to mention that Su Antian is only in the 3rd level of the enlightened realm. Whatever, we'll just watch the show. It's not like it has anything to do with us. That's not right. Brothers, have you thought of a question? With Su Antian's strength, how did he pass the examination and enter the White Tiger class? Didn't you see Tong Jingshu behind him? It's probably because Tong Jingshu is too strong and brought him in alive. I have gossiped that Tong Jingshu is rumored to be a half-demon, with special abilities. Tisk, being handsome is useful. Su Antian is also hugging the rich white girl's thighs in advance. Some teenagers were envious. He felt that Shen was too lucky. There are beautiful women's thighs to hold. Lay into the White Tiger class. The Tanya duo on the side had also heard most of it and understood what was going on. Danya mentally shook her head gently. With the strength of Sun Lanyue's 4, they really weren't necessarily a match for Shen Tian. Tanya, these are all your students, right? Who do you think will win? Bayushi curiously surveyed both sides. Tanya was a bit hesitant. If she had to look at it, of course Su Antian would win. But she had promised Su Antian to keep it a secret, and if she were to reveal her thoughts, with her understanding of Yushi, it's absolutely necessary to pester herself to ask for the truth. It's annoying enough to annoy her. She shook her head. I've only had them for a morning as well, and I'm not entirely sure of their strength. Let's just keep watching. Danya chose to hide it. You don't know either? Bayushi was half confident. Had to keep reading. In the middle of the field, Sun Lanyue heard the chatter around her, and accidentally learned that Tong Jingshu was actually a half-demon. The heart also turned cautious. After all, being able to pass the examination and enter the White Tiger class was in itself a proof of strength. Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Then it's a group fight. The 4 of us, beating the 2 of you. It's a bit faceless, but it's hard to win and get the benefits in your hands. That's 2,000 points at stake. And it's whatever Shen Tian says. Can't blame them. Che, what a disgrace to Qing City. To bully the few with the many. That's right, Su Antian was already in a lower realm, and he's still bullying others. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's Su Antian himself who's pretending to be a bully, saying that a group fight is fine for a single fight. You wouldn't look at Xuantian's good looks and deliberately speak for him, would you? The teenager looked to a petite girl beside him and spoke suspiciously. Not at all. Well, do you agree or not? Sun Lanyue also blushed a little when she heard the chatter around her. Confirm with Shen Tian again. Yes, Shen Tian nodded. Phew. The 4 of them, Sun Lanyue, slowly exhaled a breath, a triumphant smile on their faces. They're 4 against 2, and there's no way they're going to lose. 2,000 points were already beckoning them. But well, it's me who'll be beating up the 4 of you by myself. Shen Tian continued. What? Sun Lanyue's eyes widened, almost suspecting that she had heard wrong. Su Antian actually wanted to beat the 4 of them alone, with the strength of the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. Immediately afterward, his face flushed red, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Shen Tian, are you sure about this? We won't show you any mercy, Sun Lanyue said in a deep voice. Don't mope. Make your sword. I still have to take a nap, Shen Tian said indifferently, and pulled the demon chopper out from his waist. Intended to be quick. Humph. You're too crazy. Today we're going to trample it under our feet. Let's see if you're still talking crazy in the future. Sun Lanyue snorted coldly, with a furious look on her face. He had already decided that he would use his strongest means to defeat Shen Tian quickly. Let Shen Tian understand what happens when you pretend. Su Antian, I advise you not to be too crazy. Dare to underestimate us. I'll let you taste the pain in a while. It just so happens that Teacher Tang is also here, so let Teacher Tang act as a witness for us, lest you lose and end up not admitting about the points. One of Sun Lanyue's teammates, seeing Tang Ye present, opened her mouth. Danya frowned. She wasn't really up for that sort of thing. Okay. I'll promise for your Teacher Tang. You guys get started. Bayushi took Tang Ye's hand and lifted it high into the air, urging. She couldn't wait to see the results. Tang Ye looked at her best friend somewhat helplessly, and had to nod. I can witness to you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Sun Lanyue several thanked. They then took out their respective weapons and rushed towards Shen together. Besides Su Antian, Tong Jingshu took a step back, intending to watch Su Antian perform. Shen tapped his foot and boom. At the same time as the sound came from the ground, his body rushed out like a cannonball, quickly came in front of a man. At the moment when the man's long whip was drawn, the demon-slaying sword slashed across his abdomen from the bottom up. Rip! The sharp demon-slaying sword sliced through its abdomen, bringing out a large amount of blood. 1. Shen spoke faintly. After resolving one person, he lightly shifted his feet towards the side, avoiding Sun Lanyue's shot while chopping out a sword again. The angle at which this sword chopped out was extremely tricky. Normal people can't even think about it. Pest! The other man was hit, his wrist was slit and the stick in his hand flew out of his hand. 2. Su Antian turned back and held Sun Lanyue's stabbing lance. Immediately afterward, he lifted his foot and kicked violently at the other charging teenager. Boom! Popping sound. The teenager covered his abdomen and flew backwards at a faster speed. Before he even hit the ground, he was already spewing blood from his mouth. 3. Shen muttered. While letting go of the lance, the long sword stabbed at Sun Lanyue's throat. Chapter 19. I'll give you time to catch up. Sun Lanyue yelled, unable to believe what was in front of her. All three of his teammates, surprisingly, had been resolved by Shen with a single move. Su Antian was strong in a way that was simply unlike their segment. I won't lose. Facing the stabbing longsword, Sun Lanyue's veins rippled on his forehead, intending to use his own underhanded tactics. The aura on his body climbed rapidly, and blue currents surged from his body. The lance in his hand was covered with a large blue current. Immediately after that, he fiercely stabbed at the demon-slaying sword. Boo! With a muffled sound, Xuanyan's demon-slaying sword was actually stopped. Hee, something interesting, this seems to be the Shining Thunder Gun, right? If I remember correctly, this should be the mastery of Sun Yuanba, the Shining Thunder Gun of Qing City. Sun Yuanba's strength is one of the strongest among the investigators of Qing City. Bayushi's eyes lit up as she spoke out in surprise. At the same time, there was some doubt in his mind. Both surnamed Sun. What is the relationship between this Sun Lanyue and Sun Yuanba? Kind of interesting. Shen was a little surprised. But it was only a surprise. He once again slashed out with his sword. After Sun Lanyue blocked the demon-slaying sword with a shot, she also came to feel confident. Seeing the demon-slaying sword chopping at him again, he violently turned around and ran forward 3 steps. And then he quickly turned around, and the flash thunder lance stabbed out from above his right shoulder. As if it really was a thunder gun. Back to the horse. The tip of the flashing thunder gun swiftly arrived in front of Shen Su Antian's face remained unchanged as his body violently leaned back, assuming an arch shape to avoid the strike. The demon-slaying sword then chopped upwards. Click! With a crunching sound, the lightning gun was directly chopped off. Before Sun Lanyue could react, in the next second, the demon-slaying sword was already against its brow. You lost, Shen said indifferently. But you're not bad enough to make me make a second sword. Mad. It's too crazy. What exactly is Su Antian's origin? Shen can you fit 2 people in your bedroom? I can warm the bed. Is this really what the 3rd level of the enlightened realm can do? With strength like Xuantian's, where is the need to hug a rich white woman's thigh? Seeing Su Antian's victory, the crowd exploded. After all, before the start, regardless of the various speculations, most people were not optimistic about Shen However, Su Antian, who was not favored, surprisingly defeated the 4 Sun Lanyue in the strongest position. Sun Lanyue looked at the broken gun in her hand, lost in thought, and muttered, I actually lost, losing to someone at the 3rd level of the enlightened realm. Su Antian arrived in front of Sun Lanyue and gently patted his shoulder. He said, "You'll realize later that there's no shame in losing to me." Afterward, Shen pulled out his cell phone and opened the 749 app. Reminder: turn the points. Sun Lanyue secretly gritted her teeth, despite being very unwilling in her heart. Still, he took out his cell phone and transferred 2,000 points to Shen. This was all the points he had gained when he took the placement test, and he couldn't even use them himself. Now it is all lost. He picked up the broken gun and checked the injuries of several of his teammates. None of them were found to be serious, and the teenager whose abdomen had been decapitated appeared to be bleeding profusely. But it's just a flesh wound, it's not a problem. Sun Lanyue understood that this was Shen showing mercy. Moreover, he thought to himself that he couldn't do what Su Antian did with such precision with his sword. It only hurts the flesh, not the bones. Su Antian, one day, I will defeat you. Sun Lanyue dropped a sentence before she left. I'll give you time to catch up, but you deserve nothing more than to watch my back until it's out of reach. Sun Lanyue's feet lurched and she almost didn't stand still. Su Antian was really crazy. It was preferred that people still had that strength. It left him speechless. In the end, Sun Lanyue turned around and left, as if she had made up her mind somehow, and the people around them gradually dispersed as Shen returned to the dormitory. Aya, you're a good student. Great potential. By you, she raised her eyebrows. It's not bad. Some people do show strong talent in the early stages, but they don't necessarily make it to the end. Tangya shook her head. Genius, it wasn't like she hadn't seen it before. The grave grass is now several meters high. Inside the dormitory, Shen returned to his bedroom, opened 749 Mall, and then placed an order. In addition to purchasing an extreme heart-cleansing pill, he also bought a god concentration incense, which was also an item that could aid in cultivation. These two cost him a total of 4,000 points. Right now, he only had 400 or so points left in his hand. Cultivation really burns money. Shen laughed bitterly. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, a staff member delivered the heart-cleansing pill and god-concentrating incense that he had purchased. Su Antian originally had a practical class in the afternoon, but he was in a hurry to go to the Shen spirit cultivation room, so he took his leave with Tangya. Tangya didn't make things difficult for him, and cheerfully gave him a full day's vacation. After speaking with Tong Jingshu, Su Antian left the dormitory alone and followed the marker to the Shen Ling cultivation room. The Shen Ling cultivation room as a whole looked like a large teapot. Outside are blue metal walls. He and the staff member explained his reason for coming, and showed the blue card Danya had given him. Eligible. You have 1 day to train within the Shen Ling cultivation room. If you exceed the time, you will deduct the corresponding points, 200 points per hour. Staff informed Shen of the rules. 200 per hour. That's really expensive. Shen was surprised. Wouldn't that mean that cultivating for 24 hours a day would require a full 4,800 points? Tisk. Shaking his head, Shen walked into the Shen Ling cultivation room. Just as he stepped into the cultivation room, the rich aura hit him. It hit my face like a watery mist. It was evident how high the concentration of aura was here. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that within the Shen Ling cultivation room, there were other people cultivating. They sit inside a transparent glass enclosure, which is left piped above. Shen understood what was going on after taking a look. This was to avoid being disturbed during practice. He walked toward the corner and into an unoccupied glass enclosure. Closing the door behind him, he then pulled out the concentration incense and set it in front of him to light it. Pale smoke rose up and was inhaled into the end of his nose. His mind slowly calmed down. He sat down on his knees and threw the extreme heart-cleansing pill into his mouth. Couldn't wait to run the killing scripture. An hour was 200 points, so of course he had to hurry up and cultivate. Not a second wasted. Rumble. The moment Su Antian's gong method was in operation, a large amount of spiritual qi centered around him and began to rapidly surge towards him. Absorbed into his body. The orifices in the body were rapidly being filled at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is extremely fast. Shen expected that in less than half an hour, he would be able to fill an orifice. Gradually, he was completely immersed in cultivation, and his perception of the outside world gradually became weaker. Completely unnoticed, the aura around him began to surge violently. Above his head, a funnel-like shape slowly formed. Like a dragon sucking in water, it was absorbed into his body. Inside the control room, the staff members who saw this scene were shocked. Hurriedly, he said, "Quickly go and call the director over. Someone has entered a state of epiphany. The aura in the Xianling cultivation room is likely to be insufficient. We need to turn on the backup aura reserve in advance." Chapter 20 Epiphany, Aura into Wings? What's the situation? Wang Shu, the director in charge of the Xianling cultivation room, hurried over. "Director, 749 University freshman Su Antian has entered a state of epiphany, and the concentration of aura within the cultivation room is rapidly decreasing," the staff reported. Epiphany. Wang Shu frowned. The state of epiphany was very difficult to encounter. It was the best state for qi refiners to cultivate. It could be encountered but not sought. It was very precious and therefore could not be interrupted. He had managed the Xianling cultivation room for more than 10 years, and he could count on two hands the number of times he had seen this kind of situation. "Get me the director on the phone right away." Wang Shu opened his mouth. "Yes, director." Inside the Xianling cultivation room, the violent surge of aura interfered with the cultivation of the other qi refiners inside. "What's going on? How did the aura concentration become lower?" Some qi refiners retreated from their cultivation state, their faces full of doubts. Immediately afterward, he looked in the direction of the aura surge. Shocked, he realized that a large amount of auras were all surging in one direction. It formed a huge funnel shape in mid-air, and below it was a human figure. Epiphany. Shock appeared in Zhang Bochang's eyes. As one of the official investigators, he was no stranger to such situations. "More than that, I know how difficult it is to encounter the state of epiphany. This teenager is unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer?" There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, as well as a strong look of envy. How wonderful it would have been if the epiphany had been his. Immediately after that, he frowned. The aura within the cultivation room was fluctuating greatly and was becoming thinner. He had managed to accumulate points with great difficulty, and he had eaten the clear heart pill to assist him in the process, so if he couldn't cultivate he would be at a loss. There were not a few qi refiners who thought like him. The surge of aura made it impossible for them to cultivate at all. One by one, they woke up and stepped out of the glass enclosure, looking in the direction where Shen was. Where did the brat come from to have an epiphany? It doesn't matter if he has an epiphany, but he's delaying our cultivation. It's not like everyone doesn't know how expensive the Xianling cultivation room is. "Yeah, so what now? Wait here." Some of the alchemists expressed their dissatisfaction. The points were all earned with great difficulty from their missions, even through life and death crises. Just waiting to raise their strength within the Xianling cultivation room. Now it is forced to interrupt. Some people were even already thinking about whether or not to interrupt Xuantian's state of epiphany. Although the state of epiphany is rare, none of them want to sacrifice their own interests for the good of others. The good thing is, it's happened before to Bureau 749 and there are plans in place. Soon after, a staff member passed along a notice. "Let them leave the Xianling cultivation room for a while, the points will be returned in full, and the cultivation resources they have spent will be compensated accordingly." This was what made the qi refiners within the Xianling cultivation room come out willingly. In the control room, the phone was quickly connected. Wang Shu told the situation at hand as it was. "The Xianling cultivation room will open a backup aura reserve. Please approve, director." Permission to open." On the other side of the phone, Zhang Hairong's voice was heard. At this moment, sitting in his office, he clearly had a look of surprise in his eyes. "Shen, you really can bring surprises," Zhang Hairong murmured in his heart. Although he favored Su Antian, he had never expected that his talent would be so high. In the process of cultivation, one directly enters the state of epiphany. "Yes, director," Wang Shu agreed. The staff was then ordered to inject the spare aura reserves into the Xianling cultivation room. Soon, the aura within the Xianling cultivation room was once again abundant. "Director, some epiphany states are long and some are short if Su Antian's epiphany state is too long." Wang Shu was a little worried. First, fully satisfy Su Antian's cultivation. As for the loss, let that kid earn points later on his own to slowly make up for it. Zhang Hairong chuckled lightly, then hung up. Su Antian's matter was only a small matter to him. Right now he had more important matters to deal with. 2 days later, Xianling cultivation room. Wang Shu looked at Su Antian, who still hadn't stopped, and his eyebrows almost twisted into twists. 2 full days. Not only did Shen not pull out of his state of epiphany, and the speed of absorbing aura was getting faster and faster, The spare aura reserves within the Xianling cultivation room were almost exhausted. What kind of freak is this kid? Is so much aura not enough? Wang Shu felt a headache. It was reasonable to say that this much spiritual qi was enough for a qi refiner of the Kaiyuan realm to break through to the Lianqi realm. However, Shantian didn't show the slightest sign of a breakthrough. So much aura was like a mud cow entering the sea without a single splash. It's really just weird. Director, look, there's a change. Beside him, a staff member opened his mouth to remind him, interrupting Wang Shu's thoughts. He looked up and realized that the aura vortex above Xuantian's head was getting smaller. Is it finally almost over? He breathed a long sigh of relief. As time passed, the aura vortex eventually disappeared. Just then, Shantian suddenly opened his eyes. Inch-long arcane light rose from his body. These arcane lights quickly surged towards his back, forming two huge feathers of arcane energy. Aura into wings. Wang Shu uttered in shock. This kind of fine control over aura was not something that a qi refiner of the Kaiyuan realm could achieve. It was obvious that Shantian had other, greater gains in his state of epiphany. Within the Xianling cultivation room, Shantian looked at the translucent feathered wings behind him, his heart rejoicing. This was an arcane light utilization method he had comprehended from the Killing Sutra. He could fly right now if he wanted to. Of course, with his current strength, he certainly couldn't manage to fly for a long time. But a short flight is still possible. This was already quite an advantage for qi refiners in the Kaiyuan realm. With a thought of his mind, the arcane light feathers directly collapsed and disappeared, followed by a step out of the Xian spirit cultivation room. Hello, Mr. Su. You've spent a total of 2.5 days in the cultivation room, exceeding the prescribed time by 36 hours, and you need to make up for 7,200 points. Just after walking out of the cultivation room, a staff member took the initiative to welcome him. 7,200 points. Xuantian's back teeth clenched. So many points, what is he going to give? In his entire body, he had just over 400 points. If you don't have enough points on hand, you can start with credit, but you need to pay it back within a year, or else there will be a 10% interest rate, which will increase by 10% every time you go over a year. The staff added, like this? It's not bad. Shantian nodded his head. This is Bureau 749. It's impossible to cheat. Just try to earn points to pay off your debt in the future. It was costly, but the benefits he gained were also enormous. He looked inward at himself, and at this point, 225 of the orifices in his body were already filled with aura. The realm had reached the 6th level of the opening realm. Strength has increased tremendously. I wonder if the current me can beat a qi refiner of the Lian Pulse realm. Su Antian pondered inwardly. Chapter 21 Zhang Qianxiu's Invitation. First Mission. By the time we got back to the dormitory, it was evening. Shantian tiptoed into the dormitory. However, he found that Tong Jingshu had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. At this time, Tong Jingshu, wearing a black tight-fitting one-piece nightgown lying sideways on the sofa, her hands pillowed under her face, and a large portion of her body's snowy whiteness leaked into the air. Su Antian was afraid that Tong Jingshu would catch a cold from a night's sleep in the living room. Leaning down, he picked up Tong Jingshu from the couch in a princess hug, intending to send her back to the bedroom to rest. But who knows? Just as he made a move, Tong Jingshu sensed the movement and turned awake. At this moment, Shantian was a bit embarrassed. Because it was a princess hug, Tong Jingshu's upper body was very close to him, up to 5 centimeters. Tong Jingshu, who was held in her arms, blushed slightly and bowed her head. You're back. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I left food in the fridge for you. I'll go and heat it up for you. Tong Jingshu seemed to have remembered something and wanted to get down from Su Antian's arms. Su Antian was stunned and gently set Tong Jingshu down. Watch it run barefoot toward the refrigerator. Been waiting for me to come back? Shantian murmured. Something touched his heart. Ever since leaving the orphanage, it's been very important to have someone care about him so much. Whenever he comes home, he cooks by himself, and if he doesn't want to cook, he eats a bowl of noodles downstairs to deal with it. Soon, Tong Jingshu heated up the meal and brought it to the coffee table. This is what I beat back from the cafeteria. You try it. Tong Jingshu handed the chopsticks to Su Antian. Good. Shantian didn't politely pick up his chopsticks and ate. And he did get hungry. After practicing for more than 2 days, it would be strange not to be hungry. He was a quick eater, devouring the meal in front of him in 3 or 5 tries. Yummy! Xiantian rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. Looking at Su Antian's expression, Tong Jingshu smiled faintly. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Didn't you say that you only went over to cultivate for 1 day? How come it's almost 3 days before you come back?" "There was a bit of an accident, and I had an epiphany during my cultivation, so I was delayed for some time," Xiantian explained. Epiphany. So powerful. Tong Jingshu was surprised. She had spent the past few days brushing up on her knowledge of cultivation, knowing how difficult it was for a qi refiner to enter an epiphany. Totally just unattainable. "It might be that the extreme heart-cleansing pill is more effective," Su Antian replied. "Oh!" Tong Jingshu was half convinced. The two then made some small talk. They didn't talk much later because of the late hour and the fact that they had an early 8 tomorrow. Then they each went to their rooms to rest. The next day, Xiantian was woken up by the sound of the phone. "Hey, Brother Su. This is Zhang Qianxiu. I have a mission here and I need 2 helpers. Are you coming?" "Mission?" The voice on the other side of the phone immediately brought Xiantian to his senses. What mission and how many points? He now owes a load of points and desperately needs to make money to pay off his debts. There have been a number of missing persons cases in the Jiangbei district of Haha City recently, suspected to be related to unknown creatures, requiring our 749 to intervene and investigate. The points total 12,000, 2 people on my side, 2 on your side, for people sharing equally. Zhang Qianxiu said quickly, sounding anxious. "In my experience, this mission won't be very dangerous. It just might take a little more time." Hearing that it might be related to unknown creatures, Xuantian's eyes lit up. "When do we leave?" he asked, opening his mouth. "Look at your side. Any time you want to go. Wait for me for a while. I'll get back to you in a minute." Su Antian hung up the phone, then found Tong Jingshu and briefly explained the situation to him. "Ask for their opinion." "Good. It just so happens that I'm also a little homesick, so I can stop by and visit home." Tong Jingshu agreed. "Okay. Then I'll take a leave of absence from Mr. Tang." Xiantian nodded and took out his cell phone to call Tangya. Connections. Xiantian briefly stated the reason for his leave of absence. "Taking a vacation again?" Tangya's tone was unkind. It had only been 4 days of school in total, and Xiantian had attended half a day of classes, and now he wanted to continue to take time off. "Last time you and I took a day off. Why didn't you end up coming for 3 days? Tangya questioned. "Teacher Tang, it's not that I don't want to come to class. I had an epiphany in the Shen spirit cultivation room, so I was delayed, and because of this, I still owe the cultivation room 7,200 points. Su Antian was helpless. He didn't want it either. "You had an epiphany?" Tangya's voice raised several points. "Yeah. What's up, teacher?" On the other side of the phone, there was silence for several seconds. Only then did the voice come again. "It's fine. Go ahead. I'm granting your leave of absence. Be careful, don't die out there." Snap. There was a distinct hang-up sound on the other side of the phone. "Ms. Tang looks a bit high-strung, but she's actually feminine and understands how to care for people." Xiantian smiled. He then messaged Zhang Qianxiu back and agreed to leave at 10 o'clock. "Leave enough time to organize what you need to bring with you." At 10 o'clock, they met up with Zhang Qianxiu and his teammates at the elevator shaft right on time. Zhang Qianxiu's teammate was also a girl, looked to be 24 or 25 years old, and was called Qing Ling. Has long green hair and wears a tight green punching bag. The group of 4 boarded the elevator and made their way to the platform outside the base. "The Bureau has official cars available for missions. The 4 of us just happened to drive one." Zhang Qianxiu spoke. "Do you 2 have driver's licenses?" Xiantian shook his head. Tong Jingshu nodded. Xiantian was a little surprised, not realizing that Jingshu could drive. "All right. Then Jingshu and I will take turns driving on the road." Zhang Qianxiu arranged. "Good." Tong Jingshu nodded. Soon they were in a black SUV, rushing out of the base, all the way west toward Harbin. On the way, Xiantian asked about the specifics of the mission. Half a month ago, there were reports of young people going missing in the Jiangbei district of Hacienda City, and at first the FBI there just treated it as an ordinary disappearance case. But in the course of the investigation, they received more reports one after another from citizens saying that someone in their family had gone missing. Things got here okay, and 3 days ago, the FBI finally got a clue and found some of the missing people in a remote, abandoned factory. Here's a photo of the scene at the time. Qing Ling took out a dossier bag and handed it to Xiantian. "This is..." The moment he saw the image on the picture, Xuantian's gaze slightly condensed. A dozen or so bodies were randomly discarded on the floor inside a warehouse. These corpses all looked to be young men, and without exception, all of them had bowl-sized bloody holes in their chests. The heart inside is missing. In addition to that, they had other wounds on their bodies, only less visible. The men's hearts were missing, and at the scene, the FBI men also found some specialized hairs that were tested and confirmed to be fox hairs. Qing Ling continued. Shen Tian nodded. The first thing that came to mind was the wild fox spirit. After all, the wild vixen he met back then was about to eat his heart. But with a kill of this magnitude, if it's a wild vixen, there must be more than one. He voiced his thoughts. Zhang Qianxiu nodded. We have similar ideas as you, but we still have to check the specifics at the site. Chapter 22 Green Fox Ridge, Fox False Tiger Power. The car drove for a whole day, and only at nearly 12 o'clock at night did it finally arrive at the JNB in Hacienda. Although it was evening, the lights were still on inside the FBI. After presenting their credentials, the four Xintian men quickly met with He Chengwang, the director of the Jiangbei District's Joint Liaison Bureau, a 40-something Mediterranean. Investigator Zhang, you've finally arrived. He Chengwang spoke happily, his eyes looking like he had seen a savior. In his district, there are at least hundreds of missing people, and more than 24 confirmed deaths already. The day the case remains unsolved, the more pressure he is under. He just got a call from the top, urging him to solve the case quickly. Well, good day, Director Ho. Please take us to see the corpses. Zhang Qianxiu nodded his head. Good. I'll take you guys there right away. He Chengwang nodded excitedly. Although the several Zhang Qianxiu in front of him were young people, he didn't dare to underestimate them in the slightest. These can be 749 investigators, specialized in special cases. Led by He Chengwang, the four Shentian came to the underground morgue. The morgue was almost full of bodies. Zhang Qianxiu didn't mind and reached out his hand to lift the corpse covering to check the wounds on the corpse. Only after checking a dozen or so in a row did Zhang Qianxiu stop. Opening his mouth, he said, "Judging from the traces of these people's wounds, they should have died by having their hearts hollowed out by sharp claws, similar to the fox demon's method of killing. So it's basically certain that it's the fox demon's doing. Chief Ho, do you still have the hairs you found at the scene?" On. I'll have someone go get it right away." He Chengwang nodded his head hastily. Soon, at his command, a small transparent bag was brought over. Inside the bag, it contained a strand of gray hair. Qing Ling, please track the traces. Zhang Qianxiu opened his mouth. Good. Qing Ling nodded, then glanced at He Chengwang. Please excuse Director He for a moment. Fine, you guys go ahead. He Chengwang understood for a second and led the people out of the morgue. After seeing the people leave, Qing Ling pinched the fox fur in her hand with one hand and raised it to her eyes. In the next second, a faint green light rose from its eyes. Su Antian looked curiously and realized that Qing Ling's eyes had undergone some changes, looking less like human eyes and more like snake eyes. It became very cold. The change was brief, and Qing Ling's eyes returned to normal. Opening his mouth, he said, "The target scent is still there. Shall we go over and look for the target now? To avoid a long night, go now and finish the mission early, so we can return to the base." Zhang Qianxiu immediately made a decision. Shentian nodded along. He couldn't wait to kill the demon. Zhang Qianxiu greeted He Chengwang before going out and driving away. Su Antian was a little emotional, the case that the FBI couldn't solve in half a month. As soon as they came, they immediately had to catch the murderer. That's too efficient. From the time they entered the FBI to the time they left, it was no more than 20 minutes. In the southeast direction, Qing Ling sat in the co-pilot seat and pointed out the way from time to time. The SUV sped down the road and got closer to its target. Brother Su, if there's a fight in a while, it's best not to fight to the death. The living demonic creatures have a higher research value and can be brought back to the base to be exchanged for points. Zhang Qianxiu reminded. Xuantians too were, after all, inexperienced on their first mission. It was time to remind him, to avoid surprises and uncontrollable factors when it comes time to really do it. Okay. Shentian nodded. What was on his mind, on the other hand, was how to silently sneak all the fox demons to death. Take them back to the base alive? No way. Not in this lifetime. His 8 trigrams demon refining furnace was in dire need of materials to open it. An hour or so later, the SUV drove to the outskirts of town and stopped in front of a small hill. Qing Ling stood at the foot of the mountain and sensed it, confirming, "It's right on the mountain." Zhang Qianqiu nodded his head and opened the map to view it. "This is the Green Fox Ridge. No one lives nearby, so you can just do it. Qing Ling, you lead the way. Follow me." Qing Ling nodded her head and took the lead in running towards the top of the mountain. Its body was athletic, and it scurried several meters away in a single step. Xuantian's few followed closely behind, quickly traversing through the woods and rocks. All four of them were qi refiners, and their physical strength had long since left the realm of ordinary people. A few moments later, they climbed halfway up the mountain, and found 3 holes here. Zhang Qianqiu came over to the stone wall at the entrance of the cave and took a strand of hair from within the stone crack and brought it under his nose to smell it. "Fox odor. Prepare to strike. Qing Ling and I will each take 1 hole. You and Jing Shu together, no problem," he warned, then removed his long knife from his belt. "No problem." Su Antian nodded gently, also pulling out his demon-slaying sword and shielding Tong Jingshu behind him as he whispered, "Hide behind me in a moment. There's no need for you to do anything." "Good." Tong Jingshu didn't try to be brave. Although she had the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm, she was not experienced enough in actual combat. The 3 of them looked at each other and then each walked into the hole in front of them. By the light of the moon, it was barely possible to see inside the cave. Tong Jingshu was a little scared, grabbing the corner of Yi Qing's coat and following forward. Click. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from under Xuantian's feet. He looked down and realized it was a human thigh bone that he had stepped on and broken. Just in the moment he was distracted, a figure in the darkness violently sprang out. It was a huge fox covered in hard gray fur and on all fours, the size of a wild boar. Its fox mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth as it bit towards Xuantian's neck. Xuantian's eyes lit up. "Finally, we're here." With a flick of his wrist, his demon-slaying sword fiercely slashed out, striking out after him. "Pest!" With a soft sound, the fox demon's head snapped off in response, and the entire thing flew out. Boom! The huge body hit the stone wall heavily due to inertia. After a few twitches, it went completely still. "So weak," Shen commented, and immediately afterward, with a little bit of his foot, he accelerated towards the cave. Boom! But before he could rush out far, the mountain wall next to him was violently smashed open, and Zhang Qianqiu's body appeared in front of Shen. It looked very wretched, covered in mud and grass roots. "Retreat! There are other monsters here," Zhang Qianqiu shouted when he saw Su Antian. Shen didn't move as he glanced at the humanoid monster that had rushed out from within that shattered cave. "Carry the sword and go on. That's a tiger demon-controlled devourer. Its body is very hard and strong. You're no match. Retreat quickly. Report the condition of this place up. Let the official investigators come over to deal with it." Zhang Qianqiu spoke extremely fast, wanting to call out to Su Antian. But at this moment, Shen Tian only had demons in his eyes. Boo! There was a loud bang. Shen Tian and the devourer collided heavily. Xuantian's immense strength directly slammed the ghost of the devourer back through the gap in the cave wall, only to see Su Antian lifting the devourer's head. The demon-slaying sword directly wiped the devourer's neck. Boom! Shen Tian landed on the ground, and the ghost of the devourer's body slammed down heavily from mid-air. Su Antian turned his head. "Brother Zhang, what did you just say?" Zhang Qianqiu. He decided that next time he would speak slower. He had just finished speaking when Shen Tian cut down the devourer. "That's too much of a slap in the face." "It's okay. I just told you to be careful." He patted the dust on his body as if it were nothing. Then his face turned grave. "With the appearance of a devourer here, there is bound to be a tiger demon in the cave, and its strength won't be weak, for safety's sake. I suggest leaving first and requesting support from the base." Chapter 23 Sword Beheading White Tiger, Another Person. "Leave." Shen Tian frowned. It was not easy to have a chance to kill a demon. He didn't want to miss it easily. However, looking at Zhang Qianqiu's appearance, it was obvious that he was afraid of encountering a stronger demon inside the cave. "Brother Zhang, if you're afraid, just wait here for now and I'll go in and take a look myself." Su Antian opened his mouth. "What do you mean you're afraid? I'm acting cautiously. Do you understand? Caution makes perfect." Zhang Qianqiu was in a hurry. How could he say that he was also a senior, but he was actually being underestimated? Followed by gritted teeth. "I'm with you." The corner of Xuantian's mouth curled into a smile. Without speaking, He walked straight towards the cave. The hole wasn't very long and they soon reached the bottom, presently inside a cave. However, after seeing the scene within the cave, all three of them, including Su Antian, had their gazes slightly condensed. The cave floor was covered with all kinds of white human bones. In the center of these white bones, a stone aisle was cleared. At the end of the aisle, there was a large stone bed. A humanoid hanging eyes white tiger was sitting on it with a large horse, a pair of tiger eyes that were not angry, looking towards Xuantian's three. On its side, there was also a gray fox demon. Only at this moment, the gray fox demon was shivering. "You guys are so bold. How dare you break into this mountain monarch's cave and killed my devils?" The dangling white tiger's voice was like thunder as it angrily said. Zhang Qianqiu's legs and stomach spun a bit. With the size of this tiger demon in front of him, he was afraid that he didn't have the strength of the Lien Pulse realm. In the bottom of his heart, he was beyond regretting that he should have insisted on leaving just now. "This is great. You can't leave even if you want to. You condone the killing of fox demons under your command. That's what makes you so bold," Xiantian said with a cold gaze. With so many bones on the ground, this tiger demon didn't know how many people he had killed. "What's wrong with Hansen Kuan eating some blood food? You two-legged beasts are meant to be my clan's natural food." The hanging eyes white tiger stood up from the stone bed, standing at a height of 4 to 5 meters. The thick-backed greatsword he grabbed from the side was over 2 meters long. Xuantian's heart flamed as he listened. Immediately, he lifted his demon chopper sword and said indifferently, "If it weren't for the rare animal protection law, your clan would have been eaten extinct long ago. How dare you? How dare you talk to Hansen Kuan like that?" The dangling white tiger was furious. Its claws exerted force and leapt up from its original position. Boo! The stone slabs on the ground instantly crumbled under its immense power. Phew! The thick-backed greatsword slashed fiercely toward Su Antian, bringing out gusts of air-breaking sounds. Extremely fast. "Brother Su, this tiger demon's strength isn't something we can handle. Let's cover each other and leave," Zhang Qianqiu said in a hurried voice. "No, brother Su, I beg you, just go." As he spoke, a faint yellow light rose from his body, and a 2-meter-tall giant weasel silhouette emerged above his head. Zhang Qianqiu tied his fingers together with one hand and pointed toward his eyebrows, shouting under his breath, "Please help me, Yellow Immortal. Don't panic. Let me see how it goes." Weasel opened his eyes. Then, a huge hanging white tiger was seen pouncing. "What kind of demon did you mess with? This great immortal is no match. Run." Weasel's eyes widened. This isn't asking him for a favor. This is giving him a death wish. Boom! But just then, Xiantian made his move. Not only did he not retreat, he took the initiative and charged. Boom! In midair, he and the tiger demon collided heavily. Su Antian's stature was only a little more than 1 meter 8, and he was several whole sizes smaller than the tiger demon. However, at the moment of collision, it was Su Antian who blasted the tiger demon directly away. Zhang Qianqiu directly froze in place. Just how strong was Xiantian? You tell him it's a newcomer to 749 University? Are you kidding me? This friend of yours is very strong. The yellow fairy opened his mouth in surprise and was in no hurry to run away. Zhang Qianqiu mentally rolled his eyes, thinking, I don't need you to say this. I'm not blind. Trying to run. Suddenly, Zhang Qianqiu's gaze snapped and looked to the side. I only saw that the wild fox spirit that was just by the stone bed was actually trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. If I can't beat that white tiger, can I not beat you? Zhang Qianqiu placed his foot down and stopped at the wild fox spirit. With the help of the yellow immortal, he quickly subdued and controlled the wild vixen. On the other side, Su Antian was very strong, and he was pressing down on the hanging eyes white tiger from the very beginning. This made the hanging eyes white tiger fight in a very suffocating manner. A dozen wounds had already been chopped out of his body by Xiantian. How dare you hurt this mountain monarch? Looking for death, the hanging eyes white tiger roared, suddenly pulling away. Immediately after that, it fiercely opened its tiger's mouth and hissed out, Roar! Tigers roar in the mountains. Its voice is like thunder. A loud noise echoed inside the cave. Xuantian's brain buzzed a little as he was affected. Right at this moment, a faint white light rose from the white tiger with eyes. A sharp aura surfaced. White light converged on top of its 2 claws and swung out violently. Thumbs up, snicker. 4 or 5 pale white clawed-ons spun and flew out. The speed was extremely fast, almost blinking as he arrived in front of Shen. Shen took a deep breath and chopped out with his sword in one hand. The chowder. A faint arcane sword chi shot out from the demon-slaying sword. The clawed ons were all easily dispersed. Immediately afterward, Su Antian stepped forward and horizontally chopped out a sword once again. The Shen Guang sword chi reappeared. The hanging eyes white tiger didn't even react before it was chopped through by the arcane light sword chi. Hansen Kuan once. The dangling white tiger's paw had just been raised, and its movements suddenly blunted to a halt, followed by an incredulous touch to his neck. Pest! A line of blood broke through the tiger's skin and splashed out like a fountain. The large tiger's head broke off from its neck and shot up into the sky. Boom! The huge tiger body fell to its knees, smashing the countless corpses and bones below to smithereens. The Zhang Qianqiu people on the side looked dumbfounded. That suspected Lien Pulse Realm Tiger Demon was killed so easily. It's a pity. Zhang Qianqiu slapped his thigh and suddenly felt sorry. If the Tiger Demon was captured alive and returned to the base, he would definitely be able to gain a lot of points. But the demon was killed by Shen Tian, and he didn't help much. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything to blame Shen Tian. He had to kowtow to Shen Tian even if he managed to survive without dying. What's going on here? Qing Ling, who had arrived late, looked at the scene in front of her and asked in confusion. She met two wild vixens on the road and rushed over after taking care of them. Didn't want it to be over inside. It's just like what you saw, these wild vixens were foxes and tigers, and there was a tiger demon behind them which was killed by Brother Su. Zhang Qianqiu explained. His name for Shen Tian had changed. It couldn't be helped. Who made Shen Tian strong? The strong deserve respect. Hiss! Qing Ling sucked in a breath, her gaze towards Su Antian changing significantly. At the beginning, she was a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Qianqiu for finding two newcomers. After all, the two newcomers had to split points with them. However, with Zhang Qianqiu's strong insistence and her trust in him, she finally agreed. Was expecting to be carrying two towers. I didn't realize that it ended up being their thighs. After all, that tiger demon was unusual at first glance. The strength should be far beyond theirs. Su Antian retracted his gaze from the tiger corpse and looked towards the only remaining survivor in Zhang Qianqiu's hands, the wild fox spirit. Brother Zhang, this wild vixen doesn't have much cultivation, so let's cut it down as well. He stepped forward. Don't, 749 lords, please spare the little demon's life. These people were all eaten by that mountain monarch. It has nothing to do with the slave. The wild fox spirit begged for mercy in fear. She had just witnessed the mighty mountain monarch's head being decapitated by the human in front of her. Liar! You didn't kill all the humans inside those warehouses. Zhang Qianqiu pinched the wild vixen's throat and forced the question. What humans in the warehouse? The slave doesn't know what the lords are talking about. The wild vixen was visibly confused. Zhang Qianqiu was also confused. Thinking to yourself, if you haven't done anything bad, why are we looking for you? But Qing Ling seemed to have sensed something unusual. She pulled the photo of the warehouse from within her pocket and showed it to the vixen. Didn't you kill the people here? The wild fox spirit took a few serious looks, followed by his head shaking like a rattle. Grandpa's, I don't know what this place is. Never been there before. And I sure as hell didn't kill this guy. Slaves eat one or two sperm-ridden smelly men at most. How could they eat so many hearts at once? That would be too wasteful. Zhang Qianqiu and Qing Ling looked at each other and both frowned. They seemed to be barking up the wrong tree. Chapter 24. What she said should be true. Brother Su, the real culprit who killed those people should be someone else. We killed the wrong demon. Zhang Qianqiu spoke in a deep voice. So there are other demons to kill? Shen Tian came to be interested. He doesn't care if he kills the wrong person or not. Demons don't distinguish between good and bad. A demon is a demon. The human bones within the cave in front of us can all be made by these tiger demons and fox demons. He'd be doing the people a favor if he put this in ancient times. Masters, since you arrested the wrong person, can you let the slave go? The wild fox spirit was about to cry. She had inexplicably gotten a big case on her back, and she was the only one left in the entire Green Fox Ridge. Let you go? Thinking about it. Zhang Qianqiu snorted coldly. Honestly, cooperate with the investigation or I'll chop you up. Say, why was your hair inside that warehouse? Slave really doesn't know. The wild fox spirit directly knelt down. That's right. There must be other demons who want to trap the sea my green fox ridge. There must be some other demon who deliberately got my fur over there. Otherwise my fur couldn't have appeared there. Under the crisis of life and death, the wild vixen's brain worked frantically, carefully recalling some of the things that had happened recently. Then tell me, who could possibly do it? Zhang Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. I have been on the Green Fox Ridge lately, and only went down the mountain to hunt 5 days ago, probably when I disposed of the carcasses after hunting the prey. There were hairs left behind that were obtained by other demons. Wild Fox Spirit hurriedly said. The exact time and place. In front of the Eros Club, about 12 o'clock at night, 5 days ago. The Wild Vixen replied. Are you telling the truth? If you lie to me, I'll chop you up. Su Antian, who was on the side, suddenly spoke and raised his demon-slaying sword. Really, I promise it's true. Wild Fox nodded busily. I'm afraid I'll be cut off if I'm slow in answering. I think you're lying to us. Shen Tian spoke indifferently, followed by the demon-slaying sword directly chopping down. No, I'm telling the truth. The Wild Vixen roared in horror. She said all she needs to say, why cut her? Pest! The Wild Vixen's shrieks came to an abrupt end. A fox head moved from the neck. A large amount of blood spurted out, staining the white bones on the side. Brother Zhang. It seems that what she said should be true. She didn't even change her words even after I hacked her to death. Su Antian retracted his sword and said indifferently. This? Zhang Qianqiu didn't even know what to say. Shen Tian is too murderous and cuts off heads whenever he moves. Looking at the sword in Su Antian's hand, he too was a little frightened at the bottom of his heart. Well, you're right. Zhang Qianqiu nodded. The Wild Vixen is dead, what can he say? In case he said the wrong thing and offended Shen Tian, then he would really be a stupid boy chi. He then took out his phone and informed He Chengwang of the news here, asking him to bring someone over to dispose of the body. There are so many human corpses here. Even if we can't find their families for them, we should at least put them in the ground. The spirits can rest in peace. This has been the truth of the Great Summer Kingdom since ancient times. In between waiting for the FBI to arrive, Shen Tian looked inward at himself. In his mind, the fire below the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace went out. Instead, 4 golden pills appeared in the Dan furnace. Refining Wild Fox Demon Essence Spirit, rewarding 2 perfect enlightenment pills. Refining the Ghost's Essence, rewarded with a Ghost Armor pill. Refining the White Tiger Demon Essence, rewarding 1 Tiger Fury pill. Aside from the perfect enlightenment pill, the other 2 pills, both of which were obtained for the first time. Ghost Armor pill. Take it to get temporary Ghost Armor protection 3 times. Each time lasts for 10 minutes. Tiger's Fury pill. Taking it can obtain the Tiger's Fury to quench the body, and the strength of the bones around the body will be greatly increased. A big profit. Xuantian's heart rejoiced, just waiting for this immediate matter to be taken care of and find a quiet place to take the elixir. Brother Su, this white tiger demon has the strength of the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, 1 step short of reaching the Linking Veins realm. It's not rare to see a great demon with this kind of strength. On the other side, Zhang Qianqiu squatted down and checked the strength of the white tiger demon. Shen Tian nodded slightly. No wonder he dealt with it so easily without much wasted effort. It turned out to be just a tiger demon of the enlightened realm. It was a bit of a disappointment to him. He was eager to touch base with a great demon of the Lien Pulse realm. Brother Su, this tiger demon was killed by you, so it's reasonable to say that this corpse is also yours. What are you going to do with this corpse? Tiger skin, tiger bone, and tiger whip can all be great tonic. Zhang Qianqiu inquired, winking obscenely. Su Antian mused for a split second. Brother Zhang, how do you guys usually deal with this kind of thing when you encounter it? Us? We usually keep people alive if we can and bring them back to the base for points. Although the dead ones can also be exchanged for some points, but it's rare. Therefore, when we encounter dead demons, we all bring them back to the base and exist in the cafeteria, spend some points to let the cafeteria help cook them. Taking demon meat for a long time is good for our cultivation. Zhang Qianqiu hesitated for a moment and continued in a low voice, or sell it directly in the bazaar for some other things for cultivation. Bazaar. Shen Tian was puzzled. The kind of trading places spontaneously formed by folk chi refiners, the kind that have a record with Bureau 749. Zhang Qianqiu explained. Understood. Shen Tian nodded. Everyone has contributed to killing the tiger demon. Let's bring it back. Stew it and eat it. He wasn't a petty person, Zhang Qianqiu was able to take them two newcomers out on a mission and split the points equally. There was no problem in terms of character. Hey, good. Zhang Qianqiu was not polite and smiled hee. He's been a bit weak lately, so he just had to eat a tiger's loin to make up for it. And with a tiger demon that big, they couldn't eat much. But Xuantian's attitude is important. Proof that he's not a soul eater. You can have a good relationship later. Moments later, the FBI finally arrived. He Chengwang came in person. After seeing the misery inside the cave, he was shocked for a long time. Especially the huge tiger demon corpse inside that cave. Although it was dead, its tiger eyes were still glaring very fierce. These youngsters aren't simple. They're worthy of being from 749. He Chengwang said inwardly. He was right to be polite to Zhang Qianqiu a few times at first. These young men have real skills. Director I'll trouble you with the matters here. Try your best to find family members for these corpses and bones. Zhang Qianqiu exhorted. Don't worry, Investigator Zhang. We'll take care of all these things. He Chengwang promised. Well, in addition, please trouble Director He to move that tiger demon corpse back to the Bureau of Investigation. We have other uses for it. Zhang Qianqiu nodded. Oh, small matter. He Chengwang answered. The smile then retracted. Investigator Zhang. What did you mean when you just said on the phone that there might be other demons behind the population case in Jiangbei district? The tiger demon here should have taken the blame for the other demons, and the real culprit behind the scene is still alive. But we've already obtained new clues, and we should know the truth about the whole thing soon. Chapter 25 Tiger Fury Pill, Copperhead and Iron Bone. It was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when I rejoined the FBI, but several of Xuantians are still awake. At this moment, all 4 of them were gathered inside the cafeteria, watching a few chefs from the FBI cooking that tiger demon. A tiger demon this big. I've only heard about it from my grandfather's mouth. One of the chefs, who looked to be in his 50s, wiped the sweat from his forehead before speaking. Back then the stuff was edible, and then it wasn't allowed. To be honest, if it wasn't for the chief's orders, we really wouldn't have dared to take care of this tiger demon corpse. It's just a beast. It's meant to be eaten, Su Antian faintly said. The chef was stunned and quickly hemmed and hawed, nodded and agreed. Little brother is right, you do not know, in the past our northeastern menu can be all mountain treasures now. Alas, it's not that northeastern food isn't good. It's that all those ingredients are in the Animal Protection Act. Indeed, Shen nodded. In a moment you can also taste what this tastes like, but don't eat much, your bodies can't handle it. The chef's eyes lit up and they worked harder. It took a good 2 or 3 hours until the sky turned bright to get it completely done. The large round table for 12 was filled with a variety of dishes. Braised tiger claw, fried cashew flour, marinated tiger whip in sauce. Su Antian's few could not wait long ago, and the dishes had just been prepared, so they began to eat. They were all chi refiners with strong physical bodies, and along with that, their appetites had increased a lot. Half an hour later, it was all over the table. Shen Tian touched his stomach, only to feel warmth all over his body. The chi and blood in his body leapt. Brother Su, let's go back and rest for a while and investigate that clue later. Zhang Qianqiu suggested. They hadn't rested until now, and even if they were energetic chi refiners, they were still a bit tired at this point. Aha! Shen Tian naturally had no problem with this. They left the cafeteria and returned to the single dormitory arranged by the FBI. Shen Tian closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. Taking out the ghost armor pill, he swallowed it. The ghost armor pill melted in his mouth and turned into 3 black chi, which turned around in his meridians before eventually changing into 3 black dots that converged at his chest position. Su Antian ripped open the chest clothing to check, and found that on the right side of his chest, 3 black spots appeared below the skin. The black spots presented a triangular arrangement, and from time to time trembled twice, looking like a living thing. This thing can only be used 3 times, and should only be left to be energized at critical moments. Shen Tian withdrew his gaze. Immediately after that, he bellied up the Tiger Fury Dan. The entrance was instant, and his face turned grave. The medicinal effect of this Dan was very violent. The moment it entered the abdomen, countless white baleful chi surged out. These baleful auras were very cold, causing Shen Tian to feel uncomfortable. Moments later, the fury invaded the bones. Hiss! Shen Tian sucked in a breath. It felt like a knife was scraping the bones within the skeleton. A real pain into the bone marrow. And well, not 1 or 2 pieces, but all the bones in the body are suffering from this pain. including his head. It's no less than someone taking a knife to his head. In just a moment, Xuantian's entire body was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and almost bit them off. Luckily, it didn't last long, stopping after just 10 minutes of work. Phew! Xuantian slowly exhaled, along with checking its own changes. The bones have increased in density and gotten heavier, he muttered. His bones turned crystallized and looked like ancient jade. He got a scale and stood on it. 230 kilograms. It was a full 460 pounds, but from the outside, it was completely impossible to tell that he was that heavy. It's all about increased bone density, resulting in weight changes. My attacks will be much more powerful, and there's a huge increase in resistance to blows. Xuantian nodded in satisfaction. It's just that you need to be careful to control your strength when you walk in the future, or you'll accidentally step on something and break it. I can't use these 2 perfect enlightenment pills anymore, so I can find a chance to sell them at the bazaar later. Xuantian looked at the 2 remaining pills within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace and pondered on a way to dispose of them. But right now he was out of extra time and needed to finish the mission first. It wasn't until the afternoon that several of Xuantian's woke up one after another. They walked out of the room, ate briefly, and then got into the SUV and headed toward the Eros Club. Here's the information I've gathered about the Eros Club. Take a look. In the car, Qingling took out several file bags and handed them to Xuantian and Tong Jingshu. Xuantian took it and opened it to view it. It was mentioned in the information that this Eros Club was a membership system, and ordinary people were not qualified to enter it, and those who could enter it were either rich or noble. Behind it is the Hanhai Group in Ha City, which is a multinational group mainly doing multinational trade. The annual tax payment is in the forefront in Ha City, and it is a group that Ha City focuses on supporting while the headquarters is in the island. When we investigate in a while, let's try to avoid conflicts so as not to cause misunderstandings. Qingling opened her mouth to remind. They have to deal with the problem in such a way that it does not interfere with the lives of ordinary people as much as possible. Sister Qingling, what if this matter is related to the Hanhai Group? Tong Jingshu, who had never spoken, suddenly said. That's naturally a public matter, making money on our country's land and messing things up. They're tired of living. Qingling replied. If you follow the law properly, then naturally you are better off. But if you don't listen and follow the rules, that's a different story. Tong Jingshu nodded gently and stopped talking. The SUV sped along and soon arrived at a mountainous suburb in the Jiangbei district, far away from the city. In front of their eyes is a hillside. At this time in the spring, the top has just sprouted grass shoots, from afar emerald green. Below the hillside, there are several separate villas. This place is considered a high-end clubhouse in terms of Ha City. Not only does it have a ski resort, a golf course, but also a horse farm. Qingling spoke faintly. Xuantian nodded slightly. To be honest, this was the first time he had come into contact with these things. Being an orphan, he didn't have the chance to come into contact with this high-end thing. Soon they arrived at the club gate. The 4 got out of the car and went to the security booth. Hello? We are 749 investigators. There is something we need you to assist in the investigation. Please ask your leader to come out for a moment. Zhang Qianxiu took out his ID and showed it to the security guard. The security guard froze. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal, bending down and politely saying, "Several people please wait. I will report to the leadership." With the open enrollment of the University of 749, 749 is gradually appearing in the public eye. So the security guard was surprised and puzzled but not too shocked to see the 749 investigator. The security guard picked up his walkie-talkie and told that side what was going on here. Soon, 2 middle-aged men walked out of the villa area in the distance. The 2 men walked quickly to the club gates. Su and Tian went up and down tons of the 2 men, all of whom were dressed in suits and looked very competent. Also, they have mustaches under their noses. It looks like it should be an islander. May I ask what's the matter? One of them, a flat-headed man, asked as he looked at the 4 Xuantian men. There was a huge criminal case in the Jiangbei district, and it is suspected to be related to this place. Please take us to the surveillance room. We need to retrieve the footage from 5 days ago. Zhang Qianxiu said in a deep voice, and again he showed his credentials. Chapter 26. Assault on an investigator? Killed on the spot. The 2 men looked at each other with some hint of imperceptible caution in their eyes, but it quickly faded away and returned to normal. I'm sorry. 5 days ago we had an anomaly in the circuits here, and the surveillance was all out of order, and there was no video playback. The flat-headed man spoke. Sure. I can take a few of you over to the surveillance room to check it out and prove we're right. The four of them, Zhang Qianxiu, frowned unanimously, only feeling that it was too much of a coincidence. However, Zhang Qianxiu did not open his mouth to question it, but nodded. Please take us over to take a look. Yes, please follow me. The flat-headed man said politely, bringing Zhang Qianxiu's 4 people to the villa area's monitoring room. And the flat-headed man personally pulled up the surveillance and showed it to them. The security footage from 5 days ago is indeed gone, only the last 3 days. It obviously won't work for them. The thread seems to break here. Xiantian frowned imperceptibly. Several officers. Is there anything else we need to cooperate with? A kind smile appeared on the flat-headed man's face as he politely inquired. No one can pick a fault. Just then, Tong Jingshu, who was standing at the back, suddenly spoke. Large clubs like this usually have a backup power source. Don't you have one? Zhang Qianxiu and Qing Ling glanced at each other and also reacted. The smile on the flat-headed man's face stalled. Backup power supply we have. When the line failed, the backup power supply was also affected, and it was just repaired 3 days ago. The few people present, Zhang Qianxiu, were not cuties. Hearing this, had already vaguely guessed that the 2 people in front of them were deliberately hiding something. One coincidence is a coincidence. 2 are not. I suspect that you have something to do with the missing persons case in the Jiangbei district. So please go back with me to be investigated. Zhang Qianxiu spoke in a deep voice. As long as we go back to the FBI, we naturally have a way to get these 2 to talk and tell the truth. Sir, we don't know too much about surveillance. Please don't make things difficult for us. Besides, we too are foreigners. If you want to take us away to cooperate with your investigation, please contact our lawyers first. The smile on the flat-headed man's face disappeared. Zhang Qianxiu frowned, caught in a difficult situation, and by reasoning it really needed to be so. We have other matters to deal with, so please leave a few officers first. Seeing that Zhang Qianxiu did not move, the flat-headed man continued. There was already a vague attempt to kick people out. Qianxiu, let's leave first and let the people from the FBI come over to negotiate later. Qing Ling approached Zhang Qianxiu's ear and whispered. The situation becomes much more complicated when expatriates are involved, and at times like these, it's obviously better to leave it to the FBI. They were okay at killing demons, but when it came to this kind of communication problem, it was the FBI that was better at it. There's no need to be so troublesome. Just take them back. Just as Zhang Qianxiu was about to nod his head, Su Tianan, who had never spoken, stepped forward and said, You don't have the right to take us away. In addition, this is our Han Hai Group's territory. The land here belongs to our Han Hai Group. Please leave immediately. The flat-headed man's tone turned unkind. Brother Su, why don't we just leave first and discuss this matter in the long run? Zhang Qianxiu didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Su Antian shook his head. Underneath their feet, they are stepping on the land of my Great Xia Kingdom. They have to follow my Great Xia's laws. Jing Shu. After saying that, Su Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu. Tong Jingshu understood in seconds and immediately cast his ability. The 2 flat-headed men only felt their brains buzzing, their bodies qi and blood surging wildly, their heads filling with blood, their faces flushed red as they hissed and rushed towards Tong Jingshu. The 2 blatantly attacked the 749 investigators, violating the Great Xia laws, and are to be arrested according to the law. Su Antian spoke in a deep voice. He wasn't stupid, and he naturally had to find a good reason before he did it. He followed that up with 2 quick kicks. Boom! Boom! The 2 flew backwards at a much faster speed, hitting the wall before coming to a stop. The wall appeared to have a noticeably large crater from the physical impact of the 2, almost straight through. But even then, the 2 can still move. Apparently they were all qi refiners. The immense pain sobered the flat-headed man and his duo. They struggled to their feet and turned to run. But since Xiantian had made his move, he wouldn't let them get away. He pulled out his demon-slaying sword and arrived behind the 2 in a few steps. Pest! The moment he swung the demon-slaying sword, the flat-headed man's head flew straight out. Its lower body had not yet reacted and continued to take several steps before it lost its balance and fell to the ground. This scene scared the remaining men to death. Their faces were filled with fear. Exploding his full potential, he was about to rush out of the monitoring room. But just then, he suddenly felt a coldness in his lower body. Immediately afterward, His body was unbalanced and he fell to the ground with a crash. Both of his legs were chopped right off. A large amount of blood flowed out of its legs, staining the ground red. Is there something you need to talk to me about? Su Antian raised his demon-slaying sword and pointed it at the man in front of him. The man tried his best to press on his broken leg to stop the blood from flowing out. Hearing Su Antian's inquiry, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know anything. Don't say anything if you don't want to." Shen spoke faintly. Raising his sword, he was about to cut the man down. "Wait, Brother Su." Zhang Qianxiu hurriedly stopped it. "I have a way to make him tell the truth." Facing Xuantian's puzzled gaze, he opened his mouth to explain. "Shen is too ruthless, chopping off people's heads at the drop of a hat. This kid is definitely a kill lot. We can't let him keep killing or the trail will be broken." Su Antian nodded his head and put away the demon-slaying sword, standing aside with the intention of seeing what Zhang Qianxiu could do. Zhang Qianxiu took a step forward and came in front of the man. He put his hands together and pointed his fingers at the center of his eyebrows, and a wisp of yellow mist surfaced under his eyes. His eyes turned a dull yellow, not resembling human eyes, and then looked up at the man. The moment the man locked eyes with it, his gaze immediately turned confused, like losing his mind. "What's your name?" Zhang Qianxiu opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "Occurrence of occasional moments in the well. Did you have anything to do with the missing persons case in Jiangbei district?" "Yes," the man spoke. "Why did you kill those people?" "A lunar eclipse is coming, and Red Dog's promotion to Tengu will require the heart blood of a large number of young men and women to refine the human soul pill." "Where are the bodies of the people you killed?" "The bodies are thrown into the incinerator to be refined." "Where's Akane?" "The basement of the group headquarters." The man's mouth and nose overflowed with blood, and his eyes had a tendency to gradually regain clarity. "According to the latest weather prediction, the time of the lunar eclipse will be this night." Qing Ling, who was at the side, spoke in a condensed voice after fiddling with her cell phone a few times. It was already afternoon, just over 3 hours before evening. "Pest!" With a soft sound, Su Antian, who was standing on the sidelines, chopped off the man's head with a sword. "Go to the Hanhai group and kill Akane." Shen spoke faintly. The tone was light, but there was an air of non-refusal. Chapter 27 Human Soul Pill in Humanity. "Good." Zhang Qianxiu nodded, anger burning in his eyes. An archipelago countryman. How dare he kill people in their great summer country? He is really tired of living. "We're not sure about the defense force of the Hanhai Group's headquarters, so to be on the safe side, I suggest reporting it and requesting an official investigator to come over and assist." Qing Ling, on the other hand, was much calmer. They were only trainee investigators, and the chances of danger were extremely high if they went over there alone. Taking a step back, it would be even more of a loss if the target escaped because they had spooked them. "It can be reported." Shen nodded. "But no backup is needed. Akane, he's going to kill. If an official investigator comes and intervenes, how else is he going to kill?" Qing Ling frowned, but thinking that Shen was the strongest among the four of them, he didn't say anything more, just nodding, "Okay, I'll report it right away." After saying that, the four of them walked together towards the outside at a fast pace, and soon got into the car to rush towards the downtown area of Jiangbei district. On the way, Qing Ling reported their findings to the base. There was a quick reply from there. "The base side has asked us to temporarily wait near the Hanhai mansion to observe the situation, and they have taken the initiative to coordinate 2 official investigators to come and support us." Qing Ling looked at it before synchronizing the message out. Shen frowned as he took the cell phone from Qing Ling, then shut down. "We're too busy to look at our cell phones." Qing Ling smiled awkwardly, knowing that Shen didn't want anyone else to interfere. Zhang Qianxiu, who was driving the car, glanced at Su Antian and asked seriously, "Brother Su, you and I have a deal. How strong is your true strength right now?" Su Antian shook his head slightly. "I'm invincible below the continuous pulse realm. Above the Lien pulse realm is unknown, haven't fought." "Brother Su, your current realm is?" "6th level of the Kai Yuan realm." Zhang Qianxiu already didn't know what he could say. 6th level of the Kai Yuan realm, and you say you're invincible under the Lien vein realm? If someone else said that, Zhang Qianxiu would definitely think that the other party was blowing awesome. However, Su Antian had just beheaded a tiger demon of the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm, so he's very much a believer. Moreover, listening to Su Antian, he wanted to try with the Lien Pulse realm. He hesitated for a split second and said, "Brother Su, even though I haven't fought with chi refiners of the Lien Pulse realm, I've seen them fight, and they're not on the same level at all as the Kaiyuan realm. If, and I say if, we encounter an expert of the Lien Pulse realm in the Hanhai mansion, it's better to retreat first. There's no need to risk our lives." "You guys can retreat," Shen said softly. He needed a strong person of the connected pulse realm to verify his strength. Therefore, it will not be returned. Is this the world of geniuses? Zhang Qianqiu let out a bitter smile and didn't offer any more advice. The SUV sped down the road and soon came to the downstairs of Hanhai mansion. The four of them got out of the car and walked quickly into the Hayes mansion. Shen walked at the front, heading straight for the lower staircase. "Stop! Who are you people?" Behind them, a security guard stepped forward and asked. Qing Ling reached out to stop. "Bureau 749 is arresting criminals. Idle people, get out of the way." The security guard's face changed and he quickly took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket. But just then, Qing Ling drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against the guard's neck. "You better not move." Boo! Who knew that the security guard would raise his arm and violently deflect the dagger? He was actually a chi refiner. The moment the security guard and Qing Ling pulled away, he was about to shout at the intercom. But the next second, he felt a pain in his heart. The body collapsed helplessly. "Underestimating me too much, aren't you?" Qing Ling shook off the blood on her dagger. The man was actually ignoring her and trying to deliver a message. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, she turned around and chased towards Xuantian's trio. "Second basement level. Look at the sealed stairway door in front of you." Xuantian lifted his foot for a moment. Boo! With a muffled sound, the iron cast door was kicked open by him. The two iron doors swung around and slammed into the basement. "Who is it?" Inside the basement, voices were heard. Immediately after that, two strangely dressed figures quickly rushed towards the door. Their entire body was wrapped in black tights, with only one pair of eyes exposed, and their hands held long knives. "This is a ninja from an island nation with many tricks. Be careful." Zhang Qianqiu opened his mouth to warn. "It's fine." Tong Jingshu, who was on the side, spoke up. In the next second, she unleashed her own abilities. The two ninjas' forward motion lurched. Right at this moment, Xuantian's feet stepped forward. Boo! With great power comes greater speed. The demon-slaying sword in Xuantian's hand chopped through the necks of the two. Pest! A soft thud. The two figures lurched, and in the next second, their heads flew up at the same time. At the broken neck, blood spurted out like a fountain. Too ruthless. The hairs on Zhang Qianqiu's body stood up. Every time Shen strikes, he must behead. "I don't know what the hobby is." Up ahead, Shen didn't know what Zhang Qianqiu was thinking. He cuts off the head, purely because he feels that only if the head falls off will the target die completely. At this moment, his attention was on a bronze four-legged square tripod in front of him. The square tripod was roughly 2 meters tall, with a body close to 1 meter, and not only did it have intricate patterns on it, it was even labeled with yellow charms. And underneath the square tripod, there was a large amount of wood piled up, which was now blazing. Wisps of blood chi escaped from above the square tripod. "The whole basement smells like blood." Shen stepped forward, and the moment he saw what was inside the square tripod, his gaze froze. It was surprisingly full of bright red blood. There was a crystalline film above this blood, and below it bulged as if it were alive, causing the film to arch upward from time to time. Shen took a few steps closer and came to the square tripod, only to see that underneath the drummed-up blood was actually a pitch-black dead soul. They struggled to climb out of the square tripod, their mouths emitting silent wails. As if in great pain, Shen frowned. In the next second, he raised his sword and chopped out. Snort. The sharp demon chopper sword split the Fong Ding in two. The blood inside splashed out and landed on the ground. Without the binding of the blood-colored film, those dead souls finally had a chance to escape. The blood was evaporating rapidly, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A look of relief appeared on the dead soul's face and it dissipated with it. "These people are truly inhumane to refine this human soul pill. I don't know how many people's heart's blood was used to make up this cauldron." Zhang Qianqiu gritted his teeth. Tong Jingshu's face was miserable. Her lips pursed tightly, and her clenched hands indicated that her heart was extremely unsettled. On the other hand, just at the moment when the square tripod shattered, Inside a room on the roof of the Hayes mansion, a bald man with a grim face rose violently from his chair. He quickly ran out of the room and sprinted towards the elevator shaft. During the process, he took out his cell phone. I agree to the cooperation you proposed, on the condition that you come over to the ground floor of Hanhai Mansion to help me right away. He. It's a wise choice to cooperate with our demon god sect. On the other side of the phone, a strange cockatoo-like laugh came out. Chapter 28, All Must Die. Second basement level. Shen Tian suddenly had a heartbeat and looked to his right side. There, a large, hairless dog with ruddy skin and sharp teeth and claws stepped out of the darkness. About the size of an adult calf. There were also two broad fleshy wings on its back, which were slightly stretched out at the moment, showing his teeth towards the Shen Tian trio. Red Dog. Zhang Qianqiu held a long sword and cautiously confronted Akane. This is a special demonic creature from the island nation that has the potential to evolve into a heavenly dog. With such a large size, it most likely has the strength of the Lien Pulse realm. Qing Ling, who had hurriedly arrived, said in a condensed voice. Boom! As soon as Qing Ling's words fell, Shen Tian moved. With its demon-slaying sword in hand, it rushed straight at Akane. Roar! Akane was provoked and turned angry. All four limbs moved in unison, actively ushering towards Shen Tian. Its sharp claws clawed at the ground, and the concrete floor was snapped to pieces. The two are rapidly approaching. Boo! Xuantian's sword and Akane's claws collided violently. Ouch! In the next second, Akane mutilated her wails and her body flew backwards at an even faster speed. In mid-air, it fought to flap its wings before regaining its balance. His claw was broken in half, blood dripping from it. Seeing Shen Tian charging again, a tyrannical look welled up in Akane's eyes. His other front paw looked like it was inflated, rapidly thickening and growing larger, and then swung out violently. Boom! There was a loud bang. Su Antian's body trembled, only to feel a strong force pass from the demon-slaying sword into his body. Subconsciously, he took a step back before stabilizing himself. Akane, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. Is this the means of the Lien Pulse realm? Su Antian muttered, an excited light flashing in the bottom of his eyes. This red dog was much stronger than the tiger demon. I'm surprised he couldn't solve it in 2 moves. He took 2 steps forward and swung the demon-slaying sword once again. Boo! Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds came out. The two exchanged hands dozens of times within a few breaths. Shen Tian was getting more and more excited the more he fought, and his strikes were getting faster and faster. In contrast, Akane's rising front paws were shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom! Shen Tian kicks Akane into midair. The demon-slaying sword in his hand chopped out at the same time. Thumbs up! A pale arcane light chopped at Akane. The red dog seemed to sense the crisis, and it flapped its wings behind its back as hard as it could, trying to avoid it. But the sword chi was faster. Pest! One of its hind legs was directly chopped off. A large amount of blood spilled onto the ground. Re-landing on the ground, Akane couldn't even stand. Seeing this, Shen Tian charged up again. The demon-slaying sword in his hand chopped out. 3 swords later, Akane's head flew straight out. Not far away, Zhang Qianqiu, who was still struggling with whether to run or not, didn't need to struggle. Because Akane is dead. Too raw, Zhang Qianqiu said darkly. Qing Ling was also secretly shocked. Su Antian's strength was completely unlike that of a newcomer. It's already about as good as a full-fledged investigator. Be careful. Right at this moment, beside the two of them, Tong Jingshu warned in a sharp voice. Zhang Qianqiu was just about to turn around to check. Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. A strange, bald man was slapping him right in the back of the heart. At the critical moment, a yellow shadow surfaced behind it. Boom! The yellow shadow only resisted for an instant before it was broken open. A miserable scream emanated from within Zhang Qianqiu's body. His body flew straight out. Pest! Zhang Qianqiu violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his breath dropped wildly. His face was horrified and filled with afterthought. If it wasn't for Huang Xian blocking for him just now, that slap would likely have directly killed him. On the side, the two Qingling took the opportunity to pull away and run towards Zhang Qianqiu. In Zhang Qianqiu's state at this point, it was impossible to block the second blow. Luckily, the bald man didn't continue his attack. Instead, he turned his head to look at Shen Tian. To be precise, It should be the corpse of Akuma behind Shen. His face turned grim. You actually killed Akane? What a damnation! He had spent a great deal of effort to train this Akane to become a Tengu. Eyes on the prize. Now not only is the human soul elixir destroyed, but even Akane is dead. All his years of hard work had been for nothing. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Enraged, he directly rushed towards Shen. What's a dog barking at? Have the ability to kill me. Su Antian snorted coldly, not fearing in the slightest. During the forward charge, the bald man's legs expanded rapidly, doubling in size. Its speed accelerated in vain, its 5 fingers like eagle claws, grasping at Xuantian's face. Shen crossed his sword to parry. Boo! With a loud bang, Xuantian's body was shaken back. It looked as if the bald man had a bit more power. Shen stopped and grinned. He's finally met a decent opponent. He raised his demon beheading sword to point at the bald man and laughed. Watch me behead you! Want to behead my vulture demon? Dream on! The bald man laughed coldly and charged up again. The speed of its feet was extremely fast, and the strength of its hands was also great, grabbing at Shen one after another. Surprisingly, it's a vulture demon. Qing Ling's face turned pale when she heard the bald man's name. This is a 749 wanted for a key island criminal with 10,000 reward points. It once created a major incident in a city that resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people. 3 of the official investigators were also killed. It was a long-established veteran powerhouse of the Linking Veins realm. His real name is Unknown Vulture Demon Man is his nickname. With the Eagle Claw Jedi plan. Call for backup. Zhang Qianxiu braced himself and opened his mouth to remind. This kind of strong person was not something they could deal with. Although Su Antian was strong, this was a chi practitioner of the Lien Pulse realm. Even official investigators have been killed. Qingling nodded and immediately took out her cell phone to contact the base. Meanwhile, the central control center in the base. The operators got the message and quickly passed it on to the higher-ups. What? The real culprit behind the missing persons case in the Jiangbei district is the Vulture Demon Man. Wang He opened his mouth in shock, his face turning incomparably grave. This was a ruthless man who had killed their official investigator and acted with great ferocity. How far away are Dawn and Fu Nian from there? He looked to a man at his side. 5 more minutes, the man said in a deep voice. He's Chao Gao, the director of the Central Control Center. Wang He was silent. 5 minutes was not long, but it was enough for Qi Refiner to do many things. This mission was taken on by trainee investigator Zhang Qianxiu, accompanied by Qing Ling, Su Antian, and Tong Jingshu, the latter 2 being freshmen at 749 University. Chao Gao added, What? How could the 2 Xiantian take part in such a dangerous mission? Wang He frowned. The Central Control Center originally didn't have a high danger assessment for this mission. Chao Gao replied. And after we learned that this matter was related to the Hanhai group, we had already raised the danger level and warned Qingling beforehand to wait for backup outside the Hanhai mansion. And for some reason, they didn't do it. Nonsense. What nonsense? Wang He slammed down on the table in front of him, his face hard to see, pissed off. According to the information they had been told, the Vulture Demon was a chi refiner of the 3rd level of the Lien Pulse realm. Qing Ling and Zhang Qianxiu, they were all at the 8th level of the Enlightened realm. With that kind of strength, it was impossible to beat the Vulture Demon. The chances of surviving are very slim. As for Xuantian's 2, he even directly ignored them. 2 new guys, what role can they play? Inquire about the situation on Qing Ling's side and report back at all times. Chapter 29. Even the Pulse realm is as chopped. I'll kill you like a dog. Hayes Mansion, basement. The more the Vulture Demon Man fought, the more alarmed he became. The teenager in front of him was not only about as strong as he was. The body is even more surprisingly hard. His hands, which could smash steel, occasionally smashed into its body, surprisingly causing only superficial wounds to it. It must be a quick battle, the Vulture Demon said darkly. His whereabouts had been exposed, and Bureau 749 would soon get the news, thus coming over to round him up. Although he had a backhand, he wasn't willing to take any chances because of it. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous he would be. Thinking of this, he decided to use his bottom-of-the-barrel means to cut down the teenager in front of him. A punch from Boom shook Shen off, and he took the opportunity to pull away. Kid, you've got some strength, and you've managed to last this long in my hands, But that alone isn't enough, the vulture demon man said in a cold voice. That's a lot of crap. Can you stop barking? In a hurry to accompany that dead dog. Shantian replied indifferently. He had roughly gauged the strength of the vulture demon. It's just 4 or 6 with him. 6 for him, 4 for the other. It was fine if Akane wasn't mentioned. But when Akane was mentioned, Washout Demon Man's face turned red with direct anger. In the next second, his right hand suddenly rose in size, and sharp pitch-black nails grew on his fingers, with black mist twisting around them, looking very strange. I want you dead. The vulture demon man's face was hideous as he rushed towards Shantian. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Shantian. His right hand violently grabbed down towards Shantian's chest. Be careful. Not far away. Tong Jingshu's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening as he subconsciously voiced a reminder. She wanted to go up and help, but her powers didn't stand a chance of working. The duo moved too fast. Facing the grasping pitch-black claws, Shantian was expressionless. The demon-slaying sword in his hand rose up with a faint arcane light and similarly slashed at the vulture demon man. This time, he didn't choose defense. Want to trade wounds with me? The vulture demon laughed coldly. He was confident that he could capture Su Antian to death first. His claws were getting closer and closer to Shantian. It was about to grab Shantian's heart. Just then, a pitch-black ghost armor suddenly appeared on Shantian's body. Above the ghost armor, runes were densely covered every inch of the ghost armor. Boo! The vulture demon's claws clawed at it, erupting into silence. How is that possible? The vulture demon's face changed drastically. He felt like he was grasping on top of rubber, and his power was completely blocked. Seeing that Shantian's sword was about to chop in front of him, he drew back. Late! The corner of Shantian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. In the next second, the ghost armor on his body wriggled, and he actually manifested a ghostly hand that grabbed the vulture demon's hand. A huge force erupted, and the vulture demon man's figure stalled, losing the best chance to dodge. Pest! The sword's light cut through its neck in a single stroke. The buzzard demon's movements lurched and he touched his neck in disbelief. There, a line of blood was rapidly expanding. Immediately afterward, he rushed up to the sky. The moment his head was tossed, he saw his back foot. Boo! The head fell to the ground, and the vulture demon stared at it with unwillingness. The strong vitality of the Lien Pulse realm allowed it to not die at the first moment. Shantian walked in front of it, raised his foot, and fiercely stepped down. Kill you like a dog, he said faintly, pissed. The big bald head exploded like a watermelon. Flesh, blood and bones splattered everywhere. Dead. Dead. Qing Ling and Zhang Qianxiu both looked dumbfounded. That vulture demon man was a chi refiner of the Lien Pulse realm. Just kill it. Stomped his ING head off. Ferocious. Too ferocious. Tong Jingshu's clenched hand slowly loosened and let out a long breath. She quickly ran to Shantian's body and worriedly asked if he was injured. Looking at Tong Jingshu's concerned look, Shantian's heart warmed. Immediately afterward, he covered his chest and pretended to be in a difficult situation. No good. I may have suffered internal injuries. Huh? What's to be done then? Tong Jingshu stepped forward to assist. However, she found that Shantian's movements suddenly stopped, and a pair of eyes, staring straight at her chest. You're bad. Tong Jingshu's face flushed red for a moment. Su Antian still had the heart to spy on her. Where did it look like he was injured? On the other hand, Qing Ling, who was breathing a long sigh of relief, sent the news that the crisis had been temporarily lifted back to the base. Central Control Center. The operator got the message and quickly relayed it to his superiors. Team Wang. News came back from Qing Ling's side that the vulture demon is dead. Only Zhang Qianxiu was injured, but not fatally. Chao Gao beside Wang, he spoke up. Dead. Rian and Fu Nian arrived in time. Wang, he sighed in relief. No. Chao Gao shook his head. What was that all about? Old Chao, you didn't talk like this in the past. Why are you suddenly selling out? Wang, he looked at Chao Gao suspiciously. Chao Gao hesitated for a split second and said seriously, the vulture demonic man was killed by Su Antian, the newcomer who just joined 749 University, less than a week ago and is still in the Kaiyuan realm. What? You said Shantian. How is that possible? Wang, he uttered in shock. I don't blame him for that. It's just that the news is so unbelievable. A newcomer of the opening realm decapitated a vulture demon of the 3rd level of the Lien Pulse realm? How could he believe that? The recorder's footage is being sent back. We'll know the exact information soon. Chao Gao spoke. He was also disbelieving. But on the other hand, was it really necessary for Qing Ling, who had a recorder on her, to lie? On the other hand, Qing Ling, after reporting their situation, contact the FBI immediately and have them come over and do the aftermath. As Zhang Qianqiu was not lightly injured, Shen Tian did not stay in the basement. Instead, they planned to go to a nearby hospital first. Qing Ling assisted Zhang Qianqiu as they all came to the ground together. Just as they reached the door, the crowd was greeted by a middle-aged man wearing a long gray lab coat and a black round hat. The men were dressed in a way that stood out within the modern metropolis. It looks more like ancient people. All 4 of them, including Shen Tian, were curious to look twice more. The long lab coat passed them by and headed straight for the stairs, disappearing into them. Su Antian and Zhang Qianqiu glanced at each other, and the former spoke. That person is very wrong. The address, plus its move straight down the basement stairs. Nothing suggests that its presence is not coincidental. Jing Shu, you guys leave first. I'll go over and take a look. Su Antian opened his mouth. Immediately, he was about to turn around and go after them. Just then, however, 2 young men once again walked in the doorway of the building. A person wearing a white metal button suit, with yellow broken hair, playing with the butterfly knife in his hand. The butterfly knife in his hand, phantom countless residual shadow, looks a little handsome. The other body was nearly 2 meters tall and was built like a door slab. The arm was thicker than the thigh of the yellow hair next to it. Dawn the Tiny, and Butterfly Fast Blade Funyan. Qing Ling spoke softly the moment she saw the 2. What about the vulture demons? Did they hear we were coming so they spared you and ran away early? Funyan raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. We received an urgent mission and rushed towards here at the first opportunity. But we didn't realize we were still too late. Dawn and his voice was loud and sounded a little jarring. The 4 trainee investigators in front of him were all still alive, and the vulture demon was bound to have escaped. Otherwise, these trainee investigators who were only in the enlightened realm would not have been able to come out alive. Chapter 30 Demon God Sect Demon appears. Qing Ling shook her head. The vulture demon man is dead. Run away and… Dead how? Someone else got there before us. Funyan shook his head in surprise. Dawn, who was on the side, also looked towards Qing Ling. Su Antian killed it. Qing Ling pointed at Su Antian. He killed. Funyan walked up to Su Antian and looked him up and down twice. His eyes filled with doubt. Wasn't this squad in front of us all trainee investigators who were only in the enlightened realm? Can you kill a vulture demon in the linking veins realm? And none of them are dead? It's a bit outrageous. TV shows don't even dare to act like that. Aren't you only in the Kaiyuan realm? Funyan asked. Aha! Shen Tian nodded. The opening realm kills the linking veins realm? Funyan stared. Is there a problem? Shen Tian frowned. He just crossed the border and killed a chi refiner. As to this fuss, Funyan held his breath and almost couldn't get it up. There's a problem. Of course there's a problem. You, an enlightenment realm, killed someone from the Lien vein realm. Isn't that a big problem? Moreover, looking at Xuantian's body, but he didn't have any injuries at all. In other words, if it was really Su Antian who had killed the vulture demon man, then Su Antian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than the vulture demon man. Rather, it's crushing. That's a little scary. What he couldn't even be sure of doing in Funyan, a newcomer in the Kaiyuan realm, did. At this moment, he thought more than anything else that the 4 people in front of him were lying. Where are the vulture demon corpses? I'll go take a look. Funyan opened his mouth. Basement. Shen Tian pointed towards the basement entrance. The moment the 2 Runyiers looked up, the long coat that had just been there came out of the staircase. Funyan's pupils shrunk, and the movement of the dancing sword in his hand stopped. In a low voice, he warned, "Oldly, be careful. There's something wrong with this person." Dawn nodded gently and pulled back. Jejia, the vulture demon man is really a waste, to be killed by a few 749 little waifs. The long lab coat laughed strangely and opened his mouth, emitting an unpleasant sound like a cockatoo. You guys broke me, so die a little first. As the words fell, its body crouched down and charged forward. The moment he approached Dawn, his hands, hidden within his sleeve robes, snapped out. Those hands were as white as jade and looked like fine porcelain. grabbing at the joints of Dawn's wrists. White jade hands withering horse. The moment he saw these hands, Fu Nian's eyes lit up. They had originally been a little disappointed that they hadn't blocked the buzzard demon. Little did they realize that they were encountering bigger and more expensive fish. Demon God Sect Demon Man, White Jade Hands Withered Horse, Lien Pulse Realm 8th level powerhouse. 30,000 points on the bounty list. Boo! Boom boom boom. In a brief moment, Dawn and Withered Horse exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! In the next second, Dawn's huge body was blown away. It hit the glass outside the hall. Hard glass easily shattered. Old Li, Fu Nian called out in a deep voice. Ugh, I'm fine. The stubble is a little hard. Dawn spat out a mouthful of blood and muffled her voice. I'll do it. Rune Young drank. His feet swept out like a shadow, and the butterfly knife in his hand quickly stabbed towards the vitals of Apocalyptic Horse's body. But Withering Horse was even faster. A pair of alabaster hands looked like they were dancing, blocking all of the butterfly knives. The more Fu Nian fought, the more alarmed he became. There's not a single chi refiner on the bounty list who's worth messing with. Boo! He was distracted and was sent flying directly by the Withered Horse. Before he could react, the Withered Horse had already arrived in front of him. Raising his hand, he slapped it to his head. With the powerful force of the Lien Pulse realm, he would definitely have his mind crumble when this hit. Boom! Just in time, Dawn arrived and blocked with an inflatable right hand. Its body shook and its feet were almost unsteady. But it was good to force the Withered Horse back for a while. Jejia, the two little waifs have a bit of strength, but you only have the 6th level of the Lien Pulse realm. So how many minutes can you last in my hands? Apocalyptic Horse laughed strangely. In the next second, he took out 2 braziers from the seam of his chest clothes. The braziers were about 20 centimeters long. The ends were very sharp, and there was a faint green light shining on them which seemed to be highly poisonous. Be careful. This is his famous magic weapon with spirit poison that can erode the fleshly meridians. Fu Nian's face turned a little heavier as he opened his mouth to warn. Aha! Dawn nodded. The moment the Withered Horse rushed up, the two met it together. Once again, he tangled with the Withered Horse. Qing Ling and the others on the side had long since taken the opportunity to move away and hide in a relatively safe place. They couldn't even intervene in a fight of this level, and getting together would be a drag instead. Zhang Qianqiu was on the verge of tears. He just took an ordinary mission. How did he mess with the fierce people on the bounty list one after another? Whether it was the Vulture Demon Man or the Apocalyptic Horse, any one of the two would be able to kill him a dozen times over. The manner of death is probably not even repeated. Luckily, he had brought along Shen Tian, or else he would really be Karma's ass this time. Su Antian stood on the side, holding the demon-slaying sword somewhat eager to try. He wanted to try to see where his limits were. Brother Su, don't be impulsive. Apocalyptic Horse is at the 8th level of the Lien Pulse realm. There's no need to go up when you have Fu Nian and the others on top. Zhang Qianqiu saw Su Antian's appearance and spoke out to remind him. I've already sent a rescue to the base, and as long as Fu Nian and the others can hold out for a while, other investigators will come over. Qing Ling spoke. Tong Jingshu, on the other hand, was holding Su Antian's other hand, and although she didn't say anything, she had said it all. She also didn't want Su and Tian to take any chances. Although Xuantian's strength was strong, it had its limits. But just then, a strange change occurred in the hall in vain. Dawn and Fu Nian were both blown away at the same time. Boom! Dawn hit the stone floor in front of the building hard. Fu Nian, on the other hand, landed with one hand on the ground and turned nimbly to land. But things don't look good for either of them. The clothes on Dawn's body shattered, revealing a black soft armor underneath. That black soft armor was covered in scratches, and it was stabbed through at the stomach position. A large amount of blood gushed out. Dawn's face was pale, her lips green, and she sat on the floor and struggled several times before getting back up. He quickly took out an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth to suppress the spirit poison in his body. Renine looked less injured, but there was a bloody hole in the side of his neck. It was stabbed through with a brazier by a withered horse. It almost pierced his throat. The two of us are no match for him. We can hold out for another 2 minutes at most, so you guys go. Fu Nian looked towards Su Antian's 4 people and drank. Su Antian raised an eyebrow. This Fu Nian looked unreliable and had a frivolous demeanor. It's kinda righteous when it counts. Inside the base, Wang He hadn't spoken for 2 minutes after watching Xuantian's battle footage. Chao Gao, do you think that young people are so raw nowadays? It's completely different from our time. Wang He slowly exhaled a breath and spoke softly. Team Wang. Not all young men are this fierce. Just Su Antian is fierce. Chao Gao corrected. Alas, what do you say if I personally accept Su Antian as a disciple? Wang He continued. In the past it was fine, now that 749 University has just been established, it's all unified lectures. If you accept Su Antian as your disciple, isn't that going against the bureau? Also, I'll ask the director later. Wang He nodded. Chao Gao. He had reminded him of the obvious, so how could Wang He still have an iron head to ask the director? Never mind, he didn't bother with such things. Suddenly, a voice came into his headset. The color of his face turned grave. He said in a deep voice, Team Wang, there's bad news. Chapter 31. Cannibalistic Compass Eagles. It's you who will be killed. White Jade Hand Apocalypse Horse has appeared in the Hanhai Mansion and has already faced off with Funyan and Lien. But the two of them are no match for Apocalypse Horse. It won't last long. Chao Gao tightened his brows. White Jade Hand Withered Horse. How did he show up in Haha? None of these demon god sex demonic beings is a savior. Are there any other investigators in the neighborhood? Quickly transfer them for support. Also, have Qing Ling and the girls retreat out first. Wang He ordered in a deep voice. The closest flying spirits are already rushing over there. At wind spirit speed. It'll take about 10 minutes. Let her have to get there as soon as possible and try to catch them alive. Wang He's face was grave. Since the appearance of the Golden Giant Tower vision, the cases about Qi refiners in Ha City have been gradually increasing. The scene returns to the Hayes Mansion. Jie, none of you can escape. Apocalyptic Horse laughed strangely as he stuck his fingers together into his mouth. Mouth puffed up in a loud whistle. The shrill voice traveled a long way. At the top of a building in the distance, a black dot approached sharply. Xuantian's few people looked up. A monster of enormous size was spotted swooping down. The upper body resembled an eagle, but the head had a black spiral unicorn horn, and the eagle's beak was like a hook, flashing with a cold light. But from the neck down, the feathers on its body gradually disappeared, replaced by fine pitch-black scales. The blackened claws looked like iron hooks. The broad feathered wings behind his back had a wingspan that reached a terrifying 10 meters or more. As it swooped, a strange sound came out of its mouth, cool as a baby's cry. This is a compulsion sculpture. Qing Ling's face turned pale and she said in a trembling voice, even if they run, they can't outrun the ones that can fly in the sky. The heart has fallen into despair. Zhang Qianxiu and Tong Jingshu on the side did the same. This kind of powerful demonic creature, they were simply powerless to fight against it. On the other side, Apocalyptic Horse was also entangled with the Tu Funyan once again. He was very strong as he pressed two men by himself. The two of them kept spitting out blood as they fought. Jing Shu, give it to me. Just as the crowd was despairing, Shen Tian spoke. There was a bit of excitement in his voice. What is he out on a quest for? Isn't it just to kill demons? Seeing that withered horse he could still endure. But this compulsion statue was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye to it? He had already decided to cut down the parasitic eagle. Good. Tong Jingshu gritted her teeth and instantly unleashed her ability. The pupils changed and locked eyes with Shen Tian. Buzz. Xuantian's brain buzzed. His body's blood flowed rapidly. His heart vibrated like a beating drum, and powerful forces traveled through his body. His eyes were crimson, and the way he looked at Tong Jingshu seemed like he wanted to eat her. Tong Jing showed her worry in writing, fearing that Su Antian would lose control. After all, her ability is a double-edged sword. It brings an increase in strength, but it also affects sanity. Those who are not in the right frame of mind will attack her. Good thing her worries were redundant. After staring at her for 2 seconds, Su Antian turned his head raw and looked toward the large compulsion eagle in the sky. When that compass eagle saw someone looking directly at it, a fierce light appeared in its eyes. Towards Su Antian, he swooped straight down, his sharp claws grasping at Su Antian's heavenly aureole. Shen Tian crossed his demon-slaying sword to fend it off. Ding! The moment it chopped on the compass eagle, it was like chopping on a piece of iron, emitting a crisp sound of iron and stone. Still, the claws of the compass eagle were cut open by him with a small slash. The demon-slaying sword was too sharp. The compulsion eagle suffered pain, and anger appeared in its eyes as it grabbed the demon chopper sword with both claws and violently brought Su Antian up into mid-air. It was an airborne overlord, and was going to tear the bugs in front of it apart in mid-air. It released its claws and slammed Su Antian towards the ground, followed by closing its wings and swooping towards Su Antian. The huge, eagle-hook-like beak stabbed at Shen Tian like a sharp sword. Below, Tong Jingshu's heart clenched. In mid-air, Shen Tian had nowhere to borrow his strength, and it was nearly a certain death. Zhang Qianqiu closed his eyes and couldn't bear to watch. Su Antian was very strong, the most talented chi refiner he had ever seen. But God is jealous of the talent, and Shen Tian is going to die. He regretted that this time he shouldn't have brought Shen Tian back. Qing Ling was silent. Su Antian was already strong enough, but helplessly, his opponent was too strong. After Shen Tian dies, it will be them. But just as the bird's beak was about to pierce through Shen Tian, two transparent feathered wings violently unfolded behind it. Avoid the pecking of the compass eagle between flaps. In the moment of avoidance, Shen Tian drew out the demon binding rope at his waist and turned to throw it. The demon binding rope had a live buckle at one end, and it was very accurately attached to the neck of the compass eagle. He had been waiting for the compass eagle for a long time, so he was very well prepared. Under the intention, the compulsion eagle was really hit. He flapped his wings and pulled hard on the demon binding cord. The massive force made the compass eagle almost gasp for air as its body fell uncontrollably. It struggled and its beak pecked at the demon binding rope. But the more he struggled, the tighter the demon binding rope bound him. Shen Tian took this opportunity to leap behind the compass eagle. The demon-slaying sword in his hand fiercely chopped at the compass eagle's neck. Pest! With a muffled sound, half of the compass eagle's neck was cut off. A large amount of blood spurted out. The mournful screams traveled a long way in mid-air. Below, the withered horse that was violently beating the Fu Nian duo violently stopped its movements and looked into midair in surprise. After seeing the miserable state of the compass eagle, his eyes were wide with rage. That was the compulsion eagle he had raised since he was a child, and he was like family, accompany him through a dozen life and death crises. Now it was going to be decapitated by a teenager. Stop! He shouted angrily. The brazier in his hand was violently thrown towards Shen Tian. But the distance is just too far. The brazier's power had lost most of its strength by the time it reached Shen Tian. He was sent flying by Xuantian's sword. In the next second, he once again raised his sword and chopped out. Pest! The compass eagle's neck completely snapped, and its huge body spun and smashed down towards the ground. Boom! The stone slabs on the ground instantly shattered, and large craters appeared on the ground. The compass eagle wasn't dead yet, and its wings struggled for a few moments before it became completely immobile. Shen Tian gently landed on the ground, the wings behind him dissipating. Zhang Qianqiu looked at Su Antian in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. A chi refiner of the Kai Yuan realm could actually fly. Can anyone tell him what else Shen Tian can't do? What else could he, Shen Tian, not do? He wanted to say to Shen Tian, "You're invincible." These weren't words of mockery, but really meant that they thought Shen Tian was invincible. You, really damned. Apocalypse Horse's eyes cracked in horror as he looked at the corpse of the compass eagle. Don't beep if you're going to do it, you sound really bad, ugh. Like a no-handle. Shen Tian dug his ears. Duck-like voice, like a palace eunuch. Kid, you're dead. No one can save you. Apocalyptic Horse stared deathly at Shen Tian. If eyes could kill, Shen Tian would have died several times already. Boo! In the next second, the withered horse rushed towards Su Antian in a hurry, its white jade hand swiftly slapping towards Su Antian's forehead. Chapter 32 Lao Deng, Kite You. The Su Antian is a newcomer? I'd believe it when I say he's a veteran investigator. Fu Nian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in shock. That powerful compass eagle was actually directly cut down by Shen Tian. This kid is so raw. Now he was completely convinced that Shen Tian had killed the vulture demon. After all, the facts were right in front of him, happening in front of him. Compass eagles, this kind of cannibalistic great demon, could not possibly be weaker than vulture demons. He kind of saved both of our lives. Dawn covered her stomach and her voice. If Su Antian hadn't killed the compass eagle and attracted the attention of the withered horse, they could have been killed alive. And of course, now they were miserable, their bodies nearly immobile. But it's nice to be alive. Hee, oldly don't get too happy too early. The two of us know the strength of Apoptosis Horse. Su Antian won't necessarily be able to block it. Renine smiled helplessly. Dawn frowned and looked in the direction where Shantian was. Shantian had activated the ghost armor in advance when the withered horse rushed over. The ghost armor could only be used a total of 3 times, and he had used it twice in one day. But he didn't feel sorry at all, because he killed Akane and Compass Eagle. When this deal was calculated, he definitely made a bloody profit. Boom! He blocked Apocalyptic Horse's white jade hand, and his body was blasted as he kept falling back. Apocalypse Horse is far more powerful than Vulture Demon Man. Each strike was powerful and stronger than him in terms of strength. It was a good thing that after taking the Tiger Fury pill, his bones were hard enough. Plus the defense of the ghost armor. It's impossible for Apocalypse to beat him anytime soon, not to mention killing him. And, as time went on, he realized that the withered horse's power had weakened. Shantian glanced at Apocalyptic Horse, who was already seeing sweat on his forehead. Surprised, he said, "Old Den, are you so vain?" Withered Horse had been fighting both Funanin for quite a while before going toe-to-toe with him. Coupled with its youth, he had reason to guess that the Withered Horse was physically exhausted and tired. After all, the fist is afraid of the lesser man. Apocrypha grimaced. He had been striking out with all his might in order to kill the Tu Funyen as quickly as possible, which was how he was able to beat the Tu Funyen to death in just a few minutes. But he himself was equally consumed. The original plan was for him to kill the Tu Funyen, then have the Compass Eagle kill the 4 little ones and take him with him to leave. But now, the Compass Eagle was actually dead. Planned his entire program. This was downtown after all, and the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. The 749th could be backed up at any time. If you run slow, you'll probably never get away again. Don't get too happy, little waif. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Apocrypha grunted coldly. In the next second, a faint red light emerged from its body. Red light surged and quickly converged on top of his hands. The alabaster hand turned into a carnelian hand. Immediately afterward, he fiercely slapped at Shantian. Su Antian sensed the danger, and he didn't choose to fight hard. Spreading his wings directly, he flew backwards, distancing himself from the withered horse. The apoplectic horse is now, apparently, bursting its pipes. Cutie pie, only then did you get tough with him. Apocalyptic Horse was also stunned when he saw Schwantian's movements. Su Antian had been fighting him hard, and he subconsciously assumed that the Su Antian in front of him was a rather headstrong teenager. Who would have thought that Shantian would suddenly stop being headstrong? This bloodshed palm of his was extremely powerful, and he was confident that he could break through the ghost armor on the teenager. But how do you break it if you can't hit it? He reacted quickly and saw that he couldn't hit Shantian. Immediately turning around, he rushed towards the 3 Tong Jingshu. Run! Qing Ling was alarmed, pulling up the injured Zhang Qianxiu and running. Tong Jingshu, on the other hand, followed behind. She's weaker and not as fast. Shantian frowned. This old Deng wasn't stupid. Your opponent is me. Shantian flapped his wings to return. On the demon-slaying sword in his hand, arcane light surged and sword chi swept towards the withered horse. Boo! Apocrypha turned back and crumbled the sword chi with a single palm strike. But he himself was shaken back a few steps. His face appeared furious, feeling very stifled by the fight. Taking several steps forward, he grabbed at Shantian, wanting to rip him down from midair. But Shantian was a thief, and just as Apocalyptic Horse made a move, he pulled away again. Don't run if you can, Apocrypha said angrily. Old Deng, kite you. Shantian sneered. It was obvious that the withered horse was in a hurry, but he was in no hurry at all. By the time the rest of 749 arrives, this old Den will be dead. Apocalyptic Horse was so angry, but he couldn't do anything about Shantian. He turned around and was about to continue to attack Tong Jingshu. But as soon as he turned back, it was a sword chi chopping at him. It made him turn to fend it off. A few times down the line, Apoplexi's lungs were about to explode. This kid is so unreasonable. Knowing that he couldn't get his hands on it in a short period of time, Apocalypse Horse immediately had the idea of escaping. He pretended to be chasing after Tong Jingshu, but the moment he charged forward, he changed direction and dashed towards the right side of the road while avoiding the sword chi behind him. Jejia. Kid. Let's not change the Green Mountains. I'll remember you. The next time I see you again, I will kill you. Apocalyptic Horse gave his harsh words and was about to disappear into the crowd. But just then, a woman in white continued to charge from the side. a silver-white lance in his hand fiercely stabbed at the withered horse. Apocrypha was alarmed. Panic fended it off. But the woman's attack was very harsh, guns out like dragons, pressing the withered horse throughout the fight. A dozen moves later, there was a muffled sound. Withered horse was stabbed in the thigh by silver lance. The body was instantly unbalanced. In the next instant, the silver spear attacked again. Boo! The tip of the gun blasted into the withered horse's chest and abdomen, crushing his entire body into the ground. Withered horse's mouth spilled blood, and he lay on the ground, unable to move at all. It's the battle gun flying spirit, the best of the official investigators. Once fought 5 of the same rank all by herself. It's rumored that she also has the ability to cross-step kills. But it hasn't been confirmed. The moment Qing Ling saw the woman, he spoke. Shen Tian fell from mid-air, and the long period of time he spent performing the aura transformation wings was also a huge drain on him. This woman called Fei Ling had a pair of sword brows and an air of a warrior woman. Qing Ling. Do all of them official investigators have nicknames? Shen Tian asked curiously. Pretty much. These nicknames, or gags, all fit with their respective characteristics and are nicknames that everyone basically recognizes. Qing Ling nodded. We should also have gags in the future when we break through to the Lianpulse realm and are promoted to official investigators. Shen Tian understood, and at the same time was somewhat curious as to what his nickname would be. By the way, do you know Chief Chong? What's his gag? Su Antian suddenly thought of the amiable Zhang Herong. As far as he could remember, the few times he had seen Zhang Herong, it had been a smiling look. Smiling Buddha. Qing Ling's face was odd. Does this gag have any special meaning? Shen Tian wondered. I also heard it from someone else. It said that our chief likes to kill people with a smile, the kind where he smiles at you 1 second, and then pulls out a knife and cuts you up the next. Qing Ling replied in a low voice. Shen Tian. He was a bit scared. Zhang Herong hadn't smiled at him much. Chapter 33 Tong Jingshu's Invitation. Family feast? Are you guys okay? Fei Ling inquired as he came to the crowd after subduing the withered horse. His voice is light, like a lark. Sister Fei Ling, if you had come a little later, Old Li and I would have planted ourselves here. Fu Nian squeezed out a smile. You guys are lucky. I just happened to be doing a quest nearby, or else I wouldn't have made it in time. Fei Ling put the lance in his hand back behind his back. We survived this time thanks to that brother blocking the withered horse. Otherwise we wouldn't have lasted until you came. Dawn said a few more words in a rare moment. Him. Fei Ling looked at Su Antian in surprise. A little aura flashed in its eyes. Xuantian's heart was startled, and he had the illusion that he himself was being looked at. Huh? Is it only the 6th level of the enlightened Yuan realm? Fei Ling's sword brows were lightly raised, filled with doubt. Isn't he only at the 6th level of the enlightened realm? How can he block the withering horse? Fei Ling asked the doubts in his heart. Rune and Dawn looked at each other and both shook their heads. Sister Fei Ling, we're not sure of the specifics. We only know that this brother not only killed the vulture demon man and got the compass eagle killed, but also blocked the withered horse for several minutes. And in the end, that withered horse was afraid of the arrival of our support, and that's why he ran away. We've managed to hold out until now, so to speak, all thanks to this brother. Fu Nian explained. Like this. Fei Ling frowned. With the two Fu Nian witnessing it with their own eyes, it was bound to be a situation that actually happened. She walked over to Su Antian and said softly, You also helped in capturing Apocalyptic Horse this time. He has 30,000 reward points. I will share some of them with you and Fu Nian when the time comes. Good. Shen Tian nodded happily. He still owed the Shen Ling cultivation room more than 7,000 points, so he should have enough to pay it back after going back this time. If he added in the bounty points from the vulture demons, he'd still have quite a few left. Elder Fei Ling, although the occasion here is a bit inappropriate, can I request you to give me an autograph? I'm your die-hard fan. Zhang Chenxiu, who was standing at the side, dragged his injured body and interjected to speak. Su Antian looked at Qing Ling beside him and whispered in surprise, Brother Zhang has a crush on Fei Ling? Zhang Chenxiu is like this, but still go to ask for an autograph. It is away from the big picture. Fei Ling is considered to be one of the more famous geniuses in my bureau, and has many suitors within. Qing Ling explained. Brother Qiu is really an infatuated seed. Tong Jingshu opened her mouth and gave Su Antian a sideways glance. What infatuated seed? I'd say it's a licking dog almost. Shen Tian mentally spat. Fei Ling is quite talkative. Took the water pen and signed on Zhang Chenxiu's clothes. Zhang Qianqiu was very happy and had a piggy smile on his face. Immediately afterward, he came to Su Antian. "Brother Su, you sign one for me too." "Xian Tian?" Dude doesn't around." "What? No, I thought that Brother Su is so powerful that sooner or later he will make a name for himself within the bureau. And in the future, when Brother Su becomes famous, this dress of mine will be a treasure." Zhang Qianqiu spoke out to explain. "You'd better think so." Tong Jingshu looked serious. Hey, don't worry. Zhang Qianqiu winked. In the end, he managed to fulfill his wish, with Su and Tian's signature on his chest. Soon the FBI arrived, and one by one, more than 20 police cars stopped on the street. The FBI men quickly got out of their cars and cordoned off the entire Hayes building. He Chengwang walked over quickly, his forehead sweating when he saw the corpse of the giant compost eagle on the ground. These 749 guys look young, but practically every one of them is a fierce man. Then, after a brief look at the situation with Qing Ling, a quick start was made to deal with the aftermath. Several of Run's years were taken to the nearest hospital to have their injuries treated. Qing Ling followed to the hospital to accompany Zhang Qianqiu. Flying Spirit didn't stay, but left with Apocalyptic Horse. According to her, Apoplexy Horse was a demon from the demon god sect, and might have valuable information on him that needed to be brought back to the base for detailed investigation. Su Antian, on the other hand, returned to the temporary dormitory of the FBI with Tong Jingshu. Inside the dormitory, Shen Tian looked inward at himself, and under the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the fire was burning. Inside the furnace, the figures of the Compass Eagle and Akane were gradually refined within it. However, it would still take quite a bit of time before it was completely refined. Red Dog and Compass Eagle are both Lien Pulse Realm demons, so it seems like it should be the case that the higher the realm of the demonic creature I kill, the time required for the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace to refine it will increase accordingly. Su Antian secretly guessed. At the current rate of refinement, it'll probably take a day or 2. Shen Tian muttered. 2 days he could still afford to wait. "And Tian, are you free now?" Outside the door came Tong Jingshu's soft and sticky voice. "It's so late. What is Jingshu looking for me for?" Shen Tian opened the door with some confusion. Outside the door, Tong Jingshu wore big bear pajamas and clasped her hands in front of her. "What's wrong, Shizushu? Our mission this time is considered complete, and before we go back to the base, I want to go home for a visit." Tong Jingshu bowed her head and spoke. In the next second, her cheeks blushed slightly. "I'd like to invite you to sit with me at my house tomorrow." Shen Tian was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "Good. Just come and call me tomorrow." "Aha." Tong Jingshu let out a faintly imperceptible sigh of relief, her clenched hand loosening. After glancing at Shen Tian, he ran back next door with small steps. Shen Tian shook his head and laughed, turning around to go back inside. He hadn't had much to do lately, and it wouldn't hurt to visit Tong Jingshu's house. 749 Long's Ho Mountain Institute. Team Wang, good news. Chao Gao had a smile on his face. Su Antian and the others are all still alive, and Apocalypse Horse has been captured by Fei Ling. What? Apocalyptic Horse has been captured? I remember that Apocalyptic Horse had a Compass Eagle mount. Several times we surrounded it, and in the end, it was because of that Compass Eagle that we let it escape. Did the Compass Eagle not appear this time? Wang He let out a sigh of relief while speaking out in surprise. Appeared, but is dead. Oh, did Fei Ling kill it? Alas, Fei Ling's killing heart is a bit heavy. How good it is to bring that compulsion carving back. The Bureau can still study it and even breed more compulsion carvings. Wang He sighed, feeling very sorry. Team Wang, Su Antian killed it. Chao Gao corrected. Wang He's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chao Gao. You said that Su Antian killed the Compass Eagle? Compass Eagles are not buzzard devils, but they can fly and are very agile. Even if Shen Tian had some strength to kill the vulture demon. But he can still grow wings and fly up to the sky, can't he? Say kill. This is the battle footage that was just transmitted back. Chao Gao didn't talk nonsense. He knew that Wang He might react this way, so he had prepared for it. The video played showing Shen Tian being grabbed in mid-air by the Compass Eagle. Just as it was about to be bitten to death by the Compulsion Eagle, wings grew out of Xuantian's back, and then it backfired on the Compass Eagle. Wang He, what NG wings? His mind shook. It was a day of worry and surprise and shock that caught up with a year of his past. The screen continues to play. After Shen Tian killed the Compulsion Eagle, It attracted the idea of the withered horse. Then it's back to fighting with withered horses. This kid can't be some strong person hiding his cultivation to come into our 749 university, right? Wang he said suspiciously. Xuantian's profile is fine. It might just be a higher cultivation talent. Chao Gao explained. You call this a high point? It's all going to be Anji high as, in the entire Ha City 749 Bureau, who can kill a Lien Pulse realm in the Kaiyuan realm. Or a top-tier powerhouse at the 8th level of the Lien Pulse realm. Send the video to Bureau Chief Zhang. Wang he pondered for a split second and said, Bureau Chief Zhang, who was always smiling in the past. I wonder what his expression will be when he sees these videos. He was a bit curious. But unfortunately, Bureau Chief Zhang has been away on a business trip recently. Chapter 34 Crouching Dragon Mountain, Dragon Python appears. Wulong Mountain, Ji City, Ji Province. At this time, the entire Wulong Mountain was blocked by thousands of FBI men. The entire outer perimeter of Crouching Dragon Mountain was surrounded by a dense fence. 2 days ago, a mysterious creature, a dragon python, appeared in Wulong Mountain and attacked residents walking up the mountain. G City 749th responded to the report and sent an investigator to check it out. 12 official investigators, all dead. Eventually word came back confirming that there was not one but 2 dragon pythons, 1 male and 1 female. There is a brood of boa constrictor eggs. The strength of the dragon python had even reached the Breaking Dipper realm. The city of Cat took this matter extremely seriously. Hundreds of official investigators were immediately dispatched in conjunction with the city of Hacienda, and the chiefs as well as directors of the 2 cities were personally involved. The 2 anacondas were successfully brought under control this morning and are currently in the shelter transfer phase. Brother Hai Rong, thank you for coming in time to support us this time. Stay with us for 2 more days. I have century-old tea here. Let's sip it together. Yoshi City 749 Bureau Chief, Song Xian Sheng smiled and opened his mouth. These 2 dragon pythons were very strong, so they should be able to study something valuable from them. Other than that, it was the dragon python blood that was of extraordinary value. That's not necessary. Ha City and Ji City are neighboring each other. It's only right to help. Zhang Herong smiled and spoke. Since the appearance of the Golden Giant Tower vision, great demons began to appear frequently everywhere, many of which are even legendary demons. We 749 have taken on a heavy task. Speaking here, Song Xian Sheng put away his smile. Didn't we urgently establish 749 University to deal with the crisis at hand? The great world is coming. Zhang Herong nodded. We are severely understaffed right now. We can only select the talented ones from the ordinary people below to join the 749, but the ones who can truly play a decisive role are still the high-ranking chi refiners who can't be of much use for the time being. Haha, Brother Hai Rong doesn't need to worry too much. Aren't there still a group of us old undead around? There's enough time for them to grow. Song Xian Sheng spoke. Brother Xian Sheng has a point. I won't drink the tea. I'm still needed to sit on the town in Hacienda. All right, then I won't force you to stay. What I promised you, I'll send someone to you later. Song Xian Sheng nodded his head. Aha! Zhang Herong left Wulong Mountain and boarded a military airplane returning to Ha City. Pick up your cell phone and check the latest messages you've received. What is Chao Gao doing sending me so many videos? Zhang Herong was puzzled and clicked to view them. Shen Tian. As time passed, the smile on Zhang Hairong's face disappeared and turned a bit odd. Although he quite liked Xuantian's personality, and because of his orphan status, he had initially taken care of him. But how could he not expect that after he had only left for a few days, Shen Tian had done such a great thing? The opening realm decapitated a vulture demonic man of the 3rd level of the Lien Pulse realm, and it was also strong enough to defeat an apocalyptic horse of the 8th level of the Lien Pulse realm. This kind of strength potential was even fiercer than when he was young. The latter wave pushes the former wave. Zhang Herong regained a smile on his face. The JNB of Harbin. Shen Tian was a little surprised as he looked at the luxurious sports car in front of him. I didn't realize that Tong Jingshu was still a rich kid. Miss, please get in the car. Master and young master are already waiting for you at home. A middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a suit got out of the car to greet him. Okay, Uncle Fu. Tong Jingshu nodded. Taking Shen Tian with him, he got into the car. Am I going to have to call you Miss Tong from now on? Su Antian sat in the car and half-joked. Just call me Little Book. Tong Jingshu whispered. There was some surprise in the mind of Fubuki, who was sitting in the front row. Little Book was their young lady's maiden name, and usually only the master would call her that. I didn't realize that now I was letting a friend take the initiative to address me. It seemed that there was an unusual relationship between the young lady and this teenager called Su Antian. Hee good. Little Book? Shintian nodded with a light smile, deliberately dragging out a long sound. Tong Jingshu's cheeks reddened slightly from the commotion. It actually snuck out and pinched his arm. And, it seemed, for fear of pinching him, it wasn't even hard enough. More like touched him. Good, you dare to hit your captain now. What a revolt. Let's see me teach you a lesson. Su Antian pretended to be angry and returned the favor. And Tong Jingshu made a big mess. Inside the sports car, there was an air of cheerfulness. Took a while for it to grow quiet. At that moment, the sports car slowed to a stop. Shen Tian and the two of them got out of the car, and in front of them was a 4-story manor house. Surrounding the property is a turquoise lawn filled with flowers of every color. At the entrance of the manor, a middle-aged square-faced man as well as a 13 or 14-year-old teenager, surrounded by 7 or 8 servants, greeted them. Sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. The teenager ran to the car door in a few steps and said happily, Did you bring me anything fun? After Tong Jingshu got out of the car, he probed towards the car. Tong Lan, pay attention to your image for me. Tong Jingshu glared fiercely at his brother and turned on bloodline suppression. Tong Lan shrunk his head, obviously very afraid of this sister of his. Little Book. Is this the classmate you mentioned to me? Su Antian? Right at this moment, the square-faced middle-aged man opened his mouth with a light smile. Well, he takes good care of me within the school. Tong Jingshu's cheeks blushed slightly. Hello, uncle. Su and Tian went up to greet him and handed over the gifts he had brought with him. In here is some demon meat, which is somewhat beneficial to an ordinary person's physique. Inside, there was tiger demon meat and compost eagle meat, in addition to a set of tiger bones plus a tiger waist. Tong Hai's heart was flabbergasted. After his daughter entered 749 University, he spent much effort to understand 749. Knowing that 749 is a special department of the state, it is exposed to things that ordinary people cannot imagine. The demon meat in front of me is likely to come from this. He didn't think that he would be able to eat this rare thing one day. Oh, you have a heart. Come in and sit down. Tong Hai had a smile on his face as he invited Shen Tian into the manor. The crowd was seated in the first-floor lobby. Tong Hai first exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to ask Tong Jingshu about some recent developments at 749 University. It was obvious that Tong Hai was very concerned about Tong Jingshu. Shen Tian, on the other hand, listened silently from the side, chiming in every now and then. Brother Su, I've heard that everyone inside 749 University can cultivate, and can fly through the sky and overturn rivers and seas like in novels. Is that true? Tong Lan didn't know when he came beside Su Antian and asked in a low voice. It's all fake in the novels, you believe this too? We're just a bit more powerful and run faster. Shen Tian explained. Oh, Tong Lan was a little disappointed. However, a bright light soon appeared in his eyes again. Brother Su, then what is the demon meat you brought? Are there really demons in our world? There are demons, but they're just a bit more powerful than ordinary beasts. It's not that exaggerated. Shen Tian replied. Brother Su, no, brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, can you teach me to cultivate? Pest! Shen Tian spewed out a mouthful of tea. What did you call me? Tong Lan. You want to die, don't you? Tong Jingshu, who was on the side, obviously heard it as well and directly stormed off. She lifted Tong Lan with one hand and headed outside, clearly wanting to teach this brother of hers a lesson. Shen Tian, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little embarrassed, because Tong Hai was looking at him. Uncle, don't misunderstand. It's pure classmate friendship between Little Book and I, nothing else. Shen Tian explained sheepishly. Tong Hai retracted his gaze and thought to himself, You've called on Little Book, and you're still pretending with me here. I have no objection to you young people falling in love freely. Tong Hai took a sip of tea and tried. Su Antian sighed in relief. Parents who are as reasonable as uncle are getting fewer and fewer nowadays. He realized he was actually a little nervous. It felt more stressful than even when killing a demon. Hearing Xuantian's near-default words, Tong Hai inwardly sighed. His own daughter is still missed. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed it when Little Book brought Shen Tian back. After all, before this, Little Book never brought a classmate to the house. Shen Tian was the first. He pondered for a split second and said, "Her mom and I divorced early. Little Book was basically brought up by me. This child has been very understanding since she was a child, and is also very emotionally attached. No matter how you guys turn out later, I hope you don't hurt her feelings." Su Antian had wanted to be sophomoric. After all, between him and Tong Jingshu, there was no official relationship, just mutual favoritism. But looking at Tong Hai's incomparably serious expression, he still gently nodded his head. At the foot of the stairs on the second floor, Tong Jingshu saw Su Antian's expression and a small smile appeared on his face. "Sister, are you going to thank me?" Tong Lan blinked, but what responded to him was Tong Jingshu's slap. "Murdering your own brother." Tong Lan screamed miserably. Chapter 35 Night Meeting. Tong Jingshu's boldness. At noon, Shen stayed for dinner. At the dinner table, the people talked to each other. Tong Hai took the initiative to drink a dozen glasses of spirits with Shen. Seems to want to prove himself as the head of the family. The result was that Tong Hai managed to get himself drunk. Didn't wake up until the night. Although this was Xuantian's first time drinking alcohol, he was a qi refiner and his flesh could resist even minor toxins, let alone alcohol. In the evening, Shen stayed at Tong's house for the night. While he was cultivating, he received a message from Zhang Chenxiu, agreeing to return to Longzhou Mountain Base at noon tomorrow. Zhang Chenxiu's injuries were under control, but he still needed to return to the base to convalesce if he wanted to fully recover. But then, Xuantian's idea of going to the bazaar to sell the 2 perfect enlightenment pills in his hand fell through, and it was too late in time. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He'd just come out later to do the quest and find another opportunity. Looking at the time, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. After becoming a qi refiner, his energy had also gained a great boost. Until this moment, it was also still very energetic with no feeling of sleepiness. "Antenna, are you asleep? I can't sleep." Outside the door came Tong Jingshu's voice. Shen opened the door. Outside the door, Tong Jingshu was wearing a black silk nightgown, her head slightly bowed. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the chest position revealed a large area of snow white. Shen was instantly attracted. "Come in and sit down for a while?" he invited. "Aha!" Tong Jingshu nodded and walked inside, sitting on the edge of the bed. There was a brief moment of quiet in the air. Tong Jingshu was the first to break the silence. "What do you think we should do in the future if we go through another crisis like yesterday?" "Crisis happens all the time. We'll just work hard to improve ourselves." Shen pondered for a split second and said, "The 749th Bureau is the one that deals with these things, and it's inevitable that they're going to be in danger. I was thinking that in the future I might die on one of the missions." "What? Don't you trust me as a captain? With me here, you'll definitely die behind me." Su Antian could see that Tong Jingshu's mood was a bit off and pacified. "Of course I believe you." Tong Jingshu and Su Antian looked at each other. "But I, for one, don't want to have regrets. I like you." Xuantian's heart missed half a beat and he was just about to speak. But Tong Jingshu reached out and gagged her. "Don't talk. Kiss me." As the words fell, Tong Jingshu's entire body moved closer. Shen looked at the lips that were getting closer and closer to his own. The initiative came together. A girl was so forthcoming, what could he not do? The moment the two touched, Tong Jingshu's body visibly tightened, and then the soft, fragrant tongue enters. The two fell onto the bed and were soon entangled together. Shen has been watching the ball all day long, and today he is also touching the ball. But just when he thought, at best, Tong Jingshu's pupils suddenly changed. She had actually unleashed her ability directly on Shen. Su Antian, who originally still had some sense, instantly fell. With his blood rushing up, where did he care? Directly bullied and pressed on. Outside the door, Tonglan pinched his hand and came to the door. He had just seen his own sister burrow into Xuantian's room. When he heard the movement inside, he was stunned at first, followed by a quick runaway with a red face. The next day, near noon, Tong Jingshu sneaked out of Su Antian's room, only it looked like she was walking in a somewhat awkward position and frowned every now and then. Inside the room, Shen Tian looked at the mess on the bed and shook his head. Luckily, he was stronger than Tong Jingshu. Otherwise, he's likely to lose the battle. Now he was feeling a little weak in the knees. After washing up, he left the room. But just as he went out, he met the ghostly Tonglan. "Brother-in-law." Tonglan's eyes lit up when he saw Su Antian and immediately ran over. Shen Tian looked at him. "Brother-in-law, I know all about what you and sister did yesterday. If you don't want my father to know, teach me to cultivate. Tong Lan whispered. Threaten me? Shen raised his eyebrows. This Tong Lan is really a human child. It all counted against him. Go ahead and see if your sister will beat you to death when she finds out. Su Antian directly left. Tong Lan froze, then immediately chased after him, crying with a face that said, Brother-in-law, I beg you. I really want to cultivate. Su Antian stopped. It's true that you want to cultivate, but you're too young now. Just wait until you turn 18 to enroll in 749 University. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to Tong Lan and left straight away. He's still just a freshman himself. How can he teach Tong Lan? In case the teaching was off, there was no way he could explain to Tong Jingshu. After having lunch, Su Antian and Tong Jingshu left together and rushed to the hospital to meet up with the Tuzhong Qianqiu. The four of them got into the car together and headed back towards the Long's home mountain base. I've already submitted our mission report this time yesterday. The rewards for the completion of the mission were sent out this morning. A total of 12,000 points. According to the agreement, the four of us will share these points equally. I've already asked the headquarters side to directly hit our accounts. Zhang Qianqiu, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned his head and spoke. Good. Shen Tian nodded. There was not the slightest comment on this. After all, it was agreed in advance. Also, Brother Su, you can take a look at your app. The points for the bounty should have arrived as well. Zhang Qianqiu reminded. Shen Tian nodded and opened the app to check it out. It was surprising to find that his points had reached more than 18,000 points. There were two big entries, one for 10,000 points and the other for 8,000. 10,000 points were the reward points for the Vulture Demon Man, and as for the remaining 8,000 points, Su Antian guessed that it was the points that Fei Ling had shared with him after he had assisted in capturing the withered horse. One trip out and he was instantly rich. This time, when we go back, not only will we be able to pay off the debt owed by the Shenling cultivation room, there will still be a lot left over. Of course, the biggest gain was the demons he killed. He looked within himself, only to see that the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind had been extinguished. Inside the furnace body, there were 2 golden pills lying quietly. Refining the red dog essence, rewarded with a body-hardening elixir. Refining the compass eagle's essence, rewarded with an epiphany dan. Body-quenching pill. Taking it can quench the physique and greatly enhance the strength of flesh and blood. Enlightenment pill. Taking it can make oneself enter the state of enlightenment, lasting for 3 days. It's all good stuff. Xuantian's heart rejoiced. Especially the epiphany dan, this thing could make him enter the state of epiphany. In the state of epiphany, his cultivation speed and comprehension speed would be greatly enhanced. Last time, he had accidentally entered a state of epiphany in the Xian spirit cultivation room, which lasted only 2.5 days, and his cultivation level had risen by 3 levels. This time, if he continued to cultivate within the Xianling cultivation room, he felt that there was a great possibility that he would directly break through to the linking veins realm. During this outing, he experienced several crises, and he even fought with a Lien Pulse Realm Qi refiner several times. Although he won in the end, he was also summarizing his shortcomings. The most obvious of these is that he doesn't have enough means against the enemy and basically relies solely on his swordplay. It was also the fact that the Vulture Demon Man chose to fight him to the death and was in a hurry to kill him. Otherwise, the Vulture Demon Man would still be hard to kill if he was bent on running. Even if the Vulture Demon Man kite him and dragged him until his ghost armor technique disappeared, he would likely be no match for it. This was entirely due to his low realm. Kaiyuan realm is just the initial stage of Qi refiners to lay the foundation. Can learn the means to fight against the enemy would have been less, basically rely on the physical body, play the strength of the physical body to learn a variety of combat skills against the enemy. Only after breaking through to the Lien vein realm, where the orifices around one's body hooked up to form veins of Qi, could one cast simple spells. Chapter 36. A punch to the test dummy. Really not my question. Towards evening, Shen Tian and the others managed to return to the base. Back in the dormitory, taking advantage of the gap between Tong Jingshu's washing up, Shen Tian returned to the bedroom. He couldn't wait to swallow the body-tempering pill into his stomach. The body-tempering pill melted in his mouth and turned into a hot stream that spread throughout his body. The temperature of the skin began to rise rapidly, turning crimson. Wisps of heat rose as if they were being scorched by a blazing fire. His muscles rose as a result, as if he were breathing, and began to rise and fall with regularity. The sensation was very comfortable and there was no discomfort. Shen Tian revolved the Killing Sutra, guiding the medicinal power to flow around his body, strengthening every corner of his body. Over time, his muscles became firmer and his lines more toned and smooth. Eventually, the medicine wears off. Xiantian clenched his fists, feeling that his power had gained a great boost. Suddenly, he smelled a foul odor. He looked to himself and noticed a small amount of something similar to an oil stain floating on the surface of his skin. Hurriedly, he got out of bed, stripped off his clothes and ran to the bathroom. Then, he saw Tong Jingshu. The two men froze wide-eyed for a full 3 seconds. Gulp. Xiantian swallowed heavily. Little book. I want to wash too. Tong Jingshu subconsciously blocked her own hidden secrets, sniffing her face slightly red. Her voice was weak and mosquito fly. Let me help you. Tong Jingshu showered the shower head on Xiantian. The next day, early in the morning, the two of them, Su Antian and Tong Jingshu, left the dormitory and headed towards the cafeteria. Tong Jingshu held Su Antian's arm, frowning every now and then. Don't do that next time, Tong Jingshu whispered. Oh, Xiantian nodded his head with some embarrassment. It all got to that point last night, and what followed was a natural progression. In his excitement, he also practiced several difficult physical skills. Little Book hasn't slowed down until now. Now that Xiantian had a large amount of points in his hand, he also ate a luxurious demonic beast meal in the cafeteria. Cost a full 20 points. It would take a few more days for the demon he had killed in Haha before the FBI men could send it over to the base. When those demonic meats were delivered, he could eat the demonic meat he hunted and save the points. The two men ate breakfast and came to the square in time for their morning class. Teacher Tang, we're back. Xiantian found Tang Jing to report for duty. Study hard when you're back. You've already missed several classes. Tang Jing nodded slightly, allowing the two to return to their positions. It's been a week since you came to 749 University. So today, I'm going to test you to see what level you're all at today. If you don't make any progress for 4 weeks in a row, you'll be kicked out of White Tiger class. We don't want trash in White Tiger class. Tang Jing looked at the many students in front of her and spoke. Is this considered a test? I should be okay. I'm already at the 7th level of the Enlightened Realm now. What's the 7th level? I'm already at the 8th level of the Enlightened Realm, and I've even learned a new sword technique. I'm also at the 8th level of the Enlightened Yuan Realm, so the assessment should be no problem, and I'm planning to take on a mission to go out and train for a while longer. Below, numerous students murmured. Okay, the test requires specialized instruments, so everyone follow me. Tang Yi commanded and led the crowd out of the square, heading towards the other side. Come into the testing room a few moments later. Many test instruments are placed in the test room. Next to each instrument, there is a staff member to take care of it. There were some other students lined up to test at this time. Xiantian also saw a few familiar faces among them. Jianyu, Shin Chuiwe, Hong Wu, Hong Yuan, little fatty Jiang Wu. Sensing that there was someone behind them, several of Shin Chuiwe turned back curiously. The moment Jianyu saw Su Antian, he immediately lowered his head to avoid it. Shin Chuiwe, on the other hand, nodded her head slightly in greeting. The two Hongwu brothers, on the other hand, withdrew their gazes as if nothing had happened. As for little fatty Jiang Wu, he waved his hand towards Xiantian and greeted him with a smile. Xiantian gently nodded in response. The first is a strength test. You can use any part of your body and strike the dummy. Sword Royal, 7th level of the Kai Yuan Realm. Strength 2,100 pounds. Shin Chuiwe, 9th level of the Kai Yuan Realm. Strength 3,600 pounds. Hong Wu, 7th level of the Kai Yuan Realm. Strength 2,200 pounds. Jiang Wu, 8th level of the Kai Yuan Realm. Strength 2,800 pounds. A staff member on the sidelines records the results of each appraisal. According to the records, a normal cultivator of the Kaiyuan realm has a strength limit of 3,000 kilograms. Shin Chuiwe actually exceeded the limit. This Shin Chuiwe is very famous in the Vermilion Bird class. With high talent and fast cultivation, she's already at the 9th level of the Enlightened Yuan realm. It's rumored that she's already preparing to break through the Lien Vein realm. So powerful and still in the Vermilion Bird class? In a moment our White Tiger class will definitely crush them. A student from the White Tiger class commented. There weren't many students in the testing room, and soon it was the White Tiger class turn. Sun Lanyue, 8th level of the Kai Yuan realm, strength 3,000 kilograms. Tiger Pounce, 7th level of the Kai Yuan realm, strength 2,700 pounds. Zhang Ting, 9th level of the Kai Yuan realm, strength 3,400 pounds. Tong Jingshu, 7th level of the Kai Yuan realm, strength 2,800 pounds. Before the test, the White Tiger class was confident. After the test, it was actually discovered that none of them exceeded Shen Chuiyue in terms of strength. Shen Chuiyue seems to be the ceiling. Ahead, Shen Chuiyue turned back a few times to look. It just happened to be Xuantian's turn at that moment. Xuantian looked at the dummy in front of him, then lifted a fist and punched it. Boom! A loud bang drew everyone's attention, because the sound is just too loud. The staff on the side even froze directly in place. In all the years of measuring out, he hadn't seen anyone who could just explode a dummy. If he hadn't reacted quickly, it would have absolutely blown up on him. The way he looked at Xuantian was like looking at a monster. That should be the problem with this dummy, right? Xuantian frowned. He didn't use much force either. This dummy is too unresistant. This is if he is made to compensate. The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and the always serious her couldn't hold her tongue. This test dummy was specially designed for freshmen in the Kai Yuan realm, and could theoretically withstand up to 5,000 pounds of force. After all, there wasn't that cultivator of the enlightened realm that had ever hit a power of 5,000. The record for the entire Great Summer Kingdom was just 4,900 pounds. But now, Xuantian had actually popped this dummy. What a force this must be. In the distance, Shen Chuiyue, who was somewhat proud of herself because she had 3,600 pounds of strength, silently lowered her head. I'm still too weak. I need to keep working hard. The body of Jianwu on the side was shaking. If that punch had hit him, Yuan Di, when we see Su Antian in the future, we'd better take a detour, Hong Wu whispered towards Hong Yuan. Jiang Wu, on the other hand, had his eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Mr. Tang, what is this? Should we not measure it again? Su Antian was also a little curious about his current power. After pondering for a split second, Tang Yu nodded. You come with me. There's another dummy over there. She led Xuantian to another dummy. This is the test dummy for the connected pulse realm. Chapter 37. How can you catch up when you can't even see your back? Teacher Tang, there shouldn't be any problems with this dummy, right? Xuantian confirmed beforehand. He was really afraid of giving another blowout. In case he is made to pay for it, he will be out of luck. No, you don't worry about making a move. I'll be responsible if something goes wrong, Tang Yu said seriously. The Lien Pulse Realm test dummy could withstand 25,000 pounds, so if Su Antian's strength was even greater, could he still blow up the test dummy in front of him? She didn't believe it anyway. The commotion just now was so great that everyone stopped testing, focusing on Xuantian's final test results. The staff members next to that enlightened realm test dummy followed them over. Take the book with the intention of taking notes. All right then, I'll do it then. Xuantian nodded his head. Then he raised his fist and slammed it into the dummy's abdomen. On the screen above, the numbers climbed wildly. It eventually stopped at 5,600 pounds. Phew, thankfully, it wasn't too outrageous. Danya breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, Su Antian had broken the record of the Great Xia country. Su Antian, 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, strength, 5,600 pounds. The staff member spoke excitedly. He seems to be witnessing history. 5,500 pounds. The students present heard this figure and fell into collective silence. The testing room turned right into a library. Compared to Su Antian, who dared to call themselves a genius, who dares to say that his talent is amazing. It's all about the brother. But just then, Xuantian threw another punch. Boom! The numbers above the dummy climbed again. 6,600 pounds. Boom! Xuantian throws a leg kick. 8,800 pounds. Boom! Xuantian leaned his shoulder into the dummy. 14,000 pounds. Not bad. Xuantian stopped moving. That was pretty much the limit of his current power. Danya's teeth were gritted. An ordinary 9th level of the connected veins realm had a strength of roughly 15,000 pounds. Some geniuses, their strength can reach around 20,000 pounds. Of course, that's if they don't use spell increases. And with the strength of the 3rd level of the Lien Pulse realm in front of her, the power of an unusual strike was just over 6,000. Su Antian surprisingly reached 14,000 pounds. This power, even if she used her spells to increase it, she couldn't even reach it. This student is better than the teacher. How can she teach? She felt like she was going crazy. One must know that the current Su Ingenious was only at the 6th level of the Enlightened Realm. At the 6th level of the Open Element Realm, the power was about the same as the high level of the Linking Veins Realm. What a demon this is! Tong Jingshu, who was familiar with Su Antian, was also a bit surprised. She knew Xiantian was strong, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. Is it still human? And so powerful? Xiantian came up with, "Not bad." Danya went straight to silence. The teachers of the Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu classes were also silent. The entire testing room was silent. Quiet, deadly quiet. Shin Chuiwe stared at Su Antian with a deadly gaze, feeling like her Tao heart was about to shatter. With a power of over 5,000, there was still a chance that she could catch up if she tried hard enough. But 14,000 pounds. This gap is too big. She didn't know how she was going to pursue it. She couldn't even see Xuantian's back. "Teacher Tang, why don't we continue the test?" Su Antian broke the silence. After the matter here was dealt with, he still wanted to go to the Shenling cultivation room in the afternoon to continue. "Don't want to take too long." Tang Yi slowly exhaled, forcing her mind to calm down. "She's a teacher. Be calm. The test continues." She spoke. Soon, with staff organizing, the testing team regained order. The second test was a speed test. The crowd was required to stand on a test force field and test their speed in 5 times the gravity. Shen Chuiwe, 100 meters in 18 seconds. Jiang Wu, 100 meters in 20 seconds. Under the effect of gravity, all of them inevitably slowed down. After their tests, all of their attention fell on Xuantian's body. They were too curious about what speed Xiantian could achieve. The moment Xiantian stepped onto the gravity field, he felt a strong force pressing down on him. The force, however, was counteracted when he exerted himself slightly. Boo! He stomped the ground with 1 foot and his figure directly disappeared in place. Xiantian, 100 meters in 4 seconds. Although it was already known that Xuantian's test results would be quite unbelievable. But upon actually seeing it, the crowd was still incredibly shocked. The speed was so fast that it was as if gravity just didn't have any effect on Xiantian. But Tang Yi's few teachers understood that it was because Su Antian's power was so strong that it cancelled out the gravity. Didn't you see several footprints on the gravity field from Xuantian's footsteps? In the final test of total spiritual energy, Xiantian was still number 1. But the crowd had become somewhat numb. In other words, they would only be surprised if Xiantian wasn't number 1. Su Ingenious didn't care what these people thought. After the test, he and Tang Yi took a vacation and went to the Shenling cultivation room in the afternoon to cultivate. At this moment, he was eating in the cafeteria with Tong Jingshu. "Jingshu, when did you break through to the 7th level of the Enlightened Yuan realm?" Su Antian asked suspiciously. He remembered that Tong Jingshu had only been at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm before. "While at my house," Tong Jingshu replied. "My second talent as a chimera may well have been developed that night." Second talent? Xiantian was surprised. Tong Jingshu's first natural ability was similar to charm, which could confuse the target's sanity and cause them to fall into a frenzy. And what's the second gift? Tong Jingshu looked around after realizing that there was nothing, explaining in a low voice from slightly flushed cheeks. "It seems to be possible to cultivate through that." Her face was red with shame, and it was a little hard for her to say anything. "Ah?" Xiantian understood for a second. "I didn't realize that Tong Jingshu's ability was so good that he cultivated while lying down or lying on his back. And it doesn't cost points. Unlike him, he still needed to go to the Shenling cultivation room to cultivate. I'm not going to be sucked dry, am I?" Immediately afterward, he was a little worried. "But consider that it's been twice now, and you don't feel any discomfort. And didn't put too much stock in it. Little book, I am very supportive of your cultivation. If you need anything in the future, you can always find me," Xiantian said with a straight face. Whether there is any selfishness on his part here is unknown. "Aha!" Tong Jingshu nodded, not daring to look at Xiantian. She still got a little pain in her leg. After dinner, Su Antian sent Tong Jingshu back to the dormitory. It was then intended to go to the Shenling cultivation room. But before he could get out of the dormitory, someone outside was looking for him. He looked quizzically at the 2 strangers in front of him. "You're Su Antian, aren't you?" One of the tall men spoke indifferently. "You are?" Xiantian inquired. "I am Tu Long, a 2-star official investigator." And this is my brother Tu Hong. There's nothing else to find you this time. My brother is going to live in your dormitory, and I hope you can get along with each other amicably, Tu Long said in a commanding tone. Shantian raised his eyebrows. What did the other party mean by this? Did a teacher or dormitory administrator agree to this? Don't you know that dormitories are up for grabs? Tu Long frowned. Then just let your brother grab it, Shantian said indifferently. Such an attitude from the other party made him rise up in anger as well. Su Antian, I know you have some strength and have defeated sword madness, but I am an official investigator with the strength of the Lien Pulse realm, so you'd better give me face. Let my brother live in, Tu Long threatened. His brother was not strong enough to beat Shantian in a hands-on situation. That's why he came. In addition, he himself was not in a position to do anything. Shantian was a freshman at 749 University, and the rule of grabbing a dormitory was just for freshmen. It wasn't right for him, an official investigator, to make a move on Shantian. Winning would be a disgrace to the other investigators. That's why he reasoned with Shantian. Chapter 38. Do I know you well? Why do I give you face? Do I know you well? Why do I give you face? Shantian looked straight at Tu Long. This guy comes up here and gives him orders. Who does he think he is? You really think you're a dish? Giving you face? That's a big face. Shantian, are you sure you want to piss me off? Tu Long's gaze snapped, trying to intimidate Shantian. But Shantian wasn't afraid at all. He dared to go up and slash even a great demon of the Pulse realm, let alone a Tu Long. Do you have anything else? Get out of the way if you're not. Shantian didn't want to pay any attention to Tu Long. This guy is just out of his mind. Pure and simple lack of strings. Want to leave? Impossible. You have to agree today even if you do, and you have to agree even if you don't. Tu Long was very tough and stopped in front of Su Antian. What if I don't agree? Shuantian's face turned cold. If you don't agree, I'll cripple you before letting my brother win you. Tu Long snorted coldly, snorting. Although he didn't want to do it if Shantian was really so insensitive. He would just have to give up this face to deal with Shantian, who let him have just one brother. The concentration of aura within Shuantian's dormitory was the best in the entire 749 University area. What he gave his brother, of course, had to be the best. The conversation between the two drew a crowd of students. Most of them are students from the White Tiger class. All of them were looking at Tu Long with a strange look at this moment. A formal investigator. It should be awesome. That goes without saying. One of the mandatory conditions for becoming an official investigator is that the realm should reach the Lien Pulse realm. Even Pulse realm? Then Su Antian should be able to beat it, right? A student whispered. Tu Long frowned. Why did that sound so strange? Shouldn't he be the one to directly crush Shantian? A trainee investigator of the enlightened realm could be beaten with one hand by himself. Fine, then do it. Shantian nodded his head. You're quite literally not afraid at all. But let me tell you, you should be afraid of me. Tu Long snorted coldly while extending his palm to slap Su Antian. The other hand was behind his back. He would use one hand to defeat Shantian, making him realize the gap between the two. Shantian looked at the palm that blasted at him. A smile curled the corners of his mouth, followed by a sidestep and a quick step forward. While avoiding the palm, he threw a punch at Tu Long's abdomen. Boom! With a loud bang, Tu Long was directly blown away. He covered his stomach, his body arching into a shrimp. Kneeling on the ground, he couldn't stand up for a moment in pain. Hiss! Ferocious. Too ferocious. Shuantian's strength is real. The power test is real. 14,000 pounds. Terrifying as hell. Tu Long is so miserable. It hurts me to watch. The students around the room had a look on their faces that said this was the way it should be. Tu Long's face twisted. How could he not expect that he would be defeated by a single punch? The fallout is too great. So much so that he had some trouble believing it for a while. How is that possible? Aren't you in the enlightened realm? How come you're so strong? Tu Long was shocked. Who told you that the enlightened Yuan realm can't be this strong? Su Antian walked up to Tu Long. Immediately after that, he lifted his foot and stomped Tu Long's face into the ground. Now tell me, do you still want to lose face? Shantian, you bullied me. Tu Long struggled, but Shuantian's feet were flush with power, like a big mountain, and could not be broken free. I'll just bully you how? Shantian said faintly. Boo. He lifted his foot and heaved it down. Buzz. Tu Long's brain buzzed, and he felt like his brain almost exploded. If Shen pushed a little harder, his brain would have been stomped on. This was the moment he finally knew to run. Enduring the pain, he took a deep breath. Shen, today Tu Long, admit defeat. I apologize to you. Insincere. I shouldn't have come to provoke you, my fault. I'm sorry. Louder. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Tu Long practically shouted. That's more like it. Shen nodded slightly. It was followed by a kick to Tu Long that sent him flying. Tu Long almost died of anger. He had apologized and Su Antian even hit him. Su Ingenious didn't care about that, much less show any mercy. It's not that Tu Long knows he's wrong. He's just scared. Didn't bother with all these people around me. He pierced through the crowd and continued to rush towards the Xianling cultivation room. A few moments later, he managed to arrive at the Xianling cultivation room. Shen Tian? Why are you here again? You don't have to be able to Xianling cultivation room if you don't have the points. The staff member recognized Su Antian at a glance. The main reason was that Shen Tian still owed their section over 7,000 points. So he was impressed. Who says I don't have one? I'm here to repay my debt. And in the meantime, cultivate a little more. Su Antian didn't expect to be looked down upon. He wanted to slap the points in this man's face and show him a good time. What, you're here to pay off a debt? Are you sure? The staff was surprised. It's only been a few days. Where did Shen Tian get so many points? Of course. Quickly take out the QR code. Shen Tian urged. He's still in a hurry to practice. The staff member foxed the QR code for collecting points. Shen Tian transferred the points in front of the staff. Seeing the over 10,000 points on Xuantian's cell phone, the staff people were dumbfounded. That's too fast to earn points. Let me ask, how many points are needed to train in the Xianling cultivation room for 3 days? 200 points an hour. 3 days is 14,400 points. The staff replied. Shen Tian looked at his remaining 11,000 or so points, feeling that it looked like a lot of points, but when he used them, they were significantly less. He's still short of over 3,000 points here. The medicinal effect of the Epiphany Dan could last for 3 days, so it would be too much of a loss if he only cultivated for 2 days. His eyes rolled back in his mind. I'll practice for 2 days. He opened his mouth. The last time he had an epiphany, the staff of the Xianling cultivation room didn't interrupt. They just told him to pay his debt afterwards. This time he went 100% into an epiphany, so he was going to give 2 days worth of credit and continue to take credit for the day beyond that. All right, pay the points first. The staff nodded. After receiving the appropriate amount of points, the Xianling cultivation room was opened to allow Shen Tian to enter. Shen Tian walked into a cultivation room at the corner and sat down on his knees. He couldn't wait to eat the Epiphany Dan. Inside the control room, Director Wang Shu was a little puzzled when he saw Su Antian's figure appear in the cultivation room. Call the staff and ask them. You mean, not only did he finish paying back the points, he also spent them to rent a cultivation room for 2 days? After listening to the staff's explanation, Wang Shu was surprised. Yes, Chief. I didn't believe it at first, but the points have been transferred to our section. The staff nodded. Well, not bad. This kid is kind of a quality customer. Knows to return points. Wang Shu nodded in satisfaction. As for where Shen Tian had gotten his points from, that was out of his hands. Just don't owe him anything. Director, what if Shen Tian has another epiphany? Another staff member suddenly spoke up. Wang Shu frowned, then shook his head immediately afterward. You guys are also old people and you don't know about this? The state of epiphany can be encountered but not sought, which can be every time to enter the state of epiphany. There are people who enter an epiphany once until they die did not have a second epiphany. The director is right, or the director has a lot of experience. That's right, or else Wang could become the director. Within the section, don't call me brother, call me chief. Wang Shu nodded in satisfaction and corrected himself. It's the director. Director, look, Su Antian seems to be out of sorts there. The aura fluctuations have become abnormal. He seems to have had another epiphany. Right at this moment, a staff member spoke out in shock. Chapter 39. Other people's epiphanies are like winning the lottery, yours are like drinking water. What? Wang Shu looked toward the cultivation room in shock, only to see that above Xuantian's head, there was a huge aura vortex that was rapidly taking shape. A large amount of spiritual qi in the surroundings surged towards it. The entire cultivation room's aura boiled as a result. What kind of monster is this kid? Wang Shu felt a little pain in his teeth and a little pain in his face. He had just said that Shen Tian wouldn't have an epiphany, and this kid immediately had one. It was as if it was working against him. "Director, what now?" the staff member inquired. "What else? Clear out the others inside first. Then prepare to activate the reserve aura," Wang Ren commanded. It wasn't easy for qi refiners to enter the state of epiphany. No matter what, Xuantian's needs for epiphany had to be met first. Other than that, just wait for Shen Tian to come out. At this moment, there were still 7 or 8 people left cultivating within the Shenling cultivation room, and after hearing the notification, although they were a bit dissatisfied, they still walked out. After all, the Shenling cultivation room was also compensated accordingly, so the big deal was that they would come back another day. Alas, what bad luck. It's not easy to have time to come over and cultivate, only to be interrupted. "I almost broke through the last orifice just now, pity." "Stop complaining, guys. It's not like you don't know how precious the state of epiphany is. Yes, a year has passed since my last epiphany, and so far I have not had another epiphany." A white-clothed youth sighed and spoke. "What? Brother, you had an epiphany too?" Someone was surprised. "Can you point us in the right direction? How do we have to enter an epiphany?" Someone inquired about the experience. Hee. This kind of thing can't be told. Everyone is different." The white-clothed youth laughed lightly. "Using myself as an example, there's no way to even guarantee that I'll be able to go into an epiphany again. It takes opportunity." He held his chin up, enjoying the adoring, eager stares from those around him. Hee. The person inside the cultivation room looks a bit familiar. It seems like he was the one who had an epiphany in the cultivation room a few days ago as well, even sitting in the same position in the cultivation room. Suddenly, someone recognized Shen Tian. "You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? How can anyone have an epiphany so short apart?" Some people didn't believe it. Seeing this, the staff at the side explained, "His name is Su Antian. He did have an epiphany a few days ago, and this is the second time." "What? Someone can really have epiphanies one after another? This talent is too good. Isn't it? Isn't it said that an epiphany requires an opportunity? Why do I feel like Shen Tian is as simple as drinking water? Alas, it's hard for us to enter an epiphany once. But he has epiphanies time and time again. It really can't be compared." Someone was struck down. "Look, he's getting up. It seems like he's swinging his sword," someone exclaimed. The crowd looked over and realized that within the cultivation room, Su Antian was holding a long sword and was waving it in the air. It's getting faster and faster. Countless sword shadows appeared. Immediately afterward, these sword shadows fiercely chopped out, like a large net, enveloping the front. He comprehended a new sword stance in an epiphany, and it continues to evolve, continues to be perfected. A Lien Pulse Realm Qi refiner spoke out in surprise. "The power of this sword move looks very impressive. Is he a Lien Pulse Realm Qi refiner?" Su Antian is in the Kaiyuan realm, a freshman who just arrived from 749 University. The staff member opened his mouth to explain. Hiss. To be able to perform such a powerful sword stance at the Kaiyuan realm, it's not even close to the Lianqin realm. It's even stronger in some ways. That Lien Pulse Realm cultivator sucked in a breath of cool air. A sense of urgency rose immediately afterward in his heart. He was an old man, a full-fledged investigator, but at this point he felt even less than a newcomer. It was humiliating for him, and feel like you've got a hit on your hands. "Don't look at it anymore. I'm afraid my Dao heart will break." He turned around and walked away, no longer looking at Shen Tian, leaving the stunned crowd in place. A day later, Shen Tian within the cultivation room slowly put away the demon-slaying sword. He comprehended a new variation from within the sword moves he had already learned. In addition, he had gained a new understanding of the Shen Qi chop on the killing scripture. In the past, with his Shen Qi chop, he could only chop out one at a time, after which he needed to cool down. And now, he could chop out several, even dozens of them at the same time. There are also more variations of combinations with each other. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 2 days later, Shen Tian was still cultivating within the cultivation room, showing no signs of stopping. "Director, it's time for Xuantian's cultivation," the staff member reminded. "I know." Wang Shu nodded, feeling a slight headache. By the looks of it, Shen Tian was probably going to go overdue again this time. After thinking about it, he still dialed Zhang Hairong's number. "Director Shen Tian, he's had another epiphany. It's been 2 days since he had his epiphany in our cultivation room. It's still going on. What? That kid had another epiphany. Zhang Herong sat up straight from the bed. His voice rose several degrees. Yes, Chief. Our Xianling cultivation room has been closed to the public for 2 days in order to ensure that his epiphany isn't interrupted. It's a big loss for us. Look, Director. Can you give us more resources and funding for the cultivation room? Wang Shu asked tentatively. It's only 2 days, your section is so big. What impact can it have? Don't cry poor with me. How could Zhang Herong not know Wang Shu's thoughts? And directly did not give him the chance to continue speaking. But this kid Xiantian was getting more and more interesting. It's only been a few days, and I can't believe I had another epiphany. Director, no matter how big the family business is, it can't stand up to Su Antian's profligate spending. Wang Shu played the rascal. Zhang Herong directly ignored Wang Shu. 2 epiphanies, you should be close to reaching the pulse-linking realm, right? He murmured in his heart. In the next second, he got up and dressed, grabbed a sealed metal square canister off to the side, and headed outside. A moment later, he arrived at the Xianling cultivation room. Chief, why are you here in person? Wang Shu was very surprised to see Zhang Herong. However, after seeing what Zhang Herong had in his hand, his eyes lit up. Director, I'm actually just saying, see how you're taking it seriously. He reached out his hand, about to take the sealed jar from Zhang Herong's hand. This thing was usually used to store high-level heavenly treasures. There's definitely good stuff in there. He was just testing the secretary, wanting to take the opportunity to ask for some favors, but he didn't think it would really pay off. But Zhang Herong didn't let go. Faintly, he said, "It's not for you. Let go." Wang Shu froze, his old face flushed, and he let go of his hand in embarrassment. Turn the tester on and see Xuantian's cultivation level today, Zhang Herong commanded. Good. Wang Shu nodded. Turn on the tester. The tester could cover the entire cultivation room and could check the state and cultivation of the cultivators inside. Soon, on the tester screen, the outline of a human figure emerged. 332 dots on the human body emanated a blazing white light. Is it already the 9th level of the enlightened Yuan realm? Zhang Herong's gaze condensed. Murmurs, just in time. In the next second, he opened the door to the cultivation room and walked straight towards Xiantian. Chapter 40 Bathing in the Blood of the Dragon Python. 749 University's first connected vein. Zhang Herong came to Su Antian and opened the lid of the metal square can in his hand. Lifting the square jar, he poured it down towards Xuantian's head. A large amount of bright red liquid gushed out from the square jar and merged into the aura vortex above Xuantian's head. It was quickly absorbed into Xuantian's body. Xiantian, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly realized that the aura that entered his body appeared to be tinged with a light reddish blood aura. These blood chi spread towards his entire body's orifices. Slowly hibernate in it. At the same time, the aura within his body's orifices was rapidly increasing. The last few orifices were also filled at this moment. Rumble. A buzzing occurred within Xuantian's body. The 365 orifices vibrated in unison. A huge tremor occurred in his body. The orifices in his body still continued to absorb the outside world's spiritual chi. Soon, the aura within one orifice overflowed and extended towards another, connecting the chakras. But the process is extremely slow. Moreover, the chi veins were trembling incessantly, with the illusion that they would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the aura within his orifices trembled. The chi veins trembled even more violently, almost collapsing outright. But just then, the blood chi within the orifices surged out and merged into the chi veins. This chi blood didn't know what effect it had, and the moment it rushed into the chi vein, it let the chi vein stabilize. Next, everything turned out well. A day later, the epiphany ended. He also managed to construct a crippled chi vein between the 4 orifices in his body. The realm broke through to the first level of the linking veins realm. Xiantian slowly opened his eyes, only to feel a powerful force contained within his body. Suddenly, he froze. Chief, what are you doing here? He hadn't realized that he'd had an epiphany that had alerted even the director. Besides, what did the chief mean by smiling so brightly at himself? He turned a little cautious. There are only misnamed, not called nicknames. The secretary is a big shot with the nickname of the smiling Buddha, who kills when he smiles and flips when he says he will. Hee. I happened to be passing by and saw you cultivating, so I came over to give you a hand. Zhang Herong smiled and said. Both eyes were already small, but now they were just a slit. Su Antian remembered the blood chi that was mixed within the aura and said suspiciously, "Was it you, Director, who was helping me just now?" Zhang Herong nodded. The key to the connected veins realm lies in the toughness and breadth of the constructed chi veins, which determines how much of an aura burst you can withstand. If you want to strengthen your chi veins, you need to use all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. And just now I used the Dragon Python Essence Blood for you. Dragon Python Essence Blood. Xuantian's eyes lit up. This thing was extraordinary as soon as he heard it, and he had just felt the effect of the Dragon Python's Essence Blood, which really helped him a lot. "Thank you, Director," Xiantian thanked, but never asked the price. He's poor enough as it is to not continue to be in foreign debt. "Well, this Dragon Python Essence Blood is my personal stash, worth 180,000 points. You find a way to return it to me later." Zhang Herong nodded his head. Xiantian. He didn't think that the director, who was such a big official, would still be pussyfooting around with him. Didn't the director help him because he saw his talent and loved it? What's with the points? Over 100,000 points, how long will he have to pay it back? Moreover, he seriously suspected that Zhang Herong had deliberately raised the price. One is likely to be pitched. "Director, look, I've only entered our university for a week. I really don't have that many points on me. Can I get a discount?" Su Antian asked tentatively. "This is already the discounted price." Zhang Hairong's smile remained unchanged. "Director, I am an orphan. I grew up poor." Su Antian played a rogue. "Want points? No. 50,000 points. Bargain with me again, and I'll draw out the Dragon Python blood from your body." Zhang Herong smiled even wider. Xuantian's heart fluttered and he simply shut up. 50,000 is a lot, but it's acceptable. It's not good to anger Zhang Herong. Fine. I'll pay it back. But I don't have any points on me right now, so I'll have to owe them first. Xiantian hemmed and hawed. "I'll give you half a year." Zhang Herong smiled. Then he reminded, "Now that you're a Lianqi realm chi refiner, you can be promoted to official investigator. Official investigators can take on more missions and have more points." When he finished, he turned to leave. As he passed by the control room, Wang Shu came up and inquired in a low voice, "Director, was that the essence blood of those 2 dragon pythons in Ha City just now?" "Aha!" Wang Shu's expression moved. Those 2 dragon pythons were great demons of the Fury Gang realm. Their essence blood was not accessible to the general public, let alone buying it with points. This kind of high-grade heavenly material is all but unattainable. To really put a price on it, it would be hundreds of thousands of points at least. Now, the commissioner is selling it for $50,000? "Chief, are you serious about this price?" Wang Shu inquired in a low voice. "Young people, you need a little pressure. Only with pressure can you be motivated." Zhang Herong smiled and said, "Wang Shu, sounds like the chief is going to give it away for free. Huh? Is this how geniuses are treated? Damn it, that kid Su Antian even doesn't know enough. Feel like you're buying expensive. It's really person to person." 50,000 points sold to himself, and he went straight to his knees to thank the director. What was going on inside the control room was not clear to Xiantian. At this time, he had already walked out of the cultivation room. The staff waiting outside immediately greeted them. Taking the initiative, he informed, "You have exceeded the time limit for cultivation by 1 day, and you need to pay an additional 4,800 points. The old rule, owe the bill." Xiantian waved his hand, leaving behind a dashing back. It took the staff 3 seconds to respond, shaking his head with a bitter smile. All that credit has led to experience. The current Xiantian was a louse and a debtor. Owing $10,000, he thought of paying it off as soon as possible. Now that he owes more than $50,000, he's in no hurry instead. Just pay it off slowly. He went back to his dorm room and fell asleep. After 3 days without sleep, he was mentally exhausted. He woke up from his nap the following afternoon. The whole person became energized again. He stepped out of the bedroom to see the meal on the living room table. There were little notes next to the dishes. It was left behind by Tong Jingshu. "I'm going to class. There's food on the table you remember to eat when you wake up. Love." Xiantian smiled faintly, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. But I don't know if it was because of the changes brought about by the elevation of his realm, but he now had a surprisingly large appetite. After eating all the food on the table, he still felt hungry in his belly. He had no choice but to put on his clothes and go to the cafeteria. The good news is that the FBI side has sent over the bodies of the demons he hunted in Harbin. All he had to do was pay some processing fee and he could eat ingredients made from demon meat. It took a full 3 to 4 pounds of tiger demon meat before he felt satiated. He then tapped on the 749 app to check the conditions for promotion to full investigator. Soon he found it. Requirements for promotion to full investigator. 1. Cultivation level reached the linking veins realm. 2. Cooperate with the official investigator to complete 3 missions and receive a recognized evaluation from your teammates. Chapter 41. Fixed patrol area. I, Shention, am here. I have satisfied the first condition, but the second. Shention mused. Formal investigators, he really didn't know many. Also Fu Nin and Dawn, but none of them are very familiar. The only one who has had the longest contact seems to be Tang Ye, Mr. Tang. He glanced at the clock and realized that he still had over an hour until the end of the day's lessons. Going to pick up little book and ask Mr. Dawn about it on the way. Shention made a decision and got up to leave the cafeteria. Soon, he arrived at the cultivation square and found Tang Ye to report for duty. Teacher Tang, I'm back from my cultivation. Su Antian opened his mouth. Aha! Tang Ye nodded slightly, while her heart was a little helpless. Xuantian's talent was too heaven-defying, and before he had even cultivated for a few days, his strength had caught up with hers. Right now, she felt like there was nothing more she could teach Shention. Teacher Tang, I've broken through to the connected pulse realm. Su Antian continued. Lien Vein realm. Weren't you only at the 6th level of the enlightened realm a few days ago? Tang Ye froze. He. I had an epiphany in the cultivation room and broke through. Shention smiled. Tang Ye was silent as she cultivated from the 6th level of the open element realm to the connected veins realm in 3 days. What a monster! How is she going to teach this student? Now, she was bound to be no longer a match for Shention. It gave her a hint of frustration. But on second thought, such a powerful student was actually her Tang Ye's student. The heart felt much better. Teacher Tang, I want to be promoted to official investigator. Do you have any recent assignments? Su Antian inquired about his greatest concern. Tang Ye shook her head. I need to lead classes these days. I don't have time for quests. But if you want to get promoted quickly, I suggest you'd be better off stationed at one of the regular patrol areas. What's a fixed patrol area? Shention was puzzled. Bureau 749 will set up fixed inspection zones in locations where mysterious events or mysterious creatures or chi alchemists gather frequently, dispatching senior investigators to station for long periods of time in order to deal with crises that may arise at any time within the fixed inspection zones. After all, if we are too far away and wait for something to happen before we go there, then it will be too late. Within the fixed inspection area, the probability of a mission occurring is high. Many strength investigators like you who want to advance will choose to go to the fixed inspection area to fight, but of course it's also relatively dangerous. Danya opened her mouth to explain. Shention nodded his head as he heard him. Mr. Tang, how many fixed inspection areas like this one are there in the entire city of Harbin? In addition to the city of Ha, which we administer under our direct jurisdiction, Bureau 749 of Ha is also subdivided into the cities of River, Qi, and Qing. Together, there are a total of 8 fixed inspection areas. Tang Ye lightly laughed as she explained. Which place has more mysterious creatures appearing? Shention inquired. Doing the mission to promote the official investigator is on the one hand, on the other hand, we can't delay killing the demon, right? Tang Ye pondered for a split second. River City is close to the Xing'an Mountains, where the occasional mysterious creatures that come out of the mountains will be relatively abundant. If you want to go to River City, I can say hello to my friends there. All right, then I'll thank Mr. Tang in advance. Su Antian nodded with a smile. Mr. Tang's strength wasn't great, but his connections were still okay. Well, I'll let you know when I get in touch with the other side. You shouldn't leave the base recently. Tang Ye admonished. Okay. Shention nodded. It's not like he's missing 2 days. Also, you've already broken through to the linking veins realm, so you can learn a few simple spells that can boost your battle power. Tang Ye reminded. Does Mr. Tang have any recommended spells? It depends on where your condensed chakra is. If it's in the upper limbs, learn spells related to fists and palms. If it's in the lower limbs, learn some body techniques. Tang Ye explained. Shention mused slightly. His chakra started on his left foot, and it looked like it was more suitable for learning body techniques. After thanking him again, he found Tong Jingshu and the two of them left the square together. For the next week, Shen Tian stayed at the base. Every day, except for classes, he spent most of the day practicing the two spells he had acquired from the library. These two spells, one of which was called Thunder Steps, could inspire the power of thunder in the feet and was described as being very powerful. The other was the Spirit Explosion Technique, a spell that was almost mandatory for Lien Pulse Realm cultivators to learn. One can infuse one's spiritual energy into the chakra and gain a powerful strength far beyond one's own in a short period of time. When he was fighting with the Vulture Demon Man, his right arm suddenly rose in size by a circle, and this was the method used. There was no difficulty in the Spirit Explosion Technique, and he learned it in a day. Thunderstep, on the other hand, was relatively difficult, and it took him 5 days. As for the night, he assisted Tong Jingshu in his cultivation. A week had passed, and Tong Jingshu's cultivation had also progressed significantly, breaking through 2 levels in a row. Now, Tong Jingshu had also reached the 9th level of the Enlightened Realm. It wasn't far from the Lien Pulse Realm. This made Su Antian very envious of Tong Jingshu. The breakthrough was too easy. Except it kinda wastes him. That night, he had just finished exercising when he received a message from Tang Ya. I've made a deal with a friend over in River City. Her name is Bai Yushi, so you can just go over and report to her directly. I'll send you her phone number. Also, there's another investigator in training going over there with you, and you guys can go over there together tomorrow. Is it finally here? Xuantian's face showed excitement. He couldn't wait to kill the demon. What's wrong? Tong Jingshu snuggled into Su Antian's arms, her face still bearing fine beads of sweat. There's news from Teacher Tang's side, and tomorrow I'm going to report to the River City Fixed Patrol District, Su Antian explained. He had already spoken to Tong Jingshu about this matter in advance. Are you leaving tomorrow? Tong Jingwen showed a hint of hesitation. She was a little sad to see Shen Tian leave. But this time, Shen Tian was reporting to a fixed inspection area, and it was inconvenient to bring her along. Well, I'll be back as soon as I can complete my mission, or you can go over and find me after you break through to the Lien Pulse Realm, Shen Tian promised. Good. Tong Jingshu nodded. In the next second, Tong Jingshu climbed onto Su Antian's chest once again, blowing in its ear. Give it to me. Shen Tian grinned and rolled over. Early the next morning, Shen Tian left the base in an SUV. To his surprise, the trainee investigator Tang Jing had gone to River City with him was Shen Chuiwe. Surprisingly, it's you've broken through to the Lien Pulse Realm as well. Shen Chuiwe seemed even more surprised than Su Antian. She was devastated after seeing Xuantian's powerful talent and had once doubted herself. Fortunately, she had adjusted her mind in time and had broken through to the connected Pulse Realm a few days ago. I had thought that my cultivation speed exceeded Xuantian's. Who would have thought that Su Antian would have broken through to the Lien Pulse Realm as well? Well, I had a sudden epiphany a week ago and made a lucky breakthrough. Shen Tian nodded his head. Shen Chuiwe had helped him out a few times, and he was still somewhat favorable towards her. A week ago. Epiphany. A fluke breakthrough. Shen Chuiwe looked at Su Antian, so self-absorbed that she somewhat didn't want to speak. Talking to Shen Tian was too much of a test of her mental capacity. It was biased that she was still going to an inspection area with Shen Tian this time. There will certainly be fewer exchanges in the future. The more she learned about Shen Tian, the more she could feel that deep sense of powerlessness. Chapter 42. First Mission Smuggling Case. Chatting all the way, they arrived on time at the River City 749th Bureau office near evening the next day, and met Bai Yushi without any problems. I'm Su Antian. Mr. Tang asked me to find you to report. Last time I saw you at Dragon Head Mountain, I didn't want you to break through to the Lien Pulse Realm so quickly. Bai Yushi smiled and opened her mouth, with short white hair, looking valiant. Today, she was wearing a black leotard, which outlined her body perfectly, and her pair of rounded buttocks were very sexy. In my place, Aya hasn't praised you much. Don't worry, since you're her student, I'll definitely take care of you, help you successfully platinum yourself and become an official investigator. Bai Yushi blinked and whispered. Gilded. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. Is this a misunderstanding on his part? However, he was not in a position to directly reject Bai Yushi's enthusiasm. Just nodded. I'll trouble Sister Bai in the future. Well, you guys have had a hard time coming all the way here. Go rest first. I'll have a mission to go out this time. Bayushi nodded her head and was about to leave after giving an admonition. A mission. But Xuantian's eyes lit up. Sister White, can you take me one? That's fine, but don't you need to rest? After all, you've rushed for so long. Bayushi was a bit hesitant. Hey! Chuki was driving the whole way. I was sleeping. Shinchuiwe nodded her head slightly. She was indeed the one who drove all the way, who let Shintian not have a driver's license. Oh, okay. Come with me, it's not a dangerous mission anyway. Bayushi beckoned. Shintian happily followed. Sister Bai, wait. I want to go too. Shinchuiwe gritted her teeth and chased out as well, though she was already tired. But after seeing that Shintian was working so hard to get ahead, what reason did she have to be lazy? Her talent was no match for Su and Tian, and she didn't want to even try as hard as Su and Tian. Bayushi waved her hand and didn't refuse. One is a band, so are two. Soon they came downstairs to the garage. Which one of you knows how to ride a bike? Bayushi asked, pointing at the two very cool motorcycles in front of her. Shintian shook his head. There was some surprise in his heart, not realizing that Bayushi was still a female rider. Shinchuiwe nodded slightly. It was a moment when she wished more than anything that she wouldn't be able to ride either. It was said that the art was too much, and now she felt like she was going to be crushed. Bayushi tossed the car keys to Shinchuiwe and commanded, "Follow me. Shintian, you sit behind me." She then mounted one of the black motorcycles and started it up after Shintian sat on it. Rumble. With the roar of the engine, the locomotive quickly rushed out of the garage. Sister Bai, what is the mission this time? In his ears, the cold wind whistled, and Shintian inquired curiously. Our people have discovered that the people of the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang are suspected of smuggling. So let's go over and keep an eye on the people of the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang. Let's see if we can discover something useful. Bayushi explained. The faint scent of rose hair wafted from within the short white hair. Shintian had briefly learned about River City before he came here. This Catch Mountain Scattered Gang is one of the local forces in River City. They walk in the depths of the Shingen Mountains all year round, making a fortune by digging up heavenly treasures and precious medicinal herbs in the mountains. It was a large group of a dozen or so small clans, and that's how the Scattered Gang got its name. Sister Bai, what are they smuggling? Shintian was curious. Precious medicinal herbs, heavenly materials and treasures are all available. These are all things that chi refiners can use for their cultivation, and they belong to strategic resources, so we are strictly forbidden to sell them to foreign countries. Understood. Shintian nodded. Shintian then asked a few more questions. Learning that the target of their trip was the Sun family within the Scattered Gang. The Sun family's power within the Scattered Gangs was originally not large, but 2 years ago, the Sun family head's eldest son, Sun Endowment, came back to the country from the island. Back with him is his island wife, whose wife has a great background, and with the support of his wife, the Sun family is getting bigger and bigger. There is a hidden momentum to become the leader of the Scattered Gangs in Catch Mountain. Originally, the Sun family did business properly, and that was fine. But offhandedly, 749 found out that they were possibly smuggling. This is a big deal. However, Bayushi had been watching them for nearly a month and hadn't found anything yet. An hour later, they arrived near a hill on the outskirts of River City. A dozen villas were built on the slopes of the hill. It was already evening, and only 2 or 3 villas still had lights on. This is the Sun family's territory, and this hill is all Sun families. Bayushi stopped the car a long way from the hill. A drone was then pulled out of the trunk and placed over the hill to patrol what might have to be found. Times are different now, although we are chi refiners. There are some things that are more convenient with the help of technology. For example, right now, we don't need to venture deep at all, we just need to observe with the drone. Bayushi sounded a bit smug. Hee, what Sister Bai said. Su Antian echoed. However, has it ever occurred to Sister Bai that the Sun family also has technology, like radar or something? We were discovered as soon as we arrived. He thought about it on the way here. Bayushi had not gained anything for so many days. It was likely that she had already been discovered by the Sun family, and with the Sun family on guard and alert, she naturally would not continue to smuggle. And, upon seeing the drone, he was even more certain. Drones aren't exactly small, and there's still movement when they fly, so they can't be completely silent. The chances of being discovered are not small. Bayushi was stunned. Why hadn't she thought of this? Now that he thought back carefully, Shintian seemed to have made a good point. Assuming we've been exposed, what's to be done? Shinchuiwe, who was on the side, spoke up. Take the initiative to leave so that the Sun family will let their guard down, and then kill back. Su Antian proposed. In the case that the Sun family has radar or other high technology, the probability is that we'll be discovered even if we kill back, so let's do it this way. I'll apply to the higher-ups for a few sets of combat suits that can shield various signals. There's no need to go through that much trouble. Shin Chuiwe is a half-demon. She can fly and can disguise herself as a large bird to observe from a high altitude. Su Antian shook his head. Bai Yushi was surprised that Shen Tian had thought of everything. Shin Chuiwe? She felt she was born to labor. Chiyuki, is there a problem on your end? No problem. Shin Chuiwe nodded her head. In the bottom of her heart, she was secretly competing. She couldn't be compared to Shen Tian. All right then, let's do it. We'll stay a little longer and then pretend to leave. Bai Yushi made a decision. She had a feeling that maybe this one was really going to lead to something, because Xuantian's analysis was reliable. It was a blind spot in her thinking that she hadn't noticed before. 2 hours later, after the sky had completely darkened, Shen Tian and the others left together, stopped near a neighborhood about 10 kilometers away from the hill. Afterward, Shin Chuiwe changed into a half-demon body, and white feathered wings grew behind her back. Quickly flying up into midair, he hurriedly flew in the direction where the Sun family was. Shen Tian watched Shin Chuiwe's figure until it disappeared into the distance. Don't look, when you reach the Thousand June realm, you'll be able to do a short stagger as well. Bai Yushi patted Su Antian's shoulder and comforted him. Su Antian knew that Bai Yushi had misunderstood, thought he was envying Shin Chuiwe. But unbeknownst to him, he had an aura that transformed into wings and could also fly. Of the three, only Bai Yushi couldn't fly. Chapter 43. Deliberate attack on 749 investigators. Take them all away. Shen Tian nodded, not answering directly. Afraid of striking Bai Yushi. Just changing the subject. How long has Sister White joined 749? Me, huh? It's been almost a year since I joined 749, and now I'm at the 4th level of the Linking Veins realm. Don't think that my cultivation speed is slow. This speed is already considered an upper-middle speed within the investigators. The cultivation of the Linking Vein realm is different from the Opening Vein realm. The Opening Vein realm only requires filling the 360 orifices with spiritual energy. Theoretically, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, the cultivation of the Opening Vein realm isn't going to be that much slower. Back then it took me just over a month to reach the Linking Vein realm. Bai Yushi said seriously. But after I reached the vein linking realm, my cultivation slowed down because it's just too easy to fail to hook up the chi veins, and even if the hooking up is successful, it still needs some time to stabilize. It's simply impossible to quickly connect all of your chi veins. Unless you have a family or clan power behind you, you can obtain a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures, and use them to accelerate the stabilization of the chi veins. 360 orifices? Xuantian's eyelids fluttered. Aren't there 365 orifices? How come it's 360 in Bai Yushi's case? Where are the remaining 5? Vaguely, he seemed to have discovered something remarkable. He wouldn't have opened 365 orifices because he took the perfect orifice opening pill, would he? An ordinary person, on the other hand, has only 360 orifices. If that was the case, then the perfect enlightenment pill in his hand was simply priceless. No, we can't let Little Book break through to the Linking Veins realm. We have to let her take the perfect opening pill before she breaks through to lay a better foundation. The first thing he thought of was Tong Jingshu. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Were you struck by me? Bai Yushi reached out her hand and waved it in front of Su Antian's face. Actually, you don't have to. We have 749 on our backs. If we work hard, we'll get anything. She reassured. Su Antian returned to his senses and nodded. What Sister Bai said is true. What Bai Yushi said was indeed reasonable, and it was also something that many Lien Pulse realm cultivators were experiencing. However, when he was making a breakthrough, he had the dragon python blood bathing his body, and the chi veins that were hooked up could be quickly stabilized under the effect of the dragon python blood. Much less traveled. At this moment, there was still the power of the dragon python's blood in his body that could support him in continuing to hook up his chakra. Now, the chi vein on his left leg had already hooked out most of it. There were only 5 orifices short of complete hookup completion. Once the complete hookup was successful, he would obtain a complete chi vein and successfully break through to the 2nd level of the Connected Veins realm. There were a total of 9 levels in the Connected Veins realm, and 1 level corresponded to a complete chi vein. When all 9 chi veins were hooked up and completed, one could break through to the Thousand June realm. Time passed quickly, and within the intercom, Shin Chua's voice came out from time to time, but it was never found. Seeing that it was getting light, if they hadn't found anything yet, they would have to return first. Chu Yu, come back first, Bai Yushi commanded. It was a bit disappointing, but that's the norm. This kind of stakeout mission is supposed to have a bit of luck in it. After all, one never knows what time the other side will pick to trade. Good. Shin Chue agreed and was about to return. However, after just a few moments, Shin Chue's alarmed cry suddenly came out from within the intercom. No good. Someone's attacking me. Come help me. What? Come on up. Bai Yushi was surprised and quickly jumped onto the locomotive. Taking Su Antian with him, he rushed towards the Sun family villa in a hurry. What's the situation on your side? What kind of people are attacking you? Bai Yushi inquired in an urgent voice. It's 2 men, and they're shooting me with a compound crossbow. Shin Chue seemed to have calmed down after the attack and calmly said. Su Antian frowned. Shin Chue wouldn't be taken as a bird demon, right? Stay safe, we'll be right there. Bai Yushi barked out an admonition and increased her speed some more quickly. Soon, they arrived near the small mountain and met Shin Chue, who was dodging in midair from time to time. Without saying a word, Bai Yushi directly rode her bike towards the mountain. Those 2 people on the mountain were also stunned after seeing Bai Yushi. As local forces, they occasionally dealt with 749, so they naturally recognized Bai Yushi. Both of them jumped in their hearts when they saw her rushing towards them. After all, family members know their own business. They're a bit of a thief. One of the flat-headed men immediately turned around and rushed towards a nearby villa. Intend to tell the head of the family about it. Above, Shin Chue, who saw the 2 men stop shooting, also fell down from mid-air. There was an obvious look of exhaustion on its face. The moment Bai Yushi stopped the locomotive, Su Antian leapt off the locomotive and ran a few steps in front of the inch-haired young man. Lift up and kick out. The young man's face changed drastically, not expecting Su Antian to come and make a move. He hastily resisted, but he was only in the Kaiyuan realm, so where was Su Antian's opponent? A kick to the stomach sent the entire group to their knees, unable to straighten up. Shen flashed his credentials and spoke. Deliberate attack on Investigator 749. You're in trouble. The young man dry heaved several times before he finally tapered off. Hearing Su Antian's words, his entire body was dumbfounded. They were just out for a run in the morning and happened to see a big bird in the sky, which got them up for a hunt. Who would have thought that was a 749 investigator? Brother, I'm innocent. I didn't know that this beautiful woman was one of yours. The young man was on the verge of crying. I apologized to the pretty lady. I'm sorry. Feeling very aggrieved. Is it enough that you don't know? If apologizing is useful, what do we need Bureau 749 for? Su Antian was very forceful. Come on. Go back with us and be investigated. And that accomplice of yours. On the side, Bai Yushi's eyes widened by several points. Could they still handle cases like this? In her mind, it was a misunderstanding at best. Just explain it clearly. Shen seems to be too serious. Wait a minute, Investigator White. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Just then, several people walked quickly in the distance. A middle-aged man walking in front frowned and spoke. The man wore a dark suit with a center parting, looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, and had a visible scar on his face. There's no misunderstanding. Your people intentionally attacked the 749 investigators, and we have a record of it all. Bai Yushi pointed to the recorder on her chest. The fact that they didn't look away, just mistook her for a bird, and didn't realize she was a 749 investigator before the attack is a bit reckless and negligent at best. Can't be constructed as that big of a crime, right? Sun Yutong said in a deep voice. Saying that, he also glared down hard at his 2 juniors. Thinking to myself, what are you guys doing that you don't have anything better to do than shoot birds? What a pain in the ass. It's not up to you to say what the charges are, Sister Bai. Let's take the 2 of them back to the Bureau for interrogation and see what the Bureau decides. Su Antian took over. I thought to myself that you guys are not good at shooting anything but Shinchuiwe. So it's a good shot. They were unable to find a clue, and then someone from Sun's family delivered it to their door. And as long as they got into the 749, what secrets couldn't be dug out of these 2? As long as we find a trace of evidence of smuggling in the Sun family, we can make a move to search the entire Sun family. Chapter 44. No problem is the biggest problem. Investigator Bai. Who is this? Sun Yutong looked at the unfamiliar Su Antian with puzzled eyes. Our bureau's trainee investigator Su Antian. Bayushi opened her mouth. Oh? Investigator Su is new here. I need to remind you that we have much cooperation with your bureau on certain matters. And if you do this, you'll make things difficult for me later. Sun Yutong sneered at the corner of his mouth. They drove the mountains and scattered the gangs, and every year they got an unknown amount of treasures out of the mountains, most of which were supplied to the 749th Bureau. It can be said that the investigators of Bureau 749 in River City have their share of resources for cultivation. If he gave them all a break, let's see where Bureau 749 would go for cultivation resources. Of course, he wouldn't do it until he had to. The 749 was, after all, an official face force, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to actually go against the 749. Whether it's difficult or not is your problem. What does it have to do with me? Shen didn't give the slightest bit of face. Also, let me remind you that you're not the only Sun family in the Catch Mountain Scattered gang. If you don't cooperate, there are plenty of others who will, so don't take yourself too seriously. The smile on Sun Yutong's face disappeared. He didn't expect a trainee investigator to be so strong. In favor of his two offspring, he knew something about what they were doing behind their backs. If they were really dug up, it wouldn't be enough for them to die several times. As for bribing the 3 people in front of him, it was also directly rejected by him. Didn't you see the recorder on Bayushi's chest? Bribing under the camera, Bayushi dared to ask for it, and he didn't dare to send it. Struggling several times in his mind, he finally said, "Since Investigator Su thinks that the 2 of them have problems, let's take them away." Shen was surprised in his heart. I didn't think the old man would really be willing to let them leave. Could it be that the Sun family didn't smuggle? He was suspicious in his mind. But things have come to this naturally. There is no reason to stop halfway. They took the 2 young men with the inches and headed down the hill. Until they walked out of the Sun family's territory, there were no accidents. Did we misunderstand the Sun family? Bayushi spoke hesitantly. Whether there's any misunderstanding or not, just bring them back and ask them. Su Antian softly said, "If it's really nothing, just release them again." "Brother Su, we really didn't mean it." The inch-haired man smiled bitterly. "Whether it was intentional or not, we'll know after the interrogation at the bureau." Su Antian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 men. Since they came on a motorcycle, 5 people couldn't fit. Bayushi had to report to the station and have someone else come and take the 2 away. By the time they got back to the station, it was noon. Shin Chuiwe was really a bit overwhelmed, and after eating, she directly returned to the dormitory and went to sleep. Su Antian also returned to his residence to rest. Those 2 people had Bayushi in charge of finding a professional to interrogate them, so there was no need for him to worry about it. He opened his cell phone and sent a message to Tong Jingshu. First, he reported that he was safe, and then he sidestepped Tong Jingshu, finally confirming that Tong Jingshu indeed only had 360 orifices. And without his help, Tong Jingshu's cultivation speed dropped. There shouldn't be any way to break through to the connected pulse realm in a short period of time. He then let his heart drop for the moment, thinking that he would find a reason to give the perfect enlightenment pill to Tong Jingshu after he was promoted to official investigator. He slowly fell asleep, and by the time he woke up again, it was nearing evening. He found Bayushi and asked about the results of the interrogation. Those 2 finished their interrogation, didn't ask any questions related to smuggling, and have let them go. Bayushi was a bit bereft. The Sun family might not really have a problem with the mission. I've given up. She had already spent a lot of time on this task and didn't want to continue. Did nothing come out of the question? Shen frowned. Yes, those 2 didn't have any problems, and when they were asked about the Sun family, the things they said were harmless things. It's a bit strange. How could the people from the Catch Mountain Scattered gang not have any problems at all? Shen muttered. Can a bunch of people who panhandle in the mountains be that clean-handed? Getting a few people killed is probably common. Who were the people who interrogated them, and were they reliable? Of course. It's an old man from the bureau with a white fairy on him. It's impossible to make a mistake. Moreover, I was also at the side during his interrogation. Bayushi frowned slightly. All right, then it seems that these 2 are indeed fine. Shen nodded his head. Bayushi had said so, what else could he say? To say any more would be to distrust Bayushi. He and Bayushi had only known each other for a day, so there were some things he couldn't say too clearly. It would be bad if it was misunderstood. In fact, in his opinion, it is the elderly who are the easiest to buy. After all, it's hard for new and uninformed people like them to have the courage to be bought off. Sister bye. I just came to River City. I'm still a bit unfamiliar with the place, so I'm planning to go downtown for a stroll this afternoon, he said with a smile. Okay. I'll call you guys when I have other tasks. Bayushi nodded. River City isn't as good as Hacienda, but there are still plenty of places to have fun. Afterward, she even gave Shen a few fun places to visit. After seeing Bayushi leave, Su Antian contemplated in place for an instant and went to Shinchu's residence. The 749th Bureau states that 2 people must move together when going out on official business. One is to improve safety and the other is to monitor each other, just in case someone is doing favoritism on the back of the 749 Tiger. When Shen found Shinchuiwe, she seemed to have just woken up from her nap. Su Antian didn't make any ink, immediately voicing out his guesses and inviting Shinchuiwe to act together to investigate the Sun family. Are you really sure? Shinchuiwe frowned. Yesterday she spent the night staring at Sun's house, but she didn't get anything out of it. There aren't any other missions anyway, in case something turns up. Don't you want to get promoted quickly? Shen replied thus. Shun Chuyu looked at Su Antian and felt an inexplicable confidence in his body. Self-infected. She nodded. Yes. Well, let's go. We'll go to the city and stroll around, and wait until nightfall to go over to the Sun family villa. If there really was a mole, then they were bound to know that Bayushi had given up on the mission. The Sun family has been under surveillance for almost a month. Knowing that they are out of surveillance, will they smuggle immediately? The 2 Shintian borrowed Bayushi's locomotive, and with Shinchuiwe leading him, they drove towards the city. The 2 of them had spent a wild afternoon downtown, playing not so much as eating some good food. It wasn't until the evening that they left the city and headed towards the Sun family villa. At a location a dozen kilometers away from the Sun family's villa, the 2 stopped and hid the locomotive in the neighborhood for the time being. I'll go scout high up in the sky. Shinchuiwe opened her mouth. As the words fell out of her mouth, she unzipped the zipper on her dress behind her and extended her snow-white feathers. I'm with you this time, Shen faintly said. Chapter 45. You can fly? Can I? Shinchuiwe looked at Shen in confusion. She went scouting because she could fly high in the air and had great stealth through the darkness. What can Shen do? There were many guard posts near the Sun family villa, so it was impossible to sneak in from the ground. In Shen Chuyue's puzzled eyes, 2 translucent feathers slowly appeared behind Shen Aura into wings. Shen Chuyue's mouth opened wide in shock. You can fly too? Of course, if you can fly, of course I can too. Shen nodded his head. Shen Chuyue, she can fly because she's a half-demon. Do you know anything about half-demons? Naturally gifted with long wings. But you, Shen are a human being. Even the Pulse Realm can transform aura into wings and fly in the sky. It's not the same thing at all. Moreover, Xuantian's wings could still disperse. Not hers. The feathers were part of her body, tucked away behind her back at best. It made her never dare to wear tight tops for fear that she would get too much attention. If an ordinary person saw her, they would easily notice that she was different. Shen was good. Not only could he fly, but he was also not bothered by his size. My only advantage in front of Su Antian is it also simply not enough. Shen Chuyue was bitter in her heart, feeling battered. Ever since she met Su Antian had been pressing her down, leaving her breathless. It was really stressful for her to be with such a genius. Let's go. I can't maintain these aura-transforming wings for long, Su Antian urged, spreading his wings and flying into midair. After breaking through to the linking veins realm, his strength had increased, but he was unable to maintain his spirit wings for a long time. In a few hours at most, the aura in his body would be depleted. Hearing Su Antian say that he wouldn't last long, Shen Chuyue felt better in her heart. At least she lasted longer. Both of them were not too slow, and they soon arrived over the Sun family villa. Wait patiently for a possible change of heart. Inside the Sun family villa, Sun Yutong looked at a young man in front of him who bore an 8-point resemblance to him, and smiled. That little girl by Yushi isn't exactly smart, and this time I've managed to confuse them by using a trick to get them out. Not only did they get the 2 Sun shirts released, but our Sun family has managed to get out of the spotlight as well. Hee, father is wise. Beating them to death, they probably wouldn't have thought that we have a secret agent within them. Sun Endowment laughed lightly. Humph. We've been operating in River City for more than a dozen generations, Are we not something they can easily take down? A few little brats who haven't even grown all their hair. Sun Yutong coldly snorted. It was also that he had gotten older over the years and his killing heart had weakened. Otherwise, if Su Antian had dared to threaten him like that today, he would have found a way to get him killed long ago. Four. How are the arrangements on your end? Father, don't worry, it's all been arranged, as usual, led by Uncle White Wolf, taking the old route, trading with the Naimi family's people on the north bank of the Song River. Sun Endowment said in a deep voice. The people on this road have long been bought by them and are in the same boat as their Sun family. Father, don't worry, everything is arranged on the home side. Besides Sun Endowment, a fair young woman pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Their Shimada family was also a chi refiner family, but due to the scarcity of resources on the island, the cultivation resources within the family had always been insufficient until she learned by chance that the Sun Endowment family was the one that drove the mountain scattering gang. After getting acquainted with each other, she uses her charm to conquer Sun Endowment and facilitates the smuggling. The Sun family provided all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, and their family was responsible for transporting them within the island country. Part of it was sold at a high price, and part of it was used for the clan's cultivation. Both families have benefited greatly from this over the past 2 years. Well, I am assured of your work. Sun Yutong nodded in satisfaction. His son has found a good daughter-in-law of sorts. With the huge benefits from smuggling in another year or two, he would be able to fully merge the scattered gangs. By then, their power will be even greater. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up at the thought of the beauty that lay ahead. Coming out. High in the sky, Su Antian said in a deep voice. Only 7 or 8 people appeared on the road on the mountain. They lifted several large boxes into the pickup and drove toward the bottom of the hill. Those boxes were all metal and sealed tight. After exchanging a glance with Shinchuiwe, the two of them didn't immediately make a move, but instead coincidentally followed. Since we're gonna catch them, we have to catch them all. Going down now, the other side has a million ways to weasel out. Where are they going? Shinchuiwe wondered. They'd been following them for half an hour, and the other man hadn't stopped. Shen pulled out his cell phone and opened the map to check. The road below them was found to lead to the Pine River. The island country is bordered by the sea on all sides. They are most likely smuggling from the sea, Su Antian whispered. The next operation of those cars below confirmed his thoughts. Sure enough, it stopped at the north bank of the Pine River. There is no dock here. How are they going to transport it? Shinchuiwe was puzzled. At the same time, she was a little surprised that they had been flying for at least an hour or so, and Shentian hadn't even exhausted himself yet. You call that not lasting? How long does that last? Flying all the time? I don't know, we'll understand when we get down there. Shentian shook his head. He was also a little curious. Only 7 or 8 men below, one after another, were moving the large boxes from the pickup truck down to the edge of the riverbank. Immediately after that, all these people got into their cars and surprisingly left straight away. And just as the men had just started their pickups to leave, the water within the Pine River suddenly bulged. Immediately afterward, a behemoth emerged from the water and climbed up the bank. Its body is pitch black with raised horns and looks somewhat similar to a crocodile. But the head is more flattened and the mouth is wider. In size, it is even several times larger than the crocodile size. It was over 30 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide. On its back, a huge box was strapped. At that moment, 4 people jumped out of the box. They were all dressed in pitch-black waterproof suits and carried katanas on their backs. After getting to shore, they picked up the case and headed back toward the water monster. Shentian was no stranger to this kind of dress. He had seen it the last time he had been in Harbin. Island chi refiners, ninjas, Shentian said in a deep voice. Do it? Shinchuiwe leaped forward. Do it! Su Antian drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and violently charged downwards. At this point they have complete evidence. At this time, the stolen goods, the Sun family is dead. Shentian rushed down from midair and swept sharply over the head of a ninja. The demon chopper slashed through. Pest! A sound of blood and flesh tearing came out. The black-clothed ninja's upper body was directly split in half. Shinchuiwe was slower, but she was also entangled with another ninja. The 2 remaining ninjas first froze when they saw the 2 Shentian who had suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, they quickly reacted, dropping the metal boxes in their hands, drawing the katanas behind them, and together they surrounded and killed Shentian. A bird language that Shentian couldn't understand came out of his mouth. The 2 of them were very fast and had at least the strength of the Lien Pulse realm. and they work well together, with one attacking the lower body and the other the upper body. It looked like Shen couldn't avoid it at all. But right at this moment, the demon-slaying sword in Xuantian's hand rose with a faint arcane light. He swung his sword out. Shen Qi. Chop in a row. Swish. Swish swish. Several sword chi flashed out from the demon-slaying sword. Pust. In a single chop over the two ninjas. The two ninjas remained in a forward position. But in the next second, their bodies had turned into several segments. Smashed to the ground, apparently not alive. A great deal of blood stained the banks of the river. Chapter 46, Chopping the Pig-Woman Dragon and Killing the Sun Family. So strong. Shin Chuiwe took the time to look at the situation on Xuantian's side, her eyes widening in surprise. Two chi refiners of the Lien Pulse realm were just decapitated by Su Antian with a single slash. The strength is too strong. The gap between Shen Tian and I, is it really that big? Shin Chuiwe began to fall into self-doubt again. Su Antian glanced at Shin Chuiwe, and seeing that she was in no danger, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the water monster on the shore. This thing can grow so big. It must be a demon. If it's a demon, he has to kill it. The water monster seemed to sense a murderous aura, and when it saw Su Antian rushing towards it, it turned around and rushed towards the river. Want to run? Xuantian's gaze snapped. In the next second, his left foot rose violently in a circle. Boo! While stomping on the ground, his body directly charged forward a large distance. A sword stabbed at the water monster's tail. Pest! The razor-sharp demon chopper sword was missing in flush. But the tail is not a vital point of the water monster and is not fatal. Its struggles became even more violent under the pain, which also inspired its ferocity. Turning his head violently, he bit at Shen Tian. The sharp triangular teeth flashed with a cold light, and when bitten by it, bones were bound to be broken. Xuantian's gaze froze. Too late to draw his sword. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, before he violently kicked the water monster in the jaw. Boo! The water monster was blasted by the tremendous force. Its body was off balance and almost fell over. Shen Tian took the opportunity to hold his tail. Drink! With a soft shout, he erupted his own enormous strength, and then violently flung the water monster towards the bank of the river to one side. Boom! The water monster's huge body slammed hard into the riverbank. The bluestone on the shore could not withstand the force and directly crumbled into rubble. Boom! Boom boom! Su Antian grabbed the water monster's tail and, like a whip, slammed the water monster towards the ground one after the other. Not far away, Shin Chuiwe, who heard the loud noise, looked over. At this moment, she had just cut down the opponent in front of her. Seeing such a rough side of Shen Tian, his mouth opened wide in shock. This water monster was so huge. How could it be flung around like a toy in Xuantian's hands? It looked like Shen Tian was more of a monster than a monster. Boom! Shen Tian stopped his hand and looked at the figure of the water monster that slowly appeared within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind and smiled slightly, casually pulling the demon-slaying sword from the water monster. He greeted Shin Chuiwe. Go! Go after the Sun family. The two of them flew back up into mid-air, and soon caught up with the Sun family's convoy. There are some people from the Sun family, so for safety's sake, let's report the incident first. Shin Chuiwe opened her mouth to suggest. Yes, you report it first. I'll go down and kill the Sun family members in front of me, so that they don't send back word and let Sun Yutong escape. Su Antian nodded his head. After saying that, he didn't wait for Shin Chuiwe to speak again. Shen Tian had already rushed down. Aren't you afraid at all? Shin Chuiwe smiled bitterly. Shen Tian is too brave. He had only just broken through to the linking veins realm. But to her, Shen Tian felt like he was invincible. Is this the heart of a genius? Shin Chuiwe murmured. Bitterness flooded his heart. She felt that she was not like Shen Tian in every aspect. She shook her head violently to disrupt her thoughts. She was afraid that if she thought about it any longer, she would have her Dao heart shattered. Boom! Shen Tian descended from the sky and stomped on the top of the pickup truck. Stomping, the roof of the car dented it and cracked it downward. The pickup truck was thus off balance and headed toward the side of the highway. Meanwhile, the 4 people in the car reacted. Aside from the driver, the remaining 3 took out their weapons and hacked towards Shen Tian. But what greeted them were 4 faint sword chi. The movements of the 4 men, including the driver, cut off, and lines of blood emerged from their necks. Blood spurted out immediately afterward. Boom! The pickup truck crashed into a guardrail, causing a violent explosion. However, Shen did not even look at it, charging toward the other pickup. But just then, a middle-aged man dressed in gray drilled out of that pickup truck. With a stamp of its feet, it violently charged towards Shen. It's fast. Both hands were like hooks, grabbing at Xuantian's throat. Xuantian's eyes lit up. Finally, a decent opponent. Looking at the man's appearance, there was a high probability that he was at the high level of the connected pulse realm. He raised his demon chopper sword and stopped it. Ding! With a crunch, the demon chopper was stopped. Shen looked at the gray-robed man's fingers, which were covered with metal finger cuffs. Otherwise, the man's fingers would have been severed with that blow just now. The gray-clothed man's heart shook and his fingers were trembling. The other party's power was too great. Wasn't it said that the Shen in front of him was just an investigator in training? How come the strength is so strong? With his strength at the 7th level of the Lien Pulse realm, he was actually vaguely no match. The smuggling affair was exposed, and the Sun family was probably finished. They go back is a death. The only way to have a chance of survival is to escape now. However, in order to escape, he had to kill Su Antian in front of him first. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. The people who drive the mountains are always crawling in the mountains, and it is common to fight with tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Naturally, he has a hostile spirit. There is no lack of courage to fight for your life. Having made up his mind at this point, he was unambiguous. 5 fingers plunged violently towards his heart. Boo! With a muffled sound, 5 fingers pointed above the heart chakra. It's a secret method that catalyzes potential and damages longevity. But it could increase his strength by 50%. As the power in his body skyrocketed, his right arm rose violently. A faint red light emerged from the 5 fingers, grabbing at Shen once again. The finger went straight to Xuantian's chest. Kid, go to hell. The man in gray laughed. It's too slow. Shen shook his head. He raised the demon-slaying sword, and arcane light flowed from it. Sword chi swept out. Boo! With a muffled sound, the gray-clothed man was directly shaken back. An incredulous look appeared on his face as he looked into the palm of his hand. His palms were severed flush, and blood was gushing out at this moment. The sharp pain made his face even more hideous, but it also made him no match for Shen even when he briefly regained his senses and stimulated his potential. Now that he was injured, he would be even less of a match for Shen. I'm just an errand boy in the Sun family. As long as you spare me, I can tell you a secret of the Sun family. The gray-clothed man spoke in an urgent voice. Speak! Xuantian's sword lurched. Sun Yutong caught a treasure-seeking mouse in the mountains in his early years, and it's by relying on this treasure-seeking mouse that the Sun family is able to always have something within the mountains. After saying that, the man jumped right out of the pickup. Desperately, he burrowed toward the bushes on the side of the road. He was about to enter the woods when there was a sudden coldness at the base of his neck. The next moment he saw the lower half of his body still running forward. You! Unfaithful! There's no need to be trustworthy with people like you, Shen said indifferently, then looked to the remaining 2 in the pickup. Raising his hand, he chopped out 2 swords, killing them all as well. These things were said to be slow, but from the time Shen made his move to the time he resolved these people, it only took less than 2 minutes. At this time, Shen Chuiyue had just reported the news here. Seeing the headless body on the ground, she paled a little. Same with killing, Shen kills people always beheading them. More violent and bloody. The news has already been reported up, and Sister Bai's side is rushing towards the Sun family villa with the other official investigators. Also, there will be people coming from this side of the riverbank. Shen Chuiyue opened her mouth. Well, let's go, we'll go to the Sun family as well. Shen nodded his head. He was intrigued by the treasure-hunting mouse. Chapter 47. As I said yesterday, don't take yourself too seriously. Shen and the others managed to return to the Sun family villa after only about 20 minutes. At this time, the Sun family villa looked like nothing had changed. It does not appear that the message was received in advance to escape. It shouldn't. Shen frowned. Although he had killed relatively quickly, those Sun family members should have had time to pass on the message as well. After all, a few seconds is all it takes to deliver a message. I'll go down and take a look first. Something doesn't look right about the situation. Shen opened his mouth. Why don't we wait? According to the time, the bureau should be arriving soon. Shen Chuiyue spoke hesitantly. Since the situation is not right, it is only natural that we should play it safe. When the bureau arrives, whatever backhanders the Sun family still has will be useless. No need. Shen expressed his refusal. By the time the bureau comes around, the treasure-hunting mouse will have nothing to do with him. Without waiting for Shen to continue persuading him, he directly flew towards the bottom. He remembered the last time Sun Yutong came out of the villa, so it's straight there too. Instead of going through the front door, he broke right in through the window. Boo! The fine wooden window frames were easily shattered by him. Landing in the hall on the first floor, Shen saw Sun Yutong sitting in the main seat at a glance. Beside him, there were 3 other middle-aged men standing. Hearing the commotion, they all looked towards Shen together. Sun Yutong frowned. You're the only one from Bureau 749 who came? To deal with you, one of me is enough. Shen spoke indifferently. Hee. I didn't expect that Sun Yutong, who has been walking on thin ice for my entire life, would fall into the hands of a little brat like you. Sun Yutong laughed coldly. But you're a bit too arrogant if you want to take on all of us by yourself. Good thing too. I can still kill you as a backstabber before I die. Sun Yutong slowly stood up. I said yesterday, don't take yourself too seriously, and now I'm giving you the same words. Shen slowly raised the demon-slaying sword. A couple of old guys, they really think they're a dish. Something's not right here. These old guys are obviously waiting for the 749s to come. It was likely that he was stalling for time so that the rest of the Sun family could escape. After all, he had not seen the rest of the Sun family here. Therefore, he wanted to make it quick. Young man, I advise you not to be too angry. Sun Yutong grabbed his own weapon from beside his chair. 2 short golden knives. The other 3 saw this and silently took out their weapons from their belts. Is it still a young man if he's not exasperated? Shen smiled faintly as he stomped his foot violently. Boo! As the floor tiles directly crumbled, his body used the force to charge forward. You will die a miserable death. Sun Yutong sneered. He was at the 9th level of the Lien Pulse realm, and the few old brothers around him were also at the 7th or 8th level of the Lien Pulse realm. Killing a junior was not a breeze. He raised his short sword and blocked Shen. Ding! But at the moment of contact, a strong force traveled through the dagger to his hand. It made him almost unable to hold the short blade. So much strength. Sun Yutong was shocked. Just as soon as they exchanged blows, he saw Su Antian's extraordinary nature. It's not enough. His gaze snapped. In the next second, his entire body swelled violently. The original head of only 1 meter 8 was instantly pulled up to 2 meters. The muscles on his body were even more bulging. It looks like it contains great power. He once again raised his short sword and chopped towards Shen. The golden short blade cut through a golden arc, heading straight for Xuantian's neck. But right at this moment, several sword chi covered towards Sun Yutong. Ding! Tinker! Sun Yutong's face changed and he changed his stance to resist. The tremendous force blasted against the short sword in his hand, preventing his body from advancing by half a point at all. It's even backing up. His arm went numb and he actually lost consciousness. On the other side, when the other 3 saw Sun Yutong being blocked, their faces also turned grave. They surrounded Su Antian from both the left and right directions together. Die for me! Wanna fart eat? Shen coldly grunted as his left foot violently swelled and doubled to kick out. This kick is incredibly fast. Precision kick to one man's wrist. Click! With a crunching sound, the man's wrist broke off directly, only part of his flesh and blood remaining, and his wrist almost flew right out. Stagger back. The swords of the other 2 were already chopping in front of Shen. Shen raised his sword to parry. The tremendous force directly shook them back. At the same time, he chopped out a sword chi. Boo! A muffled sound. Although the duo blocked with the swords in their hands, they were still lifted out by the tremendous force. Still in mid-air, blood spurted wildly from his mouth. Boom! Just then, the door behind Shen was slammed open. Shen arrived with a weapon in hand. Let me help you. She drank coldly and struck out towards the man with the broken wrist. She was torn for a moment as she heard the commotion in the house. Eventually, she chose to come in. Shen wasn't afraid, and neither was she. Shen frowned slightly. I felt that Shen shouldn't have come in. He came in because he was confident in his own strength. What makes Shen so confident? Is it also strong enough? Without caring about Shen He pointed his feet and leapt up in the air. A bit of lightning flashed on his toes and violently stepped on a person. Boom! Kicked the man straight to the ground. The man's sternum collapsed and he lay on the ground. Although he hadn't fainted yet, he obviously couldn't get up. Lao San! Sun Yutong yelled. With a golden short sword in hand, he charged again. However, Shen still chopped over with 3 sword chi. Cut him off again. Sun Yutong had seen the power of sword chi and could only hold back his resistance. Shen took the opportunity to catch up with the other man and lorded over him with a sword. Turning to look at Sun Yutong. Old man, it's your turn. Shen took a step forward and quickly stood with Sun Yutong. He was very strong and directly used his force to shock Sun Yutong. Beat Sun Yutong back and forth. The flesh and blood on his body continued to disintegrate and ooze out blood, and his entire body was dyed red. Little brat, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Sun Yutong fumed. In the next second, he ripped off his shirt, revealing the top half of his body. Only a dark coffin nail was seen at each of his 5 viscera. It was his way of leaving behind a final fight for his life. It was intended to be used to deal with that 1000 Jund realm of the 749th Bureau. But now it looks like he won't have a chance if he doesn't use it again. He raised his hand about to slap it at the coffin nails. But Shen was right in front of him, so he wouldn't watch him cast the spell. Taking one step, he came in front of Sun Yutong. This time, he had no reservations. Shen Qi emerged from the demon-slaying sword and chopped out one after another. The chowder. So cool. 8 sword Qi directly chopped out. Sun Yutong's face changed greatly. He had thought that 3 sword Qi was already Su Antian's limit. I didn't expect Xuantian's limit to be 8 sword Qi. He was forced to terminate casting spells to fend them off. But only 4 sword Qi were blocked. The remaining 4 sword Qi chopped through its body one after another. Sun Yutong was directly split up by the sword Qi. Collapsing on the ground, he looked at Shen unwillingly. Never closed his eyes until he died. Su Antian glanced at Shen Shuiwe, who was struggling to resist on the side, and with a slight frown he stepped in to help, quickly helped it to cut down its opponents. He then came to the only one on the ground who had survived. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Where are the rest of the Sun family?" "Bah! I won't tell you even if I die." The man was very hard-headed. Shen raised his sword. "Humph! Don't think about threatening me. I'm not scared. Didn't mean to threaten you." Pest! The sword in Xuantian's hand fell, and the man's head snapped off in response. "Chu Yu, send a message to Sister Bai. Tell her the situation here. The probability is that the Sun family's people have escaped. Tell them to block off the roads where the Sun family might have left. The focus is on the Hingon Ridge side." Shen opened his mouth. The greatest likelihood of a group of mountain drovers in the event of a crisis is to run toward the mountains they know so well. "Good." Shen Shuiwe nodded her head. The look in his eyes toward Shen was somewhat complicated. In the fight just now, she had realized. Xuantian's powerful confidence came from his great strength. She, on the other hand, did not have the strength to match her confidence. Chapter 48. Citywide Interception. Sun endowment blocked. Shen came outside and took a deep breath to adjust himself. The successive battles made him feel a hint of fatigue as well. The treasure-hunting mouse was not in the Sun family villa, so the biggest possibility was that it was taken by the people who escaped from the Sun family. The person who took the treasure-hunting mouse, the probability will be Sun Yutong's son, Sun endowment. The foreign student who came back from the island. After a moment of deep thought, Su Antian joined Shen Shuiwe, found a car, and drove in the direction of Xing Anling. On the other side, Bai Yushi, who was rushing towards the Sun family villa, looked at the message sent by Shen Shuiwe on her hand and could hardly believe her eyes. How could she not expect that Sun Yutong, the head of the Sun family, had died? And it was killed by Shen Tian. Hadn't Su Antian just broken through to the linking veins realm? You tell her that Su Antian killed Sun Yutong, who was at the 9th level of the Lien Pulse realm. It's unbelievable. In all her years of living, she'd never heard of it. Wouldn't this mean that Shen Tian was even stronger than her? When he thought of her educating Shen Tian yesterday with the appearance of a person who had been there before, she then had a bit of a toothache. District Governor, there is only Sun Yutong and his 3 brothers over at the Sun family villa, and they have now been killed by Shen Shuiwe and Su Antian over there, and the 2 of them suspect that the rest of the Sun family is escaping and may also be heading towards Xing Anling. Bai Yushi looked towards a middle-aged man sitting at the front of the airplane and respectfully said, "Aha! Have the FBI's immediately block off the major roads near the Sun family's villa, carefully inspect them, and take down the Sun family's people immediately when they are found, and if they resist, kill them on the spot. Also, notify all the local forces within River City to cooperate in the arrest of the Sun family. Their chance to perform has arrived. Anyone who is not active, I will come to their door one by one afterward. Wu Lei gave his orders in an organized manner. Catch the mountain scatter gang side of the story emphatically, and they'll know what to do. Also, let's continue to the Sun family and let the people below do these things. Yes, District Governor. Beside Wu Lei, an investigator who was responsible for delivering the message answered. As Wu Lei sent out a few orders, the entire River City's Qi refiners moved. Walls fall on people, not to mention that the Sun family is not a big family in the first place. At best, it's a stronger ground game. But Wu Lei is the 749th Bureau of River City Inspection District's district director. The entire River City's explicit Qi refiners were under his control. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will definitely not have a good time in the future. Smart people know what to do, and it's a great opportunity to perform. In case he was seen by Wu Lei and became a supernumerary of the 749, he would be able to wear the tiger skin of the 749. The direct and indirect benefits to be gained will be enormous. These local forces, which had all operated in their own spheres of influence for several or even more than a dozen generations, were immense in terms of energy once they were mobilized. News soon came in one after another. One by one, the Sun family was captured. Meanwhile, the airplane that Wu Lei took finally arrived over the Sun family villa. He leapt from mid-air. He took several steps in the air and landed on the ground. To be able to walk in the air, this was a manifestation of the Thousand June realm. The other investigators on the plane, too, fell through the ropes. They automatically dispersed and began to search the entire Sun family villa. Where are the two Shen-Tian? Wu Lei inquired with a frown. These two new investigators in training have done such a great job and now they're nowhere to be seen. District Governor, just now Shen Chuiyue sent a message that they rushed towards Xinganling, wanting to intercept the Sun family's people. Bai Yushi replied, "Tell them to stay safe. The Sun family can't get away." Wu Lei said in a deep voice, "It's good for two young men to be so uptight, but it's not good to be too forward. In case of death, it's their loss." It's the district governor. Bai Yushi was a little surprised in her heart. Their district governor is notoriously indifferent, but today is an unprecedented concern for people. It is really rare. District governor, we found several boxes of top-quality medicinal herbs in Sun's house that we didn't have time to take away. In addition, Sun Yutong, Sun Mantang, Sun Yulong, and Sun Mansong are all dead, all killed by sword weapons. There are investigators who inform the information obtained. The corpses of the four Sun Yutong were also carried out and placed in front of Wu Lei. District Governor, Su Antian's weapon is a sword. Bai Yushi spoke up. Wu Lei looked at the bodies on the ground, thinking about the call the chief made to him yesterday. One of them was a very random joke. The original words were, "I heard Su Antian went to your side. That kid owes me 50,000 points. If he dies, Wu Lei will pay me back for him." In retrospect, Director Zhang's words seemed to have some kind of deep meaning. It was likely that Director Zhang had known about Xuantian's strength for a long time. That's pointing him out. Tell him to take care of Su Antian and not to let him die in his place. But, with the strength of this kid Su Antian, did he still need him to protect him? Even the 9th level of the Pulse Realm was no match for him. As for the 1000-kilowatt realm, the entire city of River City is no more than a handful. They were all dignitaries who would take a shot at Shen-Tian. However, just in case, he decided to go and see Shen-Tian in person. "You guys first bring back all the things here." He opened his mouth to command, "I'll go to Xinganling." After saying that, he put his foot down and rejoined the helicopter. The helicopter turned around and headed in the direction of the Hingan Ridge. Meanwhile, the edge of the Hingan Ridge, hundreds of people gathered here. They stood on one person every 100 meters, blocking almost the entire entrance to the Hingan Ridge. There's no way anyone would go in through here. But just then, a black SUV came speeding in from the distance, trying to storm the Hingham Ridge. But just then, one of those men moved and stopped in front of the SUV. "Great nephew, there are orders from above. You won't get away today. Don't blame the uncles for being hard-hearted, who made you eat from the bowl and watch the pot. These 2 years have not been easy for us. Stop. You've committed a crime and you're basically not alive. I've heard that your Sun family has a treasure-seeking mouse. Leave it to our scattered gang. We'll remember your Sun family and go to send incense every 1st and 15th day of the year. All around, more and more people gathered over. They were all from the Catch Mountain scattered gang, and having gotten the news from Bureau 749, all of them were now blocking the entrance to Xing Enling. The SUV stopped. Sun Endowment walked out from it, his face looking a little pale. Beside him stood Naomi Shimada. Other than that, it's the 2 remaining elderly members of the Sun family. Uncles, some of you, my Sun family can give you fewer favors. Today I just ask you to turn a blind eye and let my nephew pass. Give a way to live. Sun Endowment said in a deep voice. Great nephew, it's not that we don't give you a way to live, but that you've made the path dead yourself. Yeah, you might as well tie your hands. Go in there and maybe you'll end up surviving. Where's the treasure-hunting mouse? Hand it over. Catch the Mountain scattered gang, a few old people out, some face with a smile, some face calm. The Sun family is gone, but I to the Shimada family is still around. Do you really want to offend us to death? Nami Shimada opened her mouth. Hee, little girl child, don't scare us. If you Shimada family is really capable, you won't end up in this situation today. In addition, I tell you, in the Great Summer Country you have to abide by the rules of the Great Summer Country. I've inquired about the Shimada family. It's nothing more than a declining chi refiner family. It's not even comparable to the Sun family. Can that scare us? Cut the crap and hand over the treasure-hunting mouse. Chapter 49. You all want it, so I'll split it for you. The people who drove the Mountain scattering gang were obviously not intimidated. 749's Wu Lei has given the order, who dares to let Sun Endowment go? And in front of so many people? Uncles, the treasure-hunting mouse can be given to you, but please make way first. Otherwise I will die with the treasure-hunting mouse. Sun Endowment took out a cage from his arms and spoke in a deep voice. Inside the cage, there was a mouse covered in golden hair, palm-sized. The mouse's ears are flush and its eyes are bright and full of animated color. He reached down and grabbed the treasure-seeking mouse out of its cage and squeezed its throat. A stern look appeared on his face. At the time of life and death, Sun Endowment also exploded with ferocity. He's gambling that these people are greedy enough. Will let go of a path for the sake of a treasure-hunting mouse. Hold your hand steady, great nephew. No fooling around with this stuff. Give me the treasure-hunting mouse, and my Wang family can leave and no longer participate in this matter. Humph. I, the Zhang family, want the treasure-hunting mouse too. Who doesn't want it? With this, I'm afraid I won't be able to find treasures in the mountains. The man who drove the Mountain scattering gang, his eyes glittered. The treasure-hunting mouse is too precious for the mountain drovers. Pretty much the same as Treasure Hill. Neither of them wants to give it up, both of them want it. At this point both are thinking about the best of both worlds. You don't offend 749 and you get the treasure-hunting mouse. But obviously, Sun Endowment was a little more anxious. He held the treasure-hunting mouse in his hand and pressed towards the front with a few people behind him. All of you get out of the way. When I enter the Xing'an Mountain, I will let go of this treasure-hunting mouse at that time. Which one of you can snatch it will depend on your ability. Sun Endowment lightly shouted. The mountain catchers present were afraid that Sun Endowment would really get the treasure-hunting mouse killed. At this point, they were all subconsciously backing up. It was actually true that an opening would be revealed. Sun Endowment was relieved in his heart. He had won the bet. But just as he was about to pass through the crowd, in mid-air, a black shadow suddenly fell. Boom! Su Antian smashed down in the air, the demon-slaying sword in his hand slashing straight at Sun Endowment. After using the locomotive to rush for some time, the spiritual energy in his body had recovered a little. In order to block the Sun family's people as quickly as possible, he once again executed the aura transformation wings. It was only now that he finally arrived just as Sun Endowment was about to leave. Sun Endowment's attention was on the mountain man driving in front of him, and he didn't notice Shantian at all. But the 2 old men behind him saw it. They simultaneously took out short knives from their sleeves and stopped Shantian. Drinking, he said, Xiao Fu, quickly go. Can you walk away? Shantian's eyes were stern. The demon-slaying sword instantly chopped out 4 sword chi, simultaneously chopping at the 2 old men. Boom! There was a loud bang. The 2 old men backed up uncontrollably at the same time. Their arms shrugged and pulled, obviously broken. Shantian got the better of it. The demon-slaying sword took advantage of the situation and slashed out. Pest! 2 heads with 1 sword. The heads of the two old men flew up at the same time, and blood gushed out from their necks like a fountain. The body fell to the ground with a thud. When Sun Endowment saw the bloody scene behind him, his heart beat wildly, and he quickly rushed towards the inside of Xing Enling. The surrounding mountain catchers didn't want that Sun Endowment to escape, or rather, they didn't want the treasure-hunting rats to escape. All have followed. But Su Antian's speed was even faster, and between the flapping of his wings, he was already chopping at Sun Endowment again with his sword out of midair. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I confess," Sun Endowment shouted. He's scared. His two elders were no match for Shen, and he was even less so. It'll just die faster. He doesn't want to die yet. He wants to live. Su Antian withdrew his sword and landed beside Sun Endowment, snatching the treasure-seeking mouse in one hand. Faintly, he said, "Go back and stand over there by yourself." "Yes, go at once." Sun Endowment's face was pale. The thought of his possible end terrified him. Shimada Naomi had no chance to escape just now, and her face was very unpleasant when she saw Sun Endowment return. Sun Endowment had actually left her behind just now and fled on his own. But now Sun Endowment is full of his own miserable end. How do you still care about Shimada Naomi's thoughts? On the other hand, seeing that the treasure-hunting mouse had reached Su Antian's hands, the faces of those from the Catch Mountain scattered gang turned unnatural. One of the older ones spoke politely. "I don't know what your name is, little friend?" "Bureau 749 Trainee Investigator Su Antian," Su Antian faintly said. "Hee, so it's Investigator Su. Those of us are also here to help catch the Sun family." The old man laughed lightly. "Investigator Su, this treasure-hunting mouse isn't of much use to you, so why don't you give it to our scattered gang? Our scattered gang will remember Investigator Su's kindness." That would be almost explicit. Just give them the treasure-hunting mouse, and they'll surely be heavily thanked later. "Fine, but with so many of you, who do I give it to?" Shen raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's for me. Our Wang family is the biggest within the scattered gang." The old man laughed. The subtext is that his Wang family is the most powerful. The Sun family is gone. As long as we get this treasure-hunting mouse, his Wang family will be the leader of the Catch Mountain scattered gang in the future. Hehe. My Zhang family isn't weak either. Elder Wang, how about giving it to my Zhang family? But just then, another old man stepped out. "Humph. My Song family wants it too. Just give it to my Bai family. And my Bai family will listen to 749 completely from now on." More mountain drovers stepped forward. "They all want it. You all want it. And that makes it hard for me. But I'm all about fairness." Shen raised his hand. "Since they all want it, let's split a piece each." As the words fell, he violently threw the treasure-hunting mouse into mid-air. And then he quickly chopped out dozens of swords, splitting the treasure-hunting mouse directly in the air. All of the mountain catchers present were dumbfounded. Is that what you call fair? Fair enough indeed. But they want treasure-hunting rats for the sake of treasure hunting, and they want them alive. What now? We can only eat meat. Investigator Su, you're deliberately teasing us, aren't you? Someone was indignant and reacted with an unkind face. It's just a trainee investigator, and he's teasing us. He's only one person. Might as well just kill him. Don't be impulsive. Look up. They looked into midair. Shin Chuiwe, who was flying at a low altitude, was spotted. They were all honest and kept their mouths shut. The treasure-hunting rats were dead, and it would be unwise for them to cause any more trouble. But Shen didn't think so. Who just openly opened his mouth and tried to kill 749 intern investigator. Trouble yourself to come forward. Su Antian's eyes narrowed slightly. Hundreds of mountain catchers were silent when they heard this. No one wants to betray one of their own. Since none of you will admit it, it's a collective act. By law, the intent to kill a 749 investigator gives the investigator the right to shoot him on sight. Nip the danger in advance. Shen raised his sword. That is to say, the fact of this crime you all drive the mountain scattered gang resisted, right? Shen pointed his sword at hundreds of people. The weird thing was that not a single one of the hundreds of people dared to open their mouths. Instead, they silently moved out of the way. At the end of the road was a pale young man. "The words were mine, but I was just having a brain fart and didn't want to kill you. Please don't take it seriously, Mr. Su. You're an adult and responsible for what you say." Shen stepped forward with his sword. But just then, A middle-aged man stepped forward. With a resolute look on his face, he spoke. Investigator Su, he's my son. The son didn't teach the father. I as a father make amends to you. Teaching this rebellious son of mine a lesson is not something you need to do yourself. After saying that, he took out a dagger and turned to the teenager, stabbing violently at the teenager's chest and stomach. 3 strikes in a row. 3 knives and 6 holes. The teenager plopped to his knees, blood pouring from his body. Chapter 50. How shall it be when there is a father like this? Shantian frowned slightly. This turn of events was something he hadn't expected. It is also a sin for you to use your private actions to maim others, Shantian said in a deep voice. Investa Su. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He took 2 steps forward and plopped down on his knees. Then, violently, he picked up his short knife and stabbed himself. Still 3 cuts and 6 holes. Please, Investigator Su. Give my son a way out. I'll take this life for him. The man touched the ground with a single knife, trying not to fall. Xuantian's frown deepened. Before he could react, around them, more mountain drovers stepped forward, and they knelt on one knee. Without a word, he violently took out his short knife and plunged it into his thigh. Drumming, he said, Please ask Investigator Su to give the Jiang family's youngest child a way out. Xuantian's heart moved. These Catch Mountain scattered gangs had just been arguing over a treasure-hunting mouse. Even almost made a move. And now, for the sake of one of them, to harm themselves. In fact, this matter can be very big or small. If he were more serious, he could say that the young man was intent on murdering the 749 investigator. It would be a joke if he didn't take it seriously. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from not far away. Immediately after, a middle-aged man stepped out of the airplane in the air and came before him in a few steps. The man's body was tall and square-faced, full of bulging muscles under his clothes. Wu Lei glanced at Su Antian. What's going on here? Stepping through the air could only be done by those who were strong enough to be above the Thousand June realm. The identity of the man in front of him, he could vaguely guess a thing or two from the eyes of the people driving the mountain around him. Shantian simply told the story. The scattered gang took a clear stance and did a pretty good job in arresting the Sun family this time. I originally wanted to make you guys supernumerary, but now it seems that you seem to have a problem with our Bureau 749? Wu Lei glanced at the man on the ground and lightly said, District Commander Wu, we, the scattered gang, have no problem with 749's orders and are absolutely obedient to them. Yeah. Whatever District Governor Wu wants us to do. The youngest child of the Jiang family has a foul mouth, but he really doesn't have the idea of killing anyone. Upon hearing that they could become supernumeraries, the eyes of the scattered gangs lit up. It's half an iron rice bowl. They dream of it. I, Jiang Wu, have taught my son poorly, so I apologize to District Chief Wu, Investigator Su, and all of you old brothers. On the ground, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke in a deep voice. In the next second, he raised the short knife in his hand and violently stabbed his neck. There wasn't a pause in the action. Wu Lei frowned. His original intention was to knock the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang. Didn't try to force them to die. This time, half of the Sun family, the largest within the mountain-catching scattered gang, were killed or injured, and the power of the mountain-catching scattered gang was weakened. This will affect the supply of 749 various cultivation resources. For the sake of local stability and to avoid a repeat of the Sun family's smuggling, he did have the idea of taking the Catch Mountain scattered gang under his wing. Boom! Powerful aura erupted from him. Stepping forward, he stopped the short blade with his hand. Boo! Click! The short blade directly shattered, and Wu Lei's hand, intact. It didn't even leave a trace. Su Antian, what do you think? Wu Lei looked at Su Antian. No? You're the district commissioner, you're asking me? Shantian frowned. What a thing to call it. A district superintendent asked the investigator in training? He's tempted to say, should I be this district governor? But wanting Wu Lei's strength, he decided it would be better to keep a low profile. Since it's just a mouthful, let's forget about it this time. It won't happen again. Su Antian opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Back then, when he was bullied by an adult in the orphanage, the old dean stood in his way, much like the middle-aged man on the ground. Equally righteous. Thank you, Investigator Su. Thank you, District Chief Wu. The middle-aged man's taut body loosened up. Well, go bandage them both, don't die. Wu Lei nodded. Also, You will send 2 representatives to my place tomorrow afternoon. Hearing these words, where could the mountain catchers present not guess what it meant? It's about talking to them to reel them in. Each one of them was beaming with joy, only to feel that the bloody holes in their thighs didn't hurt anymore. Don't worry, District Governor Wu. We'll definitely be on time. An old man stood out and smiled. Well, I heard that the Sun family had a treasure-hunting mouse. Was it taken away by you guys? Wu Lei casually said. When these words came out, the people in the room were instantly quiet. All of them looked towards Shen. At your place. Wu Lei raised an eyebrow. Shen pointed to some scraps of fur and blood in the distance. There. Dead. Wu Lei frowned and suddenly drank. Which son of a killed it? Know the value of this thing. The many people from the crowd mountain scattered gang bowed their heads and said nothing. Thinking to themselves that this is an internal matter for U-749, they don't dare to open their mouths and get involved. If you say the wrong thing again, it's too late to regret it. District Governor, I killed it, Su Antian said stiffly. There was no other way. He could only get the reward if he killed the treasure hunter rats. Otherwise, it certainly wouldn't have ended up in his hands. That's why he was in such a hurry to get here. If Wu Lei were to see the treasure-hunting mouse, where would he have the chance to kill it? Wu Lei looked at Shen and took several deep breaths, resisting the urge to blast it straight to death. What a waste, he roared in his mind. Don't you boys realize that our main goal in 749 is to control, protect, and shelter these creatures? He almost laughed in exasperation. The situation got there at the time, it was impossible not to kill. Shen spoke in a low voice. How dare you talk back? Go back and write me a profound review. Reflect properly. Wu Lei's eyes glared. If it wasn't for the director's explanation, he would have really hammered Su Antian. It's so infuriating. Shen stopped talking. Wu Lei was angry, and he didn't want to continue to be in bad luck. As for the review, he looked at Shen Chuiwe. In the end, Wu Lei took away the 2 sun-endowed couples. Angry, he left Shen on the mountain. Shen Chuiwe was quite conscientious and stayed behind to accompany Shen. Riding his motorcycle, he brought Shen back to the dormitory. Chuyu, for our mission report this time, can I trouble you to write it? On the way, Shen opened his mouth to inquire. Shen Chuiwe froze, thinking, aren't you the mission lead this time? I didn't get good grades in school, so I really don't know how the report is going to be written. Shen explained. All right, then I'll write about it later. Shen Chuiwe agreed. Once again, she lamented that it was not good to know too much. The art is too much for the body. Thank you, you really helped me a lot. In addition, just now District Governor Wu asked us to write a review. You also look to write it. Shen was in a much better mood. Shen Chuiwe, it's okay to write your review for you. I want more points. She was beside District Governor Wu when he criticized Su Antian and heard it all. The review was for Shen to write. What does it have to do with her? Although she wasn't as talented as Shen, it didn't mean she was stupid. The assignment was done by them together, and the report was written as it was written. A review isn't. It's not like she killed the treasure-hunting mouse. Okay. Shen agreed. The review he really does not want to write. The big deal is to give Shen Chuiwe a little more points. He preferred going on quests to kill demons than writing reviews. Chapter 51, Refining the Treasure-Seeking Mouse. Obtaining the Treasure Eyes Pill. Inside the dormitory, Su Antian was staring intently at the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace within his mind. Among them, the virtual shadow of the treasure-seeking mouse was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Refining the essence of the treasure-seeking rat. Rewarded with a precious eyeball elixir. Precious Eyes Pill. After taking it, your eyes will become sharper and more keen, and you can see some special chi. Xuantian's mind moved, and the inside of the bow moorings Dan floated into his hand. This Dan was golden in color, only the size of a child's fist, with a clear eye pattern on it. Without hesitation, Shen directly threw the bow moorings pill into his mouth. The elixir quickly melted in his mouth. Rolls of heat surged toward his eyes. It made his eyes feel like they were bathed in a hot spring. Very comfortable. Some tears escaped from the corners of his eyes, which had a cloudy liquid in them. It seems to clean out the impurities. This went on for a good 10 minutes before it gradually stopped. Shen went to the restroom and cleaned the murky liquid from his face. In the mirror, his eyes became much brighter and his gaze sharper. This is... Suddenly, his eyes flickered to the side wall of the mirror. There was a tiny worm crawling there. In the past, such a small bug would not even be noticed unless he looked closely. But now, he was actually able to easily see the bug's movements. It was like a magnifying glass appeared in front of my eyes. Pretty amazing. This should be the change in the eyes brought about by the treasure eye pill, Shen muttered. In addition to this, he realized that deep within his pupils, there was an extra hint of golden aura, kind of unlike the human eye. The good thing is that it's not obvious, and you can't see it at all if you don't get close enough to look carefully. It's not like I'm worried about being discovered by anyone else. The treasure eye pill also allows me to see some special chi. I wonder what it is. Shen mused. He felt his eyes change in more ways than one. There should be others. Suddenly, he again his arm, only to see a change appear on his arm at some point. A large fog of red light appeared above it. The whole thing felt like it was set on fire, and those red light fogs were still moving in a regular rhythm with his movements. What is it? Shen was startled in his heart and looked to his other arm. The same red mist of light was found. Finally, he realized that he had a red light mist all over his body. After a moment, he calmed down and thought that this weird light mist should be the so-called chi. I just don't know what it's good for. For the time being, the thought was squashed. He looked at the other demon inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. This demon was at the linking veins realm, and it would still take more than a day before it could be refined. He wasn't in a hurry. He would have refined it sooner or later anyway. Getting back into bed, Shen fell back to sleep. He was also a little tired after a busy night. The following afternoon, Shen was woken up by a knock on the door. He opened the door and found that it was actually Shen Chuiwe. It seems to have not slept well and has a bit of dark circles under its eyes. I've already handed in the mission report when I'm done writing it, plus here's your review. You can read it when you have time. Shen Chuiwe spoke a bit weakly. Su Antian stared at Shen Chuiwe and realized that Shen Chuiwe actually also had a red mist of light surrounding her body. Only it didn't look as dense as his, nor did it rise as high as his. The highest point of his aura was about 2 meters above his head. In addition, there was also a portion of white light mist on Shen Chuiwe's body that was entangled with the red light mist. Is this chakra? Everyone has it, Shen murmured in his heart. On the surface, he took the review without moving and asked curiously. Good. Didn't you sleep? I slept for 2 hours. I've been busy with the report. In addition, the rewards for this mission have been sent out. Since you were the lead for this mission, the points have been sent to you. Shen Chuiwe gently shook her head. Come in and talk. Shen nodded. The two of them entered the house, and Su Antian opened the 749 app to check it out. Noticed that I did have an extra credit on my phone. And it's not a lot. It's $30,000. If it was an ordinary trainee investigator who got so many points, he would definitely wake up laughing. But all Shen could say was that it wasn't enough to pay off the debt. And the 30,000 isn't all his. It needed to be divided between Shen Chuiwe and Bayushi. Although Bayushi had given up on the mission, this mission was after all the one that Bayushi had first brought them into contact with. And following up, Bayushi had also contributed and was contacting the bureau to step in. Therefore, he decided to split those points 3 ways. Chuiwe, I'm gonna split these points into 3 and give them to you and me and Sister Bai. Yes. Shen Chuiwe nodded her head, having no opinion on this. Well, I'll transfer it to you. Shen eventually transferred 8,000 points to Shen Chuiwe. He had contributed the most in this matter, so he naturally had to take more. Looking at Shen Chuiwe's expression as she left, one could tell that her heart was definitely satisfied. After all, for them, trainee investigators, an unusual mission was just a couple thousand points at a time, and it had to be divided among several people. Just like the last time he and Zhang Qianxiu went on a mission together. Therefore, 8,000 points was already a lot for Shen Chuiwe. This time, the fact that they were able to gain so many points was also related to the fact that there were more people involved and they were stronger. After simply washing up, Shen left the dormitory and came to the 749 office. This is the home base of Bureau 749 in River City. It was near evening when it was crowded, but there were hardly any people inside that he recognized. On all of these people there were chi present with high and low chi, but most of them were red. What made him a little strange, though, was that some of these people were actually nodding their heads toward him in greeting. A very warm and friendly look. Shen was a bit suspicious as he found Bayushi. Sister Bai, the rewards for this mission have been issued. I'm sending you the points. Shen smiled. Bayushi's chi was not as high as his even when it rose more than a meter from his head. Bayushi was still wearing a tight black leather jacket today, with knee-high leather boots under her feet. When Xiantian found her, it was lying in a chair, staring blankly. Bayushi sat up from her chair and came over to Su Antian. Getting close, Xiantian could even smell Bayushi's breath. "You kid is good. You've done the mission without saying a word." Bayushi's tone was slightly teasing. He. It's all because Sister Bai taught us well. If we didn't have Sister Bai leading us, we definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Come on. Don't get in my face. We all know what's going on. There's no need for the points. Just keep them for yourself. Bayushi refused. She'd all but abandoned the mission, and the only mission she'd taken on in the first place had been to find evidence of smuggling by the Sun family. Who would have thought that Xiantian not only found evidence of smuggling in the Sun family, but also took down the entire Sun family by himself, and Sun Yutong was killed by Xiantian. She's just a little help and doesn't deserve the points. Sister Bai, I've gained enough points from this mission, you don't have to be polite. I was thinking that the next time you have a mission you'd still look for me. Xiantian insisted. How much is more than enough? Bayushi was curious. 30,000 in all. You big dog. Turn me. Bayushi directly took out her cell phone. What face? She doesn't want face. She wants points. Su Antian was stunned, then immediately took out his cell phone and transferred 5,000 points to Bayushi. For himself, he had 17,000 left. Bayushi happily put her cell phone away, and the more she looked at Su Antian, the better she looked at him. This kid is simply a blessing to himself. He just came to himself and transferred so many points. Sister Bai, don't look at me like that, I have a girlfriend. Su Antian was a little bit furious by Bayushi's look. Felt like Bayushi was going to eat him. Bayushi blushed. Not too old. What are you even thinking about all day long? This time, the Sun family's matter has caused quite a stir. You've become famous this time. Chapter 52, killing out the name Silver Sword Shura. Fame. Xiantian pondered. No wonder a 749 just said hello to him. So what's happening is that he doesn't know anyone else. But they've heard his story. Brother is not in the Jianghu. But the Jianghu is full of brothers legend? Yeah, you don't know, you're more famous now than even a full-fledged investigator. There's even a nickname for you. Bayushi said rightfully. Nickname? What nickname? Xiantian came to be interested. Silver Sword Shura. Silver Sword Shura? The silver sword he did understand. After all, the Demon Slayer sword he used was silver. As for Shura? What do you say? Should I call you Su Silver Sword or Su Shura from now on? Bayushi smiled playfully, deliberately teasing. Sister Bai can call me whatever she wants. Where did I come from as Shura? Xiantian said indifferently. What do you say? It wasn't because you were too brutal in your outbursts. Bayushi recalled the 4 corpses of Bai Yutong, and was also a bit guilty of nausea. Of the 4 corpses, there was not a single one intact, and all of them were decapitated. One of them was even split into sections. Xiantian cried and laughed. He was also just afraid that his opponent wasn't dead. Since you intend to kill someone, it's natural to make sure that the other person is dead. It's okay. Xiantian smiled. By the way, where is the district governor's office? I have something to find him. He thought of sending the review, by the way. Here. The district governor's office. Bayushi lifted her chin. Xiantian looked in the direction just as the office door opened. From inside, 2 smiling old men came out. Their faces changed when they saw Xiantian. Immediately after that, his head lowered a few points, the smile on his face became a few points thicker, and he walked over to greet him. I've met Su Shilua. I'm Wang Gu. This is Zhang Jiang. Our Catch the Mountain Scattered gang is now supernumerary to 749. In the future will also be considered as half-peers. So please ask Su Shilua to take care of you more in the future, and have time to go and have a cup of tea at our place. Although Su Antian was a trainee investigator, they had all seen the ruthlessness of his strikes. Moreover, they had heard about the tragic deaths of the 4 Sun Yutong brothers. It was natural to be even more in awe of the Su Tianan in front of him. Xiantian was slightly surprised. It seems that yesterday Wu Lei purposely let the people from the Catch Mountain Scattered gang come over to talk about this matter. Since we are colleagues, we will naturally take care of each other. He nodded gently and swept past the 2, heading towards the district governor's office. Knock on the door and enter. District Governor, here's the review I wrote. Xiantian put the review on the desk in front of Wu Lei, and secretly check out Wu Lei's chi. I found out that its aura is incredibly tall, more than 5 meters tall, and the red light mist was so thick that it almost seemed like substance. One thing that can be determined now is that the height of the qi should be related to the strength of the qi refiner. The higher the strength, the higher and thicker the qi will be, Su Antian secretly said. Well, you're pretty efficient. Wu Lei nodded in satisfaction. Picking up the review and reading it, he put it down after a few moments. The writing is good, and the introspection is pretty deep, so forget it this time. There can't be a next time, got it? He admonished. Understood. Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Well, in addition, the corpse of the pygmy dragon you killed by the river, which had partial research value, has already been transported to the research institute, and this 200-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is compensation for you. This thing can assist in widening your qi veins. It's just right for you to use right now. Wu Lei nodded gently and took out a 4-sided glass case from the drawer. The box was the size of a man's head and contained a blood-red Ganoderma lucidum. Su Antian looked at the blood Ganoderma and realized that the item also had qi on it. But unlike the qi of a qi refiner, the qi of a blood lingji was green. Shen Tian reached out and took it, surprised. District Governor, can the chakra still be widened? This was the first time he had heard of such a statement. Of course, the thickness, toughness, and coarseness of the chakra can be changed. You can think of the chakra as a water pipe. The thicker and tougher the pipe is, the more aura it can carry naturally, and the more powerful the spells you can cast will be. But not the bigger the better. It's best to exceed the size of the orifices by 10%. If it's too thin, it will affect the cultivation of the Thousand June realm. Wu Lei explained to Su Antian. Shen Tian nodded his head. Wu Lei's analogy was very appropriate and not difficult to understand. District Governor, how is the Thousand June realm cultivated? He wondered. It's so hard to have a chance to ask for advice alone with a big brother. So naturally I want to take advantage of it. The Thousand Crowns realm is to move the 360 orifices in the body through the qi veins, gradually fusing them so that only one orifice is left in the body in the end. If the qi veins are too thin, how else can the orifices be fused? The same goes for the thickness and toughness of the qi veins. Wu Lei was not stingy and answered any questions. Shen Tian frowned. His orifices were 10 times the size of other people's, which meant that his qi veins had to be large enough as well. Otherwise, the cultivation of the Thousand June realm would be very difficult. Is there any way or heavenly material that can widen the qi veins? Commonly used is quite a lot. You can go to the mall to search yourself each kind of heavenly material in geomancy to explain the efficacy, but these have drug resistance, cannot be taken often, usually after 2 or 3 times there is no effect. Other better ones, each kind is sky high, Wu Lei said in a deep voice. Their cultivation resources had always been in short supply. And the higher one cultivates, the more scarce the resources become. This was also the reason why they did not allow domestic cultivation resources to flow abroad. It's not stupid to export when you don't have enough for yourself. The Sun family is just asking for their own death. Understood. Shen Tian nodded. Well, it's good that you understand. Next time you encounter a demon, it's best to keep them alive. The main ingredient of many pills is demon blood. Wu Lei once again urged. Shen Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. This matter, he really couldn't do it. Who let him have a demon refining furnace inside him? He could only agree superficially. There's another thing. The people from the Catch Mountain scattered gang gave us a piece of information. They found an odd valley obscured by mists deep in the Xing'an Ridge, and have not been able to find the entrance, and they want us to send out people to check it out together. Now they are also considered half of 749. If there is a need, we will naturally help as much as we can. You are also familiar with the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang. In the next couple of days, you and Yushi will bring a couple of people over to take a look. Wu Lei commanded. The corner of Xuantian's mouth twitched. That was all too familiar. The familiar ones all nearly ed people over. But this was a mission, and he naturally had no reason to refuse. Yes, he nodded in agreement. Re-entering his dorm room, he immediately clicked on the 749 app and shopped for it. With points in hand, it was natural to improve strength first. As for the points owed to the Shenling cultivation room and the director, he was thinking of paying them back later. Anyway, one of these two can be owed for a year and the other for 6 months. It's still early and there's no hurry at all to return it. He searched for spirit materials or elixirs that could accelerate the cultivation of the Lien Pulse realm in them. It didn't take long to find several that fit. Sanyang flower, 2,000 points. Effects. Can enhance the toughness of chakra by a small margin. The effect is greatly diminished after 2 doses. Longgua, 3,000 points. Effects. Can enhance the toughness of chakra by a small margin. The effect is greatly diminished after taking it once. Pulse strengthening pill, 10,000 points. Effects: increases the toughness of the chakra by a small amount and widens the chakra by 1/3. The effect is greatly diminished after taking it once. Shantian placed his order directly. He bought 2 triple yang flowers, a long fruit, and a vein strengthening pill. 17,000 points spent in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53 Strength Increase, Connecting Veins Realm 5th Level. The following day, a 749 staff member came to the door and delivered all the items purchased by Shantian. After taking inventory, Shantian took everything to his bedroom. He realized that they had the same chi on them, and they were all different. Comparatively speaking, the vein strengthening pill had the strongest chi. It should be that all things with aura have chi, Shantian muttered. He sat on the bed with his knees crossed and picked up a long gua and dropped it into his mouth. The long gua was only the size of an eyeball, and the moment it entered the mouth, it transformed into a stream of coolness into the abdomen. Shantian gazed at his mind and began to revolve the killing scripture. The medicinal power was slowly absorbed into the orifices. Taking this opportunity, he hooked his chakra. Soon, he was able to connect to one of the orifices in his leg once again, and the chi vein had just finished hooking up. It was still unstable and showed wobbling. But just then, the scorching power of the dragon python's blood surged out from within the orifices, stabilizing the chi veins. Immediately after that was the long gua, whose effect was icy cold, stabilizing the chakra once more and raising the thickness of some of the chakra under the dragon python's blood. Borrowing the medicinal power of the long gua, he hooked up a dozen or so orifices in one breath and stabilized them. He also successfully broke through to the second level of the Lien Pulse realm. The medicinal power of the long gua is still too poor, Shantian muttered. After only hooking up a dozen or so orifices, the medicinal power of the long gua was used up, and there was still a lot of power left in the dragon python blood. The difference in potency between the two is too much. When compared like this, the 50,000 points for the dragon python's blood didn't seem expensive at all. Shantian picked up the 2 3-yang flowers and stuffed them into his mouth at the same time, swallowing them after chewing on them several times. Borrowing the medicinal power of the 3 sunflowers, he began to continue to hook up his chi veins. 2 days later, Shantian finally exited his cultivation state. In 2 days' time, not only had he consumed all of the spiritual ingredients and elixirs that he had purchased from the store, but he had also consumed all of the blood lingji that Wu Lei had given him. But his rewards are also huge. At this time, his limbs and chi veins had all been hooked up. The realm broke through to the 5th level of the linking veins realm. In 2 days' time, the realm was directly elevated by 4 levels. In addition, after the realm was elevated, he was able to initially cast one of the spells within the killing scripture. Cultivation is still more than resources in the end, and only when there are enough resources can you break through quickly and be stronger than your peers. Shantian lamented. In normal cultivation, if he didn't have these resources supplied, his breakthrough speed wouldn't be much faster than that of an ordinary person. Luckily, he had the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, which allowed him to refine demons to obtain elixirs. Cultivation resources were inherently richer than others. He looked inside his mind, and inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, a red elixir was quietly staying at the bottom of the furnace. This is the elixir obtained by refining the piggyback dragon. Refining the essence of Inuyasha's dragon, rewarded with pseudo-dragon blood elixir, pseudo-dragon blood pill. Take it to greatly enhance the strength of your physical body and gain the power of a pseudo-dragon. Pseudo-dragon power? Shantian's eyes lit up. Taste the flavor. His mind moved and the pseudo-dragon blood pill floated in his palm. It was thrown into his mouth. The pseudo-dragon blood pill was very hot, and the moment it entered his mouth, it directly scorched Su Antian's oral cavity. But it was still within his tolerance. He endured the pain and swallowed the pseudo-dragon blood pill into his abdomen. It was like there was a line of fire that went down the throat and straight into the abdomen. His stomach felt like a furnace had been installed and the temperature was rising rapidly. Rumble. The blood within Shantian's body began to boil, rapidly traveling within his veins like a roaring, angry beast. His skin turned crimson and bubbled white. It's really painful. Su Antian showed his teeth, feeling that he was in a furnace and was being gradually refined. On the skin, a large amount of pitch-black impurities once again overflowed. This was the impurities within his body, and the pseudo-dragon's blood pill was cleansing his marrow, and his physique would become stronger as a result. It was only after an hour that the impurities in his body gradually stopped being eliminated. However, the medicinal power of the pseudo-dragon's blood pill still continued and had a tendency to intensify. What the hell? Shantian was surprised, because he felt as if something was burrowing out from under his skin. He raised his arm to check it out and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. But the feeling was real. He reached out to touch. A thick layer of dead skin instantly peeled off his arm, revealing pale, glowing skin underneath. So hard. Shantian was surprised. He pressed his hand against his arm and could feel a great resistance beneath the skin. His physical body became stronger. At this time, the medicinal power of the pseudo-dragon's blood pill also seemed to have finally run out, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal. Shantian leapt up from the bed and rushed into the bathroom in a few steps. Start flushing yourself. The dirt on your body will soon be washed away by the current. He looked even more handsome in the mirror with fairer skin and a glow. But this was only a side benefit of the pseudo-dragon blood pill. The biggest benefit was that his physique became stronger. He raised his hand and slapped it against his arm. Boo! The arm actually makes a dull metallic sound. And he couldn't feel the slightest pain. It's like the arm isn't your own. He knew that it was because his defense was too strong. A few minor bumps don't get him to the point of pain. Shantian, are you in your room? Why don't you reply to the message I sent you? Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Su Antian was stunned. Hearing that it was by Yushi's voice, he put on his pants and opened the door. Outside the door, it was the two of them, Bayushi and Shinchuiwe. Seeing the naked Su Antian, Bayushi's eyes widened and she looked at him a few more times, especially lingering on his lower body for a few seconds, teasing, "Can't see that you're quite material." Shinchuiwe, on the other hand, gently averted her head, occasionally turning her eyes to look up, making her even more shy. Hee, don't make fun of me. Sister Bai, why do you guys have time to come over to my place? Su Antian turned around and went back inside, putting his top back on. He didn't want to be taken advantage of by two horny girls. For nothing. Still, you forgot about the mission to drive the mountain scattering gang? District Chief Wu just personally asked about it. Bayushi was a bit exasperated. Su Antian was stunned and smiled bitterly. I've been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days. I haven't been paying attention to the outside world's news. You guys wait for me. I'll be done in a minute. Cultivating to the point of being unable to stop himself, he had forgotten about the mission. He quickly put on his clothes and brought his own weapon with him. Following Bayushi, the two left the residence. The three of them boarded the locomotive and headed straight for where the scattered gangs were located. Su Yinjian, my cultivation has broken through, and I'm now at the 5th level of the Lien Pulse realm. On the road, Bayushi slightly showed off. After gaining points, she purchased a spiritual material and her cultivation broke through as a result. I've also broken through to the 3rd level of the Lien Pulse realm. We should be able to complete this mission easily. Shinchuiwe, who was on the side, then spoke, with a hint of confidence in her tone. This is what the increase in strength brought her. What about you? Don't tell me you're still at the 1st level of the Lien Pulse realm. Bayushi was curious. I'm alright. I've just reached the 5th level of the Lien Pulse realm. Shantian spoke softly. What? Bayushi uttered in shock. How much hard work had she put in before she finally broke through to the 5th level of the Linking Veins realm, and she had thought to show off a bit. Who would have thought that Su Antian had broken through to the Lien Pulse realm only a few days ago, and had actually caught up with her? It's unbelievable. Shocked, she subconsciously squeezed the brakes. The result was that Shantian, who was sitting behind her, lurched forward due to inertia. And well, it's not just his arm that's stiffening up. Instead, the whole body goes up down, feeling the hard sizzling heat behind her. Where did Bayushi not know what it was? Turning back, he said viciously, "You really are very Silver Sword." Chapter 54. Deep in the Hingon Ridge, the white snake seeks seal of approval. Shantian smiled bitterly. Could he still be blamed for this? Who told you to emergency brake? He had no choice but to move back and choose to keep his mouth shut. At this point, the more you explain, the less you can say. Seeing that Su Antian didn't say anything, Bayushi once again glared fiercely at Su Antian and turned back to restart the locomotive. However, she seemed to be a bit psychologized, always feeling that Shantian behind her back would stab herself at any time. On the other side, the hint of confidence that Shinchuiwe had just surfaced due to her realm breakthrough was mercilessly pierced by Su Antian. Once again, he became lost. Compared to Su Antian, I'm really bad. Shin Chuiwe felt like she was about to close herself off. After what happened to Su Antian, Bayushi both stopped talking. Just ride in silence. Soon, they arrived at a small town named Xingantown below the Xing-Anling mountain range. Most of the people who drove the mountain scattering gang out of this town. Before Bayushi came, he had already greeted the Catch Mountain scattered gang. At this moment, at the location of the town's entrance, a dozen or so people from the Catch Mountain scattered gang were waiting. The two old men standing directly in front of them, Shen had seen them last time at the 749 office. The one on the left with the gray Chinese jacket is called Wang Gu, and the other one with the flat head wearing a white shirt is called Zhang Jiang. The two of them quickly stepped forward and greeted Xuantian's trio with a smile. Xiao Luo Su, Investigator Bai, and Investigator Shen, you've worked hard on your journey. Quickly invite yourselves to the town for a cup of hot tea. Wang Gu invited the three to enter the town. No need. We're in a hurry. Just have your people show us the way. Xiantian waved his hand. He was in such a hurry to finish his mission that he didn't have time for tea. Drinking tea, that's what old people do, young people prefer to fight. Hee. Su Shilua is really efficient in his work. Our people are ready. These behind us are. That valley is deep in the Xing'an Mountains. It will take 3 to 4 days to get there. The valley is full of fierce beasts and the trees are numerous, it's easy to get lost. But these are all old mountain catchers. They are familiar with the mountains. They should be able to help you. Zhang Jiang moved his body out of the way and pointed to the dozen or so people behind him. The men were carrying many strange weapons, as well as things like rope and food. After saying that, he barked at the two men in the crowd. Zhang He and Wang Mang. You must listen to the 3 investigators in everything you do within the mountain range, and you must not act recklessly. Strong in body, wearing a white undershirt and a dark complexion, Zhang He looked like a farmer. Wang Mang's body was well proportioned, wearing an animal skin garment, with a visible scar on his cheek, and a ferocious aura. Father, don't worry, we're all supernumeraries of 749 now. So naturally we'll listen to the command in our actions. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Don't worry about us. Both should be under. Since you're ready, let's go. Xiantian nodded in satisfaction. Good. Su Xiao Luo. Our people will lead the way in front. You guys just follow behind. Zhang He nodded his head and led the crowd towards the mountain at a brisk pace. The hills are rugged and not really suitable for biking, so walking is required. However, those present were all chi refiners, the good ones picked out by the Catch Mountain scattered gang. The weakest in terms of strength all had the 9th level of the enlightened realm. So even on foot, it's very fast. The group traveled quickly through the Hingan Ridge. The people who drove the mountain scattering gangs ahead would stop now and then and take out their compasses to discern the direction. Su Shilua were still on the outskirts of the Xing'an Ridge. There's basically no danger here. Zhang He opened his mouth to make small talk. Well, when did you guys discover that valley? And what's so weird about it? Xiantian nodded his head and inquired. About a month ago, that valley was huge. The whole valley was covered by clouds. We tried to look for the entrance, but the entrance was not found. Instead, 3 other people disappeared. Zhang He said in a deep voice, his face turning grave. One of the missing people was from his Zhang family. Behind them, they had gone into the mountains many times, seeking a way to enter the valley, but all to no avail. In the end, there was no way out before asking for help from the 749 to find the 3 missing men. Have you guys tried it from the sky? Shinchuiwe, who was on the side, spoke up. Tried it with a drone, but the drone would disconnect the signal just after entering the clouds. Zhang He nodded. There's something weird about this cloud, we can't necessarily get in. Bai Yushi frowned. Even if it's weird, there are still signs. Go and take a look. Su Antian thought otherwise. It was not in his character to be cowed before the battle. Okay. I didn't say I wouldn't go, Silver Sword Su. Bai Yushi seemed to turn a little red. Su Antian gave her a look. How can you curse if you don't know what you're talking about? You just stabbed Bai Yushi. You're so vindictive. The first day was uneventful until evening, when they rested with a campfire in front of a mountain wall. The mountain is full of mosquitoes and insects, but with the insect repellent powder spread by the Catch Mountain scattering gang, they don't have to worry about being disturbed. But in the dead of night, there was a sudden cry of alarm. Xiantian came to his senses and turned his head to look. Just above the mountain wall, a large white snake was slithering downward. The scarlet core kept swallowing out. Its huge snake head hovered over the head of a man, spitting out human words. "Old folks, do you see me as a man or an immortal?" The man's face was ugly and he stood still without saying a word. Orochi waited for a moment and received no answer. He turned his head to the other man. "Old-timer, do I look human or immortal to you?" Still the same words. "This is the white snake seeking a seal. We can't say anything at this time or we'll be entangled." Wang Mang, who was sitting beside Su Antian, whispered. The speech was small and inaudible. However, the moment its words fell, it still attracted White Snake's attention. Its sinuous snake body came crawling rapidly. Eyes staring at Wang Mang, the same words were still asked. "Old-timer, do I look human or immortal to you?" Wang Mang didn't say anything, still ignoring it. "You are." But right at that moment, Shen suddenly opened his mouth. In the next second, he raised his demon-slaying sword and slashed out. The chowder. Cold light flashed. Pest! The large snake's head snapped off in response. At the broken neck, snake blood gushed out like a waterfall. The huge snake's body struggled madly from the pain. "Su Luo, this white snake can't be killed. This is the white immortal's plea for sealing before he becomes immortal. If you kill him, he'll get entangled." Wang Mang was alarmed. The other people around them didn't expect Shen to be so flabbergasted. Cut White Snake straight up. What they were thinking was to just ignore White Snake and after a while it's natural to leave. But Shen had killed White Snake and that was a different matter. Young people do things too impulsively. An old mountain catcher sighed and shook his head. "Kill the white fairy, and she'll haunt and torment you from now on." Someone did that once and all 5 members of the family ended up inexplicably dead. "I'm an orphan. I'm not afraid of this," Su Antian faintly said. "The demon is in front of us. There is no reason not to kill it. What a white fairy, just playing God." He wasn't afraid at all. Right at this moment, a white light suddenly sprang out from within the white snake's torso and shot towards Shen Su Antian reacted quickly, lifting his demon-slaying sword to deliver several Xuanqi slashes. Hiss! A miserable scream of a white snake came from within the white light, followed by a direct disintegration in midair. At the same time, a wisp of clear chi shot out from within the white snake's corpse and entered Xuantian's mind.
Chapter 55 Soul Rinsepil. Yin Yang AS?
The surrounding mountain rushers looked dumbfounded. Shen had actually killed the white fairy as well. The white light that shoots out from within the body of the white snake is known as the white immortal. Something to do with white snake's spirit. Can be attached to a person's body. Like Su Antian had broken White Snake's chance to become a god, White Immortal was bound to not let Su Antian off the hook. Being attached to Shen was definitely not a good thing. It will torment Shen day and night. But for now it seems to be okay. Because Shen had already killed the White Fairy. Some of them, who had been driving mountains all their lives, had never seen anything like it. "Su Luo, you really aren't afraid at all." "Zhang," he said in a trembling voice. "It's just, what's there to be afraid of? Remember, gods and demons fear evil. And I am evil." Shen was unimpressed and spoke faintly. "Su Luo, really? Strong." "Zhang," he stammered in agreement. He was a native of Catch Mountain. Convinced about White Snake's quest for the seal. These are lessons passed down from older generations. Just because Shen was good, it didn't mean he was good. He's still self-aware. If he really did what Shen did, then he would be the one who was stupid. As the others looked at Su Antian, their eyes turned much more respectful. Some of them had only heard about Shen But after all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and was still a bit skeptical about Su Antian's strength as a young man. But now, Shen had truly taught them a lesson. At least, they wouldn't dare to kill that white snake. The white snake died here. It will have a bloody odor and may attract other unknown existences. We'd better leave here first. An old man reminded, sensing that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Demons are very sensitive to chi and blood, so it's indeed not advisable to stay here for long. Bayushi nodded, agreeing with the old man. It will attract other demons? Xuantian's eyes lit up. The more demons that come, the better. A group of people hiding in the mountains. What is there to be afraid of tonight? Here, don't go anywhere. In addition to a few people, cut that white snake into sections and roast it. I want to taste the flavor. Su and Tian voiced confident. "Xiao Luo Su, I'm afraid this isn't too good. Is it?" Zhang, he hesitated, although his father told them to listen to Shen But they have lived in the mountains for many years and think they know the mountains better than that. HM? If you guys feel uncomfortable, leave one of you to lead the way for me, and the rest of you can go back. Shen Tian frowned. No, we didn't feel anything wrong. We listened to Su Xiu Luo in everything. Wang Mang gave Zhang He a look. He then took out the cutter from his waist and cut towards the white snake's flesh. Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the white snake meat was roasted and moist with oil. The smell of meat traveled a long way. Shen Tian picked up a skewer and shoved it straight into his mouth. Not to mention, the snake meat is really good and tender. On his recommendation, Bai Yushi and Shen Chuiyue also ate 2 pieces. The feedback was all good too. They were all 749 heirs, and they were all half-hearted about these mountain legends. Moreover, they hadn't eaten a lot of demon meat, so they naturally didn't have too much psychological stigma. Zhang He and Wang Mang, on the other hand, they were different, although Shen Tian recommended it. But they remained cautious about it. Shen Tian couldn't force himself, so he had to eat a few more pieces himself. Soon the night was silent once more, and inside the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, an elixir once again appeared. The elixir was the size of a man's eye and was white in color. Refining the white snake essence, rewarded with a soul remedy pill. Soul rinsing pill. Take it to enhance the power of the soul and sharpen the perception of evil spirits. Shen Tian took out the soul rinse pill and quietly stuffed it into his mouth. The elixir transformed into a touch of coolness that went straight to his heavenly spirit. Cleared his mind. It felt like the exhaustion in the whole body was swept away, and the whole body became clear and smooth. The change, which lasted for half an hour, faded away. He observed himself and realized that there was no special change in himself except that his mind had become more permeable. Suddenly, he looked at one of the Catch Mountain scattered gang. On this person, apart from the conspicuous aura, there was actually a yellowish vapor on his back. The silhouette was 100 meters tall and looked as if it was a weasel. When it saw Su Antian looking over, it subconsciously locked eyes with Su Antian. Then, it realized that Su Antian was actually able to see him. Weasel was alarmed, hastily averting his gaze. The brutality with which Shen Tian had just killed White Snake was something he had seen in his eyes. It was naturally afraid of it as it belonged to the same class as the White Immortal. But Shen Tian clearly didn't want to let him off so easily. Shen Tian got up and took a few steps to the man. Speaking directly, "You have a weasel on you. Su Xiu Luo." There was a hint of panic in the man's eyes. "Xiu Luo Su. There is indeed a yellow immortal on Zhuochang's body, but this yellow immortal is here to repay the favor, not to harm Zhuochang." Zhang He, who was on the side, heard the commotion and hurriedly came over to explain. "Payback. Well, this yellow immortal was robbed a few years ago and almost died. It was Zhuochang who was in the mountains who saved it. That's why he stayed on Zhuochang, and he has already blocked several robberies for Zhuochang." Zhang He nodded his head. "It's like this, Su Xiu Luo. Please don't kill it." Zhuochang also reacted and opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Shen Tian nodded slightly. He remembered that Zhang Qianxiu also had a yellow immortal on him. He had come over, more than anything, just to confirm that he could really see a soul-like existence like the yellow immortal. Rather, it's a bit like yin and yang eyes. Shen Tian muttered in his heart. Seeing Su Antian leave, Zhang He and Zhuochang both breathed a sigh of relief. They were all afraid that Su Antian would directly cut down Huang Xian at the drop of a hat, or cut Zhuochang and Huang Xian together. Shen Tian is too fierce. They were truly afraid that Shen Tian could do such a thing. The second half of the night was quiet and there were no other surprises. This made Shen Tian more or less lose his mind. In contrast, the people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang were all relieved. The day had just dawned, and the group continued on their way, heading deeper into the Xing'an Mountains. 3 days later, they arrived near that valley without incident. But Xuantian's luck seemed to run out on the first day. None of the subsequent encounters with demons. Just saw several beasts. "Su Xiu Luo, that valley is up ahead. That's where our people disappeared." Zhang He pointed the way. Xuantian's few people looked ahead and realized that the front was obscured by white clouds, and they could vaguely see the outlines of the valley's mountain walls protruding above the clouds. He nodded slightly and the group continued on. Soon they came to the edge of the clouds, and when they arrived here, the people from the Catch Mountain scattered gang turned cautious. "We've left 2 old mountain catchers here. Su Xiu Luo, wait a little while. Let's go search and see if there are any other new changes in the clouds recently." Wang Mang spoke, then commanded several people to spread out in all directions. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang and the others returned one after another. But their faces were all a little hard to see, because with them came back two more bodies. Our men are dead. Wang Mang clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. The two people left behind were veterans among the mountain catchers, and an existence that could kill them would definitely not be something simple. Bayushi stepped forward to check. Frowning a moment later, he spoke. There are no obvious traumas on their bodies, but their chest and abdominal positions have collapsed, and the internal organs inside are rotting. Is it the work of a demon? Shinchuiwe spoke doubtfully. It's not a demon. We found other people's footprints near the corpse, and there's more than one. There's at least 5. Wang Mang said in a hateful voice. Chapter 56, Encountering a Female Ghost Within the Clouds and Mist, or a Kind-Hearted One. Looking at the traces left behind by those people, they should have entered the cloud. The traces are still fresh. It can't be more than a day. An old mountain catcher spoke. Take me to the place where the traces were left. Shen ordered immediately. Soon they came to the place where the body was found. On the ground, traces of trampled branches could be seen. Shen and the rest of them weren't good at tracking, but this wasn't hard to confirm for the people who drove the mountain scattering gang. They unanimously decided that the group had entered the cloud. What now? Bayushi looked to Su Antian for advice. If others can enter, we should be able to as well. As long as we follow the traces they leave behind, we won't be afraid of getting lost. Su Antian opened his mouth. What if that group is also lost in the clouds? Shinchuiwe splashed cool water. It's quite possible. Unlikely, this group of people were able to find the valley and kill the people from the Catch Mountain scattered gang. It looks like they have a clear purpose, otherwise who would go into the deep mountains to kill people? Bayushi held the opposite view. Xiao Luo Su. I'm willing to go in and take a look. Just then, Wang Mang but suddenly spoke up and stepped forward. I am also willing. Zhang He spoke immediately after. Shen shook his head slightly. I'll do it. The people of the Catch Mountain scattered gang were lost within the valley, proving that their approach wasn't of much use. He was going to try it himself. With that, he unclasped the demon binding rope from his waist. Tying one end to his wrist, he handed the other end to Bayushi and said, You grab this end. Bayushi looked at the red rope in her hand and was somewhat speechless. I thought to myself, don't they have ropes in their hands? Why don't they use it? In favor of Xuantian's own belt. But as she watched Su Antian already heading towards the inner clouds, she had no choice but to hold onto the red rope and stand at the edge of the clouds. Shen drilled into the clouds and found that at most he could make out more than 30 meters inside, and his vision would become blurred any further away. This was just him. If any other linking veins realm came in, the distance they could see would be even shorter. It was very quiet within the cloud, with no movement of any creature. He stood within the cloud for a while without noticing any unusual conditions. This made him somewhat skeptical if this cloud was really as weird as Zhang He and the others had said. He re-emerged from within the clouds, then pulled Wang Mang to enter again. What do you feel? Standing within the clouds, Shen inquired. My head is up and my eyes hurt, but it's still within the tolerable range. Wang Mang opened his mouth. He then took out his compass and realized that it kept swinging and never stopped. The magnetic field here is messed up. There's no office to locate the direction.
Wang Mang spoke.
Have you ever tried it with my kind of method? Shen pointed to the demon binding rope in his hand. Tried that, but the rope would inexplicably disconnect after a person enters the cloud for a while. Wang Mang nodded. It will disconnect? Shen frowned in thought. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to the depths of the clouds. A shadow had just drifted past there. He signaled Wang Mang to be silent, and soon the shadow reappeared, and a little closer to them. Vaguely, you could tell the shadow was a human form. Shen brought his hand to his waist, ready to pull out the demon's slaying sword at any time. Within his gaze, the shadow quickly drifted towards behind them, extending its claws to grab the demon binding rope. Right at this moment, Su Antian took a few steps out, and the demon slaying sword fiercely chopped out. Boo! With a muffled sound, the shadow was chopped right into him. Newbie! The shadow ate the pain and erupted into a loud scream. Shocked Shen had a slight headache. Wang Mang was even worse, directly covering his head and kneeling on the ground. Call your mom! Su Antian was enraged and chopped out a sword once again. The shadow's screams screeched to a halt, and the whole world cleared. It seems like the one who destroyed the rope should be this guy. Shen Tian looked at the gradual shadows on the ground and muttered to himself. The shadow was something like a poltergeist type of thing. It seemed to belong to the same kind as the yellow fairy, so he could see it. But this shadow was very tenacious in its vitality, and actually did not die immediately. It just got a lot lighter. Shen Tian frowned and was about to continue reading. But just then, the shadow suddenly rose to his knees. "Please, immortal, don't kill me. I'm trying to save you all." The shadow spoke loudly. The voice seemed to be a woman. Shen Tian was stunned. This female ghost deliberately ripped the rope off in order to save them? That's a bit of nonsense, isn't it? But the ghost girl obviously knew something. "Tell me what you know," Shen Tian asked in a deep voice. The female ghost shivered and nodded her head hurriedly. "Okay, Shang Xian. This is actually a mass grave." A moment later, Shen Tian heard the cause and effect. This valley was a mass grave in the past, but due to the constant war in ancient times, there were an unknown number of bones piled up here. It's okay for a shorter period of time. Over time, naturally, all kinds of evil spirits abound. But they, the shadowy souls, could not see the sunlight, so they could only hide in the valley. But some time ago, a powerful zombie appeared within the mass grave, devouring the evil spirit for the most part. A small number of evil spirits ran out of the valley and came outside to live within the clouds. A month ago, that is, the people who drove the mountain scattering gang discovered this place, in order to prevent people from entering the valley to be killed by zombies. The female ghost deliberately created difficulties, trying to make the people who drove the mountain scattering gang know what to do. But apparently, human curiosity is not so easily quenched. Speaking of which, this female ghost was also kind-hearted and didn't want to see the living die a horrible death. When the female ghost said this, Shen Tian was already mostly convinced. "Has anyone else come in the last few days?" Shen Tian inquired. 5 people came in yesterday. They were very strong, and one of them had a powerful ghost king on him, so I didn't dare get close." The female ghost nodded, and told the 5 men how they were dressed. Xuantian's face showed an odd expression as he listened. He heard the gray and blue coats in the female ghost's mouth. Only the demon people of the demon god sect like to wear this kind of clothing. Speaking of which, he and the demon god sect's demon man were quite close. The odds of running into it are surprisingly high. Su Antian glanced at the female ghost on the ground and faintly opened his mouth to command, "Get up and take us in." "Shang Xian, that zombie is very powerful." The female ghost is going to continue to speak, but he was interrupted by Su Antian. "Just lead the way. We're here to kill him." With that, Shen Tian shook the demon-slaying sword in his hand. The female ghost was scared and only nodded. Shen Tian stepped out of the cloud and briefly explained the matter to Bai Yushi and the others. The demon god sect's demons are all very strong. It's safer to wait for the bureau to come and provide support. Bai Yushi spoke cautiously. Su Antian shook his head. The demon god sect's people have been in the valley for a long time and could come out at any time, so it may be too late. You should first report the situation here. After frowning and contemplating for a split second, Bai Yushi felt that it made sense and nodded, starting to call. Their cell phones are satellite phones, and even in the deep mountains they can still dial. After reporting, Su Antian brought Bai Yushi and the people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang to re-enter the clouds. Shin Chuiwe and the 2 Catch Mountain Scattered Gangs were left outside, waiting for the people who had picked up 749 to arrive. With the female ghost leading the way, they easily found the entrance to the valley. Chapter 57 Demon Chopper. I thought you could do it. At the entrance of the valley, there was not an inch of grass, and the land was pitch black, emitting a gust of decay. It makes you want to vomit on the smell. The ground is so soft that your feet sink more than halfway down when you step on it. The crowd moved forward cautiously, always observing their surroundings. Shen Tian was no exception. Suddenly, his eyes stared at the mountain wall in mid-air. Within one of the rocky peaks there was a distinct blood-colored aura. Someone. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. The people within the valley at this time could only be the demon god sect's demon people. After all, the people of the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang had disappeared for more than 10 days, and the chances of survival were almost non-existent. In addition, if the people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang saw Wang Mang and the others, it was unlikely that they would still be hiding. Based on the height of the aura on that person's body, Su Antian guessed that his strength was probably around the 7th level of the Lien Pulse realm. Rather weak. There's someone on the mountain wall. Be careful. Shen Tian warned in a low voice towards the people beside him. In the next second, 2 wings emerged behind him. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Xiantian flew straight towards the mountain wall. The tens of meters high mountain wall was already flying to in an instant. Boom! The demon within the crack in the mountain wall realizes it has been discovered. It violently drilled out from within the crack. Holding a steel claw in his hand, he stabbed swiftly towards Xiantian. However, the hard catch for him was a Shen Chi chop from Su Antian. Boo! A muffled sound. The steel claws were chopped right off along with his wrist. Ah! The demonic man hissed in pain, looking at Xiantian with an incomparably terrified expression. With a little bit of his foot on the mountain wall, he was about to escape towards the valley as if he was flying. But before he could run a few steps, a sword chi chopped through his legs. Pest! Its legs broke right off from the knees and fell towards the bottom. The demon's body was unbalanced, and he also fell towards the bottom uncontrollably. Su Antian took this opportunity to fly forward and chopped out another sword, cutting off the demon's only intact arm. A slapping leg kick lands for him. If it wasn't for the sake of leaving a survivor, just now the first sword this person would already be a dead man. Boom! The demon's body slammed heavily into the ground, sinking deep into the ground, and his mouth kept vomiting blood outward. Bayushi looked at Su Antian, who was slowly falling down, and secretly swallowed her saliva. From discovering the demon god sex demon man to killing him, Xiantian had used just a few breaths. Killing is like killing a chicken. She unconsciously brought herself into the situation of the demon god sex demons before her. It was discovered that if he were to face Su Antian, the outcome would not be much better than it. Luckily, she and Xiantian were teammates, so there was basically no possibility of facing each other. Wang Mang and other kind of people who drove the mountain to disperse the gang. At this time, what is in their hearts is that they are not worthy of 749 the investigator, not worthy of the silver sword Shura, too strong. With this kind of strength, even if a dozen of them all went on, they would only die more miserably. Zhang he remembered what his father had said about Su Antian before he entered Xinganling. This person Su Antian acts decisively and shows no mercy. If he grows up in the future, he will surely be a big figure in the 749th Bureau. If you go into the mountains with him on this trip, you must not offend this person, but do your best to make good friends. His dad was an excellent judge of character and rarely hit the mark. He was convinced of this statement as well. Now that he had seen Xiantian strike with his own eyes, he was even more convinced. Zhuochang, come here and interrogate him. Su Antian pointed towards the crowd. The target was the middle-aged man carrying the yellow fairy. Zhang Chenxiu had summoned the yellow fairy to interrogate the wild fox spirit in front of him. Therefore, he was aware that the yellow fairy could do the interrogation thing. I'll try. Zhuochang stepped out from the crowd and came in front of the demon figure on the ground. In the next second, a dark yellow color emerged from his eyes. Opened his mouth. What's your name? I shucks. What are you doing here? Bah! How many of you came together? And who is the one with the highest cultivation? Off, I'll die before I tell. The demon god sex demon people seemed completely unaffected. Zhuochang was a little embarrassed. My kung fu doesn't seem to be enough. Xiantian frowned and raised his sword to lord the demon over him. Since we can't ask anything useful, we can only kill. He also didn't expect Zhuochang to be so useless. Can't even ask a question. It is said that there is a great demon within the demon god sect, and these demonic people are just the slaves of that great demon. Their souls are enslaved by the great demon, and they cannot be tortured easily. Even for the Bureau, it's extremely difficult to pry anything useful out of their mouths. Bayushi frowned as she explained. Xiantian raised his eyebrows, not realizing that there was such a thing. I just don't know, the last time Fei Ling caught that withered horse, in the end, the Bureau did not ask anything useful. Hearing Bayushi explain for himself, Zhuochang gave Bayushi a grateful look. Su Antian nodded slightly and urged, you may encounter danger at any time next, so be careful. Don't worry Xiao Luo Su, we will protect ourselves. Zhang he spoke respectfully. The others chimed in one after another. After seeing Su Antian's strength, their attitudes turned more respectful. After all, some of them had only heard about Xuantian's deeds and had not actually seen them. The shock of witnessing it in person is more memorable. The crowd continued to walk towards the interior of this valley. Led by the female ghost, they finally passed through the entrance of the valley and came inside. What the hell happened here before? Zhang he opened his mouth in shock when he saw the scene in front of him. Simply because the scene in front of me was too shocking. Inside the valley, there were two small mountains made of white bones. At the top of the mountain is the Kyokan, which is made of human skulls. Some of the skulls have decayed and broken holes due to the amount of time that has passed. The dark ground turned a dark red, and the occasional human bone could be seen sticking out of the ground. It's hard to imagine how many bodies were buried here before. Where did those demon god sect demons go? After a short period of shock, Bayushi opened her mouth in doubt. The valley was large, but apart from the two bone mountains, there was little cover, making it difficult to hide. There are footprints here. Some people from the Catch Mountain scattered gang found the traces. They followed the footprints and looked for them, and eventually, they actually found a pitch-black cave behind the bone mountain. They should have gone below. Wang Mang spoke. What's down here? Shen turned his head and looked at the female ghost. The female ghost's body trembled, looking a little afraid. In a trembling voice, he spoke, "That's the zombie down here. His senses are very sharp. He has probably already sensed our scent. Supreme Immortal, let's go," the female ghost said in a trembling voice. "Shut up." Su Antian lightly drank, interrupting the female ghost's words. Walking is not an option. Immediately afterward, he turned back to the crowd behind him. Commanding, he said, "Wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look." Bayushi and the people from the Catching Mountain scattered gang weren't very strong, and there was a limit to how much they could help by going in with him. Instead, he'd have to divide his energy to look after them, so he might as well just let them wait outside. Chapter 58. Skeletons like mountains, flying stiffs appear. "No, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone. I'll accompany you." Bayushi shook her head to stop it. "Sister Bai, I don't need you for now. I'm sufficient on my own." Shen held his sword and walked towards the cave. The strength of the 5th level of the continuous pulse realm was really no different from a liability in his eyes. Bayushi was stunned. Was she being disliked? She was actually disliked by a trainee investigator. Wait a minute. The Bureau rules state that the operation must be 2 or more people. Bayushi called out to Su Antian. It was frowned upon, but she was going to follow it in. Shen frowned. He had forgotten about this. One can only nod in agreement. "Then let's go." Bayushi sighed in relief and quickly stepped forward to follow Su Antian. The cave was dark. The dirt underfoot was soft and reeked, and the two of them walked slowly. Shen observed his surroundings at all times. If there was someone or a demon lurking, he could discover it first through his chi. The duo made their way down, finally reaching the bottom of the cave after a few minutes. At the bottom of the cave was a huge circular hole in the earth, with a large number of white bones embedded in the walls and floor around it. At this moment, at the center of the bone cave, there were 5 figures. 4 of them were all wearing long coats, and they looked to be demon god sex demons. One of them had a different long coat than the others, which was light blue. 4 people stood in a quadrilateral position. 3 of them held pitch-black chains in their hands, and the other end of the chain was tightly bound to the monster in the center. The last person, a middle-aged man in a light blue lab coat, had a thick coffin nail in his hand, and was drilling it towards the inside of the monster's skull. Looking at the length of the coffin nail exposed at the end, it was already mostly stabbed into the monster's brain. The monster is 3 meters tall, humanoid, covered with fine white hair, and the skin that is not exposed looks no different from a normal person. Hearing the commotion, the 4 of them looked towards Shen and the 2 of them in unison. All of them frowned slightly and imperceptibly. They were at the crucial moment of suppressing the flying stiffs in front of them, and they couldn't be interrupted, or else everything would be lost. "Hee, it seems like we've come at a good time." Shen laughed lightly. If they came a little later, these demon god sex demon people would probably have succeeded in subduing the zombie in front of them. But now, since he had bumped into them, he could only say that these demons were unlucky. Without saying a word, Shen directly struck out. He held the demon-slaying sword and stepped forward to chop out. Several sword chi enveloped towards the 4 at the same time. The 4 of them frowned even deeper after glancing at each other. "I'll hold them off." One of the gray lab coats bellowed softly, tossing the chain in his hand to his companion and turning to remove a small shield from his back. The shield was engraved with a Xuanwu pattern, and the moment he stood up, the pattern on the shield looked like it had come to life. A shadowy figure leapt out from above, stopping at the sword chi. Boo! Boom boom! The shield's defense was so strong that it actually blocked 3 of Xuantian's sword chi. Until the 4th, the Xuanwu shadow was chopped through. Click! The shield shattered in response. The gray lab coat's body shook as he drew the dagger behind his waist to stop the last sword chi. Click! The dagger was chopped off in response. The sword chi chopped straight into his chest. However, this person was actually still wearing soft armor on his body, and the soft armor blocked the vast majority of the power of the sword chi. It was allowed to not be cut off at the waist, but merely suffered a flesh wound. Who are you? There doesn't seem to be a character like you in Bureau 749 in River City. The gray lab coat opened his mouth in a deep voice to question. Bureau 749 trainee investigator, Silver Sword Shura Su Antian. I've come to behead your dogs today. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. Although he was talking, the movement of his hand did not stop, and he once again chopped out a sword towards the gray lab coat in front of him. The gray lab coat was injured and was a bit wary of Shen Tian. The sense that it's more than just an investigator in training. He took out a long spear from his back and met Shen Tian. On the side, Bayushi didn't watch the fun either, unclipping the leather whip from her waist and lashing out at the other person with the intention of interfering with the demon god sex person's spell casting. But with her strength, there was really no way to create too much trouble for the other party. Ding! Ding ding ding! The demon-slaying sword and the lance collided one after another. After several strokes, the gray lab coat's body came to a violent stop. Its head bowed in disbelief and reached out to touch the neck. In the next second, a line of blood appeared at the neck and blood spurted out from it. How can that be? The gray lab coat muttered, the gleam in his eyes rapidly dimming. Poof! The body fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden change caused the remaining 3 people of the demon god sect to sink. The blue lab coat looked the most hideous of them all. He stared deathly at Su Antian and gritted his teeth. Even an intern investigator dares to come and spoil our good deed. He really seeks death. As the words fell, a pitch-black shadow fiercely sprang out of his body and swept towards Shen Tian and the 2 of them. Shen Tian frowned. He had learned from the female ghost that the demon god sex demon man had a powerful demon king on him. It seems that the ghostly figure in front of me should be it. Watch out! He reminded Bayushi. It then changed the direction of the demon-slaying sword and chopped at the ghost king instead. Several sword chi swirled around to cover the entire direction of the ghost king's dodge. Boo! Boom boom! Successive muffled sounds came out. The sword chi swept through the ghost king's body. The ghost king's body paused, the pitch blackness on his body thinning. How is it possible? You actually managed to injure the ghost king. The blue lab coat frowned out loud. This ghost king was refined by him using the souls of hundreds of special birth women. Not only was he not afraid of sunlight, he could act during the day. His own defense was also powerful to the extreme, and it was impossible for an ordinary Lien Pulse Realm cultivator to injure the Ghost King. But just now, the Ghost King was obviously injured. A trainee investigator is so powerful. The blue lab coat was very shocked. At this rate, it would be somewhat unrealistic to quickly kill Su Antian in front of him. But it didn't matter, as long as he could entangle the 2 and wait for him to suppress the flying stiff in front of him. The 2 people in front of him, he could exterminate in a moment. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and began to let the Ghost King keep attacking Shen Tian to stall for time. Trying to stall? Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. The other side is thinking pretty well. In the next second, his sword stance suddenly changed, and after bluffing the Ghost King for a moment, he chopped at the flying stiff. Sword chi swept out, chopping through the air, coming in moments. Boo! A muffled sound. At the critical moment, the blue lab coat stepped in, holding the short sword in one hand and shattering the sword energy. But this time he scattered his strength, allowing the flying stiff to find a chance to resist and start struggling. The immense power caused the 2 gray lab coats holding the chains to turn red and almost lose their grip. One of them, in particular, had taken a whip from Bayushi alive. You seek death. The blue lab coat grimaced. He had thought of stalling for time, but now it seemed impossible to do so. If Shen Tian was allowed to take another hit, the consequences would be unimaginable once the flying stiffs got out of the trap. He could only allow the Ghost King to continue charging towards Su Antian. Even at the risk of the Ghost King being injured, he had to kill Su Antian. Shen Tian didn't force his hand either, seeing the Ghost King charging in. He once again chopped out several sword chi. The Ghost King's figure fluttered, but only avoided 1 sword chi. The rest of them all chopped at its body, causing the pitch blackness on its body to become lighter. But it had also arrived in front of Shen Tian. As long as it was allowed to enter Su Antian's body, it would be able to churn Su Antian's 5 viscera in an instant. It laughed as it stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed at Xuantian's body. Chapter 59 Chopping Sky Flying Sword Technique 1 through 3 added for Warm Sun. Boo! Su Antian slashed out with his sword, the demon-slaying sword slicing through the Ghost King's body, causing it to suffer another heavy blow. But its claws had also grabbed onto Xuantian's chest. It was about to go through the chest. The Ghost King smiled maliciously. As long as he was allowed to touch Xuantian's body, he could enter it. At that time, Xiantian wouldn't be able to stop whatever he wanted to do. He was going to torture Xiantian and make him die in agony. However, right at this moment, a pitch-black light erupted from Xuantian's body. A ghost armor was formed on the surface of his body in a matter of moments. Ghost Plus covered in dense runes. Boom! The Ghost King's claws touched it and were instantly shaken away. The Ghost King's face wore a look of shock. The blue lab coat on the side also had a look of gravity in his eyes as well, looking towards Su Antian. The Ghost King was invisible, and it was impossible for an unusual defense to block it. The pitch-black ghost armor on Xuantian's body was definitely not a mortal object. Surprised, Xiantian grinned. In the next second, he reached out his hand and violently grabbed the Ghost King's neck. With the demon chopper sword in hand like a humongous bandit, he stabbed frantically towards the Ghost King's stomach. The body of the Ghost King faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of the struggle in Xuantian's hands was also getting weaker and weaker. Stop! The blue lab coat was in a rage. He had spent a great deal of effort before he managed to refine the Ghost King. Now it is to be broken up. How could he not be angry? In his anger, he bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood towards the coffin nails in front of him. The blackened coffin nails were tinted with a splash of blood red. It looks very spooky. The blue lab coat violently raised his palm and slammed it down towards the coffin nails. Boo! With a muffled sound, the coffin nails disappeared flush into the top of the flying stiff's head. The flying stiffs that were still struggling instantly did not move. Seeing this, the blue lab coat's face slowed down, followed by letting go of the coffin nails and turning around to charge towards Xiantian. Using a secret method, he forcibly drove the body-sealing nails into the flying stiff and suppressed it. However, this approach could not last, and he had to kill Su Antian as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passes, the flying stiffs have the possibility of getting out of the trap. The blue lab coat was extremely fast, plus the hollow was already small. In a few steps, it had already arrived in front of Xiantian. Boo! At this moment, the Ghost King in Xuantian's hand also finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body directly disintegrated in midair. Seeing this, the blue lab coat was even more shaken. A fist slammed into Xiantian. The punch was strangely fast. It was simply not something that a Lien Pulse Realm Chi refiner could fight. Xiantian raised his eyebrows, a look of excitement in his eyes. There were several battles fought, but no evenly matched opponents. The strength of the blue lab coat in front of him seemed good. It should have the strength of the Thousand June realm. The aura on its body was not comparable to Wu Lei's, but it was not weak either. It's just a little bit worse than yourself. Boo! He raised a fist to fend it off. Both were shaken back at the same time, but the blue lab coat retreated even farther. You're in the Thousand June realm? The blue lab coat frowned out loud. The Su Antian in front of him was so young that he was actually in the Thousand June realm. Otherwise, it's impossible to block one of his own punches. After all, he had been blessed by the Patriarch. The power was even more powerful than one of the ordinary Thousand June realms. The gap between the Lien Pulse realm and the Thousand June realm was so huge that, theoretically, there was no possibility of the Lien Pulse realm fighting against the Thousand June realm. To kill you, the 5th level of the Lien Pulse realm is sufficient. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently. The power of the Thousand June realm was just like that. A Chi refiner who had just broken through the Thousand Jund realm could reach 30,000 pounds of strength. That's where the name Chi Jun came from. However, when he was in the Kai Yuan realm, his strength was already close to 20,000 pounds. Now, he was already at the Linking Veins realm, and he had taken several pills one after another to strengthen his body. How strong his power was today, he honestly wasn't sure himself. 5th level of the Linking Pulse realm. Lies. The blue lab coat didn't believe it at all. If the opponent was at the 5th level of the Linking Veins realm, he could be destroyed with the lift of his hand. There was no way his opponent could have blocked his punch and still shaken him back. In his opinion, the other party's realm should be similar to his. As for what the other party said about the trainee investigator, it was probably also in the process of swindling them. Balin was not that easy to fool. In the next second, a large area of blood chi rose from his body, which converged in midair to form a large blood-colored snake. The large snake wrapped around its back shoulder, spitting its core from time to time. Immediately afterward, he once again took a step forward and slapped both palms at Xiantian. The corner of Xuantian's mouth hooked into a smile as he raised his sword to parry. Ding! Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, he collided with Ba Lin a dozen times. The large snake on Ba Lin's body accompanied Ba Lin's attacks, biting at Xiantian from time to time. Moreover, after inspiring the great serpent, the power in Ba Lin's body became stronger and faster. It even hit the ghost armor several times. You have some strength, but it's not enough with me. Die for me! Ba Lin shouted angrily and once again blasted towards Su Antian's face. Boom! A muffled sound. His palm was held steadily by Xiantian. Ba Lin was stunned. He felt as if he had hit a wall, and his power was completely blocked. Enough with you, you can die. Xiantian grinned. But in Ba Lin's eyes, it was incomparably terrifying. In the next second, a faint dragon pattern emerged above the skin of Xuantian's arm. Click! Baron's wrist was twisted right off by him, while he pulled him to his side with force. Thunder flashed under his feet and he violently kicked upwards. Boo! Baron endured the pain and fought it off with his other hand. The immense force made his arms tremble and it felt like his bones were cracking. And the lightning also made his body tingle for a moment. His face changed greatly, and his mind moved. The large snake on his shoulder bit into Xuantian's neck, trying to force Xiantian to stop. But just as the great snake had just made a move, the demon-slaying sword directly struck the snake's head. Boo! The big snake was directly cut in half. Pest! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ba Lin, and his face turned pale. The breath on his body plummeted. He never expected that the power of the Ba snake on his body would be broken. Along with that, he himself was heavily injured. But before he could think about it in detail, Su Antian's demon-slaying sword attacked. Feeling the coldness at his neck, he violently raised his hand to fend it off. Pest! His arm was directly severed, but he also took this opportunity to distance himself from Xiantian. After looking hatefully at Xiantian, he set his feet a little and gritted his teeth as he rushed towards the outside of the cave. Hurry up! The flying stiffs don't care! Ba Lin roared. He was no match for Su Antian, and if the fight continued, they would all die here. The other two heard the order and immediately loosened their chains, trying to follow Ba Lin. Can you run away? Xuantian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next second, he violently threw the demon-slaying sword into midair. Immediately afterward, his hands shot out several spells towards it. An aura surged towards the sword. Buzz! The demon-slaying sword lightly trembled, and a clear, cold white light erupted from the sword. Go! Xiantian pointed out with one hand. The demon-slaying sword turned into a graceful arc and flashed past the three. The speed was so fast that it was almost in a flash. The three people who were running towards the outside of the cave had their bodies lurched in unison. All of them turned back to look at Xiantian in disbelief. In the next second, the heads of the two gray lab coats shot up into the sky and their bodies fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ba Lin's head similarly flew up, but after landing, he actually didn't die immediately. Your sword, why is it so fast? He looked at Xuantian's feet and asked in fascination. But the only thing that responded to him was a kick from Xiantian. Boo! Ba Lin's head was directly stomped on by Su Antian. He didn't have the heart to explain it to Ba Lin. As his realm rose, he was able to gradually learn to use the moves from the life-killing scripture. The heaven-slashing flying sword technique that was just used was a move from the life-killing scripture. He also used it for the first time after breaking through to the 5th level of the Linking Veins realm. The power is so great that it is indeed somewhat unbelievable. And Bai Yushi, who was standing on the side, was looking dumbfounded at this moment. She had already overestimated Xuantian's strength. But today it seems that it is not enough. Look out! Suddenly, Su Antian in front of it took 2 steps forward and pushed her to the side. Boom! A muffled sound. A huge white figure collided with Xiantian. And then each backed away. It was the flying stiff from earlier. It's taking advantage of Su Antian and Ba Lin's fight to not only force out the body-sealing nails on his head. Even more so, the chains on his body collapsed, and at this point he had already completely regained his freedom. Chapter 60 Flying Stiffs Getting Out of Trouble, Flesh Body Unrivaled? Xiantian looked down at his chest. Fine cracks surfaced on the ghost armor there. This zombie is surprisingly powerful. This zombie is covered with white hair, like the legendary Flying Stiff. Flying Stiffs have infinite strength, and their flesh is so hard that swords and knives can't break them. Bayushi opened her mouth with palpitations and reminded. If Su Antian hadn't stepped in at the critical moment, she would have probably been directly disemboweled by the Flying Stiff just now. Flying Stiffs. Xiantian was surprised in his heart. I didn't expect to see this legendary thing. No wonder its power is so great. Swords are unbreakable. And I don't know if the demon-slaying sword in my hand can break through. Xiantian murmured in his heart, seeing the Flying Stiffs charging towards him again. He took the initiative to meet them with his demon-slaying sword. Ding! Tinker! The moment the demon-slaying sword collided with it, the sound of gold and iron clashing erupted. The skin of a Flying Stiff is like fine iron. The demon-slashing sword slashed at it, merely cutting off the white fur and leaving white marks on the skin. There was no way to break through the flesh and blood of its body. So hard! Xiantian frowned. The Flying Stiff's body was like a lump of iron and was flush with power. With his current power, he was only just about on par with it. Boo! A muffled sound. Flying Stiffy blasted Xiantian with a punch that sent him flying. Suddenly, Xuantian's gaze stared at the armpit of the Flying Stiff. After consuming the Bao Eyes pill, his eyesight became better and he was able to observe more subtle things. Just now he noticed that there seemed to be some abnormalities in the skin under the armpits of the Flying Stiffs. Unlike other parts of the skin that are similar to humans, the skin there is black. Noticing the abnormality, he began to consciously chop at the Flying Stiff's armpit. However, this move seemed to have angered the Flying Stiff, and it became even more furious, erupting with even greater force to blast Xiantian. There were more cracks in the ghost armor on Xuantian's body. Yoo-hoo! You're still coming on, aren't you? Xiantian raised an eyebrow. With a sword, he forced the Flying Stiffs back and smoothly drew the demon-binding rope from his waist. Although it was basically certain that the Flying Stiff's weak point was in the armpit, it was difficult to chop it. Since this was the case, he could only choose to restrain the Flying Stiff first. The moment the Flying Stiff charged again, he threw out the demon-binding rope and wrapped it around its wrist, followed by a hard pull backward. The Flying Stiff's body continued to rush forward uncontrollably. During the process, its other hand wanted to continue blasting Xiantian. However, it was blocked by Su Antian lifting his hand in a raw manner. Then it even wrapped the demon-binding rope around its other wrist as well. Then strangle it. The Flying Stiff didn't care at all, and his hands were about to break the demon-binding cord with force. A little. 2 clicks. Binding demon rope not only did not break, but blew more tight. Parts of it have even strangled into the flesh. The Flying Stiff roared with incomparable fury, and then he pushed even harder. The Bayushi people on the side were dumbfounded. How powerful is a Flying Stiff? Surprisingly, he couldn't even break the waistband of Xuantian's pants. She quickly realized that Xuantian's belt was not a normal red rope. It's probably some kind of spirit weapon. Only a spiritual weapon could have this kind of magical effect. Just how many secrets does Xiantian have in his body? Bayushi's beautiful eyes flowed, her heart filled with curiosity. As far as she knew, Su Antian was just a freshman at 749 University with no background behind him. But today it seems as if this is not the case. Could it be that Su Antian is from some hermit clan? She couldn't help but guess. On the other side, the Flying Stiff struggles became more and more violent. The demon-binding cord had strangled his bones. Su Antian looked at the frantic Flying Stiff and shook his head. Stupid big guy. In the next second, he struck again, tugging on the other end of the demon-binding rope and wrapping it around the Flying Stiff's neck. The Flying Stiffs became even more frantic. Under the watchful eyes of both Su Antian and Bayushi, he strangled himself to the ground. The skin and flesh at the neck turned up. Can't let him kill himself, Xiantian muttered. He still needed Flying Stiffs to fill his 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. In the next second, he once again pinched his hands together and executed the sky-splitting flying sword art. The demon-slaying sword cut through the Flying Stiff's neck. Boo! With a muffled sound, the Flying Stiff's head flew straight out. Sticky, golden blood flowed out of the neck inside its body. A few moments later, the Flying Stiffs were completely motionless. A wisp of clear chi flew out of his body and shot into Xuantian's brow. After confirming that the Flying Stiff was dead, Su Antian went up to the sky and retrieved the demon-binding clutch. rewrapping it back around his waist. Immediately after that, he looked to the golden blood on the floor. Suddenly, I remembered what Wulai had said the other day. The blood of many demons can be used to make pills. This flying stiff is not weak, the blood should be able to be of some use. As for its flesh and blood, Shen didn't want to eat it. It's a wonder this thing bites. But he didn't have a container on him. And after thinking about it, he looked at Bai Yushi and said, "Sister Bai, please go up there and ask them to bring their tools down. I want to collect the blood of this flying stiff." Bai Yushi returned to her senses and nodded, quickly running towards the outside of the cave. Shen Tian, on the other hand, squatted his body down and began to touch the corpse. These demon god sect demons should be able to have some good things on their bodies as well. But these people seemed to be poor, and in the end, he only found a bottle of elixir and a herb on the blue lab coat. The herb looks like ginseng. For his part, he didn't recognize the elixir and could only take it back to someone familiar with it to identify it. Also, he found a coffin nail on the ground. The coffin nails were more than 30 centimeters long, black and angular. But the workmanship is rough and looks less like a recent product and more like something ancient. This thing can be used to suppress flying stiffs, so it shouldn't be a mortal object. It was also put away by him. He killed everyone here. The stuff is all his naturally, too. Bai Yushi is not qualified to share. It's a 749 rule. Whoever kills gets the loot. Soon, Wang Mang and the others came down and entered the cave. Seeing the several corpses on the ground, they became even more fearful of Shen Tian. Although it is not known what these corpses cultivated in life. But I don't think any of them will be weak. Which one of you has a container on you? Help me collect the blood of this flying stiff. Shen Tian opened his mouth to command. These people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang were originally here to give him a handjob. There's nothing to be ashamed of talking about. I have it on me. Wang Mang was the first to speak up, taking out an animal skin water bag from his back waist and pouring out the water inside. Then stepped forward and collected the blood on the floor that had not yet seeped into the ground into a water bag. Zhang he brought a few people up to help, trying to lift the flying stiff, but was surprised to find that the flying stiff's body was very heavy. Like a lump of iron, they struggled to move it. Is this a zombie? Someone wondered out loud. It looks like it. The skin of this corpse is so hard that it can't be cut with a knife. Hiss! How much strength would it take to chop off its head then? After they felt the specialness of the flying zombie body. In the bottom of his heart, he had a higher opinion of Shen Tian. A few moments later, the flying stiff's blood was collected, filling 3 water bags in total. About a dozen liters. The people carried the bodies and walked one after another to the outside of the cave. To Xuantian's surprise, the female ghost was still there. A look of excitement appeared in its eyes when it saw the corpse of the flying stiff. It looked as if he was crying with excitement. Upper Fairy. Thank you, Upper Immortal. You didn't lie to me. You're really here to kill zombies. The female ghost knelt down and kowtowed to Shen Tian. Su Antian's expression was a bit strange. This female ghost looked a bit out of place. It seemed to have seen Xuantian's doubts. The female ghost explained, "My daughter and I became in spirits together and lived a very happy life. But after that zombie awakened, he ate my daughter. I thought I would never have a chance to kill the zombie in this life. But now the immortal has fulfilled my obsession for me. In that case, it's time for me to be relieved." As the words fell, the female ghost's body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye until it completely disappeared. Chapter 61. Could it be the strongest person within the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang? The crowd was slightly silent as they looked at the dissipating female ghost. I was attached to my children in life and I will be so in death. Now that her revenge has been avenged, the female ghost has no more attachments or grievances and has gone after her daughter. Meanwhile, the guys from Bureau 749 are finally here. And it's Wulai himself. With a dozen official investigators, he entered through the mouth of the valley. District Chief, there's a corpse in front. Looking at the attire, it looks like a demon from the demon god sect. Ahead, the investigator in charge of scouting returned to report. Go over and take a look, Wulai commanded, quickly stepping forward. The crowd quickly came to the body. Looking at the body that was hacked into a human stick, Wulai frowned. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered, "This kid Su Antian is quite ruthless." The only investigators who came in were Bai Yushi and Su Antian. The one who used a sword was even the only one, Shen Tian. The crowd continued to move forward and soon entered the valley, meeting the 2 huge Jingguan. Hiss! What was this place before? Why are there so many corpses and bones? Like an ancient burial ground. Bai Yushi and the others are there. Investigators were shocked to see the mountain of bones in the valley. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Su Antian's group. A few steps down, Wu Lei arrived in front of Shen. Seeing that it was fine, his heart was relieved. Su Antian, this kid's strength was there, but sometimes he did things too recklessly, not cautious enough, and was prone to accidents. What have you found here? He opened his mouth to inquire. District Governor, we encountered the demon god sect's demonic people here, as well as flying stiffs, but they were all resolved by Su Yinjian. Bai Yushi stepped forward, describing the cause and effect. Flying stiffs. There's that thing here? Wu Lei was stunned. The flying stiff's whole body was as hard as fine iron, and it was all powerful. Once he had encountered it once when he was at the Lien Pulse realm, and that time it was 3,000 June realm powerhouses that made a move to finally shelter the flying stiff. And now Su Antian and the two of them, investigators of the Lien Pulse realm, had killed the flying stiff? You can imagine how much doubt he had in his mind. His first reaction was disbelief. The second reaction was that there were differences in the strength of the flying stiffs, and the ones Su Antian and the others had encountered were probably the weaker kind. Otherwise, they would have absolutely no chance of surviving if they encountered a flying stiff. Well, I saw the bodies at the mouth of the valley. Where are the flying stiffs? Take me to see. Wu Lei nodded his head, subconsciously thinking that there was only one demon god sex demon man. Bai Yushi turned around and got out of the way. The scene behind them was suddenly exposed to the crowd of Wu Lei. Seeing the 5 corpses on the ground, all of the 749th Bureau personnel, including Wu Lei, were shocked. Together with the corpse at the mouth of the valley, the Demon God Sect has actually deployed a full 5 people this time. The Demon God Sect's people usually act alone, and with 5 people out at a time like this, they must have big plans. Look at what that person is wearing. Surprisingly, it's a blue waistcoat, if I remember correctly. This is only worn by the Demon God Sect's 1,000 June Realm powerhouses. Thousands of June Realm. How is that possible? Bai Yushi and Su and are geniuses of the Lien Pulse Realm. How could they possibly beat 1,000 June Realm powerhouse? Could it be that there is a strong person in the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang? Numerous investigators murmured. Wu Lei's frown deepened. Where did the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang have any 1,000 June Realm powerhouses? According to the information he had on hand, there were a total of 2 strongest people in the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang, one being Bai Yutang and the other being Wang Gu. And the former had already been killed by Shen Tian. The latter is not in the valley. However, even if Wang Gu came in person, he couldn't possibly be a match for 1,000 June Realm powerhouse. He walked over to the blue lab coat body and crouched down to examine it. It was quickly confirmed that the blue lab coat's cultivation level in his lifetime was indeed the 1,000 June Realm. And, at the sight of the head that was tossed aside, he recognized it. Balin, a second-ranked powerhouse of the 1,000 June Realm who had once caused a big commotion in a remote mountain village in Qing City, killing an entire village of ordinary people. 100,000 reward points on the 749th Bureau's bounty list. Also, he saw the flying stiff. Judging from the size of this flying stiff, its strength in life would not be much weaker than the one he had seen at first. Did you kill all of these? Wu Lei looked at Su Antian and inquired in a deep voice. Shen Tian nodded. There was nothing to hide. They're a bit strong. There's no way to catch them alive, so they have to be killed. Shen Tian replied. He blocked Wu Lei's mouth in advance, fearing that Wu Lei would blame him for killing the flying stiff. He doesn't want to have to write another review. Violet. Is that what he cares about? What he cared about was that Su Antian, a Lianqi realm chi refiner, had killed the 1,000 June realm. This talent is simply too strong for its own good. It overwhelmed him. I had thought that Sun Yutong's strength was Xuantian's limit. Who would have thought that even the 1,000 June realm wasn't Su Antian's opponent? He himself was only at the 4th level of the 1,000 June realm. In other words, it was likely that the current Su Antian was even stronger than him. He's a district governor. It had taken 13 years to cultivate to the current realm. And what about Shen Tian? It's only been a little over a month since I joined 749 University, and I haven't even graduated yet. The back waves are coming a bit fierce. Wu Lei smiled bitterly inwardly. There's a sense of having been lined up on the beach. Everyone present is not allowed to say half a word about what happened today. Everything is confidential. He looked around and ordered in a deep voice. Xuantian's talent was too strong. The wind will destroy the wood where the trees stand. This was his way of protecting Shen. It's not good to fly your head too hard. Don't worry, District Governor. We know what to do. Definitely won't leak secrets to anyone. Wang Mang promised on behalf of the people from the Catch Mountain Scattered Gang. As for the 749s, it goes without saying. They know more about the rules of the 749.
Wu Lei nodded in satisfaction.
The crowd was then instructed to begin taking the bodies away and disposing of the scene. Shin Chuiwe, who had followed Wu Lei in, was shocked to her core when she saw that Su Antian was able to kill even a chi refiner of the Thousand June realm, standing still and silent. On the other side, Wu Lei called Su Antian and Bai Yushi over alone. Let the two Shen report the details of what happened. Shen glanced at Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi had no choice but to take the initiative to open his mouth and explain. District Governor, after we entered the underground cave, we found that those 4 demon people from the Demon God sect were controlling that flying stiff, and it looked as if they wanted to suppress it. The Demon God sect collects all sorts of powerful demonic creatures in all parts of the world. It's not unusual for them to act in such a manner. Wu Lei nodded his head gently. According to the information they had, the sect leader of the Demon God sect was suspected to be a certain great demon, and that great demon was controlling the Demon God sect's demon people to act and collect demonic creatures in various places. It has been even more active in the Black Province lately. There are likely other plots brewing. At present, the Bureau has also captured some Demon God sect's demons and has already asked for a no-brainer. You guys did a great job this time. Go back and organize the report for me. Wu Lei voiced his praise. Those who are familiar with it know that it's rare to praise other people. Yes, District Governor, Bai Yushi answered. She knew that something like writing a report could only be done by her. Otherwise, she'd be a mascot on this mission. District Governor, I found a bottle of elixir on that blue lab coat. Do you recognize it? Seeing that the two were almost done talking, Su Antian took out the bottle of elixir from his waist and inquired curiously. Chapter 62. Zooming in close to the face. Not a single one capable of fighting. This is a spirit source pill that can only be used at the Thousand June realm. It can help fuse the orifices and increase your cultivation. With your current cultivation at the Lien vein realm, the chi veins in your body are not fully hooked up yet, so you can't use it for the time being. Wu Lei explained after carefully looking at it for a few moments. If you want to trade, I can take a few pills that can assist in the collusion of chi veins and exchange them with you. He was at the Thousand June realm, and he could no longer use the elixir used at the Even Veins realm. Swapping with Su Antian helped Su Antian and also cheapened himself. Sort of the best of both worlds. Change. Shen Tian directly agreed. Boosting your strength first is the most important thing. The spirit source pill was placed in his hands, and he couldn't use it at all for the time being. As long as his strength increased, would he still be afraid of not being able to collect cultivation pills afterwards? Just kill a few demons. Immediately after that, he took out the herb that looked similar to ginseng but was much larger. Let Wu Lei help identify it. This is ginseng. Only it's been a long time in age and has almost reached the point of becoming essence. It's a good thing it contains a large amount of essence. It can aid in cultivation and also increase longevity. Wu Lei's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of envy in his tone. Su Antian. This kid is really lucky to have come across such a superb medicinal herb. This item should be more effective if it is refined into an elixir. You can find the Bureau's alchemist on the app to refine it. Wu Lei reminded. Thank you, District Governor, for reminding me. Su Antian nodded with a smile. This time it's a real bonus. Not only do you get rewarded with points, but you also get these things in your hands. It was enough for him to use for his recent cultivation. Well, you guys have worked hard this time. Go back and rest for a few days. I'll give you a week's vacation. District Governor, we young people aren't tired. We don't need to rest. I want to progress too much. Shen Tian refused. Wu Lei was stunned and cried a little in his heart. This kid, Su Antian, is really different from the others. That's an order. He spoke gravely. Su Antian just came to River City a few days ago? He's made 2 big things happen in quick succession. Isn't that enough? Still want to get ahead? Progress my ass. The director has explained all and asked him to look after Shen Tian. If Su Antian tossed too hard and accidentally tossed himself to death, he couldn't deliver. Therefore, he decided to let Shen Tian rest for a few days. Shen Tian had no choice but to nod. After the crowd disposed of the bodies, they began to head back toward River City. It's a lot easier to go back with the Wookiee brought with him. A few hours later, Shen Tian and the others had already managed to return to River City. In the evening, Shen Tian lay on his bed and chatted with Tong Jingshu about 16+2 and the events of the last few days. Little book, I completed another mission today, and now I'm just one last mission away from being promoted. Well, congratulations. I'm also still only one more orifice away from breaking through to the linking veins realm. So I'll be able to go find you then. That fast. Shen Tian was surprised. Don't break through yet. I've been on vacation for the last few days, so when I get back, I'll have something to say to you in person. He hurriedly urged. He's got a week's vacation, so it's good for him to go back and read a little book. Send out the perfect enlightenment pill, by the way. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Plus, Bear's beautiful photo. Fine, you chimera. How dare you seduce this young master? When I get back, I'll serve you with a stick. Come on, seduce. The next day, Su Antian completed the exchange at Wu Lei's place, exchanging 3 spirit source pills for 10 vein fixing pills that helped to hook up the chi veins, and he spent 20 points to hire Wu Ji to send himself back to Dragon Head Mountain. He wasn't even close to that many points right now. This was because in the morning, the Demon God Sex bounty points had already reached his account. Enough for over 160,000 points. Mission points, on the other hand, would take a few more days, and Bayushi was currently writing a report. He managed to return to the Longsho mountain base near noon. He couldn't wait to return toward his dormitory. But he was surprised to find that at the door of the dormitory, there was a young man standing with flowers in his hands. It looks to be just 18 or 19 years old, with dyed yellow hair, big back hair, wearing purple tight pants, more or less tie. Shen Tian withdrew his gaze and was about to open the dormitory door. But right at this moment, Yellow Hair rushed up with quick steps, making a move to pull Xuantian's hand. It was easily avoided by Shen Tian. The Yellow Hair looked a little embarrassed, but once he thought of asking someone to do something, he still opened his mouth with a smile. How are you? This student. I'm Jiang Kan. Do you live in this dormitory? You have something? Shen Tian nodded, a little suspicious in his heart. Hey, I fell in love with Jing Shu at first sight, and I want to give this bouquet of flowers to her. You and her are roommates? You must be very close. Can you help me? Jiang Kan revealed a smitten smile. Proper piggy face. Xuantian's eyes narrowed slightly. He's only gone a few days and his house is being burglarized? Our relationship is quite good, but I can't help you. Shen Tian raised his eyebrows. Classmate, don't say that. Everything has a price. This way, I'll give you 20 points. You help me send the flowers to Jing Shu. Jiang Kan took out his cell phone. I'll give you a suggestion. What? Roll. Su Antian faintly said. No, buddy. Even if you don't help, why are you cursing? Jiang Kan looked at Su Antian in disbelief, some anger in his heart. Is this the way you people in Hacienda treat your classmates? You're not from Ha City? Shen Tian was puzzled. Jiang Kan's looks were indeed somewhat unfamiliar in his memory. I'm from G City's 749 University, and this time I'm here to study and exchange on your side. It's a pity that there doesn't seem to be a single capable fighter in your Ha City. Jiang Kan held his head high with pride on his face. Look, it's Jiang Kan. He's after Tong Jingshu again. He's really persistent. Yes, but he also has some strength, pressing these students of our Hacienda City to lift their heads. Che, what's there to be so godly about? If it wasn't for Su Antian and Shin Chuiwe and the rest of them not being at the base, it would still be his turn to be arrogant. No, did I blink my eyes? That guy is Su Antian? How did he become handsome? So temperamental. It's really Su Antian, he's back. This is going to be a good show. The White Tiger class students around them who had just finished lunch came over one after another. Not a single one who can fight? Su Antian looked at Jiang Kan, whose nostrils were turned skyward, and suddenly laughed. It just so happens that I've never met an opponent at the 749th University of Harbin. So why don't we fight? Ha ha ha. This is going to be a good show. Not a single one who can fight? Jiang Kan is going to be miserable. Standing in front of him is the most capable fighter in our school. Keep your voice down. Don't let Jiang Kan hear, or how can we watch the show? That's right. I see that kid is also very upset, and he dares to chase after our class flower. He's just a jerk. All around, more people gathered. Chapter 63 Go. Don't let Shen Tian beat someone to death. Humph. My brother Jiang is the best. Who is Su Antian? Never heard of that trash. Just then, an average-looking girl with a lot of foundation came out of the crowd, followed by 5 or 6 boys. That's right. Jiang can alone can crush the entirety of all of you. You guys don't really think he'll be a match for Senior Jiang, do you? It's so whimsical. A few people behind him chimed in. In my eyes, Jiang Can is no match for a single hair of Brother Su's. The back of the crowd makes way. Dressed in a black stocking pleated skirt and stepping on soybean shoes, Tong Jingshu walked out. It's a gentle sweep of the girls, straight towards Shantian. Under Jiang Can's shocked, angry gaze, he reached out and gently took Su Antian's arm. When did you get back? And why didn't you say so in advance? It was going to be a surprise for you. Shantian smiled. You! What is your relationship? Jiang Can, who was ignored, reddened his face and spoke out angrily. Su Antian is my boyfriend and will be my husband in the future. You should stop bothering me. My boyfriend's temper isn't very good. If you get beaten up, you're asking for it. Tong Jingshu spoke softly, as if stating a fact. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. Do you guys see if Jiang Can looks like a boiled red worm frog? What frog? That's a toad. Do you guess he'll do it? No. You guys look at that Sun Yena. She has a very rich expression. That goes without saying. The boy he called trash is the boyfriend of Tong Jingshu, who she likes and desperately licks as Jiang Can. If Shantian is trash, I'm curious, what is she? A piece of? It was surrounded by people who were watching the fun. Sun Yan's face, similar to Jiang Can's, was bulging with her modest breasts, like a toad puffing up, already pissed off to the max. She took a few steps forward and pulled Jiang Can's arm. Brother Jiang, they are too bullying. How can you be no better than this trash? Scram. Shut the hell up. Jiang Can shook off Sun Yan's hand, looking straight at Su Antian. If you're a man, fight me fair and square. If I lose, I'll never pester Jingshu again. If you lose, leave Jingshu. Shantian laughed and smiled brightly. Little Book is not a commodity. I wouldn't bet on her. But I will fight you, nothing more, simply to beat you. Good. But I'm going up to the rooftop with you. If I can't be with Jingshu, I'd rather die. Jiang Chan nodded heavily. Su Antian raised his eyebrows, not realizing that this Jiang Can was still a dog-licking love brain. Yes. Shantian gently nodded his head. It's just a fight to the death on the rooftop. Will he be afraid? Go! Jiang Can lifted his foot and walked towards the elevator. This is going to be a good show. Jiang Can will die a horrible death later. That's right. Shantian is known for his brutality, specializing in chopping off people's heads. Isn't this getting a little big? Whatever, we'll just watch the fun. The crowd around them talking. Sun Yen on the side was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Jiang Can, whom she had been chasing for a long time, was willing to die for other girls. Then what is she? As for things like Jiang Can not being able to beat Su Antian, she hadn't even considered it. Brother Jiang is so strong. How can he not be able to beat it? It's definitely possible to beat Shantian to death. The group walked quickly toward the elevator. Such a large crowd naturally attracted the attention of others. So much so that more and more people are converging. Tanya, who had just finished eating, also saw this scene. She went up and asked and learned the whole story. There was some crying and laughing. Shantian just came back. So he's giving her something to do. Jiang Can is also from Yoshi City anyways. If you die in their place, you're still killed by their students. It's a bad thing to say. It would have a very bad wind direction. As for something like Shantian losing, she hadn't even considered it. Because it's simply not possible. She stepped quickly out of the crowd and stopped at the elevator. Su Antian, the students from G City are guests, so we can't make a move, or else it will spread the negative news that we're bullies. What happened to the two of you is only a small matter, so let's forget about this. She looked to Shantian and shook her head at him. No way. Teacher Tang, this is me voluntarily dueling Su Antian. It has nothing to do with your Ha City. This is a personal vendetta. Please get out of the way. Jiang Can shook his head. Su Antian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even said anything yet, but Jiang Can rejected it first instead. It's so hard to stop a person who wants to get killed. Teacher Tang, you saw it too. Su Antian replied indifferently. Teacher Tang. Jiang Can sought death himself. Why are you stopping him? Yeah. He fell in love with his own brain and wanted to duel Shantian. Isn't the rooftop prepared for dealing with the foursome's grudge? Why don't you let them go up? Why don't we just cancel the rooftop? It's not allowed to be used anyway. The crowd murmured. Tang Ye's face was ugly. She came out to be the good guy and stop the tragedy from happening. How did she still become the bad guy? This was something she hadn't anticipated. She was helping Jiang Kan. But even if Jiang Kan didn't appreciate it, he still resented her for getting in the way. The thought of it brought her to a temper as well. Thinking to myself that I still don't care. She let go of her body and called Wang He at the same time. This is something she can't control. She can only let the people above her take care of it. She couldn't be blamed for what happened, and she'd already reported the information anyway. You're saying Su Antian is going to duel with Jiang Kan because of Tong Jingshu? Wang He was filled with surprise. When did he come back? Today. They're heading towards the rooftop. They're almost there. Danya replied. I know. Wang He replied. Hanging up the phone, he turned his head to look at Zhang Herong on the side. Chief, do you think we should take care of this? Go take a look. Don't let Su Antian beat Jiang Kan to death. Zhang Herong spoke faintly. Yesterday, Wu Lei in River City had already told Su Antian what he had done in the past few days. This kid, Su Antian, could even kill a chi refiner of the Thousand June realm. Not to mention a Jiang Kan who was only at the second level of the Lien Pulse realm. It was estimated that Shen would be able to slap him to death with a single slap. He was still on good terms with the director of the 749th Bureau in Yoshi City, and didn't want the other side's people to die in his place. Good. Wang He nodded his head and immediately went out, walking quickly towards the rooftop. At the same time, Shen and the others had arrived on the rooftop outside. This is a real rooftop, a platform above the base of Longsho Mountain. There were even a few machine gun turrets around. Cut the crap. Let's get started. Jiang Kan spoke in a deep voice, and took a kanji from behind him. The long knife was nearly 2 meters long and looked very sharp. The tip of the blade pointed straight at Xuantian's face. Chapter 64. So eager to be reincarnated? Brother Jiang is so handsome. In a moment, Su Antian will definitely die a horrible death. Sun Yan's gaze was fixed on Jiang Kan, almost overflowing. That's a given. Senior Jiang Kan can be ranked in the top 5 in our school. Su Antian is nothing. I've never heard of him. That's right. What a cats and dogs dare to touch the porcelain. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess senior brother Jiang can finish him off in 3 moves. Besides Sun Yan, some of the Yoshi City students opened their mouths in agreement. It drew a sneer from the students on the Ha side. Ha 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 ha. Sitting on a well and watching the sky is what you guys are talking about. Having some fame in Yoshi City, you don't really think you're invincible. Some people are toads at the bottom of a well or toads. Don't say it, really don't say it, your description is quite apt. Chasing after Tong Jingshu is just like being a toad. Jingshu, aren't you worried about Su Antian? Tang Ye looked at Tong Jingshu, who was calm beside her, and was suspicious in her heart. Logically, Tong Jingshu and Su Antian were a couple, so they should have been a bit more worried. But right now, it's not visible at all. Mr. Tang, I believe in him. Tong Jingshu smiled. Because he has never been defeated, even when facing an enemy of the Thousand June realm. The Thousand June realm. Tang Ye's heart shook. How long had it been since Su and Genius broke through to the linking veins mirror? Can you even defeat a Thousand June realm powerhouse nowadays? This rate of improvement is too terrifying, isn't it? What cultivation level is Shen Tian at now? She inquired in a curious whisper. 5th level of the connected pulse realm. Tong Jingshu replied. Phew. Danya let out a long breath. The heart was overwhelmed. Shen Tian had been enrolled in school for just over a month in total. Now its cultivation level had actually caught up with her as a teacher. Not to mention, Xuantian's talent was powerful and his true strength was much beyond the realm. Opposite Jiang Kan, Su Antian slowly drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Since you're so eager to go to the afterlife, I'll make it happen. Shen Tian spoke faintly. In the next second, he struck directly. The moment the demon-slaying sword was lifted, a sword chi cut out of thin air with extreme speed. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Jiang Kan. Jiang Kan's face changed greatly. Su Antian's strike was too fast. In his haste, he raised his kanji to block horizontally. Boo! Click! A soft sound came out. The guandao in Jiang Kan's hand was cut off, and the sword chi chopped straight into his chest. At the critical moment, a golden shield violently appeared around his body. Dang! The golden cover trembled wildly. and the top of it was rapidly crawling with cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! It finally shattered with a bang. So at the same time, a crystal pendant at Jiang Kan's neck directly shattered. Boo! In the end, the sword chi chopped at Jiang Kan's chest, cutting open his chest and sending his entire body flying. Pest! Still in midair, Jiang Kan coughed up blood. Boom! It eventually smashed into the ground. Jiang Kan's face showed fear and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a second-ranked Lien Pulse Mirror, an existence ranked in the top 5 of the 749th University of G-City. Now, it was actually directly defeated by a single move. Even if it wasn't for the talisman on his body resisting it, he would have died from that strike just now. I'm defeated. Come on. Jiang Kan spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Su Antian defeated him fair and square, and his loss was indisputable. Brother Jiang, I don't want you to die. On the side, Sun Yen rushed out of the crowd and blocked in front of Jiang Kan. The other Qi practitioners of G-City were shocked. Their genius from G-City couldn't even catch a single move from Su Antian. It's hard for them to accept the result. But again, the facts were so tangible in front of them that they had to believe them. Haha, still defeating Su Antian in 3 moves? Jiang Kan couldn't even catch one move from Su Antian. Genius. I think it's more like calling it a scrap. What is it now? Can't afford to lose. Let a girl come out to block the sword. They're so shameless. Might as well let them off the hook. Ha ha ha. On the contrary, the students of HA 749 who saw this scene were very happy and had a mouthful of bad anger in their hearts. After all, these students from Yoshi City hadn't taunted them much just now. One nostril at a time. Now that the situation is reversed, they certainly won't be polite. Su Antian. Jiang Kan is after all a classmate from friendship school. I suggest teaching him a lesson and forget about it. Tanya stood out and approached Su Antian's ear to persuade him in a low voice. She didn't want things to get out of hand. Su Antian didn't say anything, but just took a few steps forward and came in front of Sun Yen. Kick followed. Boo! A muffled sound. Sun Yen was kicked straight out by him, slammed to the ground and passed out. Jiang Kan, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and looked at Su Antian. A hint of self-deprecation appeared on his face. No wonder Jing Shu likes you. You are indeed very strong. I've lost, so do it. Jiang Kan straightened his neck, looking like he was waiting to be killed. After understanding the gap between himself and Shen Tian, he was somewhat enlightened. It's a man. Su Antian opened his mouth indifferently, and immediately afterward, he raised his sword and chopped down violently. Stop! Right at this moment, a silhouette violently rushed out from the back of the crowd, quickly arriving in front of Shen Tian. Ding! A sound of metal clashing came out. Xuantian's sword blocked. The person who came was none other than Wang He. Wang He's face changed slightly as he felt the power coming from the short sword in his hand. This powerful force was actually emitted from the hands of a Lien Pulse Realm Qi practitioner. In a deep voice, he said, Su Antian, the director sent word for you to keep him alive. Shen Tian frowned slightly. I didn't expect Zhang Hairong to care about such trivial matters. Zhang Hairong's face he still had to give. The old man had helped him. He put away the demon-slaying sword. Brother Wang, I'd like to see the director for a while. He wanted to pay back the points he owed up front. Right now, he wasn't even close to that 50,000 points. In addition, he had wanted to purchase Dragon Python Blood again at the mall a few days ago. But without looking at it, one look surprisingly required a full 400,000 plus points. How could he not understand that Zhang Hairong was taking care of him? It's not good to keep owing these points naturally. Good. Wang He nodded. If other people want to see the secretary, they naturally need to apply in advance. But Shen Tian was different. He himself had been in front of the director and had heard him praise Shen Tian several times. After instructing Tanya to evacuate the students on the rooftop, Wang He led Su Antian away. A few moments later came the office where Zhang Hairong was. Chief, Su Antian wants to see you. Wang He spoke. Well, what do you boys want with me? Zhang Hairong raised his head and looked at Shen Tian with a smile. Hey, I came to return the points, and by the way, I also wanted to ask, does Uncle Zhang still have any Dragon Python blood here? I still want to buy some. Shen Tian smiled gently. Do you kid think that Dragon Python blood can be found everywhere? No. The smile on Zhang Hairong's face faded a few points. The Dragon Python blood in his hand was given to him by the director of Yoshi City. but there was no second copy of it. Hee. Forget it if there isn't any, Uncle Zhang. I killed a flying stiff in River City this time, collected some of his blood and left a bag for you. Su Antian didn't take it personally. He had asked casually. It was best to have it. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he didn't have it. He took out the flying stiff's blood and handed it to Zhang Herong. The smile on Zhang Hairong's face intensified a bit, but he wasn't polite and directly took the things. You kid is good. These blood shouldn't be all of them. Take them all to me. I'll find an alchemist to help you refine these blood into Dan. The effect will be better after taking it. All right. Su Antian nodded his head and gave Zhang Herong all the flying stiff blood in his hand. As the director, Zhang Herong naturally would not snub him on this trivial matter. Well, go back. There might be a big move in the bureau recently. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible. You might be able to participate in it. Zhang Herong exhorted. Shen nodded and didn't ask in detail. This kind of thing, if Zhang Herong wanted to talk about it in detail, he wouldn't have just said this much. He turned to leave after returning the 50,000 points. Chapter 65. Eat me then. Dorm room on the couch. Tong Jingshu lay in Su Antian's arms, her fingers gently resting on his chest. I obtained an elixir on my last mission. It's helpful for opening the orifices, so you should eat it before you break through to the linking veins mirror. Su Antian grabbed Tong Jingshu's fidgeting fingers, taking out the perfect enlightenment pill that had been prepared beforehand. I didn't expect you to bring me a gift. Tong Jingshu was elated. Straightening his upper body, he kissed Xuantian's side. Is that how you thank me? Shen glanced at Shuabai and teased. Then what do you want? Tong Jingshu straddled Su Antian's lap, her hands encircling his neck as she winked. Shen straightened up. After not seeing him for a few days, he realized that Tong Jingshu had become more and more mature and seductive. There is also a bit of innocence and youthfulness in it, coupled with Tong Jingshu's delicate face as well as her dimpled figure. It's just extremely seductive. Want you? Shen laughed. Then eat me. Tong Jingshu's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Su Antian, cupping the side of his face with both hands as she spoke softly. Shen took a deep breath, holding on to Tong Jingshu's thin waist. Smiling, he said, Or you can eat mine. Tong Jingshu's cheeks turned even redder. She nodded softly. Aha! Sit down slowly. Aha! Into the night. Shen who was in motion, suddenly stopped. He realized that Tong Jingshu's body was rapidly growing in spiritual energy. The orifices in its body were now nearly completely filled with spiritual energy. Apparently it was during the process of the two of them mingling that Tong Jingshu's own talent came into play, accelerating the speed of its spiritual energy absorption. At this point, Tong Jingshu was just one step away from breaking through to the linking veins realm. Su Antian reached out his hand and grabbed the Dan bottle placed aside, pouring out the perfect enlightenment Dan from it. Before Tong Jingshu could come back to his senses, he directly stuffed the elixir into his mouth. Tong Jingshu was a bit surprised by the pills that suddenly appeared in his mouth. But soon, that surprise turned to shock. She was surprised to find that 5 other orifices appeared one after another in the corners of her body. At this time, the number of orifices in her body had reached 365. It is. She was very puzzled in her mind. After all, according to teacher Tang Ye, Qi practitioners all only had 360 orifices. What's the deal with her having 5 more now? Moreover, Su Antian had instructed her not to break through to the linking veins mirror before his return. Obviously, Shen was aware of the effects of this elixir. She wanted to open her mouth and ask for details. Concentrate, absorb with all your might. Prepare for a breakthrough. Su Antian saw Tong Jingshu freeze and drank in a deep voice. And in order to assist Tong Jingshu in his breakthrough, he moved once again. Strive to maximize the use of Tong Jingshu's talent. Su Antian was now a linking veins mirror, and his strength was even comparable to the Thousand June realm. With his full output, Tong Jingshu couldn't resist. Coupled with the somewhat agitated spiritual energy in his body, it made Tong Jingshu have to concentrate on his response. Its face looks unique with a mix of both pain and pleasure. Fortunately, his will was strong, and he quickly ran his gong method to smooth out the riot of spiritual energy. The orifices in its body were rapidly filled. Early the next morning, Tong Jingshu, whose body was covered in sweat, was lying quietly on the sofa, not moving at all. Shen got up and carried him to the bedroom to rest. Although Tong Jingshu had successfully broken through to the linking veins realm yesterday, He had also consumed a great deal of physical strength and energy. It is now resting to restore itself. After placing Tong Jingshu in his place, he re-entered the living room and sat on the couch, taking the time to look at the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind. The flying stiff's figure was still inside the furnace and had not disappeared. Only it's become much darker. It's not far from being completely refined. According to his estimation, in at most one more day, he would be able to completely refine the flying stiff. At that time, he would be able to obtain a new elixir. Now, keep practicing. Su Antian took out the vein-fixing pill and threw it into his mouth as he began to revolve the killing sutra. The vein-fixing pill instantly melted in his mouth, turning into a warm stream that entered his abdomen, before splitting into several strands and surging into his orifices. Along with his cultivation, a new chi vein was hooked up. Under the action of the medicinal power, it quickly solidifies and congeals solidly. There were no days or months in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye a day had passed. Xiantian awoke from his cultivation. Crackle. The moment his body moved, a crisp burst of sinews sounded. 7th level of the connected pulse realm. Feeling the large swathes of chi veins hooked up within his body, Su Antian's heart rejoiced. This was the result of taking those 10 vein-fixing pills. I need more pills or spirit materials that aid in cultivation, Xiantian muttered. With the aid of cultivation resources, not only was the speed of cultivation faster, the chi veins hooked up were also tougher and thicker. Tap the 749 app. Points balance, 215,400. Seeing the amount of points, Xiantian was very surprised in his heart. He checked the points breakdown and realized that the quest he had just completed had actually rewarded him with a full 100,000 points. How could there be so many? He tapped on the mission report details to view it, and after a few minutes of looking at it, he withdrew his gaze and realized what was going on. The main reason was because the opponent they encountered this time was a 1000 June realm powerhouse, and the danger was relatively high, and it was evaluated as a 3-star mission. 749 according to the degree of danger of the mission was divided into 12 stars, and the 1-star mission was the least dangerous, and could be completed by an ordinary chi refiner of the Enlightenment realm. The 3-star quests corresponded to the 1000 June realm alchemists. As a result, the rewards gained are substantial. After figuring out the situation, Xiantian pondered for a split second and transferred 10,000 points to Bai Yushi and Shinchuiwe respectively. On this mission, he had put in a great effort, using up his last chance to use the ghost armor, while the two Bai Yushi and Shinchuiwe, although they also put in an effort, were both playing second fiddle. Giving them 10,000 points each by himself was already more than enough. After the transfer, he still had more than 190,000 points left in his hand. Tap on the store and browse through the pills and spirit materials that were useful for the cultivation of the linking veins realm. It didn't take long to find several that fit. Jukadan, 50,000 points. Effects. Can greatly enhance the toughness of chakra. The effect is greatly diminished after taking it once. Pulse fixing pill, 8,000 points. Effects. Can enhance the toughness of chakra by a small margin. After taking 10 pieces, the effect will diminish drastically. Sky feather iron gold, 80,000 points. 1 tail. Effects. Can greatly enhance the firmness and toughness of the chakra, and can assist in widening the chakra. For cultivators of the continuous vein realm, a maximum of half a tails can be taken at one time. Water wolf spirit fish, 60,000 points. 1. Effects. Taken after steaming, it can greatly enhance the toughness of the chakra and widen the chakra. No side effects. After consuming 10 vein-fixing pills, the medicinal effect will become weaker if you continue to take them, Xiantian muttered. He had wanted to continue buying a few vein-fixing pills to take, but now it was not possible. In the end, he bought one of each of the 9 quarters Dan, Heavenly Feather Iron Gold, and Water Wolf Spirit Fish. The points on hand instantly shrunk to only 5,400. Chapter 66 Heavenly Dipper Absolute Fury Pill, 1000 Jund Realm. After placing the order, Xiantian sent a message to Tong Jingshu. He was told that he was currently in class and would not be able to return to his dormitory until after class in the afternoon. After confirming that Tong Jingshu was fine, he looked within himself. In the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind, the flying stiff's figure had disappeared. In its place was a gray elixir. The elixir was the size of an adult's fist, with a transparent luster shining on it. The Big Dipper pill. Taking it will make one's chi tougher, acquire the Big Dipper's chi, protect one's body with the Big Dipper, and make one's aura contain Yin Fury, which can erode one's opponent's blood, flesh, and internal organs. The Big Dipper protects the body. Yin Fiend. It was the first time Xiantian had heard these unfamiliar words. With a flip of his wrist, the Big Dipper extinction pill immediately surfaced in his palm. Without saying a word, it could only be thrown into his mouth. Whatever works, just eat and be done with it. The elixir was cold in the mouth, as if it contained a block of ice. Immediately afterward, it quickly melted and was swallowed into Xuantian's throat. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness ran straight down from Xuantian's throat, as if an ice dragon was rampaging through his body. Xiantian shivered uncontrollably, hurriedly running the Killing Sutra to absorb the medicinal power. The feeling only diminished as the gong method ran its course. Icy coldness swam within his chakra. With each week of operation, his chi veins became tougher and thicker. This change is very evident. At the same time, the aura within his internal chi veins seemed to be infested. It also turned very cold. This should be the Yin Fury, Xiantian muttered, his heart enlightened. But what the Big Dipper's breath was, he hadn't figured out yet. As time passed, the medicinal power was gradually absorbed by him, and the Yin Fury power within his chi veins was also increasing. But just then, the coldness violently turned and completely disappeared. In the next second, the chi and blood in his body began to heat up rapidly. The hot stream of heat raged through him. Every inch of muscle felt like it was being burned by a fiery fire, making a nuisance sound. Wisps of pale black gas wafted out from within the crevices of his pores. This is blood being purified. It was the process that was somewhat painful, and Xiantian couldn't help but clench his teeth. The change faded after nearly an hour of holding out. Inside Su Antian's body, the originally bright red blood was actually tinted with a faint layer of golden radiance. Xuantian's mind moved, and the power of his fleshly body exploded. Its skin indicated that a layer of golden luster emerged. He raised his hand to stroke it, and it was smooth and tough in his hand. This was the Big Dipper chi within his blood converging on the surface of his body, forming the Big Dipper. Xiantian had the intention to test the level of protection of the Big Dipper. He drew out his demon-slaying sword and slashed at his arm. Boo! There was a muffled sound, and above the Big Dipper, there was not the slightest change. Xiantian raised his eyebrows just now. Although he had only used 10% of his strength, it was still very huge. I didn't expect the Big Dipper to have the slightest reaction. He raised the demon-slaying sword again and slashed out, this time using 30% of his strength. But the Big Dipper is only 1/10 of the way down. Xiantian continued to test. Final conclusion. It took his full strength attack to manage to cut through the Big Dipper. Moreover, the Big Dipper could not only protect against swords and weapons, but also against his Shen Chi Chop. This means that the Big Dipper can also resist aura-type attacks. The Big Dipper had a stronger defense than the ghost armor he had previously obtained, and there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. It was something he had truly mastered in himself. However, when resisting an attack, his Big Dipper chi would be depleted, and the stronger the attack, the greater the depletion. But this attrition can be recovered by itself. Hello? Is Xiantian there, please? Just then, a voice came from the door. Xiantian got up and opened the door. It was found to be the staff of 749, 3 in all. I am. Xiantian opened his mouth. This is what you purchased at the mall. Please confirm your receipt. One of the staff members spoke up and handed over the 3 items in his hand. A jade vase, a gold box, and a small enclosed fish tank. It had a small, strange-looking blue fish in it. Aha! Xiantian nodded his head and confirmed the things one by one before taking the 3 items to the house. He couldn't wait to open the jade bottle and poured out a scarlet-red elixir from it. This was the Jukadan, which could drastically enhance the toughness of the chi veins. However, it can only be taken once. The second time, the effect is drastically reduced. Many of the pills or spiritual materials within the 749 mall had a limit on the number of times they could be taken. Xiantian understood it as drug resistance. Luckily, the variety of elixir herbs within the 749 store was quite abundant. At least he hadn't reached that point of having no elixir to eat yet. Sitting cross-legged, Su Antian threw the 9/4 pill into his mouth, and a stimulating flavor erupted in his mouth and went straight to his brain. It lifted his spirits. Immediately afterward, he operated the Killing Sutra to begin absorbing the medicinal power and strengthening the toughness of his chi veins. Also hook up new chakras. Time passed quickly, and by the time he opened his eyes again, he had completely absorbed the medicinal power. Cultivation had also broken through to the 8th level of the linking veins realm. Instead of resting, he opened another iron box. Inside the iron box, it contained heavenly feather iron gold that seemed like flowing sands. Shen picked up the iron box and poured the heavenly feather iron gold inside directly into his mouth. Surprisingly, the stuff actually tasted pretty good. Like a creamy smoothie. It's icy sweet and layered. Just like after swallowing the 9 quarters Dan, Shen continued to run his gongfu, absorbing the medicinal power and widening his qi veins. Several hours later, the steamed water wolf spirit fish was also swallowed by Shen. This spirit fish tastes pretty good. After swallowing and absorbing the water wolf spirit fish, the qi veins within Xuantian's body finally hooked up completely. Form a complete map of the chakra operation. Covers his whole body. And at this moment, with the help of so many heavenly materials and treasures, his qi veins had reached an unimaginable point in terms of both toughness and width. In terms of the width of the qi vein, it was now wider than his own orifices. One must know that his orifices were 10 times the size of an ordinary qi refiner's. Imagine the qi veins of an ordinary qi refiner as small streams and ditches. Then Xuantian's chakra was the river avenue. The widening of his qi veins would allow him to move and fuse his orifices better on the one hand, and on the other hand, it would allow him to be able to burst out stronger spiritual attacks on his own. With the strength of my current qi veins, it should be enough for the orifices to move through them without the risk of my qi veins crumbling. Shen mused. If the chakra was not wide and tough enough, it was likely that the chakra would not be able to withstand the pressure and collapse when moving the fusion orifices. That would result in oneself being injured, falling down in the realm, and needing more time to reconstruct the qi veins. But apparently he has no such concerns. Taking a deep breath, he planned to try to break through. Operate the 1,000 kinds realm technique of the Killing Sutra. Rumble. Just as it was running, an orifice on the palm of his right hand began to tremble. And then, it slowly moved along the chakra towards another orifice that was close to it. The process is very silky smooth. Eventually, the 2 orifices converged and overlapped. Boo! A dull thud sounded from within Xuantian's body. It's like 2 millstones stacked on top of each other. At this moment,